Chapter 281, the last part of the Black Coffin Experiment. Beauty? Absolutely great beauty. Just a little bit worse than me. She looks a bit like a character in a game I played before. What's her name? Kurosawa. Ace? Yes. That's the woman who makes people remember her so clearly. Raven Priestess Kobayakawa Tomoyo. Status: suspended animation. Coma. Unconsciousness. Vegetative state. As if afraid of not knowing the other person's current state. The prompt gives several answers. This panel is quite considerate. But she's still alive. This is not a good thing. Sebastian. Ouyang Qianjin thought about it and called Sebastian, who had been standing by and serving her. And Sebastian seemed to understand what Ouyang Qianjin meant. He put down the tea tray in his hand, stepped forward in 3 or 2 steps to stand in front of Kobayakawa Tomoyo, squatted down and inserted his index finger into Kobayakawa Tomoyo's heart. Status: dead. Okay. This way he can be resurrected properly. Ouyang Qianjin was extremely satisfied with the surprised expression of Kobayakawa Daisuke. After all, it was a little shocking to kill a sister in front of a sister-con. Resurrection. My love. No. It's Kobayakawa Tomoyo. Although resurrection is just a matter of a moment, there should be a sense of ritual. So Ouyang Qianjin raised her hands, and her face was full of sacred solemnity. Oniai-chan. Kobayakawa Tomoyo woke up. As an undead, the first thing I saw after opening my eyes was Kobayakawa Daisuke's face. Tomoyo. You woke up? That's great. That's great. When the incoherent Daisuke Kobayakawa saw Tomoyo Kobayakawa wake up, he immediately hugged her and burst into tears of joy. This man can really cry. It hurts. Oniai-chan. You're too strong. Tomoyo Kobayakawa, who had just woken up, couldn't quite grasp the current situation. She could only push Daisuke Kobayakawa's chest with both hands, trying to break free to see what was going on around her, so as to get first-hand information. But because the magic profession is naturally inferior to the warrior profession, so it didn't work. When Ouyang Qianjin looked at this picture, the word beauty and the beast suddenly came to her mind. Wait a minute. Daisuke, you said you and Tomoyo are twins? Although it somewhat disturbed the beautiful scene of the reunion of the brother and sister, Ouyang Qianjin really had too many doubts in her heart that had to be solved. Ah. Yes. Daisuke Kobayakawa let go of Tomoyo Kobayakawa. And then both of them looked at Ouyang Qianjin in confusion. There's no reason. One looks like he's 23 or 24, and the other looks like a middle-aged uncle. Ouyang Qianjin complained a little madly. After all, the specifications are too different. This made Ouyang Qianjin complain. Well, Chais and I are indeed both 24 years old. The men in our family look older. After being said by Ouyang Qianjin, Kobayakawa Daisuke blushed, scratched his head, and said a little embarrassedly, your family is really eclectic. After hearing Kobayakawa Daisuke's explanation, Ouyang Qianjin didn't expect to get such an answer. He was silent for a moment, so he could only evade it a little awkwardly. Oniai-chan. This is Tomoyo Kobayakawa, who had already sobered up, looked at the embarrassed Ouyang Qianjin and asked Daisuke Kobayakawa. This is. Go explain to the side. Don't disturb me from basking in the sun. Knowing that the two needed some time to reminisce about the past, Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand and asked them to leave. Since they had already been resurrected, there was no need to rush. Instead of being embarrassed here, it would be better to find a place where no one would disturb them and chat slowly. In any case, in Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, this chat would definitely take a long time to end. If they chatted in front of her, it would feel like disturbing others. So the two siblings of Kobayakawa supported each other and went to a bench not far away to reminisce about the past. By the way, they also introduced Ouyang Qianjin and the things about the undead. This chat lasted for several hours. After basking in the sun for half an hour, Ouyang Qianjin went to the Future Science and Technology Museum where Tail was. It's just that the little eyes of dark eyes have been observing them behind the two siblings of Kobayakawa. It can't be blamed on Ouyang Qianjin for being so careful. Although I feel relieved, I still need to observe for a while. Future Science and Technology Museum. Originally, it was a place to display some technological toys that appeared in the Black Cat animation. Now it has become a place for Ouyang Qianjin's team to develop magic devices. At first, only Tyler and the two young people he favored were doing research here. But now that Ouyang Qianjin brought back a large number of technicians from the Science Park base, this place has become lively, even if it collapsed because of the attack. But many hands make light work. After Li Taiyin cleaned it up, Tyla and others who came back were using it again. So not only is there no sign of decline, but it is full of vitality. Miss, this is the equipment for using the black coffin we developed. After Ouyang Qianjin arrived, Tail immediately came up and led her to a cylindrical culture tank. This culture tank is made of Bohemia iron, about 3 or 4 meters, the height of a floor. There are many equipment connected around it. This is a prototype model. Just tested it. Ouyang Qianjin was pushed to the second floor by the skeleton and looked down. She found that it was filled with green liquid, bubbling, and there was a black coffin inside. However, there were many metal pipes of varying thicknesses inserted around this black coffin. Isn't it a bit too big? This is not conducive to subsequent transportation. Ouyang Qianjin didn't understand technical matters, so she didn't interrupt. But considering the future use, such a large size is indeed not conducive to transportation. After all, because of the canal, roads, and other things have not been built yet. Even if it is to be built later, it will take several months to complete. However, the use of the black coffin cannot wait that long. Don't worry, Mississippi. This prototype is only used to verify the theory. Now we just need Mississippi. After the verification is successful, it will be made into a regular size, about half the size. With these supporting equipment and instruments, about 10 people can carry it normally, and there is no problem walking on mountain roads. If there are professional installation personnel, the number of people will be at most about 50. Of course, it will be more convenient if Miss is willing to transfer gargoyles. Hearing Ouyang Qianjin's concerns, Tai Lu explained calmly. This is probably the calmness of the technicians. 10 people can carry it normally, and there is no problem walking on mountain roads. Ouyang Qianjin nodded, and she was relieved. After all, if it's just people, it's easy to say. Anyway, it's just people. As many as you want. And there are flying gargoyles, so there is not much problem walking on mountain roads. Really? Now that you've thought it through, let's get started. As she spoke, Ouyang Qianjin began to work on the final part of the black coffin experiment that required her cooperation. Chapter 282 Become a Maid. And here, the chat between Kobayakawa Daisuke and Kobayakawa Tomoyo is basically over. Whether it is the Lord War, the continent of Whale State, or the matter of the undead, they have talked about it all. When talking about the undead, Kobayakawa Daisuke looked uncomfortable. After all, as the undead resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin, it means that their lives are in the hands of Ouyang Qianjin. A thought can kill them. So although it is a happy thing for his sister to be resurrected, it still makes Kobayakawa Daisuke very uncomfortable to let his sister become someone else's property like himself. After all, this is a decision he made arbitrarily. So he feels a little sorry for his sister. Don't be sad, Oni-chan. At least I don't have to worry about the illness anymore. And I can still live. Isn't this a good thing? Seeing her brother's uncomfortable look, Kobayakawa Tomoyo gently comforted him. Just like she said, although he lost some of his freedom, at least he survived and no longer had to suffer from illness. This was a huge temptation for Tomoyo Kobayakawa, who had been weak and sick since childhood and had never tried many things. As for becoming Ouyang Qianjin's thing, I can only say that it is great to be the dog with the highest ranking. And judging from the current situation in Black Cat Paradise, it is all thriving. Among the 3 lords in the east, the winner is Ouyang Qianjin. That's all. A strong person. And she is a girl. Tomoyo Kobayakawa has no reason to complain. But the undead? What should I do next? Kobayakawa Tomoyo stood up from the bench, then opened her arms, and closed her eyes, and turned in circles. It was like dancing. She had never felt this kind of freedom before. That's right. Even though she had become someone else's possession after waking up, she felt a lot freer. After all, dancing with such big movements like this would have been impossible in the past. But now she could do it. Even though her body was still the same, she didn't feel tired at all. The feeling of freshness and a little sense of accomplishment made her feel very wonderful. Since you are healthy and in a good mood, just do whatever you want. There is no need to feel any burden. Kobayakawa Daisuke smiled at Kobayakawa Tomoyo, who was dancing. Although his smile was somewhat scary considering his appearance. But he thought this smile was still very gentle. Onyai-chan. What kind of job are you doing under the young lady now? After turning around twice, Kobayakawa Tomoyo stopped. Perhaps it was because she hadn't felt good for a long time. The originally slightly blue skin was stained with a layer of red. Well, actually, I was just resurrected by the eldest lady not long ago. And I don't have a job yet. Kobayakawa Daisuke scratched the scar on his face with his fingers embarrassedly. Then I will become a working ronin? Hearing that his brother didn't have a job, Kobayakawa Tomoyo couldn't help but use a word that was very suitable for Kobayakawa Daisuke now. Working ronin. Although the term working ronin now refers to people who have not found a job after graduating from school, or are looking for a job. But this word originally referred to the name of samurai, who could not find an employer hundreds of years ago. So it is most suitable to use it on the current hateful samurai Kobayakawa Daisuke. After all, he is a samurai. Or a samurai who has not been listed. How did I become an employed ronin? Onyai-chan. I have managed an entire base before. But now the young lady has nothing to do. Kobayakawa Daisuke, who was exposed by his sister, was a little embarrassed and quibbled. Yes, it was a quibble. After all, Ouyang Qianjin had revealed a job that he might be assigned to before. Then he came to some conclusions based on his own guesses. To be honest, Kobayakawa Daisuke did not have any aversion to this conclusion. Instead, he was happy that the master he served had such ambitions. Don't talk about me. Let's talk about you. Now you are healthy and pain-free. And I am relieved. I heard that there will be a team going to Jingzhou to deliver supplies. Why don't you try to go with them and have some fun? There are many monsters and other things there. You can also try to kill monsters by yourself. Put your own things aside. Kobayakawa Daisuke found something for his sister to do first. It's the continent that suddenly appeared. Although I want to go, I'd better forget it. Kobayakawa Tomoyo denied her brother's arrangement. Although I want to go, but forget it? Well, it's rare that my body has improved now. I want to walk around first and familiarize myself with my skills. You may not believe it. After changing his job by killing the first monster, with the help of Kobayakawa Daisuke with a samurai's sword, Kobayakawa Tomoyo has never killed a monster with his own skills again. The upgrade is all operated by Kobayakawa Daisuke. So the skills chosen are also skills that can be linked with Kobayakawa Daisuke's skills. For example, the skill of summoning and driving ravens. For example, the skill that can expand Kobayakawa Daisuke's black mud skills. So now Kobayakawa Tomoyo hopes to be familiar with her own skills and make good use of her own skills. After all, her body is better. And it is definitely a good thing to be able to kill monsters by herself. More importantly, she doesn't have to hold her brother back. Although for the undead, their levels are linked to Ouyang Qianjin, and they don't need to rely on monsters to upgrade. In this case, if Miss Kobayakawa doesn't mind, you can try this. Just as the Kobayakawa brothers and sisters were discussing what to do in the future, Sebastian came out from nowhere, and then took out a long black and white maid outfit, and shook it in front of Kobayakawa Tomoyo. Maid? Maid? The younger sister asked with doubt, and the older brother asked with surprise. Wait, Butler Sebastian, are you saying that my sister should be a maid? Kobayakawa Daisuke almost went berserk on the spot. He took a step forward and stood between Sebastian and Kobayakawa Tomoyo. That's right. The young lady has never had a female attendant by her side until now. And she had to use skeletons before. Now the young lady has become a lord and has her own territory. So it would be inappropriate to use skeletons. Isn't Miss Kobayakawa looking for a job? I personally think that Miss Kobayakawa's image is fully qualified for this job. Sebastian ignored Kobayakawa Daisuke's outburst. He stretched his neck through Kobayakawa Daisuke to look at Kobayakawa Tomoyo behind him. Chapter 283: The Benefits of Being an Epic Lord Maid. To be honest, in terms of Kobayakawa Tomoyo's image, she is indeed fully qualified for the job of a maid. Hey! Don't let other people's sisters do this kind of thing. Did the eldest lady order you to do it? Kobayakawa Daisuke was mad. If it was in the past, he would have taken action. But now everyone is in the same camp. So it's a bit unreasonable to take action. Of course, the most important thing is that if he takes action, Ouyang Qianjin may kill him on the spot for disturbing the order, or something like that. He is strong. But he is not stupid. Of course not. As a butler, it is natural to recruit personnel. And the decision to go or not is in the hands of Miss Kobayakawa. Sebastian very elegantly faced Kobayakawa Tomoyo with his palm up. Go. Don't. Kobayakawa Tomoyo nodded. Very insistent. However, her brother Kobayakawa Daisuke did not expect that his sister would be willing to take on this kind of job. So he immediately turned around and wanted to persuade his sister. After all, this is not what the eldest lady asked for. If it was what Ouyang Qianjin asked for, it would definitely be carried out unconditionally. But it is not like this now. It is in the form of recruitment. So it can be rejected. But after seeing his sister's firm expression, Kobayakawa Daisuke swallowed back the words he wanted to persuade. He had seen this expression many times before. It is an expression that will never change after making a decision. As the daughter of a samurai family, I should repay the life-saving grace with gratitude. It's just serving the eldest lady as a maid. There is no problem. For Tomoyo Kobayakawa, who used to be weak and sickly, and had been taken care of by others since childhood, it is not a problem for her to take care of others in return. After all, a long illness makes a doctor. After being taken care of by others for a long time, she naturally knows how to take care of others. Tomoyo Kobayakawa is full of confidence. Maid? When Ouyang Qianjin, who was slacking off, saw Tomoyo Kobayakawa being led by Sebastian and wearing a maid outfit, she was a little dumbfounded. What is going on? Yes, young lady. The gentleman butler Sebastian introduced Tomoyo Kobayakawa very calmly. Before, the old servant once said that he hoped that there would be a girl to take care of the young lady. I think Miss Kobayakawa is very suitable to take care of the young lady in terms of both her image and temperament. Well, even if you say so, it's a bit uncomfortable to have someone take care of me suddenly. Ouyang Qianjin sat up from the recliner, took off the sunglasses on her nose, scratched her head, and looked very troubled. Miss, please allow me to say a few words. Say, playing with the sunglasses she had just taken off. Ouyang Qianjin said coolly without looking at Sebastian. First, Miss Kobayakawa is slightly less beautiful and has a perfect figure than you. Second, she has black and shiny hair like you. And because Miss Kobayakawa has been sickly since childhood, her temperament is also cold and aloof. The so-called ice girl. Not only does she look good, but she also has this cold temperament. If you have such a maid by your side, your style will be raised by more than one level when you appear in front of others. If the other party meets you for the first time, they will be instantly impressed or frightened by your temperament. Of course, the most important thing is that Miss Kobayakawa was a lord before. And she is also a woman with the title of Raven Priestess recognized by the panel. Bringing her around will definitely bring enough positive feedback to the young lady. Although Sebastian said a lot of words. To sum up this sentence in one sentence, it is bringing Kobayakawa Tomoyo, the former lord, as a maid can make Ouyang Qianjin's status rise by more than one level. Simple, easy to understand. Directly hit Ouyang Qianjin's soft spot. And Ouyang Qianjin's eyes lit up when she heard it. Not to mention, if there is such a heavyweight maid by your side to push the cart and take care of yourself. No matter what occasion you appear in, you don't even need to respond. The other party only needs to use identification eyes to see the status of himself and Kobayakawa Tomoyo. Just like I used identification eyes before. Raven Priestess Kobayakawa Tomoyo. This one sentence is enough to let everyone know that even if you use maids, they must be lord level. TSK. The level is instantly full. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Miss, I also think this hiring has a certain significance. At this time, Li Taiying, who was standing behind Ouyang Qianjin's recliner with documents in her arms and had not spoken, also spoke. She was originally here to report to Ouyang Qianjin about the progress of material transportation and canal excavation. As a result, she encountered a strange combination of Sebastian, Kobayakawa Daisuke wearing samurai armor, and Kobayakawa Tomoyo wearing maid clothes. She knew about Kobayakawa Daisuke. After all, when she followed John Sunwoo, she had seen him and Ouyang Qianjin fighting each other. But she only knew about Kobayakawa Tomoyo in the panel. Now after seeing his true appearance, she felt that he was more like an exquisite Sakura doll than a human. If he was not wearing a maid outfit, but the traditional pillow costume of Sakura country, it would be even more like a maid. But she didn't expect that she would apply for the maid of the eldest lady. To be honest, Li Taiying was not envious at all. Really, not at all. After all, she was helping the eldest lady deal with things. And she had no time to stay with the eldest lady all day. She was very busy. Oh! What is it? Tell me. Ouyang Qianjin, who was almost drooling, immediately turned back to her cool look after being interrupted by Li Taiying. To be elegant. To be cool. Although there are already millions of people in the eldest lady's territory. And these people are all undead, who absolutely obey the eldest lady. But with more people, there are more problems. There were quarrels and conflicts yesterday because of some minor issues. So for the management framework of the entire territory, as well as laws, finance, etc., this time, the hiring of the eldest lady's maid is a good business behavior. With the upper and lower levels, I think it will have a good effect. At this stage, as the secretary of Ouyang Qianjin, Li Taiying informed the other party of some basic conditions in the current territory. After all, Ouyang Qianjin is a lord who fishes. In addition to giving orders to her subordinates about what to do, she doesn't care about anything else. Typically, she only looks at the results. So now even if she knows about the canal excavation, she knows that it will be excavated in 3 sections from the north, middle, and southwest from the selected address. But she doesn't know anything else. For example, the quarrel that Li Taiying mentioned just now. She doesn't know. But she doesn't care. Even. Chapter 284 Second Law Article. Wow. Conflict? Fighting? Are there any dead people? Ouyang Qianjin was immediately excited when she heard that the undead under her command had quarrels and conflicts over some trivial matters. After all, although the undead were resurrected by her, they would definitely obey her orders under the blessing of the skeleton throne. But they are still individuals after all. It is normal to quarrel and even fight. But now is different from the past. After all, everyone is a professional now and has skills. In this state, they must use skills to greet. But Ouyang Qianjin has never seen this way of greeting. So she cares a lot and thinks it is very fun. Think about it. Since the resurrection, I have basically been fighting alone. And the few times I cooperated with others were basically fighting monsters in the dungeon. She had never seen a fight between professionals using skills like this. Curious. Want to see? Should we build a coliseum? Ouyang Qianjin's thoughts had already spread to other places. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin's radiant appearance, and hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, everyone present was silent. Sebastian and Li Taiying knew that their eldest daughter was a fun-loving person. So they didn't think it was strange to say such words. It was just that they were stunned for a moment. If these two people understood what kind of person Ouyang Qianjin was, then the siblings Kobayakawa Daisuke and Kobayakawa Tomoyo had never expected Ouyang Qianjin to say such words. After all, today they had a normal communication. So I had no idea what kind of person Ouyang Qianjin was. But that was before. Now, I finally know something. That is, even when facing such a serious matter, the master of the family I serve is first concerned about whether he can make me interested and happy. Well, he is a very special master. Even if they complained in their hearts, the strict Kobayakawa siblings still found a more appropriate adjective for Ouyang Qianjin in their hearts. They fought, using skills, and almost burned the forest next to them. Li Taiying reported after a brief confusion. What? Ouyang Qianjin, who was originally energetic, was immediately shocked when she heard that the forest was almost set on fire. You know, even the air in the territory theoretically belongs to Ouyang Qianjin. Not to mention resources like trees. This is not okay. It's really not okay. Ouyang Qianjin takes things that harm her interests very seriously. Build a place like an arena in the newly built capital. And also in the towns to be built later. Tell these losers to go to the arena if they have any problems they want to solve in the future. The winner will be the king. And the loser will be kicked out. Ouyang Qianjin quickly and skillfully promulgated a law according to her mood. This, miss, will it cause chaos if such a law is promulgated? Of course. She would execute Ouyang Qianjin's words 100%. But Li Taiying was a little worried. After all, it was not common sense to think that whoever had the bigger fist had the final say. What a mess. Victory is justice. Now is a winner-takes-all era. Who doesn't like it can go to the snow mountain to find the frost dragon to reason. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand indifferently. Although this law seems to be Ouyang Qianjin's willfulness. In fact, it is also a willfulness after consideration. In Ouyang Qianjin's view, the world has changed now, with monsters rampant outside and many professionals inside. In this case, it is stupid to fight with others without strength. And Ouyang Qianjin doesn't need weak people. To put it bluntly, she hopes to blow a martial spirit among the undead under her command. Constantly hone her skills. This is also an important part of a certain experiment in the future. And if they can fight in the arena where there is nothing, it is better than fighting outside. Otherwise, if you have a quarrel today over a small matter like an extra chicken leg in someone else's meal and burn your forest, and tomorrow you have a fight over a trip and blow up your building, what will happen? How can you live like this? Okay, Mississippi. Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin was determined, Li Taiying did not say anything else, but silently wrote down the matter with a pen in his chest pocket. Anyway, the foundation of the capital has already been laid, and it is nothing more than a matter of allocating another piece of land. Although considering the population problem in the future, this piece of land may be slightly larger. Miss, if you agree, the matter of enacting the territory law can be left to me to complete. Just after Li Taiying received the order, Kobayakawa Tomoyo, who was wearing a maid outfit, stood up. Everyone looked at her in surprise except Daisuke Kobayakawa. After all, no one expected that this beautiful girl who had just applied for the maid position actually knew the law. Although my sister was weak and sickly when she was young, she graduated from a famous university. She studied law in college and graduated with the first place in the class. Seeing everyone's surprised look, Daisuke Kobayakawa proudly introduced her to everyone with his head held high. But it was more like an announcement than an introduction. It felt like pride with pride. It was just that her nose was not upturned to the sky. Everyone was surprised when they heard it, and looked at Tomoyo Kobayakawa in disbelief. However, Qianjin Ouyang didn't care. Oh, it's pretty good. Qianjin Ouyang replied lightly, and turned her attention to other places. After all, for someone who didn't even graduate from elementary school, talking about academic qualifications is nonsense. By comparison, she is more pragmatic. That's a blind spot. There should be other lawyers, judges, finance, construction and so on in the territory. Taeyong, gather these people and make good use of them. As for the location, choose my villa. Anyway, the capital has already selected a site around and started to lay the foundation. I will also go to the villa tomorrow. Ouyang Qianjin has seen this villa in Eyes of Darkness, although it was not long ago. But Zhang Yimou used local materials, using the surrounding wood and stones. With the efforts of a group of people, it took only half a month to build the framework. Now you just need to move in. Although it is called a villa, the building area is actually quite large, at least from Ouyang Qianjin's point of view. It is about the same size as the Sapphire Castle where she lived before. It's just that there is no tower. Chapter 285 I learned it. By the way, Chais, because of the existence of magic, the objective conditions are different from before. So this aspect must be taken into consideration. For example, murder is also a serious crime. But because of the possibility of resurrection, burning, hiding, and dismembering corpses are considered serious crimes, punishable by death. Peeping is also a serious crime. Don't just rely on your invisibility skills to mess around all day long. And there is more. Ouyang Qianjin thought that since we are looking for professionals to make laws, some things should be explained in advance. After all, he is the Lord. Even if he will not be involved in this matter, but the general direction should still be given. It can also be regarded as showing his presence. Okay, miss, I probably understand what you mean. As a smart top graduate, Kobayakawa Chais immediately understood what Ouyang Qianjin meant. In short, don't copy the previous laws. Instead, combine the current situation to reorganize a set of laws. It seems to be a job worth working hard for. At this time, Tomoyo Kobayakawa no longer had the idea of going out for a walk or familiarizing herself with skills. She was ready to devote herself to this job. By the way, the first law I issued before should also be added. If you don't know, you can ask Sebastian later. After saying that, Ouyang Qianjin put on her sunglasses again and lay on the recliner to continue fishing. And seeing Ouyang Qianjin's attitude of driving people away, everyone also retreated tactfully. Butler Sebastian, what is the first law that the eldest lady mentioned just now? After coming out, Tomoyo Kobayakawa, who did not become a maid but a legal advisor, immediately entered the working state. After all, although she had good academic performance in college and even graduated as a chief, but she did not have much work experience because of her physical condition. So Tomoyo Kobayakawa was full of energy. Ah, you were not there at that time. No wonder you didn't know. Sebastian suddenly realized. After all, this was said a few months ago. Let alone Tomoyo Kobayakawa. I believe that except for the hundreds of people in Black Cat Paradise at that time, no one knew about this extremely human thing. The first law issued by the eldest lady is that everyone in the territory must be happy for the eldest lady. Ah! Is this also a law? Li Taiying looked at Sebastian in shock. Not only her, but also the Kobayakawa brothers and sisters beside her. After all, this kind of law is too willful. I have never heard that such a willful request can be called a law. Of course, after all, the beautiful mood of the young lady is related to the life and death of almost everyone in the entire territory. Are you afraid? Sebastian said jokingly. The Kobayakawa siblings nodded. Indeed, if Miss Ouyang is unhappy, she will do something big, and the undead in the entire territory will die on the spot. However, they did not notice Li Taiying's expression. At this time, Li Taiying looked puzzled. Isn't this a matter of course? Huh? The Kobayakawa siblings turned their heads and looked at Li Taiying. But they read enthusiasm in each other's eyes. Isn't it? Even if the young lady doesn't say this, we should do anything to make the young lady happy. Right? Li Taiying's too, isn't it? Directly stunned the Kobayakawa siblings. Originally, in their minds, it was natural to share the worries of the head of the family, and be loyal to the head of the family. But that was the natural loyalty of the children of the military family. Loyalty. Isn't it to give everything to the head of the family? As for what to do specifically to be loyal, in their understanding, it is probably a very general concept of devoting oneself to the cause and dying. As a result, someone actually said this, and suddenly opened the door to a new world for them. This makes sense. And compared to their loyalty mentality, Li Taiying's statement is more specific, easier to implement, and easier to achieve. Secretary Li Taiying. I learned it. Kobayakawa Daisuke and Kobayakawa Tomoyo bowed to Li Taiying. Yes. And Li Taiying took it as a matter of course. There was not even a little hesitation or modesty. After all, in her opinion, these people did not care about the eldest lady at all. Seeing the interaction between the three, Sebastian grinned. Although there was no skin on his face, it was hard to tell that he was smiling. Although the recruitment of maids fell through because of the discussion of the serious business of territory development. But Sebastian was not discouraged. It is better to say that this recruitment was instructed by Ouyang Qianjin. I had talked about the maids before, and Ouyang Qianjin also took it to heart. And this time, the resurrection of the Kobayakawa brothers and sisters depends on Kobayakawa Tomoyo to control Kobayakawa Daisuke. So Ouyang Qianjin asked Sebastian to find Kobayakawa Tomoyo. After the two siblings finished chatting, they found a suitable opportunity to cut into the topic. Obviously, Sebastian completed this task very well. Not only did he convince Kobayakawa Tomoyo, but he also made Kobayakawa Daisuke, who originally opposed, afraid to act rashly, and could only agree silently. At the same time, they did not realize that this was actually a trap set by a new tactical player. That's right. The series of persuasion and pretending to be confused just now were just acting. Whether it was Ouyang Qianjin or Sebastian, the acting was so impressive. At least neither of them saw it. And Kobayakawa Tomoyo consciously stood up to act as the civil servant of the legal advisor. So Ouyang Qianjin simply gave her this opportunity. Of course, because it was a civil servant, she only needed to work in the villa. So Ouyang Qianjin said that she would go to the villa with him tomorrow. It's always a good thing to observe more under your own eyes. Although she can extract the other party's memory at any time. How boring is that? Secret surveillance. It sounds interesting, doesn't it? The lazy Ouyang Qianjin finally found something that looked serious. Anyway, she just used her mouth and brain. It's not a big problem. So the next morning, Ouyang Qianjin led the talents gathered in the Black Cat Paradise to the east. Of course, the Research and Development Department of the Future Science and Technology Museum and the Smelting and Manufacturing Department of Cannon were also together. People walked on the ground, and all the equipment was stored in Ouyang Qianjin's undead space. After all, they are now the most important to Ouyang Qianjin. There is no sense of security in the frontier position of Black Cat Paradise. Packing them away from the world, and moving them all to the capital in the middle of the country can make Ouyang Qianjin feel most at ease. Anyway, Ouyang Qianjin never thought about coming back. Chapter 286, Tomoyo Kobayakawa, who works 2 jobs. Although before leaving, Ouyang Qianjin also had a moment of wanting to go to see city first. Pick up bargains, buy something for free, and get more finished daily necessities or other materials. But then he thought, after all, he is a lord with millions of troops, and it is not the kind of army that raises 100,000 troops and claims to have 500,000 troops, but a real army without any water. So these things should be left to the subordinates. There is no need for the dignified lord to go and do these things in person. It's too cheap. Although Ouyang Qianjin himself thinks it's no big deal. But if others know about this, especially the other 3 territorial lords, they will laugh at him for many years. You have to know that the 4 lords with panel certification are not good people. Ouyang Qianjin is needless to say. As for the other 3 Ghoul Lord, Ghost Princess and High Priest of the Underworld, they are professions that can live for a long time, let alone thousands of years. According to Ouyang Qianjin herself, she should be able to live for hundreds of years. If she is ridiculed for hundreds of years, Ouyang Qianjin herself does not know what she will do. For example, killing people to silence them. Miss, this is the small cake that Butler Sebastian has just baked. On the large terrace of the temporary palace, Ouyang Qianjin was sitting on the skeleton throne board and watching the busy scene around her. Next to her, a woman wearing a black and white long-made outfit and an armband with the black crown skull logo on her arm was holding tea and snacks and placing them on the small round table next to her. The maid outfit was made by Sebastian. The armband is the standard for important personnel under Ouyang Qianjin. The woman is Tomoyo Kobayakawa, who applied for the maid job before. At this moment, they are in the temporary palace built by Zhang Yimou. Although the palace is temporary, but Zhang Yimou did not cut corners in the construction. All the stones used are from this mountain, and the surface of the stones cut with skills is smooth. Even if they are piled with stones, they are not ugly. On the contrary, there is a kind of matchbox beauty. In other words, there is no beauty. However, the functions of the house are very complete. Whether it is the bath that Ouyang Qianjin likes, the office area, bedroom, kitchen, etc., or the large terrace where she is now, they are all very neatly built. The whole villa is divided into 3 floors. Upper, middle and lower, plus a basement. A total of 4 floors. In addition to the basement used to install power generation equipment, the entire villa is now divided into those civil servants who formulate laws and finance. Outside the villa, Zhang Yimou is also building a new house. However, this time, because of some experts in construction, the house was not built like a matchbox. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin had brought people here a few days ago. They arrived here without any ups and downs along the way, which made Ouyang Qianjin feel a little bored. In the past few days, those who had relevant experience in the 3 groups who originally went to dig the canal also arrived here one after another. Because the number of people exceeded Ouyang Qianjin's imagination, she urgently asked Zhang Yimou to continue to build houses next to him. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin was going to live in the palace. After all, this place was built for her. But because there were so many people, in order not to affect their work, Ouyang Qianjin temporarily changed to another place. That is, the building that is being urgently built next to the palace. However, because it has not been built yet, Ouyang Qianjin returned to the pumpkin carriage life. She slept in the pumpkin carriage at night, and came to the top of the palace to bask in the sun during the day. Although the mountain range where the palace is located is the mountain range where the dragon's nest is located, it is not cold because of the low altitude. Of course, this is relative to the ice dragon's nest in the snow and ice that Ouyang Qianjin saw through the eye of darkness before. So even if she sleeps in the pumpkin carriage for a few days, it is not a big problem. Moreover, this place is on the edge of the mountain range, and it is still far away from the dragon's nest. It is estimated to be at least 200 or 300 kilometers. So there is no need to worry about being attacked by the dragon. Or the dragons don't have to worry about being attacked by Ouyang Qianjin. After all, Ouyang Qianjin doesn't want to upgrade at all now. There are only a few days left before the 1-year deadline. And Ouyang Qianjin doesn't want anything to go wrong at this time. Of course, she hopes that nothing will happen when the 1-year deadline comes. Tomoyo, I told you that you don't need to dress up as a maid. Aren't you very busy downstairs now? Looking at Kobayakawa Tomoyo, who poured tea for her respectfully, Ouyang Qianjin said helplessly. These days, whenever Kobayakawa Tomoyo has time, she will wear the maid outfit given by Sebastian to serve her. Although this can also make her feel at ease to see the other party. But the excitement of secret surveillance that Ouyang Qianjin expected will no longer exist. How can we have fun without some excitement in this life? But it is good to have someone come and talk to me when I have nothing to do. It's not very busy now. And it's my honor to serve you, young lady. After pouring the tea, Tomoyo Kobayakawa stood aside with a plate and said lightly, Haha. I am also very happy to have a beautiful woman like Tomoyo serving me. But in this case, I will have to pay you double salary. One for legal counsel and one for maid. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and said in a naughty tone as if joking. Young lady, you are joking. Being by your side is the greatest happiness for us undead. Salary and so on. No. Taeyong said that he wants to revitalize the current economy. I can't be a breaker of this rule. Hearing what Tomoyo Kobayakawa said, Ouyang Qianjin smiled and shook her head. In fact, for Ouyang Qianjin, who is at the top, rules are meant to be broken. Even the rules themselves have to be decided by her. So whether the rules are rules or not is mainly used to constrain the people below. By the way, after so many days here, have the experts in the financial field given an answer? I don't know about this. I'm in the legal department, and I haven't heard about the financial department. Now the first floor of the palace is the Office of Architecture and Mechanical Design. And the second floor is used by experts from the legal department. And the financial experts use the third floor. So Kobayakawa Tomoyo is not clear about the financial issues. Really? Then I can only ask Li Taiying. Ouyang Qianjin picked up a cake and took a small bite. I thought they were all together. But I didn't expect that they were actually divided into halls and rooms? Chapter 287. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. Yes. Even though she came to the rooftop of the palace every day to bask in the sun and enjoy the scenery, Ouyang Qianjin did not ask about those things. After all, she was not an expert. She only needed to wait for the results. As long as the waiting did not exceed her patience. So, after a while, Li Taiying, who was named by the brainwave, came to the rooftop of the palace. From the brisk pace, it was not difficult to see that the other party was trotting. Mississippi. Hey, Taiying! Seeing Li Taiying coming, Ouyang Qianjin smiled and greeted the other party. It must be said that although Li Taiying and Kobayakawa Daisuke are both beautiful women, their temperaments are completely different. When Kobayakawa Tomoyo doesn't speak, or when she is not with Ouyang Qianjin, she is like an iceberg beauty, exuding an aura that is difficult to approach. And Li Taiying is valiant. Just a glance, the aura of a strong woman who only cares about work comes to your face. The two of them standing together were like two worlds of ice and fire. It was pleasing to the eyes. At least Ouyang Qianjin thought it was quite appetizing. Miss, is there anything you need to tell me? Ah, nothing. I just wonder if the financial experts downstairs have come up with any answers after so many days. Ouyang Qianjin said with a smile. But both Li Taiying and Kobayakawa Tomoyo could hear the dissatisfaction in Ouyang Qianjin's tone. For several days, just for a question and an answer. It took so long to study, which made Ouyang Qianjin feel a little bit overwhelmed. While she was basking in the sunstone, she couldn't help but think that her subordinates were useless. Or are these self-proclaimed experts useless? Miss, the experts have two solutions for this problem. But they are still arguing about which one to use. Li Taiying spoke quickly before Ouyang Qianjin got angry. After all, she didn't dare to imagine how terrible it would be if Ouyang Qianjin got angry. She was even indignant that these experts actually made Miss unhappy. Fire! These people must be fired. I'll suggest it to Miss later. After all, they were called by Ouyang Qianjin. Even if she wanted to fire them, she had to get Ouyang Qianjin's approval first. Two solutions? Tell me both. Ouyang Qianjin, who didn't peek into Li Taiying's mind, asked. Yes. Li Taiying sorted out her emotions, and then began to report. Now the opinions of the Nair financial experts are to use the mines in the territory and mix them in a certain proportion to make metal currency. The second plan is to make paper money that is easy to carry. However, no matter which one you choose, there are pros and cons. The advantage of metal currency is that it has a certain value, while the disadvantage is that it is not easy to carry because of its weight. The advantage of paper currency is that it is easy to carry, but the disadvantage is that it is easy to be imitated and faked. That's why these experts have been arguing for so long. As for what the currency needs to be linked to, it is neither precious metals nor fossil energy. It is simply based on the reputation of Ouyang Qianjin. According to these experts, as Ouyang Qianjin, who has been ahead of everyone since the day of her advent, her reputation has enough gold content. It is perfect to be used as the reputation currency of Whale State. I see. They are fighting hard for this kind of thing. They are really a group of incompetent guys. Have they forgotten that it is not the past now? Ouyang Qianjin scratched his head slightly in annoyance, and then said helplessly, Well, transfer Zhang Yuan over, and then let his pet spit out some spider silk. And then I will use alchemy to stamp my magic mark on it, and use it to make a sample of banknotes. As for these so-called experts, leave them all to Cannon, and let him take these guys to the mine. It can be regarded as waste recycling. Ouyang Qianjin said unhappily. Just like she said, it is not the past now. Even if these people have not figured it out, at least they should be able to remember it when they see those guys in the law department making laws. This is not a technological era. It is an era where technology and magic coexist. If they really want to, they can come up with this method. After all, they are not unaware that they are alchemists and have the ability of magic imprint. Unfortunately, these guys may not have touched their old profession for a year. Now they seem to have found their old feeling after suddenly returning to their old profession. So they started to argue and waste time like before. We generally call this situation floating. Ouyang Qianjin will never allow this to happen. So it is reasonable to let them go to mine and calm down. Okay, Mississippi. Before I could say anything, the Miss had already sent these so-called experts away. I have to say that she is worthy of being my master. Li Taiying nodded silently in her heart. Then she turned around and was sent to execute the order of Ouyang Qianjin. When she turned around, Li Taiying also took a look at Kobayakawa Tomoyo, who was standing beside her. Her eyes were full of pride. Kobayakawa Tomoyo just glanced at her, and then focused her attention on Ouyang Qianjin. The seemingly plain and brief eye contact between the two was full of gunpowder. And a second later, it returned to calm. Each went to do their own thing. However, after Li Taiying took about 3 steps, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Ouyang Qianjin and Kobayakawa Tomoyo, who noticed something strange, turned their heads and found that Li Taiying was looking up at the sky in the distance. It seems that something is approaching in the sky inside the young lady. Because of the dark sky curtain, the sky is still dark. If you don't use skills, you can't see things too far away. So Li Taiying relied on his rune magician's intuition to judge, and did not see what it was directly. So he could only activate his rune defense, forming a circle of defense surrounded by golden text around the 3 people. And he took out a signal gun from his body, and fired a red signal into the air. Unlike the rune magician Li Taiying, what she can't see does not mean that Kobayakawa Tomoyo can't see it. After all, she is a raven priestess. After Li Taiying mentioned the topic of possibility, she immediately took out a long box from her maid outfit. After a few clicks, the box turned into a longbow. Kobayakawa Tomoyo raised her hand, and a black magic arrow formed on the bowstring, pointing in the direction that Li Taiying was looking at, making a defensive posture. Of course, Kobayakawa Tomoyo did more than that. While the bow was being strung, a group of ravens flew out of the black hair, quacking and flying in that direction. Chapter 288 Mechanical Bird. The speed of Li Taiying and Kobayakawa Tomoyo's actions made Ouyang Qianjin stunned. Originally, he only needed to open one eye of darkness. But seeing how hard the two worked, he did not open his own skills and let them play. After all, his subordinates were like this. If he used his skills again, wouldn't it be stealing the limelight? When it's time for people to show off, they should show off. After all, this is the only way to improve morale. So Ouyang Qianjin sat on the fishing island, without any panic or intention to take action. Just watched all this happen quietly. Sure enough, after a while, Kobayakawa Tomoyo saw what that thing was through the shared vision with the raven. The target is confirmed. It is 3 mechanical birds, with a wingspan of about 5 meters. Mechanical birds. Hearing Kobayakawa Tomoyo's report, Ouyang Qianjin looked at the other party in surprise. Mechanical birds. You can tell what it is just by the name. It's just that Ouyang Qianjin never thought that someone could think of making such a thing. Well, it's quite interesting. Although she didn't know whether this mechanical bird was a friend or an enemy, Ouyang Qianjin just wanted to see it at this moment. See this different entertainment idea. After all, She also has a mechanic named Tail under her command. If she thinks it's good, she can let Tail imitate it. So Ouyang Qianjin immediately called Tail through her brain and called him over. Fortunately, Tail was in the design hall on the first floor of the palace at this moment. It came up very quickly. Yes, miss. Mechanical birds. And each mechanical bird has a cube iron box about 1 meter long in its claws. And it looks like it is flying straight towards the palace where the miss is. At this moment, one of Kobayakawa Tomoyo's eyes has turned into pure black without white. It looks a bit scary like the eyes of a crow. But beauties have privileges. If combined with those delicate facial features, it looks strangely beautiful. At this time, a large group of people rushed to the roof of the palace. Whether these people are wearing armor, cloth armor, or leather armor, they are all black and purple in color. And without exception, they all wear purple armbands embroidered with black crowned skull on their arms. This is the guard team that Li Taiying formed for Ouyang Qianjin. Although Ouyang Qianjin does not need these. But in Li Taiying's words, a lord needs a guard team no matter how powerful he is. This is not a question of force value, but a question of face. So Ouyang Qianjin was convinced. Of course, this does not mean that these people have no force value. Quite the contrary. This group of people were selected from the high-level professionals led by Quan Qingyu, the red clothes of Kobayakawa Daisuke, and the high-level professionals in C City and J City. Not to say that each of them has special skills, but at least they are all weird. Their number is temporarily set at 500. Since there is no captain now, Li Taiying temporarily takes over the position of captain. Originally, Li Taiying reported to Ouyang Qianjin and filled in Shui Manqi's name for this position. But Ouyang Qianjin disliked Shui Manqi's ugly appearance and directly crossed it out. Mechanical birds. Boxes. Flying straight towards the palace from the west. I'm afraid they are not coming for me. Ignoring these guards who surrounded the palace tightly inside and out, Ouyang Qianjin looked at the direction where the raven had just flown and muttered to herself. Miss, should we shoot it down now? Kobayakawa Tomoyo held up her bow and arrow and asked Ouyang Qianjin without looking back. After all, Ouyang Qianjin was the boss. Without her consent, Kobayakawa Tomoyo would not make a judgment on her own. Otherwise, it would really become a traditional art of the lower class overthrowing the upper class. Not for now. Let's see what happens. Ouyang Qianjin shook her head slightly, indicating that she was very calm. In her opinion, since the other party was likely to come for her, there was no need to shoot the other party down too quickly. Otherwise, the other party's intention would be caught. What's more, this mechanical bird was holding a box. It's impossible that the other party was planning to drop an atomic bomb or something on her. To be honest, even if that was the case, Ouyang Qianjin was not worried about being blown to death. After all, she had a lot of life-saving skills. And there was also the skill of ecological immunity, which was not afraid of radiation and high temperature at all. So, under the instruction of Ouyang Qianjin, everyone, including Kobayakawa Tomoyo, did not take action. They just listened quietly to Kobayakawa Tomoyo's continuous reports. 1,500 meters. 9,000 meters. 600 meters. The other party has entered the 300-meter warning range. So fast, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but sigh as she listened to the report. It flew 1,000 meters in just about 10 seconds. Could the speed be more than 300 kilometers per hour? It has already caught up with the flying speed of a helicopter. The mechanical bird flew very low. It almost flew close to the mountainside. Ouyang Qianjin looked up and saw the general appearance of the 3 mechanical birds. After 1 or 2 seconds, she saw the whole picture. The mechanical birds were indeed very large, with a wingspan of 5 meters, and the head and body alone were 3 meters. And they were full of mechanical sense, with a kind of rough and violent beauty unique to machinery. At first glance, they were designed by the hands of a master. However, after the 3 mechanical birds arrived at the palace where Ouyang Qianjin was, 2 of them continued to fly at the original speed and flew over the palace in a flash. The wind pressure blew everyone's clothes. Fortunately, everyone had skills, so there was no funny scene of someone being blown away by the wind pressure. The other one slowed down, and finally hovered above the palace and slowly landed. Tomoyo, let the raven follow the other 2 mechanical birds to see the direction they're going. Ouyang Qianjin immediately ordered Kobayakawa Tomoyo. Although it is not known whether the raven can catch up with the speed of the other party, It should be no problem if it only needs to confirm the direction. After all, the flying speed of ravens is also very fast. It should not be a problem to catch up with the opponent in a short time with full strength. Yes, Mississippi. After receiving the order, Tomoyo Kobayakawa no longer cared about the mechanical bird above her head, but put down the bow and arrow, and concentrated on controlling the raven to chase the two that left. The rest of you, get out of the way, and make room for the mechanical bird to land. Seeing that the mechanical bird did not directly drop but chose to land slowly, Ouyang Qianjin knew that the other party was not here to cause trouble for her. Otherwise, at that flying speed, it would have directly hit it. There are really not many people who can avoid such a speed attack. So Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand and asked the guards to make way for a platform to ensure the normal landing of the mechanical bird. However, because the wingspan of the mechanical bird was too long, when landing, it accidentally touched the sunstone that Ouyang Qianjin had propped up. It almost knocked down the sunstone street lamp. Chapter 289 Magic Crystal Fax Machine. Bang! The square iron box was placed on the roof by the mechanical bird. Although it made some noise, it could be seen that the other party tried their best to handle it with care. It was just that the size was too large, so the light was relative. Miss, I'll go up and take a look. Tail, who had rushed over when Ouyang Qianjin contacted him, had bright eyes after seeing the mechanical bird. You are planning to go and see the mechanical bird? Ouyang Qianjin rolled her eyes. Miss saw through you. Tail, who was exposed, did not refute, but laughed loudly, and then pushed everyone up. Tail did not touch the iron box first, but checked the mechanical bird on the iron box. After all, who knows if the mechanical bird will leave immediately or explode after touching the iron box? The box is integrated with the mechanical bird, and it seems to be specially designed like this. But this thing must weigh at least half a ton. What is the power? Taylor sighed after circling the mechanical bird twice. Isn't there? What do you think my gargoyles and golems are powered by? Ouyang Qianjin curled her lips. Energy gem. Yes. There is this thing. Taylor suddenly remembered Ouyang Qianjin. The alchemist. No. It should be said that the world is now full of magic. Uncle Tail, what do you think of this mechanical bird? Can it be copied? Ouyang Qianjin asked impatiently. It should be possible to copy it, but it won't be as fast and beautiful as it. Tail said honestly. Well, that's a bit inappropriate. Forget it. Let's put this plan aside for now and talk about it after the thing is done. Knowing that even if it's the same profession, it doesn't necessarily take the same route. Ouyang Qianjin immediately gave up his idea. After all, even if it's the same necromancer, the upgrade route is different, and I don't expect such a small thing. Yeah, when it comes to that matter, Tail also became serious, and then walked to the front of the iron box, touching the buckles on both sides of the box with both hands. Then I'll open it. Open it. Tail looked at Ouyang Qianjin, and Ouyang Qianjin nodded. At this time, 4 undead holding large shields, divided into 2 layers, blocked in front of Ouyang Qianjin. After that, there was only a click sound, and Tail opened the iron box and slowly pushed open the lid. Tail's actions were so careful, probably because he was worried that there was some mechanism inside. But fortunately, nothing happened, which made Tail feel relieved. Huh? After opening the lid and looking at the contents inside, Tail said huh in confusion. What's wrong? Qianjin Ouyang asked curiously. Miss, take a look yourself. Tyla turned his head and smiled bitterly at Qianjin Ouyang, which made Qianjin Ouyang suddenly interested. So he asked Tomoyo Kobayakawa to push him to the iron box. When Qianjin Ouyang stretched her head to look at the contents of the box, she was also stunned. This is a phonograph. Right? It is a phonograph. For sure. Li Taiying, who was standing behind Qianjin Ouyang, answered. In the box was a phonograph with a big speaker, and all around it were paper scraps, straw and some foam to wrap the phonograph. It seemed that it was added to prevent damage to the goods during transportation due to long-distance transportation. TSK. Very careful. This guy who sent the things. Taiying, take out the phonograph. Uncle, check if there is anything else inside. Ouyang Qianjin was amazed. Then Li Taiying took out the phonograph with both hands under the instruction of Ouyang Qianjin, and put it on the ground carefully. After all, no one can guarantee whether this thing is an offensive thing. Miss, this phonograph is a bit strange. Li Taiying reported to Ouyang Qianjin after checking it. What's strange? The phonograph was originally a vinyl record. But there is a piece of paper on it. Li Taiying slowly turned his head, and snorted slightly and dissatisfied. There is no way. She was supposed to say that sentence just now. But Kobayakawa Tomoyo snatched the opportunity to show off. So she was a little dissatisfied. There is a paragraph on the paper, saying that the person with the highest level and the strongest magic power here can use magic to unlock this phonograph. After being snatched away from the opportunity to show off, Li Taiying could only read the words on the paper to show off herself. After all, Kobayakawa Tomoyo was standing, and she was squatting. The information she saw was not equal to that of the other party. Level. Magic power. Ouyang Qianjin lowered her head, and carefully observed the phonograph in front of her. The phonograph was no different from the one she had seen on the internet before. If there is anything special, in addition to the vinyl record replaced by paper, there are 50 star-like decorations on the square base of the phonograph. And now 4 of these 50 stars are lit, and the rest are all gray. Seal. Since Eye of Identification can't see anything, Ouyang Qianjin can only give up. Forget it. It's useless to think so much. If it's something flammable and explosive, then we can only sacrifice these undead first. So Ouyang Qianjin stretched out his hand and poured his magic power into the big speaker of the phonograph. Beep. When Ouyang Qianjin injected his magic power into it, the phonograph sounded a crisp alarm, which made everyone nervous. Then the star that looked like a decoration suddenly lit up and turned into 5 stars. It seems that this should be used to indicate activation. Right? Ouyang Qianjin thought so. Then, the phonograph made a clicking sound, and everyone immediately became nervous. But the imagined explosion or attack did not happen. Instead, something more elegant took its place. The pointer that was supposed to play music suddenly moved. The pointer bracket began to write on the paper with a rustling sound as it stretched and retracted. The writing was not done with ink, but with magic. Ouyang Qianjin's own magic. Ouyang Qianjin could clearly feel that it was written with her own magic. Magic Crystal Fax Machine, a magic item made by a mechanic and enchanter. It has the feature of being able to communicate unimpeded thousands of miles away as long as magic is used. Hidden information. After injecting magic, you can communicate with the person who activated it. It seems so. Ouyang Qianjin nodded with satisfaction at her guess. Being able to communicate with the person who activated it means that she can now communicate with the person who activated it before. This made Ouyang Qianjin feel that there was finally hope for the future. Chapter 290 still too conservative. After all, he is the top brother on the list. You can't imagine how bored Ouyang Qianjin is. It's not that she doesn't want to do things, but there is nothing worth doing for her. After all, the things that can be done have been clearly arranged by her subordinates. So she can only slack off and bask in the sun all day long. Miss, you have finished writing. Bring it here and have a look. After hearing Ouyang Qianjin's instructions, Li Taiying reached out to tear the paper off, only to find that the paper was actually connected to the inside of the machine. Miss, the paper is connected. This? Ouyang Qianjin was also a little dumbfounded. It's okay. Just tear it longer and tear it off. Just like the shopping receipt in the supermarket. At this time, Tail, who was checking the iron box, spoke. Ouyang Qianjin looked over and found that Tail was holding a roll of something like a roll of paper in his hand and was smiling at the magic fax machine. Uncle Tail, what's that in your hand? Special paper for the sunglasses fax machine. Found in the box. Only this roll, Tyler said as he reached out and pressed the lighted area under the fax machine. With a click, a drawer popped out from the base. In the drawer was a roll of paper. Ouyang Qianjin was silent. Good guy. Special paper for the sunglasses fax machine? And only one roll? Including the paper in the fax machine. That's 2 rolls. What is this? Customer experience? This guy who makes fax machines not only wants to monopolize technology, but also consumables? This guy is not a human being. This kind of person should be a street lamp pendant. I thought I was the ultimate capitalist by exploiting skeletons and undead creatures who either don't get tired or don't easily accumulate fatigue. Unexpectedly, someone found a new way to eat the technical rice. As expected, the advent is a vent. As long as you are brave, anything can be monopolized. And from the fact that the other party did not hesitate to use mechanical birds to move things, It is obvious that he has made up his mind, and is sure that the buyer will definitely cut off his hands. This kind of person is so terrifying. Don't let him stay. Tear. As the sound sounded, the written paper was torn off by Li Taiying. Of course, Li Taiying did not use the tearing method mentioned by Tail very violently. After all, it is not elegant, and Ouyang Qianjin does not like it. She used the dagger on her body to cut the paper, which is both elegant and labor-saving. The key is that the cut is still very smooth, so there will be no incompleteness after tearing. Mississippi. Yeah. Ouyang Qianjin reached out, and took the paper handed over by Li Taiying, and carefully examined the text on it. The content on the paper was written in text that looked like images that Ouyang Qianjin could not understand. It's Portuguese. Li Taiying and Kobayakawa Tomoyo said the name of the text at the same time. After saying it, they looked at each other again. Although she had never seen it before, Ouyang Qianjin could understand it, just like she could understand Sakura language and Kimchi language before. Mononoke. Hello, friend. Nice to meet you. My name is Dorothy Bordeaux, and I am the Lord of Bicester Continent. This is a magic crystal fax machine that can be operated by using your own magic power. As long as you use magic power, you can write what you want to say, and it can also be displayed to other people who activate it. This is very convenient. Now 5 lords have activated and used it. You can try it too. If you like this fax machine, please pay the price you think is equal to its value, and put it in the box. Of course, although I just want to make friends. If you think it is good, you can also use the magic crystal fax machine to place an order, and it will arrive within 2 days at the latest. At the end of the message, I would like to ask what your name is. Can we be friends? This is very interesting. Ouyang Qianjin nodded with a pout while holding the paper. There are not many words on the paper, but what is written is very interesting. First, Dorothy, the ghost princess. If nothing unexpected happens, the magic crystal fax machine should be researched by the other party's forces. In addition, the other party mentioned that he is the 5th activated lord, so the previous 4 should also be lord-level figures. Although we don't know who it is yet, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that the guys standing at the top of this planet now have a channel for communication. At the same time, there is also a sales channel. It's not that each of them is locked in their own territory and fights. After all, resources and industries are complementary. If you need anything, you can find someone else to buy it. As for the last paragraph, it is even more interesting. The diameter of this planet is about 15,000 kilometers. The arrival of the goods in 2 days, at the latest, means that this mechanical bird can circle the Earth in 2 days. I am still considering ocean trade, but others have already achieved express delivery services that can be sent directly to the world in 1.5 days. This made Ouyang Qianjin smile bitterly, and touch her forehead with her hand. It seems that I am still too conservative. If you think more about the other party's ideas, you can always find a development path that suits you. But the canal still needs to be dug, and the road still needs to be repaired. After all, it is a matter of people's livelihood. Even if you don't care about people's livelihood, it will always be more convenient for you to travel. After all, the upper, middle and lower lanes are still waiting for you to go to the jungle. Uncle Tail, it seems that we have to speed up our plan. Ouyang Qianjin looked up at Tail. It seems so. Tail touched the stubble on his chin and said with a wry smile, speeding up the plan means another liver explosion. Although this is a normal thing to work under Ouyang Qianjin, what can we do now that everyone is undead? Even if the liver really explodes on the spot, drink 2 bottles of potion, nourish the body, and it will grow back by itself. Undead? It is so convenient. Then miss, there is no time to lose. I will take people to start research now. Well, let's go now. Let Zhang Yimou deal with the construction of the Magic Technology Bureau first. Tail turned around and left after listening. When leaving, he did not forget to put down the roll of special paper for the magic crystal fax machine. Sorry, miss, the ravens lost the mechanical bird, but it is estimated that the 2 mechanical birds should fly to the northeast. As soon as Tyla left, the one-eye turned into Kobayakawa Tomoyo and reported the results of the tracking to Ouyang Qianjin. Northeast? Ah, no big deal. It's lost. Ouyang Qianjin raised her eyebrows. Anyway, she already knew what it was, so she could basically guess where the other party was going. It seems that the remaining 2 mechanical birds are probably going to the territory of the ghoul leader. They mailed one to me. So as a lord who also owns the new world, Adam should also mail it. After all, this is related to the issue of sales channels. Can opening up sales channels be called business? It's called making friends. Right. Chapter 291 Trading Trap. But who will the remaining one be given to? Ouyang Qianjin thought about it. I remembered that there was more than one lord in the east on the panel. And it seemed that he was also a guy who liked to stir up trouble. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. She dared to guarantee that after the person on the other side activated it, she believed that this fax machine should be able to. There would be no shortage of verbal battles. And she finally had some fun. It's really lonely to be invincible. Ouyang Qianjin raised her hands and stretched her body. If there were such a group of people with the same long life and equal status as herself, she would not be bored in the future. But what should I send? Looking at the magic crystal fax machine in front of her, Ouyang Qianjin. To be honest, even in the past, before the advent, Ouyang Qianjin liked to play single-player games or console games. She had basically never used online network games or chat software. Don't look at her as if she knows how to communicate with others. But in fact, she doesn't know how to communicate with others at all. As for the people around her, she treated them as her subordinates. She gave orders in the same tone as in the game. So there was no problem. Even when she met Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan or Shui Manqi before, she always spoke in a condescending manner. It was not a normal communication at all. But now she had to communicate with people she had never met before, which made her feel a little embarrassed. And it was about making friends. She was so beautiful that she had no friends at all. And she had no idea how to communicate, because of her weak health. Tomoyo Kobayakawa was picked up and dropped off by car even when she went to college. And she had no chance to communicate with friends. As for Li Taeyong, she has only studied so far in her life. She is quite skilled in business communication, but she is not very good at chatting with friends. So Li Taeyong gave her own opinion. Miss, how about trying a trade? Didn't the information say that you can trade the magic crystal fax machine? And there is also the issue of the return gift for this trial machine. Li Taeyong pointed to the iron box under the mechanical bird. Well, to be honest, there are traps in this transaction itself. And I haven't decided whether to make the transaction. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the letter in her hand and shook her head slightly. Trap times 2? Tomoyo Kobayakawa and Li Taeyong were both puzzled. In this world, because of skills, especially the eye of identification, many things can directly reveal some information. For example, this mechanical bird, and this magic crystal fax machine. As long as you use the eye of identification, even if it's just a little, you can also know some information about the other party. Mechanic, enchanter. There are at least 2 people with these 2 professions on the side of the monster Princess Dorothy. And being able to control the mechanical bird to fly so far is an incredible thing in itself. After hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, Kobayakawa Tomoyo and Li Taeyong were silent. I see. The letter said that using putting the same value of the price in the box is to be able to explore the information on our side. Is that what you mean? Mississippi. After thinking for a while, Li Taeyong asked Ouyang Qianjin. Yes. Ouyang Qianjin nodded affirmatively. The other party used a mechanical bird and sent out a magic crystal fax machine, which clearly told us that they have these 2 professions. And it is so obvious. This shows that the other party is really here with the intention of trading. But it is precisely because of this that we have to be more cautious. After all, the industry needs complementarity. If we also have mechanics and enchanters here, then the other party will probably ignore our trade and trade with others they need. Now there are 3 professions in Jingzhou: mechanics, alchemists and pharmacists. Except for the mechanics that collided with the other party. The other party does not have them. But this does not mean that the other lords do not have them. If you really want to trade, you have to get ahead of others. But this is equivalent to letting Dorothy choose among these lords. And it can be said that the initiative is completely lost. It is precisely because of this that the eldest lady is so hesitant. After all, they all knew that this young lady was not the kind of person who liked to be passive. And from the fact that there was no alchemist in the introduction of the mechanical bird, it means that this mechanical bird is not driven by energy gems. And it is likely to be an energy source that we are not aware of. For now, Ouyang Qianjin has 2 energy sources to use. One is the alchemist's energy gem. The other is the mechanic's magic energy converter. But it is obvious that in a world with magic and magic power, Energy does not exist in a single form. In this regard, this is much better than the previous method of boiling water in various ways. After all, there are more options to choose from. If the other party needs intelligence, it is okay to reveal some. After all, it is a transaction. It is beneficial to let the other party know a certain degree of intelligence about one's own side. The question is what kind of information should be revealed to the other party. Now, what is shown to the other party is his own alchemical product and Li Taiying's potion. Ouyang Qianjin is now considering which one to use as payment. Or both. It seems that there are still too few talents, and we have to increase our efforts. In the north, there are many towns in Yakutia, Kai Island, Chukotka, and Hotsk, whether they are former Daxia or former Rakshasa. Let the undead go there and bring back a lot of people. Maybe we can find this kind of special talent with life skills. In short, we have to find it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, when Adams reacts, he might send someone to rob people or something. Although he also has such a large area to conquer and search, he may not choose to cross the strait. But who can say? Moreover, the number of Lord-level figures has been increasing during this period. Now there are more than 50 people on the Lord ranking list alone. Among them, there are 3 on Luosha's side. Maybe these guys will also join the competition for talents. However, no matter how tight the time is, Ouyang Qianjin plans to wait until after the 1-year period. After all, this is an unknown factor that can easily disrupt her plan. Anyway, there are only a few days left before the 1-year period. Chat with these people and prepare for the upcoming trip. Of course, if there is any accident when the 1-year period comes, that accident must be solved first. But then again, how did this thing find the young lady? Chapter 292 Fight. I want to see a river of blood. Just when Ouyang Qianjin was thinking about it, Li Taiying bent his fingers and knocked the mechanical bird with his joints, and said with an incredible puzzlement, "It should be magic." Kobayakawa Tomoyo slowly spoke. The 5 people who are activated now, including the eldest lady, are all lords, and Dorothy herself is also a lord. You only need to design a detector on the mechanical bird, and then set the magic value similar to or lower than your own, and the mechanical bird will be able to. In addition, it was clearly written on the paper at the beginning that it was to be activated by the person with the highest magic power and level present. So basically only the Lord level can do it, although he said a lot of words. But Kobayakawa Tomoyo's tone was still so calm, even a little indifferent. After all, he was not facing Ouyang Qianjin, so he didn't need to have a good face when chatting with Li Taiying. Hey! Although it's a bit cold, I have to say that there should be no problem with your inference. Li Taiying also took Kobayakawa Tomoyo's inference seriously. But it doesn't mean that he will give a good face. So he snorted coldly, and Kobayakawa Tomoyo responded to Li Taiying with a sneer. Even if Li Taiying and Kobayakawa Tomoyo are not good friends because of the competition for favor, but both sides have maintained the greatest restraint in the serious matters. You two have a really good relationship. Seeing the two bickering, Ouyang Qianjin smiled and said something and then focused her attention on the fax machine. I am devoted to the eldest lady. The eldest lady is joking. How can I have a good relationship with this woman? When the two heard what Ouyang Qianjin said, they began to distance themselves from each other in a hurry. However, with their own words as the fuse, the war between the women escalated again. What did you say? You cold woman. I didn't say anything. And I'm not a cold woman. I'm just cold to some people. Bala bala. ABA. Why don't you say hello first? Looking at the fax machine, Ouyang Qianjin thought. But this would lower her own style. But if she talked about business right away, it would give people a sense of toughness. If the first impression is like this, how can we be friends in the future? This is not good. Well, sure enough. Don't think too much. Just do it your own way. Being the real and most beautiful self is the best, which will neither lower the style nor leave a bad impression on people. So, after making up her mind, Ouyang Qianjin poured magic power into the magic crystal fax machine. Kaka. Under the effect of Ouyang Qianjin's magic, the fax machine automatically started to work and began to write text. Skeleton Lord, hello Dorothy. I am glad to be your friend. My name is Ouyang Qianjin, the one who is ranked first after opening the ranking list. Although we have never met, I believe that you or other people who are reading this paragraph should be very familiar with me. Of course, This familiarity is only based on the ranking list, laughs. After writing this paragraph, Ouyang Qianjin took a look. Then she nodded with satisfaction. In order to make herself look more cute, she even wanted to write some emoticons on it. But unfortunately, this magic crystal fax machine does not have such rich content. So I can only use brackets instead. This paragraph not only introduces myself, but also allows everyone to have a full understanding of myself. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. It's a win. But why is there my own occupation name in front? Forget it. It's just a small flaw. Don't take it to heart. Monster Princess, I have a new friend again. Dorothy is so happy. Stargazer, welcome. If you don't understand anything, you can communicate with me. Although Miss Ouyang should know more than us. Haha. Vampire Princess, Ouyang Qianjin. You are really amazing. First on both lists. High Priest of the Underworld, hello. After Ouyang Qianjin introduced herself in this lore group, she was immediately warmly welcomed by everyone. This made Ouyang Qianjin feel flattered. Skeleton Lord, haha. Everyone is really enthusiastic. Ouyang Qianjin, who was not used to this kind of atmosphere, said a random reply and then looked at the chat content above. Stargazer Esmeralda. Level 79. Ranked 9th on the Lord rankings. And her territory is in Karaman. From the message sent, at least the other party should be a cheerful person. Vampire Princess Sepesh. Level 86. Ranked 5th on the Lord rankings. And her territory is in Bucharest Castle. Although the reply seemed normal, Ouyang Qianjin felt that the other party's words seemed to be emotionless and perfunctory. High Priest of the Underworld Ninatai. Level 91. Ranked 4th on the Lord rankings. And her territory is in Nubiabu. Just a simple greeting. It is hard to tell what kind of personality she has. As for the third Lord, the Ghost Princess Dorothy, let us not talk about it. This seemingly childish remark made Ouyang Qianjin smile knowingly. They really can become good friends. If I can give myself a discount, I believe that the relationship between me and the other party should be deeper. Skeleton Lord Dorothy. My dear friend, can this magic crystal fax machine only accommodate 10 people to log in? Ghost Princess, yes. Does Sister Ouyang need to buy it? Skeleton Lord, of course. Give me 10. And as a reward I can use 10 energy gems that can be used as energy. Ouyang Qianjin is like a bad guy who is holding a lollipop to deceive a little girl. After all, energy gems are not difficult to make. And the material cost is almost nothing. It can be said that exchanging this thing with the other party for 10 magic crystal fax machines is a sure win. Isn't it just a technical meal? I can eat it myself. In this world, who doesn't have some skills? Mononoke, energy gem? I don't really need energy. Stargazer, energy. I don't really need it either. After all, there is no demand. Vampire Princess, name a price. I want it all. High Priest of the Underworld, give it all to me. Vampire Princess, Ninatai. It's useless for you to bring energy. Are you planning to have a night in the pyramid? High Priest of the Underworld, this has nothing to do with you. Sepesh. As a defeated general, you should pay more attention to how to train your own senior subordinates. I will accept the energy gem. Vampire Princess, bastard. Do you want to start a war? High Priest of the Underworld, have you ever won so many battles since the Lord War? Looking at the words constantly written on the fax machine, Ouyang Qianjin's face was full of excitement. Okay. 2 of the 5 people are mortal enemies. This is a godsend opportunity for hype. So Ouyang Qianjin operated the fax machine and wrote down the following words. Skeleton Lord, fight. I want to see a river of blood. Chapter 293. You, come here. It is said that watching the fun is not a big deal. As a fun person, Ouyang Qianjin is naturally the best among them. After all, war is very costly. Since the beginning of the Lord War, Ninatai and Sepesh have fought countless battles, big and small, which means that they want to decide who is the male and female. If I can supply both sides with materials, wouldn't it be a big profit? So Ouyang Qianjin decided to add fuel to the fire. Skeleton Lord, physical potion, recovery potion, and mental potion will be sold in batches in 3 months. Skeleton Lord, speaking of which, I have a batch of grain that will mature in 3 months. I wonder if anyone has made a reservation. Potions, grain, and alchemical products. These are the top products in Ouyang Qianjin's territory now. So she simply shook out all these things at once. Anyway, that's what she said. A lot can be done in 3 months. At least in Ouyang Qianjin's mind. Many things in her territory will be on the right track in 3 months. However, just after Ouyang Qianjin's 3 fatal consecutive was sent out, the two people who were arguing fiercely immediately stopped arguing and fell silent. It's a little different from what I expected. Ouyang Qianjin curled her lips as she looked at the silent fax machine. The method of muddying the water didn't work. This made Ouyang Qianjin a little hurt. Sure enough, you can't feed the fish too much when fishing. Obviously, Ouyang Qianjin's 3 sentences scared these people. At this time, Kobayakawa and Li Taiying, who were arguing around, also stopped arguing. The world became quiet all of a sudden. Monster Princess, hey, big sister, do you have any potions? Can potions cure diseases? If they can, I want recovery potions and mental potions. Vampire Princess, I want food. I want it now if there is any. The more the better. Stargazer, I want food too. Do you have any vegetables? I can't stand eating meat every day these days. Huh? The originally strangely quiet air finally regained some luster because of the clicking sound of the fax machine. I was scared to death. I thought I was being disliked. Ouyang Qianjin let out a long sigh. Although it was a little different from the previous target customers. Fortunately, there was a demand, so that the confident Ouyang Qianjin would not be embarrassed. Skeleton Lord, haha. Of course there is no problem. If it is just physical injuries, the recovery potion can be restored. As for food, I still have some here. But at this stage, they are all potatoes. As for vegetables, they are radishes and cabbages. Ouyang Qianjin thought of the potatoes and vegetables outside the Black Cat Paradise that had been harvested and were being transported. Although all the undead were working hard for the canal. The canal was only a little bit away from being connected. So the plain outside the city had already been reclaimed and cultivated. However, most of the cultivation was done by skeletons. And the undead participated less. Anyway, skeletons were not very useful for digging the canal. After all, there were more than 200,000 of them. And it would be a waste to keep them in the space. The farm tools made from scrap cars and destroyed entertainment facilities in the Black Cat Paradise were now put to use. The skeletons who never knew how to get tired, coupled with their large number, made the reclamation of the central plain very smooth. Because of the sufficient manpower, Ouyang Qianjin even asked the skeletons to dig a lot of canals. Although it is not difficult to make an irrigation system with the support of electricity. But now people are needed everywhere. And Cannon, who originally commanded the skeletons, has now been exiled by Ouyang Qianjin to the capital to help build the capital. There is no technician to develop an irrigation system that matches the magic generator. Stargazer, okay. Vegetables are fine. Forget about potatoes. Just give me a few 100 kilograms of vegetables. You don't know that it's snowy everywhere now. I can't even dig wild vegetables. It's so annoying. Good guy. It's on! But Ouyang Qianjin doesn't care. Anyway, it's fine as long as there is a sales channel. Although the number of orders is still small. This kind of thing will happen once and for all. Monster Princess, big sister. Do you need transportation? I can pay for my potion by renting a mechanical bird. Skeleton Lord, forget it. The mechanical bird's carrying capacity is worrying. I will find a way to deal with this myself. However, the small amount for the first time can be directly loaded into the existing mechanical birds. Just consider it as the cost of the 10 fax machines I ordered and this trial fax machine. In addition, please provide me with some special paper for the fax machine. Ouyang Qianjin immediately rejected Dorothy's request. After all, the mechanical bird is just SOSO. A whole box can't hold much. Princess Ghost, no problem. No problem. I can prepare it now. There is no obstacle to communication on Dorothy's side. It's better to say that everyone is just doing business in the group now. It wasn't even a formal transaction. But everyone was still enjoying it. At least Dorothy, Ouyang Qianjin, and Esmeralda were enjoying it. Skeleton Lord, then when the mechanical bird from the ghoul leader comes back, let's borrow it and transport some vegetables to Esmeralda. Monster Princess, although I want to. The mechanical bird doesn't have this function, and can only be used for a single designation. Skeleton Lord, really? That's a pity. Looking at Dorothy's reply, Ouyang Qianjin shook his head. It seems that although the opponent's mechanical bird is fast, it has many limitations. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. At most, It looks better and faster. Other than that, there are no gargoyles of their own to use. Stargazer, haha. I don't have anything here to pay. But you have an alchemist. Right? I have a lot of materials needed for alchemy here that can be used for payment. Skeleton Lord, of course. It's most welcome. Of course. If you have herbs or food seeds, you can also use them to pay. Stargazer, okay. Then I'll wait with great anticipation. Skeleton Lord, Ninatai. Tsepesh. What about you? Do you need anything? Vampire Princess, energy. Food. Anything is fine. I also use materials and herbs. And seeds to pay. High Priest of the Underworld, energy. Food. Anything is fine. I also use materials and herbs. And seeds to pay. Vampire Princess, Naitai. High Priest of the Underworld, you come here. Vampire Princess, very good. You wait. Good fellow. After Naitai repeated what Tepesh said, the two quarreled again. And this time Naitai was so tough. Although it was a joke, Tepesh was still angered by 90's words. Chapter 294 Dragon King Water Group. Ouyang Qianjin watched the quarrel between the two with great interest. Now there is a market and income. The rest is to wait for the product to be successfully developed and then shipped. There are words from various countries on the paper, which looks very messy. And everyone's words are also very messy. But it is not difficult to see that everyone has their own little thoughts. Even Dorothy, who looked a little childish at first, can be seen by Ouyang Qianjin after a while of contact with her. She is not as simple as she appears on the surface. Or it is possible that the childishness is just a disguise. As for the other three people, Tsepesh looks cold. But it is easy to be provoked by others, and is not elegant at all. Although Ninatai speaks little, it is not difficult to see that she is also a fun person. And at this stage, she is still mainly teasing Tsepesh. As for Esmeralda, she is the most open-minded of the four people. Or Esmeralda has never planned how to develop her territory and strength? It's really a weirdo. But Ouyang Qianjin could understand the other party's feelings. To be honest, if her legs were not unable to move, she might have lived like Esmeralda. Cynically, even her choice of skills would definitely be different from now. This is probably the same person with different fates. Not to mention that I am a little envious. Taeyong, have someone make a base to put the fax machine. It hurts a little when I lower my head for a long time. By the way, prepare some medicine as the payment for the fax machine, and put it in the iron box of the mechanical bird and send it to Dorothy. After watching for a while, Ouyang Qianjin lost interest. Then she raised her head and touched her stiff neck and said, after all, she was not the kind of person who would just follow the group. She didn't even have any experience in the group. Ouyang Qianjin was the kind of person who could be very busy if she was busy, and very idle if she was idle. So after watching for a while and losing interest, she let everyone go. Then she asked Li Taiying to make a stand for the fax machine. This would be much more convenient when checking in the future. Okay, Mississippi. Li Taiying bowed slightly to Ouyang Qianjin politely, and then stuffed the documents in her hand into Kobayakawa Tomoyo's arms. After all, she was the pharmacist. If you want to ship in large quantities, you need time to make it. In this way, many projects that need her to follow up need to be taken over by others. So Li Taiying simply stuffed it to Kobayakawa Tomoyo. Then Li Taiying left the roof of the palace in Kobayakawa Tomoyo's confused eyes to make medicine. Although the two did not get along. But it is not difficult to see from this action that Li Taiying recognized Kobayakawa Tomoyo's ability. After all, he had to hand over his work to the other party. If he didn't recognize it, he couldn't give it to the other party. 2 days later. Skeleton Lord, haha Adams. Why don't you give John to me? I should be able to make better use of him. Ghoul Leader, I personally have no problem. But unfortunately John has rejected this matter. Now, Ouyang Qianjin is chatting with Adams, the Lord of Santa Cruz, and the second on the Lord ranking. As for John, he is naturally the Gun Master John Franklin, who has been cooperating with Adams since the day of the Advent, and is now ranked third on the ranking list. The reason why Ouyang Qianjin poached people so openly was that she was just looking for trouble. She was too idle. After all, the guy ranked third in the rank could not be given up by someone else's words. In fact, Adams joined this Lord group the day after Ouyang Qianjin activated the magic crystal fax machine. Of course, it was not just Adams. There was also a guy called Death Prophet Tikal and Dragon Blood Warrior Qin Wuyong. 50 positions were filled to 8 at once. At the current speed, I believe it will not take long to include all the lords on the list. But it doesn't matter. The main lords are in it. And everyone seems to be talking about some unimportant things. But in fact, they are all spying on others' intelligence. Of course, this so-called spying is actually the guys who are close to it. For example, Nainatai and Tsepesh, such as Adams and Tikal. For a lord like Ouyang Qianjin, who is thousands of kilometers away from anyone, no one is willing to spy on her. After all, there is no conflict of interest. And the other party is the top brother on the list. Those who can sit in this position, especially the other three who have the New World territory, naturally know how capable Ouyang Qianjin is. Isn't it just chatting in the fax machine to kill time? It's no big deal. And it can also enhance feelings. What's more, Ouyang Qianjin has so many things that can be traded. In short, don't provoke if you can. Skeleton Lord, you must not have tried your best to persuade. Or John can't leave you as a good friend. Or you don't want to lose your good friend? Ghoul Leader, oh, I have to admit that John and I have a wonderful friendship. But it is definitely not the kind of relationship you think. I am very normal, and have a girlfriend. Death Prophet, really? Anyway, even if it is a two-way relationship, it is not a big deal in your place. Stargazer, ha ha ha. You are right. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin start to joke, the other idle people also came out to make jokes. Originally, this platform is for everyone to deepen their feelings. If you can chat a little more and get to know each other, it will definitely be the best thing. But there are naturally exceptions. For example, Ouyang Qianjin, who does not need to show his presence, and the Stargazer AI Misrata, who is basically present all day long. Skeleton Lord, speaking of it, Adams, Nainatai, Dorothy, what rare animals and races are there in your territory? Ouyang Qianjin changed the subject and talked about things in the territory. After all, she is going to be a collector. If there are any interesting races in other people's territories, she will definitely go there to take a look. As for using corpses as bargaining chips, Ouyang Qianjin has never thought about it. Just kidding. How many of these lords started out as necromancers? Let alone others. As far as Ouyang Qianjin knows, the two guys, Adams, the Ghoul Leader, and Dorothy, the Princess Ghost, are 100% necromancers. As for the Vampire Princess Tepash and the Death Prophet Tikal, they belong to the category of possibility. After all, from the job titles, we can see that one is blood-based, and the other is death-based. It just so happens that necromancers also have these types of magic. But Ouyang Qianjin didn't pick them. So Ouyang Qianjin guessed that the two of them were also necromancers. Chapter 295. The canal is open. You should know that their obsession with corpses is not lower than mine. And there is a possibility that they are even better. There is only a difference in the use of entities. So if you want to get a new dark race, you can only move and do it yourself. Otherwise, others will only find out something. This is not worth the loss. And there is no need at all. As for this, in fact, except for Ouyang Qianjin, everyone else is quite interested. The Lord of the New World wants to know the situation of other continents. And the other lords want to know the situation of the New World. It can be said that Ouyang Qianjin's question is a question that hits the mark for everyone. One by one. Whether it was the active ones just now, or the guys who had not spoken, but secretly peeped at the screen. They all stopped their work and quietly looked at the paper on the fax machine. Monster Princess, can this be said? Ghoul Leader, it's not that I can't say it. Anyway, everyone should be the same. I am full of demons. Giants and hydras here. They fight each other all day long. If I want to develop the territory well, I have to be careful. Princess Ghost, then I will tell you something too. There are elves in the inland forests, griffins in the mountains, and sirens that can attack with sound waves in the coastal areas. High Priest of the Underworld, I have Behemoth, Snake Man and Centaur. What about you, Miss Ouyang? The three of them didn't have any reservations. After a short silence, each of them talked about the rare animals and races in their own territories. After all, they all knew it. If they didn't say it, then no one else would say it. Especially Ouyang Qianjin, who likes to make jokes. It is said that you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Tell your own information and get the information of the three people. This is not a loss no matter how you count it. Skeleton Lord, I am more pitiful than you. The dragons of various systems here are annoying enough. And there are also demons and harpy men. When asked by Ninatai, Ouyang Qianjin pretended to be helpless and said half-truthfully. She knew that the other 3 people must have hidden something. But she also knew that the other 3 people, and even the other lords who were watching, knew that she was hiding something. At least no one told the truth. Or said it incompletely. But it doesn't matter. What Ouyang Qianjin wanted was the information of rare beasts and races. After seeing so many races, especially the giants that Ouyang Qianjin had been thinking about, her eyes lit up and her heartbeat accelerated. Just like seeing a handsome guy who met her aesthetic standards. A rare blush appeared on her face. This is the most cost-effective porter that I have always dreamed of. As long as I have it. Although I don't know how big the giant mentioned by Adams is. The skeleton of a giant can at least be used as a dozen or 20 centaur skeletons. Right? Stargazer. It's simply a replica of the dungeon. After seeing the chat of the 4 lords including Ouyang Qianjin, Esmeralda half-jokingly sighed. Death Prophet. A new continent territory is like a large dungeon. Stargazer. Yes. Yes. That is the feeling. You are right. I met snake people when I was in the dungeon. I have also met fishmen and tree men. I have met werewolves. You may not believe me, but I have seen an angel in a dungeon. Is it a birdman with white wings? Almost. You can describe it that way. The conversation between Ames Radar and Tikal was full of laughter and jokes. The rest of the people also slowly joined in their chat. It was as if the content just discussed had never appeared. In fact, everyone got the information they wanted, although they didn't know whether it was true or not. For them, hearing it was a gain. After all, in addition to some luck, people who can become lords also need a little bit of wisdom. If you choose the right skills, you can become epic and have the opportunity to become a lord. So everyone just laughed it off and didn't discuss it in depth. Take your time. There will be plenty of time and opportunities to discuss these issues in the future. With this mood, everyone tacitly changed the topic. And Ouyang Qianjin also mixed in. And happily talked about the beautiful topic of food. But everyone secretly remembered these things in their hearts. Maybe it will be useful in the future? Miss. Just when Ouyang Qianjin was chatting with the other lords, Zhang Mo's voice came into her mind. What are you doing? The canal has been connected. And now all that's left is to divert water from the river next to the Black Cat Paradise. Zhang Mo reported about the canal. Speaking of which, Kobayakawa Tomoyo mentioned this matter yesterday. After listening to Zhang Mo's report, Ouyang Qianjin remembered what Kobayakawa Tomoyo had reported to her yesterday on behalf of Li Taiying. Water groups harm people. Water groups harm people. Because of chatting in the Lord group. Ouyang Qianjin actually forgot about this important matter. So he couldn't help but sigh. By the way, he threw the responsibility to those guys in the group. That's right. They harmed themselves. Who is in charge of the upstream now? Ho Chafeng is in charge now. Ho Chafeng. It's the wind god of the wind and thunder heroes you mentioned before. Wind god. Oh! Wind god. I remember. Ouyang Qianjin racked his brains and finally remembered who this Ho Chafeng was. Isn't this one of the 2 assistants he found when he was researching the magic generator in Tail? The Black Cat Town. I remember that he joked about the wind god and thunder god. Everyone evacuate the edge of the canal. Ho Chafeng. Divert the water flow down. Ouyang Qianjin issued orders in the minds of all the undead at once. The kind of millions of people together. At this time, whether it was the people on the canal or those who were building the royal city, they received the mass message from Ouyang Qianjin. So everyone stopped their work and looked in the direction of the canal. And the undead around the canal also evacuated in an organized manner. Miss, the downstream evacuation is complete. Miss, the midstream evacuation is complete. Miss, the upstream evacuation is complete. And water can be diverted at any time. Finally, Ho Chafeng sent a message from the upstream. Then let's get started. Okay. Mississippi. Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes, opened the dark pupil, and watched the original estuary upstream explode after Ho Chuanfeng's order. Then the river channel changed, and the upstream river water was successfully diverted into the canal. The river water rolled down with a lot of mud and sand. The river water passed the monitoring point 01, and there was no abnormality. The river water passed the monitoring point 02, and there was no abnormality. The river water passed the monitoring point 03, and there was no abnormality. As the alarm continued to sound, Ouyang Qianjin gradually felt relieved. Chapter 296 Light Column in the Cold Night. After all, the canal is not straight. Ouyang Qianjin was a little worried about whether the bend would be washed away by the sudden water flow. But now it seems that there is nothing to worry about at the bend with the cement and steel bars seized from C City and J City, as well as the reinforcement of magic. The river water passes through the Ivory Lake monitoring point. No abnormality. The river water passes through the number 12 monitoring point. No abnormality. The reporting points are still coming in continuously. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the map in his hand, and his fingers slowly moved along the reporting points. There was no mistake until he entered the sea in the end. I have to say that these undead are really working hard. The opening of the canal was finally completed before the 1-year deadline. It can be regarded as a heavy burden. As for whether the kind of thing that Ouyang Qianjin thought would happen later, it is not important. Because when the canal was first dug, Ouyang Qianjin considered taking on the transportation task. Therefore, the width of the river is 25 meters at the narrowest point, and the depth is guaranteed to be no less than 10 meters. Anyway, it can be dug with magic, and it will be easy to change the route in the future when it is actually used. The current problem is that the bridge needs to be built after the canal is opened. However, this matter can be carried out together with another matter, and there is no need to rush like before. Very good. All the undead at the monitoring point will choose a location to build a village, named after the monitoring point, and prepare to build a bridge and road across the river. Ho Cha Feng. The task of transforming the Black Cat Paradise into a fortress is left to you. If there are not enough supplies, go to the surrounding towns. If there are not enough, go to City C to get them. Because the place was chosen, the bridge piers and other things were buried at the beginning of the river channel excavation. So now we just need to put up the bridge deck that Cannon had prepared long ago. This is not a big problem. The key is the village. But this is not a problem. After all, when the canal was dug, many houses for the undead to live in were built along the way. Just integrate and expand them. In fact, in addition to these villages along the way, there are villages in other places, and they were built much earlier than these villages. Construction began after Ouyang Qianjin returned to Black Cat Paradise from J City. Most of these villages are in mines, farms, fisheries, pastures, salt fields, medicinal fields, and other places. After all, they need to be built. And these things can be said to be indispensable. Understood. Received. After receiving Ouyang Qianjin's order, they immediately took action. After experiencing the joy of the opening of the canal, they will be invested in new construction. It can be said that everyone is still very busy. But the same thing. There is no idler in the land of Whale State, except Ouyang Qianjin. But in fact, Ouyang Qianjin was not idle either. After giving the order, she left the room of the newly built single-family villa without any regrets, and let the skeleton push her to her temporary alchemy workshop in the villa. As for Kobayakawa, she seldom came after taking over Li Taiying's job. Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but think evilly whether this was Li Taiying's routine. After all, if Li Taiying wanted to make potions, he definitely couldn't come and wander around in front of her. In order to prevent Kobayakawa Tomoyo's sneak attack, she simply threw her work to him. Well, it's not impossible. What do you do in the workshop? Of course, to make alchemy products. After the lesson of the last Black Cat Paradise being damaged, Ouyang Qianjin fully absorbed this failure. So this time, she plans to show some real skills as an alchemist. After all, the materials are sufficient, but it can still be purchased from the lore group, so it's not a big problem. Cold Night Light Column. This is a reflection principle phenomenon in nature. It is often only possible on very cold nights. It is through the reflection of light through ice crystals, and then it is transmitted to the human eye. It looks like a virtual image of a light column. For Ouyang Qianjin, who has been living in outer northeast, this scene has been seen countless times when she was in the hospital. The beautiful and dreamy scene is refreshing just thinking about it. And now the alchemy prop made by Ouyang Qianjin using alchemy is called Cold Night Light Column. This Cold Night Light Column is made based on that natural principle, although it sounds so high-end. But the main body is just a 1 meter long white thing that looks like a straight tube fluorescent lamp. It can be said that the appearance is very ordinary, and there is nothing special about it. If you have to say something special, it is probably that compared with real fluorescent lamps, the Cold Night Light pillar is much harder. At least it will not break if it is knocked or dropped casually. After Ouyang Qianjin made a finished product, She couldn't wait to come outside the villa and plug in the energy gem on the base to start it. At the moment of activation, the cold night light column emitted a sky-high light. It directly illuminated the entire area where the palace and villa area were located. The light emitted by the cold night light column was very soft, even if you look directly at it from such a close distance. There is no glare. Ouyang Qianjin looked up. Just by visual estimation, the range illuminated by this brightness is about 100 or 200 meters, which made him very satisfied. After all, this is something that Ouyang Qianjin himself has studied through the basic theory of alchemy. Although he did not graduate from elementary school, this did not prevent Ouyang Qianjin from studying the phenomenon he liked. So after his theory was confirmed by the real object, Ouyang Qianjin smiled very happily. Miss, are you okay? When the light column lit up, both Kobayakawa Tomoyo and Li Taeyong dropped their work and rushed over. It was so fast that it took less than 10 seconds, and within half a minute, the guards surrounded the entire villa. Not even a hard-haired mouse could get in. Ah, it's okay. It's just a small experiment. Satisfied, Ouyang Qianjin smiled and waved at the two people to show that she was fine. Miss, this is... The two breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Ouyang Qianjin was fine. But then, they were attracted by the sky-high light column. Cold night light column. How about it? The simulation is very similar. Ouyang Qianjin introduced it to the two people very proudly. It is indeed very similar. Worthy of being made by the eldest lady. If it is used as a street lamp, it must be much better than using the burning phosphorus fire now. Li Taeying smiled very smoothly and flattered. Ha ha ha. This is the original intention of making this thing. But don't underestimate this thing. It is not just as simple as being able to illuminate. Chapter 297. No one can make me smile at him. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. When he first thought about making the cold night light column, Ouyang Qianjin considered many things. Among them, the lighting function is naturally one of them. But the real function of this cold night light column is not simple. The fact that Black Cat Paradise was blown up before shows that we are still too immature in defense, or in the means of protecting our home. So the real function of this cold night light column is to be used for defense. As he said, the smiling Ouyang Qianjin's mind turned, and Li Taeying and the others saw that the light in the light column suddenly split into light spikes. Then it shot out in a flash, directly piercing the surrounding buildings, stones, and trees. No, it is a bit inappropriate to describe it as piercing. It should be said that it was melted through. It is like the wound left by a red-hot iron stick poking a wax figure. It looks very scary. Even Ouyang Qianjin, the initiator, was shocked. After all, she didn't add sunstone or anything like that when making the cold night light pillar. The light emitted by the light pillar has no temperature. Haha. Wasn't there an Aurora shooter on the previous rankings? And a heat light mage? When I thought of this, I thought that since they can use light as a weapon, why can't I? In order to cover up the fact that she was scared just now. Ouyang Qianjin smiled awkwardly, and then continued to proudly tell her inspiration for making the cold night light pillar. I see. As expected of a young lady, you can actually come up with the idea of combining photons and magic to make such a brand new alchemical item. Li Taeying, who claimed to be Ouyang Qianjin's first lackey, crossed his fingers and looked at Ouyang Qianjin with admiration. Indeed, it is amazing that you can get inspiration from the professions on the rankings. And Kobayakawa Tomoyo followed closely behind. Not to be outdone, although the words were still cold, it was not difficult to hear that this was also flattery. Photon? What is that? Under Ouyang Qianjin's smiling face, she was actually confused. She did think of using light and magic. After all, as long as there is light, many things can be done. But if you want light to have lethality, it must be laser, or combined with magic. Unfortunately, Ouyang Qianjin doesn't know how to make a laser. But as a wizard of the god aversions, magic is as much as you want. Not to mention the bonus of Lahad annihilation text, and the basic knowledge of alchemy that only exists in the other world. Therefore, it is not a problem for Ouyang Qianjin to make the alchemical item cold night light pillar. It is just different from what the two people said about using physical knowledge. It is completely in the field of magic knowledge. Miss, I think since it is light, can we add other colors? After flattering Li Taeying, he did not forget to give some suggestions of his own. Other colors? Ouyang Qianjin was puzzled. Although other colors of light pillars are not impossible. And they are even very simple. But it seems unnecessary. Originally. Except in wartime. It was used as a street lamp. And if it is for lighting, white is definitely better. Right? Yes. It's other colors. But it's not one light with one color, but a light that can emit various colors. Wow. This seems to be a good suggestion. Tell me more. After listening to Li Taiying's explanation, Ouyang Qianjin became interested. It's to make a light column emit different colors to represent different states. For example, red can represent an emergency state of invasion. Yellow represents celebrations and festivals. And blue represents important people visiting and needing to be alerted. Let the village chief of each village have the authority to change the color of the light column. In this way, even from a long distance, the color change of the light column can be seen, which plays a warning role. Li Taiying talked freely. He spoke out his ideas with great energy. Is it like this? It plays the role of a signal? It's a good idea. I think it can work. Thumbs up for you. Ouyang Qianjin gave Li Taiying a thumbs up. Although Ouyang Qianjin can give orders to all undead, including skeletons, through brain waves. But the communication between the undead now basically relies on shouting. Occasionally, a few people have the skill of telepathic communication. But they are a minority after all. If there is such a communication method, at least when attacked, it can effectively inform the people in the rest of the village, and quickly support or organize effective defense on the spot. That's it. Mississippi. Li Taiying raised his head very proudly after seeing Ouyang Qianjin give him a thumbs up. Then he continued, and black represents the dark sky. After all, because of the existence of the dark sky of the mist, there is no saying of darkness and dawn in Whale State. The undead are fine. If there are caravans coming here in the future, at least let them know when to go to bed. This is also a way to attract talents. Forget this method. When Li Taiying was talking, Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand to interrupt him. If you come to my territory, you have to listen to me. The city that never sleeps under the eternal night is the biggest selling point of Jingzhou. Also, you need to adjust your mentality. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. No one can make me. Ouyang Qianjin. Smile at him. Ouyang Qianjin said this very strongly. But it is also true. She can't smile at anyone. She also hopes that her subordinates will do the same. Just like what Mayor Zhang Yimou did to those guys who came to Black Cat Paradise before. Be stronger so that you won't be underestimated. Momentum. This is very important in negotiations or battles. Otherwise, wouldn't it lower the status? That's right. Ouyang Qianjin always thinks about status. I'm very sorry. Mississippi. Li Taiying, who was originally proud of liking the post, immediately bowed to Ouyang Qianjin to apologize. She is still using the thinking of the big company to deal with things until now. After all, the things she handles now are all internal. And she doesn't think there is any problem. But after Ouyang Qianjin's guidance, Li Taiying immediately realized her problem. That's why she didn't explain anything and just bowed to apologize. Well, if you know where you are wrong, you can correct it. You can ask Zhang Yimou about this when you have nothing to do. That guy pretends, to be very tough to the outside world. Last time when Zhang Yimou threatened Captain Yin, Ouyang Qianjin watched the whole process with eyes of darkness. So she knew that this guy was pretending. But he pretended very well, which directly raised the status of Black Cat Paradise a lot. That's why Ouyang Qianjin asked Li Taiying to learn from Zhang Yimou. Chapter 298: The Correct Way to Eat Black Coffin. After all, although Li Taiying was a candidate for cadre before, the kind of flattery in kimchi is from top to bottom, and from inside to outside. It is not to blame for Ouyang Qianjin's advice just now. Anyway, this kind of thing should be done slowly. Now is the time to correct it before contacting outsiders. Okay. Remember that when you are facing outsiders, you must be as cool as possible. I will keep it in mind. Li Taiying bowed again. But miss, this cold night light column seems to consume a lot of energy. At this time, Kobayakawa Tomoyo stood up to help Li Taiying. Kobayakawa Tomoyo looked at the dim energy gem connected to the base of cold night light column. Kobayakawa Tomoyo has a full understanding of energy gems during the time she served Ouyang Qianjin as a maid. Logically speaking, as long as the output of the golden energy gem does not exceed a certain value, it will not be as dim as it is now. Then, there is only one answer left. The output just now has exceeded the recovery range of the energy gem. It is indeed destructive and consumes a lot. But in this case, doesn't it take time to recharge after use? And it seems to be easily destroyed. Of course. This energy gem was originally used for temporary testing. Hearing Kobayakawa Tomoyo's doubts, Ouyang Qianjin laughed. Then he took the two to the direction of the royal capital at the foot of the mountain. The Magic Technology Department. This is the new name that Ouyang Qianjin gave to the department in charge of Tail after knowing the legal department and the financial department. After all, this department is the department that Ouyang Qianjin cares about the most. Although a large area was originally set aside in the capital to build the Magic Technology Department, all design, research and development, manufacturing, testing, etc. will be carried out here. However, due to the technical stimulation of other territories, Ouyang Qianjin stopped the construction of only 1/3 of the building at a command and focused on research and development, in the hope of improving the technical level as quickly as possible. Although because of the relationship with the Science and Technology Park base, Ouyang Qianjin has obtained a lot of technical talents in research and development. But when the tasks were divided, it was found that such technical personnel were really not enough. Now there are more than a dozen different project development teams in the Magic Technology Department. Each is responsible for a project and is conducting research and development. Miss, why are you here? Tai Lu, who was originally conducting research, also dropped his work after learning that Ouyang Qianjin had come. Oh! How is Uncle Tail's preparation for the official black coffin equipment? Ouyang Qianjin raised her hand and greeted Tail, and then asked about the black coffin. It has been prepared for a long time, just waiting for the eldest lady to use it. Tai Lu smiled confidently. In that case, let's drag one out and take a look. Okay. In a short while, a black coffin and the device were dragged to the test site. It is different from the trial model that Ouyang Qianjin saw before. This black coffin device is much smaller, and it is translucent, so you can see the status of the black coffin inside at a glance. The top of the entire device is capped with a trumpet-shaped device. There are still many lines of different thicknesses connected. Ouyang Qianjin did not waste words, and directly turned on the button on the device, and started the device. As the device started, bubbles began to emerge from the inside. Then everyone was surprised to see a small amount of black smoke coming out of the trumpet-shaped cap at the top of the device. The black smoke gradually grew larger, and then gradually formed a black cloud in the air. It's like the dark sky of the eldest lady. Li Taiying and Kobayakawa Tomoyo both unconsciously thought of Ouyang Qianjin's dark sky skill. Yes, it's the dark sky. Ouyang Qianjin raised a finger. Before, Chio used the black coffin to maintain her skills, which gave me inspiration. So I tried to integrate my skills into it. To be honest, maybe even your brother didn't expect that the skill black coffin would be so useless. In fact, it's not just dark sky curtain. I also tried several other skills. And basically they can be integrated into it and then maintained. Even the black coffin itself can absorb the surrounding magic power to maintain and repair itself. It is simply like a natural power bank. If this kind of thing is not used, isn't it an extreme waste? Ouyang Qianjin became more and more excited. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin had already experienced this kind of excitement once, when the experimental device was being debugged in the end. Think about it. The passive skill Dark Sky Curtain is something that cannot be taken back once it is triggered. Although it was troublesome, it involved many of Ouyang Qianjin's skills. So Ouyang Qianjin didn't think much of it. But there was an extreme problem. That is, the Dark Sky Curtain would move with Ouyang Qianjin's movement, let alone anything else. If she wanted to go to a farther place, although Jingzhou would be able to see the light of day at that time, it would also mean that the bonus and protection of the Dark Sky Curtain would be lost. Originally, the black coffin operated by extracting the magic power of those sealed inside, and the magic power in the outside air. So after Ouyang Qianjin encountered the black coffin, she brought it back for Tail to study. And the result was just as she expected. With the existence of these pseudo-dark sky curtains, Ouyang Qianjin could go anywhere with peace of mind without worrying about her base being raised again. Of course. In addition, there is another great benefit. That is, when Ouyang Qianjin's level 100 cannot be upgraded anymore, and the sky curtain can no longer grow, these black coffins can play an important role in Ouyang Qianjin's occupation of the territory. Just choose to put the device down, and that place can be linked with other dark skills. become Ouyang Qianjin's actual controlled territory. However, it can only be used when it is connected to the main body. For example, if it is put down in a place thousands of miles away. If the black oil is connected to other dark sky curtains, it is basically useless. This is a small, insignificant disadvantage. So, Miss wants to use this black coffin to maintain the magic supply of cold night light pillar? Li Taiying said blankly. It is, but not complete. As Ouyang Qianjin said, he took out the cold night light pillar and plugged it into the interface on the device. Black coffin can not only provide magic power to cold night light pillar, but it is also designed to be used with dark sky curtain. After all, only with the blessing of darkness, light will appear brighter and the attack power will be stronger. Ouyang Qianjin laughed as if joking. As a user of the dark system, she is well aware of the opposing yet symbiotic relationship between light and darkness. Chapter 299 Mass Production Line. The 1-year deadline has come. Welcome, bullshit. Nothing happened. Just as Ouyang Qianjin was actively making cold night light pillar and waiting for the 1-year deadline she had in mind. However, a few days passed. The 1-year deadline also came. A lot of cold night light pillar were made. But there was no big event that Ouyang Qianjin imagined. There was no earth-shaking. The weather did not change seasons. The snow was still falling. And the cold was still very cold. This is a good thing. At least it is a good thing for Ouyang Qianjin. After all, nothing happening means peace. And in the past few days, Ouyang Qianjin's transactions with Dorothy and Esmeralda have been completed. Whether it is the magic crystal fax machine or the vegetables that Esmeralda wants. Of course, these vegetables were delivered by rented mechanical birds. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin wanted to wait. But Esmeralda said that she could not wait anything. When she has nothing to do, she urges Ouyang Qianjin on the magic crystal fax machine. She is even more powerful than urging the manuscript. Ouyang Qianjin had no choice but to rent Dorothy's preset mechanical bird to send several hundred kilograms to the other party. For the time being, there is no need to worry about being annoyed by the other party. Miss, I would like to ask the Canon Logistics Officer for help regarding the potion. Just after Ouyang Qianjin finished making a cold night light column and stretched her shoulders, Li Taiying, who was waiting next to her, came forward and said, "Oh, when did Taiying come?" Someone suddenly spoke behind her, and Ouyang Qianjin, who was still concentrating on making props until just now, realized that there was actually someone in the Holy Queen. But because it is in his own base camp, there is no need to worry about someone coming to assassinate him or something. I just came here not long ago. Mississippi. When asked, Li Taiying answered truthfully and stepped forward to massage Ouyang Qianjin's shoulders very consciously. What do you mean by asking Canon for help just now? Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes and leaned on the skeleton throne to enjoy the massage from her subordinates. It's like this, Mississippi. In the past few days, as the number of lords in the Lord group has gradually increased, the demand for potions has also increased. If I make it by myself, I can't make much even if I stay up all day. So I want Canon Logistics Officer to help me design a mechanical assembly line, so that even if one person operates it, it can achieve mass production. While massaging Ouyang Qianjin, Li Taiying whispered his request. Now most of the people on the Lord ranking list are already in this Lord group. After hearing this, Ouyang Qianjin suddenly opened her eyes and turned to look at Li Taiying. What's wrong? Miss? Being stared at like this, Li Taiying felt uncomfortable all over. Twisting her body slightly, she said uncomfortably, "No. Your suggestion is very good. I just thought about it, and it is very feasible. It can even be used in my alchemy." Ouyang Qianjin was also very annoyed by this production process. After all, even if she grew a few more hands in a few days, it would be impossible to mass produce. At most, she would have to make more than she usually does when she is slacking off. But if it is possible to achieve assembly line operation through machinery, it would be great news for me. After all, alchemy, like pharmacists, requires basic knowledge and inspiration to create. Most of the rest of the time, it is just repeating the same actions, although it is still necessary to have the profession to operate. But if these actions can be handed over to the machine to complete, it can save a lot of time and energy to do other things. This is naturally the best. Isn't it said that the progress of science and technology is driven by lazy people? The more lazy people like to be lazy, the more they will try their best to make themselves lazy. Ouyang Qianjin is a typical example. Let's go. Let's try it now. The more she thought about it, the more possible it was. Ouyang Qianjin immediately called Li Taying to push herself to the smelter. I see. If the young lady wants to make this kind of machine, it shouldn't be a big problem. Cannon, who was originally refining ore, nodded to show that he understood after learning about Ouyang Qianjin's intention. Not a big problem? Li Taying looked at Cannon in confusion. Yes, it's not a big problem. And it can even be said to be very simple. Cannon turned his head and looked at Li Taying. Although I haven't tried it. If you want to make potions, you only need to use the magic storage method to store the magic that is not used at ordinary times bit by bit. When you want to make potions, you can simplify the mixing, stirring, and packaging processes through mechanical production to achieve a very good mass production effect. This can be done by modifying a bottled water production line that the eldest lady sees from the J City base before. Compared to that, the young lady's alchemy is more troublesome. Huh? What do you mean? Mine is more troublesome? Originally, Cannon was talking clearly, and both Ouyang Qianjin and Li Taying listened very carefully. As a result, Cannon changed the subject and pointed the finger at himself. This made Ouyang Qianjin feel a little uncomfortable. After all, his alchemy is so convenient. And it actually said it was troublesome. If he doesn't give an explanation, Ouyang Qianjin might have to break a few bones of the other party today. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin looked at him with a bit of a strange look in his eyes, Cannon, the dog, immediately explained. To be honest, in my imagination, the eldest lady's alchemy is actually simpler than Secretary Li's potion. After all, the eldest lady is an alchemist. And there is a very convenient thing like the alchemy array. The eldest lady only needs to engrave the alchemy array to turn an originally ordinary thing into an alchemy tool needed for alchemy. Like those cocktail shakers before? When Cannon said this, Ouyang Qianjin remembered the cocktail shaker with the alchemy array engraved on it when she made the energy gem. Yes. Cannon breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that his explanation has convinced Ouyang Qianjin. Then why do you say that my alchemy is more troublesome? Cannon, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was worried again because of Ouyang Qianjin's words. Mass production. Mass production. Cannon waved his hands and explained in a panic. Since Secretary Li's potions only need to be made in a few categories, the production line only needs to be slightly modified. But the scope of the eldest lady's alchemy is too wide. To put it bluntly, even if Secretary Li's production line is used, it can still produce madness potions, stealth potions, destruction potions and the like. Chapter 300 Dragon Blood Warrior. One production line is enough for things like energy gems, purification stones, sunstones, and fire stones. The same is true for gargoyles, golems, and puppets. But the problem is that other than these similar things, other things are not so easy to make production lines. Let alone other things. The Cold Night Ice Pillar that the eldest lady has just researched cannot be made on the same production line with a slight modification. Cannon shook his head regretfully, and Ouyang Qianjin also frowned. Cannon was right. The reason why mass production can be mass production is because there is a unified standard. The production of potions is easy to say. Those things are originally soft, and they can be made on the same production line by slightly modifying the raw materials. However, alchemy is not the same. It's easy to say for the same type, but unfortunately alchemy cannot achieve such a unified standard, let alone other things. The materials needed are all kinds of strange. If there is any more inspiration, making other things is not suitable for mass production. I am afraid that I will only be a twaller. If we can skip the simple production process, we should be able to make the corresponding machinery. Right? Ouyang Qianjin chose to settle for the second best. At least some unnecessary repetitive actions can be skipped, which can also shorten the production time. For example, a mechanical shaker. Ouyang Qianjin no longer wants to do this kind of thing. Unlike giving it to a skeleton, a machine should not be considered as handing it over to others. Right? After all, a machine belongs to the category of alchemical tools. That's possible. Cannon patted his chest with his skeleton hand full of gem rings to make a promise. Then go ahead. I'll wait for your good news. After getting the exact news, Ouyang Qianjin felt relieved. After all, why bother to work hard when you can be lazy? So Li Taiying followed canon. After all, compared with Ouyang Qianjin's small machines, Li Taiying's potion needs a whole production line. After finishing all this, Ouyang Qianjin returned to her small villa to continue working. In addition to the tools and materials for making alchemy props, there is also a magic crystal fax machine on Ouyang Qianjin's production table. It's just that this fax machine is a little different from the previous one. Of course, this fax machine is still the same as before. But in the past few days, Ouyang Qianjin asked Tail to modify it a little. But it's not the internal modification. After all, they don't have an enchanter. If it breaks, it will be terrible. In fact, only the appearance is really modified. Or to put it in more understandable terms, it just changed its skin. It changed from a phonograph to a small skeleton lying on the desk. The original pointer writing was also changed to a skeleton arm writing. It is very consistent with his profession as a skeleton lord. It's just that the theme of skeleton doing homework seems a bit too devilish. As for the remaining 10 fax machines, 5 of them were distributed to the various departments below for communication and contact. The remaining 5 were given to the Magic Technology Department of Tail for research. It is the kind that doesn't matter if it breaks. After all, in Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, since energy is not single, the communication method should also be able to evolve. Just like the evolution of the telegraph machine in the mechanical technology period to the smartphone. Click, 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 click. Just as Ouyang Qianjin continued to make the cold night light column, the magic crystal fax machine rang again. During this period, as more and more people entered this lore group, the fax machine was used more and more frequently. This caused the magic crystal fax machine's special paper as a consumable to be used faster and faster. But you can't stop it yet. After all, everyone is a friend. If you don't see any information, it would be a very rude thing. What if friends want to buy something? So after the fax machine rang, Ouyang Qianjin turned his head and glanced. Huh? At just one glance, Ouyang Qianjin frowned, looking quite surprised. Dragon Blood Warrior, Miss Ouyang. I will visit your territory in the near future. I hope I won't cause any misunderstandings. Dragon Blood Warrior Ing Weiyang. If AI Maisada is a weirdo among the lords, who doesn't like to struggle, then Ing Weiyang is the most confusing among the lords. Because this guy has no territory until now. Or at least there is no territory on the panel. Only a word no. Other guys can't wait to fill in their own territories after becoming lords. Only this guy doesn't know what he is thinking. Anyway, he didn't do it. But then again, even Ouyang Qianjin felt that it didn't really make much difference whether to fill it in or not. If you really occupy a piece of land, whether the panel admits it or not, this place belongs to the occupier. This is what fait accompli refers to. Skeleton Lord, haha. Sure, life is a bit dull. Come quickly. Skeleton Lord, of course. Other people are also welcome to visit. We are very hospitable in Jingzhou. Ouyang Qianjin replied very generously. Whether Ing Weiyang is an enemy or a friend and what he does, it doesn't matter to Ouyang Qianjin. Just as she said, during this period of time, Ouyang Qianjin has either been working overtime to make props or slacking off. Life is too dull and needs a little stimulation. If the other party comes to challenge you, then at least you can kill time. If the other party comes to drink tea and chat, you can also listen to some things in other places. No matter how you think about it, Ouyang Qianjin has not lost. After all, she has basically been in C City, J City, and Jingzhou for the past year. She has no idea about the rest of the place. Although Ouyang Qianjin doesn't need to know about other places with such a large territory. But Ouyang Qianjin is still very interested in the situation in J City. After seeing Ouyang Qianjin and Ing Weiyang chatting, the people who were originally talking stopped the news they were about to release very consciously. After all, the face of the top brother on the list still needs to be given. Of course, the most important thing is that someone is actually going to find Ouyang Qianjin. This is a rare good thing. Although Ouyang Qianjin is also notorious. But after all, no one has really come into contact with Ouyang Qianjin himself. What kind of person is he? What kind of combat power he has? And what kind of situation he is are unknown. So everyone wants to see what kind of sparks will be produced after Ing Weiyang, a lord like them, collides with Ouyang Qianjin. Chapter 3011 One person destroys a country. Dragon Blood Warrior, in addition to me, there will be some people who will come with me. Skeleton Lord, come on. Come on. It doesn't matter how many people come. Dragon Blood Warrior, why don't you ask me why I'm going to your place? Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin was so casual, Ying Wuyang couldn't help but ask in confusion. Skeleton Lord, what are you asking? No need. Just come. Faced with Ying Wuyang's doubts, Ouyang Qianjin's answer seemed even more casual. This made everyone who was peeking at the screen speechless for a while. He was not even interested in asking why the other lords came to visit. Is this the calmness of the big brother on the list? I learned it. But I learned it uselessly. Skeleton Lord, by the way, enter through Black Cat Paradise. Just when everyone was speechless, Ouyang Qianjin added a sentence, which made everyone even more speechless. After all, although this sentence seems to be nothing at first glance, but if you taste it carefully, it is completely forcing the other party to order. It is very unreasonable. If it were any other lord, a war might have started because of this sentence. But who made Ouyang Qianjin, the leader of the list, say this? Besides, he was not talking to himself. Other lords were not as excited as himself. So no one interrupted, and quietly watched how Ying Wuyang would react. In the end, Ying Wuyang's words made everyone dumbfounded. Dragon Blood Warrior, can I enter through the Korean country? If I take a boat, it will be more convenient to go from Shanghai where I am now. Here it comes. The duel begins. All the lords who were staring at the fax machine were refreshed. Even the eyes staring at the fax machine moved closer, afraid of missing this good show. Skeleton Lord, Kimchi Country? Not impossible. Skeleton Lord, if you are taking a boat, then I suggest you go directly through the strait to Whale State. Skeleton Lord, now a port is being built in the southwest of Whale State. You can land there, and then come to the capital. Dragon Blood Warrior, why can't we go through Kimchi Country? Skeleton Lord, because I went around and found that I have killed all the people around several large cities. If you land in Kimchi Country, I guess there will be no place to resupply. Dragon Blood Warrior. Okay. Seeing what Ouyang Qianjin said, not only Ying Wuyang, but also the other lords were speechless. What a murderous intention. Killing all? Doesn't that mean destroying a country? Such an outrageous thing that one person destroyed a country happened right in front of them. Although the concept of a country no longer exists in this world. But Kimchi Country still has tens of millions of people. Although Ouyang Qianjin's words were exaggerated. But after going around and killing several big cities, it is really possible that nothing will be left. After all, it is well known that the population of Kimchi Country is basically concentrated in several big cities. Can't afford to offend. Can't afford to offend. Ouyang Qianjin is really a guy who can't be offended. If you provoke such a person, you will have no place to cry when you are destroyed one day. The lords are now as quiet as quails. They are no longer in the mood to watch the show before. Although they were only in front of the fax machine, and did not meet Ouyang Qianjin. Everyone was still cautious, and didn't even dare to breathe. Some of them even broke out in cold sweat. There was no way. Mainly because Ouyang Qianjin was too scary. She killed hundreds of millions of people just by saying so. She was completely like a murderer. Although they had also had this experience in their struggles this year. But that was at most a few dozen or 100. There was probably no one who could reach tens of thousands. Except for those who had participated in the Lord War before. That's why everyone was afraid. It is said that killing one person is a crime. Killing 10,000 people is a hero. And killing 9 million people is the hero among heroes. How could Ouyang Qianjin's behavior not scare them? No wonder others are the top brothers on the list. While they are just a low-ranking lord. This is the gap. So, the lords collectively emo. And the reason why Ouyang Qianjin let the other party land from the Black Cat Paradise, or their own port, was mainly because they needed to receive them. After all, this can show the style of my great Whale State. Right? There are no ports or checkpoints in Whale State now. If the other party walks around and enters Whale State foodie, and finds it himself, it will be embarrassing. Although Ouyang Qianjin has the Eye of Darkness, she can definitely find the other party. But she will definitely not find him at the first time. This is not good. It is not the characteristic of Jingzhou. The way of hospitality with style. In the next period of time, Ouyang Qianjin did not care about other things. He stepped up the construction of the royal city. After all, someone will come to visit soon. Although we don't know the purpose and details of Ying Wuyang's visit. But whether it is an enemy or a friend. For Ouyang Qianjin, this is a very good opportunity to show off. It is said that magic is convenient and easy to use. It is very convenient for digging canals or building houses. The skills work together. although it is not so convenient that everything can be done. But it is much faster than ordinary construction. For example, stone cutting. A swordsman or a knight can cut it into square pieces with one sword. Transporting is not a problem. And a square stone of 1 meter square can be carried in one hand. As for the foundation, the earth doll of the earth magician can be solid with a few punches. In order to unify the style, Ouyang Qianjin still chose the same Western-style castle as the Sapphire Castle as her residence. And next to the castle, an amusement park was built in the same way as the Black Cat Paradise. Even the facilities in the amusement park are exactly the same. Of course, in addition to those mechanical entertainment facilities, there are also indoor leisure and educational equipment such as chess and card rooms, game rooms, bowling alleys, etc. The game consoles and game discs in the game room are all personal sponsorship of Ouyang Qianjin. After all, from Sea City to Black Cat Paradise, to the Eight-Headed Shrine, and then to several major cities in the country of Kimchi, and finally to the Science and Technology Park, Ouyang Qianjin has been collecting these things and has never given up. It can be said that she has the most complete games in the world now. The construction of the castle was originally nearing completion. Under the supervision of Ouyang Qianjin, the interior decoration was roughly completed after a few days of intensive work. As for Zhang Yimou, the original supervisor with a rather high profile, he was taken out of the construction side of the capital by Ouyang Qianjin and thrown to the southwest port Jingnan port to pick up people. By the way, Ouyang Qianjin also asked him to transport a batch of black coffin devices and cold night lamp posts to light up the villages and towns along the way first. After all, people are to be picked up. For necromancers or undead like Ouyang Qianjin, they have long been accustomed to the inconvenience brought by dark sky curtain, or because they are undead creatures. They also have strength bonuses in the dark. So it's nothing. But if the rest of the people want to live in this darkness, they can't do without lighting. You have to know that this is a black cloud that even sunlight cannot penetrate. Chapter 302 Ying Weiyang and Yin Shaoqing. As for the welcome venue, it was arranged by the old gentleman Sebastian. After all, it was the first time that someone came to Jingzhou as a guest, regardless of whether they were enemies or friends. The necessary superficial efforts should still be made, and it is not a bad thing to be more solemn. After all, Ouyang Qianjin is the leader of the list by a long way, and he must not lose face. That's it. It is not the insistence of Ouyang Qianjin, a guy who likes to pretend. It is the insistence of everyone in Jingzhou. Zhang Yimou, Zhang Yuan and other elders, Li Taiying, Xia Zhequan and other running dogs are not to be mentioned. Even the ordinary undead think so. In Sebastian's words, the face of the eldest lady is the face of the entire Jingzhou, and if the face of the eldest lady is lost, then the people in the entire Jingzhou will not be treated well by others. Although this is a bit exaggerated, but it can also be seen that everyone attaches great importance to the visit of Ying Weiyang and others, or to the visit of someone. And the black coffin device and the cold night lamp pole were originally to be spread all over Jingzhou. So it was just a matter of convenience for Zhang Yimou to send them over this time. Of course, in addition to Zhang Yimou, Li Taiying also went there this time. After all, Ouyang Qianjin had said before that she wanted Li Taiying to learn from Zhang Yimou. So Li Taiying also went to the reception this time. On the other side, just as Ouyang Qianjin was preparing for the reception, the ship where Ying Weiyang and others were was gradually approaching Jingzhou. This is a 3-story luxury yacht. A man and a woman stood on the bow of the wind-breaking ship. The woman was wearing weapons that were convenient for movement, and holding a pair of boxing gloves that looked like they were temporarily matched together. This person is Ying Weiyang. Next to Ying Weiyang stood a young man, wearing a neat purple-gold Taoist robe. In the cockpit behind the man, a girl with twin ponytails was driving the yacht. Should we reach Jingzhou? Ying Weiyang faced the cold wind, squinted his eyes, and looked at the sea in front of him, and asked the man beside him. Soon. According to Qianqian, it will take about half a day to reach Jingzhou. The man smiled handsomely and said, But is it really okay for us to go to Jingzhou with just a few people? I think we should bring more people. For this prey. What's the use of more people? Ha ha ha. That's right. Hearing Ying Weiyang say this, the man grinned and laughed, and the handsomeness in the static state just now disappeared instantly. But speaking of which, Yin Shaoqing, if it were you, would you be sure to wipe out all the bases around the major cities of the Kimchi country without leaving a single one? As if he knew the man next to him very well. Ing Weiyang rolled his eyes. Then he calmly told the information he had about Ouyang Qianjin. Yes. This static handsome guy who laughed so hard that his face was deformed was Yin Shaoqing, who is currently ranked second on the ranking list. Originally, Ing Weiyang was just a guest at Yin Shaoqing's base. However, one day, a mechanical bird holding an iron box suddenly appeared in the air, and the iron box contained a magic crystal fax machine. Originally, this fax machine flew to Yin Shaoqing's base, so it should have been obtained by Yin Shaoqing. However, the paper on the fax machine said that it should be activated by the strongest person with the highest magic power. So Yin Shaoqing gave the fax machine to Ing Weiyang. Originally, neither Ing Weiyang nor Yin Shaoqing paid much attention to this thing. Although the lords were chatting, the information Ing Weiyang wanted to know was not available at all, or the lords were basically hiding things, and it was difficult to know anything. However, this day, a sentence from Ouyang Qianjin made Ing Weiyang nervous. This sentence was the same as the one who asked others what rare beasts were in their territory last time. It was because of this sentence that Ing Weiyang finally decided to visit Ouyang Qianjin's territory. Originally, Ing Weiyang could sneak in without saying hello. But as a person of integrity, Ing Weiyang could not do the thing of smuggling. And with the presence of the locals, the time to find the quest monsters he needed should be shortened. As for the quest monsters, the quest monster of the Dragon Blood Battle Girl is naturally the dragon. Originally, Ing Weiyang was going to come alone. However, when she was about to visit Jingzhou and asked about Ouyang Qianjin, she was seen by Yin Shaoqing, the owner of the base. So he temporarily added more people. Impossible. If it is just to kill them, it is very simple. But it is basically impossible to kill them all without leaving a single one. Yin Shaoqing raised his shoulders, looking helpless. Yes, it is impossible. But Ouyang Qianjin did it. She is indeed a very scary person. Fortunately, she chose to develop in the New World. If she developed inland, I believe that many local tyrants who occupy the mountains would not be able to sleep. Yin Shaoqing said with a casual look. In fact, don't look at this guy who always looks calm, as if he is an immortal. But Yin Shaoqing was also very wary of Ouyang Qianjin. After all, he had basically stayed in the third place since the ranking list was established. He was either suppressed by Ouyang Qianjin or Quan Qingyu. Occasionally, he would be suppressed by others, such as Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan. Because of the relationship between Ouyang Qianjin and others, it is impossible to say that there is no psychological pressure. However, no matter how hard he chased, he could not catch up. Even the method of brushing the dungeon did not work. From then on, Yin Shaoqing knew that Ouyang Qianjin was not easy to mess with. Later, he even became the Lord of the New World and upgraded more than 20 levels at one time. Can people still play this kind of stupid game well? At this time, Ing Weiyang came, as the Lord on the panel and also an existence known before the Advent. Yin Shaoqing naturally welcomed him warmly. As a result, this guy is going to Ouyang Qianjin's territory again, and he got permission? This is too much. He must go with him. If nothing else, at least he has to see what Ouyang Qianjin, the woman who has always suppressed him, looks like. Of course, he also stepped on Ouyang Qianjin's bottom. See why the other party can rise so fast. It is true that Ouyang Qianjin is very powerful and also very daunting. But it is the unknowable mystery that leads to this situation. To be honest, let alone Yin Shaoqing. If the other lords were not too far away from Jingzhou where Ouyang Qianjin was, they would also want to visit Jingzhou. It's just a pure visit. Just take a walk and have a look. No other meaning. Hey, look at what's ahead. Just when Yin Shaoqing made up his mind to observe Ouyang Qianjin carefully, Ing Weiyang touched him with his elbow and said. Yin Shaoqing looked up, but saw that the blue sky and blue sea were now covered with dark clouds. Chapter 303. There is no comparison. Absolutely no comparison. What a strange black cloud. It clearly gives people a sense of oppression from the black cloud. But the surrounding sea surface is so calm, and even the wind and snow have decreased a lot. After entering the range where the black cloud is located, Ing Weiyang couldn't help but look up at the black cloud in the sky and muttered with a frown. It's really strange. Even the sunlight just now can't penetrate a bit. Yin Shaoqing also looked up at the black cloud when they encountered something they didn't understand. The two of them instinctively wanted to use Eye of Identification to see the situation. But because the black cloud was too high, it was beyond the detection range, and there was no way to know. So the two of them could only look at it. Fortunately, there was a searchlight installed on the yacht, and there were no obstacles on the sea surface, so there would be no accidents due to the darkness. Speaking of which, we are almost at the territory of Miss Ouyang. Do you think this cloud is related to Miss Ouyang? Ng Weiyang, who has traveled almost all over the Jiangnan area in a year, can be said to be knowledgeable. So he made a bold assumption. After all, anything can happen in this world. And your guess is not impossible, although the range is a little outrageous. Finally said it. Finally someone said this. Yin Shaoqing shook his head regretfully. Nothing else. This place should be some distance away from Jingzhou. If this black cloud is really the work of Ouyang Qianjin, then the opponent's skills have far exceeded the scope of outrageousness. Hey! It seems that there is no need to guess. Just as Yin Shaoqing was sighing inwardly, Ng Weiyang grinned at the sky. Huh? Yin Shaoqing looked up again, but this time he was frightened and stunned. In the dark sky, a pair of white eyes of different sizes, like sketches, appeared and stared at them. It's like being completely seen through, making people feel uncomfortable all over. Ng Weiyang twisted his body uncomfortably as if there were bugs crawling on his body, staring at the dark pupils in the sky. Ha, ha ha, no comparison. Absolutely no comparison. Yin Shaoqing smiled awkwardly after seeing these squirming white eyes, and then muttered to himself. Although he only encountered the weird phenomenon for a short time, Yin Shaoqing no longer had the intention to compare with Ouyang Qianjin. On the contrary, knowing that there might be no comparison, Yin Shaoqing felt a lot more relaxed. People are like this. If the gap is small, everyone will want to work hard. But if the gap is too big, it will make people feel relaxed and want to play badly. This is what Yin Shaoqing thinks now. Shaoqing, we found a light ahead. Just when Yin Shaoqing was feeling relieved and a little desperate, Yang Qianqian, who was in the cockpit one floor higher than them, informed the two people below about the road conditions in the sea ahead through the loudspeaker. Perhaps because the lights on the bow deck were a bit strong, or perhaps because the eyes in the sky were too strange, the two people did not notice the abnormality ahead for a while. Only two beams of light were seen in the sea ahead, rising straight into the sky, light up the surroundings. What is this time? The emergence of anomalies that have never been seen before has broken Yin Shaoqing's defense. He suddenly felt that it might be a mistake to follow Ng Weiyang to Jingzhou this time, although he saw a lot of new things that he had never seen before. But if possible, he really hopes to give him a little buffer time when such things happen. Let him calm down. In fact, these light pillars are the cold night light pillars that Ouyang Qianjin mass-produced a few days ago. It should be within the navigation mark. After all, it is so dark. If there is no navigation mark, it is easy to get lost or run aground. Does that mean we have entered the scope of Jingzhou? Maybe we are almost at the port mentioned by Ouyang Qianjin. It should be. Otherwise there would be no such things. Maybe, when the yacht slowly passed these light pillars, the two of them unconsciously used the eyes of identification to look at the two light pillars. Only then did they know that these light pillars were actually the products of alchemy. So it seems that there is an alchemist on Miss Ouyang's side. TSK. He can actually come up with something like this as a signpost. He is indeed worthy of being the number one on the list. And his subordinates are full of talents. The two stood at the bow and chatted casually. As the yacht gradually approached Jingzhou, there were more and more such light columns. Under the guidance of the light column, the yacht finally arrived at a Jiani port that looked like it had just been built. After docking, Ng Weiyang and Yin Shaoqing saw Zhang Yimou and others waiting at the dock. The two people who saw the undead for the first time were shocked by their slightly green skin. And there were suddenly more than a dozen people on the deck where there were only two people. Yin Shaoqing turned his head and looked at Ng Weiyang. Although he was the base commander, the protagonist of this visit to Jingzhou was Ng Weiyang. So he hoped that the other party would give a definite answer. Are you kidding? What's the situation with these people? Just looking at the skin color is already quite weird. And among them, some people's hands, feet, and even half of their heads are replaced by machines. That's not weird. But mixed? What's this? Let's go. Don't keep people waiting. After Ng Weiyang finished speaking, he walked down the deck first. And Yin Shaoqing and the remaining dozen people followed closely, and walked down from the yacht one after another. Zhang Yimou and others who had been told by Ouyang Qianjin to wait at the dock greeted them. Hello everyone. Who is the Dragon Blood Battle Princess? because there were several women among Ing Weiyang's dozen people. Zhang Yimou still asked politely, although he was sure that the first person to get off the boat should be Ing Weiyang himself. But this did not prevent him from pretending to be confused. I am. Ing Weiyang stepped forward and answered with his head held high. Hello, Dragon Blood Warrior. I am Zhang Yimou, a subordinate of the eldest lady. This time, I will be responsible for escorting you to the capital. Zhang Yimou also stepped forward and smiled and stretched out his hand to Ing Weiyang. Ing Weiyang also stretched out his hand, and the two symbolically shook hands. Excuse me, should it be okay to set off now? Zhang Yimou said with a smile. The words highlighted a toughness, but Ing Weiyang did not dislike it. And Li Taiying behind Zhang Yimou nodded silently. So that's it. Is this the style that should be there? I learned it. Of course. I also want to meet the famous big brother on the list as soon as possible. After Ing Weiyang smiled, he took his people and followed Zhang Yimou to the skeleton carriage that had been prepared long ago, which looked a bit luxurious and engraved with a skull wearing a black crown. Chapter 304. The two people were shocked. TSK. This Ouyang daughter is really impressive. Even the interior of the carriage is decorated so luxuriously. In the carriage, Yin Shaoqing sat on the seat without any image and was shocked. Opposite him was Ing Weiyang, and next to him was his assistant, Yang Qianqian, with twin ponytails. As for their entourage, they were sitting in several other carriages. Rather than being impressive, it's better to say it's enjoyment. Ing Weiyang looked at the heater and sofa, and the frosted chandelier on the roof, emitting warm light. This carriage was already considered luxurious after the advent of the day. After all, some people can't even find a warm place to sleep. As a result, Ouyang daughter even had a warm carriage. Speaking of which, did you see it just now? Yin Shaoqing sat up and looked at Ing Weiyang seriously. What? These are the people. I observed them at the dock just now. They are all undead. Yin Shaoqing frowned. Whether it was the people who came to pick us up or the people who were moving things or building warehouses at the dock, they were all undead who were resurrected after death. When he was at the dock before, Yin Shaoqing carefully observed the surrounding situation. It's just that he didn't show it at the time. Undead? People who were resurrected after death. Yeah, I saw it. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin, the Necromancer. When mentioning this matter, Ing Weiyang also became serious. If we talk about resurrection skills, or skills that can revive people, there are actually many. It's just that most of them were resurrected on the spot. And after resurrection, they are still human beings, and they will not become undead creatures at all. If there is a creature that can do this, it should be only Ouyang Qianjin. Right? Especially when the boss of this place is still a necromancer. People can't help but think that it was Ouyang Qianjin's doing. After all, these people disappeared from the panel after death. They were considered dead. For example, Zhang Yimou, the guy who was trying to get experience. He even appeared on the level rankings several times before. But then he suddenly disappeared. And now he appeared in front of them as an undead. This further confirmed the possibility that it might be Ouyang Qianjin's doing. When I shook hands with that person named Zhang Yimou just now, there was no temperature at all. It was really no different from shaking hands with a cold corpse. Ing Weiyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Skeleton horses pulling carriages. Undead picking up people. It really fits the profession of necromancer. Haha. It's better to say that the whole Jingzhou is now dyed with the color of Ouyang Qianjin, Yin Shaoqing said, opening the window of the carriage and looking at the dark sky outside. From the harbor to now, they have passed through 3 villages in total. Although these 3 villages are still under construction. But like the harbor, the pillars of light that soar into the sky are enough to illuminate the entire village. And along the way, street lamps with burning phosphorus fire are still used instead. It can be said that wherever you go, you can see the shadow of Ouyang Qianjin. These skeleton horses have been running all the way until now without resting. They are really convenient means of transportation. Yin Shaoqing said a little sourly. You know, labor is in short supply no matter where you are. If skeletons are so convenient and tireless, then they are perfect labor that can work 24 hours a day. How could he, a base commander, not be envious of this? Hey, Shaoqing, look, there are fireflies in this whale state, Yang Qianqian said happily, leaning on the window and pointing at the small lights flying in the darkness outside. Hey, Qianqian, fireflies emit green light. But this is blue. When Yin Shaoqing turned his head and looked, he found that these small light spots looked like fireflies. But the light they emitted was blue. Just at this time, a stray insect flew near the carriage, and Yin Shaoqing habitually shot out an identification eye. Grave firefly, a small insect that likes the smell of death and will gather on battlefields or cemeteries with a large number of corpses. After seeing the identified information, Yin Shaoqing was silent. Damn. There are actually such bugs in Whale State? Although there are many bugs that like corpses, there are not many bugs as beautiful as fireflies. What's more, the habits of this grave firefly and fireflies are simply two extremes. One can only survive in places with good water quality, while the other looks for places with corpses. Sure enough, the place where this necromancer lives is so weird. But to be honest, Yin Shaoqing really wants those alchemical props called cold night light pillar. At least it is very practical to use it as night lighting. It's better than lighting a bonfire or using spells like bright light. The most important thing is that it is bright enough. If you use it for lighting at night, you don't have to worry about whether there will be people or monsters outside the base attacking. While Yin Shaoqing was thinking about whether he could buy the cold night light pillar, on the other side, in the carriage where Zhang Yimou was, Li Taiying was asking Zhang Yimou for advice. General Manager, we obviously have a boat, and it will take longer to take the canal. Why do you choose to take such an inefficient route by land by carriage? Because Zhang Yimou is still the general manager of the capital. So Li Taiying called him like this. But she was very puzzled by Zhang Mo's unreasonable arrangement. After all, Ouyang Qianjin has always emphasized that if something must be done, then it must be efficient. But Zhang Mo's schedule obviously has nothing to do with efficiency. Haha. Secretary Li's words are indeed very reasonable. If we take the canal, the efficiency will certainly be improved. But don't forget that the capital has not been built yet. When I came out, the interior of the castle had not been completed yet. We need to buy some time for the eldest lady. So it is very reasonable to use a carriage. Zhang Yimou said with a big laugh after taking a sip of wine. This made Li Taiying understand Zhang Mo's intention. This time, Ing Weiyang's visit was indeed very sudden. Neither the capital nor the supporting facilities have been built yet. If the other party's yacht is used to take the canal, it will take a few hours to arrive. In contrast, if a carriage is used, although it still goes along the road built when the canal was dug along the canal, because it is a land route, it can always delay some time and make the capital better. Of course, the most important thing is that the other party came by boat. If they use their yacht to take the canal, they will not be able to experience the joy of the carriage. Chapter 305, What I Saw in Jingzhou. The joy of the carriage? It's the skeleton horse, and the luxurious interior. This is very important. At least in the mind of the young lady. This is very important. As for delaying time, it's just a byproduct. What does this have to do with the young lady? Li Taiying, who originally understood, was confused. How did this have to do with the young lady? Of course, it has something to do with it. You know how to show off. You know how to show off. Those people may be jealous of the young lady in the carriage now. Zhang Yimou curled his lips. Listen carefully. To serve the young lady, the most basic thing is to figure out the young lady's interests. In Jingzhou, the young lady's mood is always the first priority. How to make the young lady happy is very important. There are many ways to make the young lady happy. But letting outsiders look at the young lady with envy and jealousy is the simplest way to make the young lady happy. Okay. Although Zhang Mo's words were twisted, Ouyang Qianjin was indeed such a person. And Li Taiying finally understood the style and taste that Ouyang Qianjin had emphasized to her before. When Ouyang Qianjin talked about these things before, she also understood them with her own thinking. But the conclusions drawn were just some high-sounding things. But after Zhang Yimou said this, she understood. What the eldest lady expected was something very down-to-earth and could trigger negative emotions in others. Think about it. If others look at you with such envy, jealousy and hatred, doesn't it mean that you are better than others? Just thinking about it makes people feel very refreshed. So, Li Taiying realized it. Manager, if that's the case, why don't we take a detour to the number 07 mining village next to the number 15 canal village? Go to the mining village? Why? Of course. Let them see the mine. Let them know that the eldest lady has a mine at home. And there is more than one. Li Taiying's mouth curled up a confident smile. Oh! Secretary Li, you know a lot. I think this suggestion is good. after listening to Li Taiying's suggestion. Zhang Yimou also looked at the other party with shining eyes and said, at this moment, the expressions on the faces of the two were so evil that it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as birds of a feather and in cahoots. So, Ying Weiyang and others were dragged around Jingzhou by Zhang Yimou and the others for 2 days. When they arrived at the central capital, it was already the evening of the second day. What they saw and heard in Jingzhou in the past 2 days can be said to have opened the eyes of Ying Weiyang, Yin Shaoqing and others. Farms and ranches are places that provide food. I didn't expect that Miss Ouyang actually owns so many mines, let alone other things. The Mithril Mines mine in the number 07 mining village they visited for the first time made them jealous. Just from the name, we know that there are at least 6 such mining villages, not to mention other production villages. How can they not be jealous? These 2 days, I have been thinking about a question. Slightly tired, Yin Shaoqing lay on the sofa and murmured, "What's the question?" Ying Weiyang was actually very tired. But because he was about to reach the capital, he was holding on. At least he didn't lie down like Yin Shaoqing. You said, will the people from the destroyed bases in Kimchi country be brought to Jingzhou after Ouyang Qianjin was resurrected? It should be. Otherwise Jingzhou wouldn't have so many people. And they are all undead. TSK. In that case, doesn't it mean that Ouyang Qianjin now has at least 1 million soldiers who are absolutely loyal to him? As the head of the base, Yin Shaoqing's first thought was naturally the issue of manpower and military strength. Now his base is the largest in the entire Jiangnan region. But it's only a few 100,000 people. There are also smaller bases ranging from hundreds of thousands to tens of thousands of people. It is undeniable that the other party has such a large territory as Jingzhou. So it is normal for them to have a lot of people. But at least more than 1 million people who are absolutely loyal to them are scary to think about. You are not going to war with the other party. What are you worried about? Playing mental consumption? Ying Weiyang rolled his eyes at the other party and said lightly, "That's true." After being said by Ying Weiyang, Yin Shaoqing instantly understood. He was just being too stubborn. Or rather, he was scared by the matter of Ouyang Qianjin's territory. So he could figure it out with a little advice. After all, Ouyang Qianjin and his base are thousands of kilometers apart. Even if Ouyang Qianjin wants to develop, it is at least to occupy territory online, which has nothing to do with him. But then again, Ouyang Qianjin is really lazy. The village near the canal is called the Canal Village. The mine is called the Mining Village. The farm is called the Farm Village. And the ranch is called the Ranch Village. This is not just laziness. I even suspect that Miss Ouyang has not yet considered the names of these villages. When thinking of the places they visited in the past few days, Ying Weiyang and Yin Shaoqing couldn't help but complain. Because the names of these villages are too rough. All of them are numbers. And the suffixes are all the functions of the villages. I have to say that this is indeed very interesting. But also very casual. Haha. That's not called laziness. That's called easy to remember. Just as the two were complaining, the carriage suddenly stopped. And then a girl's laughter came from outside the car. Someone heard my complaints. Ying Weiyang raised his hand and touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Yin Shaoqing spread his hands and shrugged. At this time, the door was opened by Zhang Yimou. You too. The king is here. Ying Weiyang and Yin Shaoqing looked at each other, and then got up and got off the carriage. The first thing they saw when they got off the carriage was the knights in uniform black and purple armor lined up in front of them. They lined up on both sides of the towering blue castle entrance, holding black crowned skull flags diagonally. It looked very imposing. The castle behind them adopted a spire design, with different heights. But it was definitely not a simple left-right symmetry. The roof was made up of blue tiles, and a skull flag with a black crown was flying on the spire. And on top of all the towers, there were cold night light pillars that went straight to the sky. It looked magnificent. However, between these light pillars, the two also saw a tower top that was constantly emitting black smoke into the air. The black smoke rolled up and went straight to the black clouds in the sky. After reaching the black clouds, it merged with the black clouds. I think it should be related to the black clouds in the sky. Sure enough, the black clouds extending to the outer sea are inextricably linked to Ouyang Qianjin. It is not her skill, but at least it is the skill of her subordinates. Of course, it may also be the product of alchemy tools. After all, it is no secret that Ouyang Qianjin has an alchemist under her command. Chapter 306. Keep quiet in the bathroom. Ing Wuyang and Yin Shaoqing looked at each other, and nodded to each other inconspicuously. Then looked around. Not only this castle. As long as you look up, there are these light beams in many buildings around the castle. It can be said that the entire royal capital is bright, without any feeling of dark clouds. At the gate of the castle stood a skeleton in a butler's uniform. The skeleton took 2 steps forward and came to the two of them, slightly bent over, and stretched out his hand towards the inside of the castle. Please come in. The eldest lady has prepared food and drinks for you. After you bathe and change clothes, you can welcome you. Food and drinks. Bathe and change clothes. Welcome. What wonderful words. Hearing these words, both Yin Shaoqing, who pretended to be indifferent, and Ing Wuyang, the protagonist of this visit, became excited. To be honest, they have seen a lot in Jingzhou these 2 days, and have broadened their horizons. After all, in the Far East, only Ouyang Qianjin's Jingzhou has a new world. But at the same time, they are tired mentally and physically after 2 days of wandering. So they were slightly excited when they heard that Ouyang Qianjin prepared delicious food and drinks for them, and even allowed them to take a bath. But after all, they are all people of status. Even if there is a talking skeleton in front of them, they did not show any surprise on their faces. The skeleton speaks. The 2 lords and the base commander seemed very calm. But others were different. Especially the lively Yang Qianqian. After seeing Sebastian talking, he was surprised. Well, this is the reaction a normal person would have after seeing Sebastian for the first time. Qianqian, this is very rude. A black line appeared on Yin Shaoqing's forehead. He had been posing for so long just now, but his cousin broke his act in a second. Sure enough, this guy is his fate. I don't mind. It was my fault for forgetting to introduce myself. Hello, charming lady. My name is Sebastian. I am the master of Jingzhou and the housekeeper of Miss Ouyang. Sebastian walked to Yang Qianqian and said very gentlemanly, stroking his left chest with his right hand and bowing slightly. Although Yang Qianqian was lively by nature and had experienced large and small battles in this year, but after seeing the flames dancing in Sebastian's eyes, she couldn't help but show a little timid expression. Okay, everyone, please follow me. I believe the hot water in the bathroom should be able to remove the cold and fatigue from everyone. Seeing that the show of strength had achieved the desired effect, Sebastian turned around and led Ing Wuyang and more than a dozen people from the visiting group to step on the red carpet on the ground and enter the castle. Hey! Is this the castle of Miss Ouyang? It's really luxurious. The magnificent decorations along the way in the castle made Yin Shaoqing, the base commander, salivate. The spacious high ceilings, bright chandeliers, and burly armor, actually golem puppets. You can tell at a glance that the furniture, oil paintings, and statues are definitely from famous artists. Even the handrails of the stairs are made of pure gold. What stands out is luxury. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the red carpet of unknown material under their feet. This red carpet is not only extremely soft and comfortable to step on, but also has a purification function. It can completely purify the dust left on their soles. The footprints of the first foot may disappear after the second foot passes by. This is inevitably surprising. These things are not just good-looking. Ing Wuyang whispered beside Yin Shaoqing while walking down the stairs. Not just good-looking. Didn't you notice that the results of the identification of these things are all question marks? I have only seen this situation on an unactivated magic crystal fax machine. Yin Shaoqing frowned and remembered the fax machine. He had seen it at the beginning, but he didn't pay much attention to it because he didn't activate it himself. In other words, these are props that need to be activated? That should be the case. Ing Wuyang's expression was solemn. Although the entire castle looks magnificent, but it feels more like a fortress than the residence of the lord of a place. And it is the kind of fortress that has been strengthened from the outside to the inside to defend against invasion by others. Just activate it, and the invaders will be killed. Everyone, we have arrived at the bathrooms. The left is the men's bathroom, and the right is the women's bathroom. Originally, the castle was not open to anyone, whether it was visitors or other undead. But because you are the first to come to Jingzhou, the eldest lady made an exception and let you in. Originally, there was only a bathroom for the eldest lady in the castle. The men's bathroom is a temporary and simple one. I hope you don't mind. Sebastian tactfully pointed out the shortcomings of the castle. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin didn't want anyone to come in. But if no one comes to see it, wouldn't it be a waste of time? So she made an exception and let Ing Wuyang and others in. Only in this way can they spread their legends. Right? Thinking that her castle will spread all over the country. Ouyang Qianjin doesn't care about leaks. And because everything in the castle is sealed, there is no question of leaks. And today is a special day. Haha. Butler Sebastian doesn't need to do this. Originally, Ouyang was going to come alone. We just followed her to eat and drink. We are satisfied to have a place to take a bath and warm up. Yin Shaoqing, who has no airs of a base leader, laughed and said to Sebastian, saying that he understood very well, and it was originally a bathroom for other girls. And now they suddenly have to take care of them, and build a new bathroom temporarily. He can't blame him for doing this. It's better to say that he dare not blame. Just kidding. The top guy on the list built a bathroom for you. And you still dare to complain? Don't want to live? It's great to get your understanding, Sebastian said as he stretched out his hand, motioning everyone to take a bath. And Ouyang, Yin Shaoqing and others didn't waste words, and walked towards their respective bathrooms. Wow! I thought it was just a bathroom for taking a bath. But it turned out to be a hot spring for bathing. When Yang Qianqian and Ouyang took off their clothes in the dressing room and walked into the bathroom, they saw the large bathtub. Listening to the sound of water flowing from the mouth of the monster statue, and feeling the heat of the steam on her skin, Yang Qianqian couldn't help shouting. Then she opened her arms, and rushed to the steaming bathtub. She jumped into the steaming bathtub with one jump. Yang Qianqian, keep quiet in the bathroom. And don't jump into the bathtub. Got it! Yang Qianqian's shout echoed in the spacious bathroom. Ouyang followed suit and jumped into the bathtub. Chapter 307. I thought it was a Doomsday survival. But it turned out to be a job change for everyone. To be honest, since the day of the Advent, Ouyang has not taken a bath. After all, although there is no shortage of water resources, it is a problem to boil fire and get hot water. In addition, she is a person who needs to run around and has no fixed place to live. So at most, she would take a shower in someone else's base. Now there is such an opportunity. How can I not take a good bath to warm up? Aha, comfortable. Ouyang, who was wrapped in hot water all over her body, couldn't help but groan. These 2 days, she was dragged around by Zhang Yimou and others as if she was in a hurry. She didn't even have time to take a bath. Now that she can suddenly take a bath, how can Ouyang not feel comfortable? Oh, right. It's better to wash before taking a bath. After all, it's someone else's special bath. Don't get it dirty. Ouyang, who had just entered the bathhouse, thought of this before she had a good time. Hey, Yang Qianqian, come out and wash yourself before going in. Ouyang shouted at Yang Qianqian, who was swimming happily in the bathtub, then stood up and planned to leave the bathroom first. After all, everyone was a polite person. The other Ouyang daughter had given up her private bathtub for them to take a bath, so they still had to be polite. However, just as Ouyang stepped out of the bathtub, a girl's voice came from the bathtub. Dragon Blood Warrior, there is no need to be so troublesome. There are purification stones in the bathtub, which will not pollute the water quality. Ouyang and Yang Qianqian were shocked and turned their heads to look at the place where the voice came from. At this time, they saw from the dense steam that there was actually another person in the bathtub. This person is now floating on the surface of the water in the bathing pool, like a floating corpse. Although this adjective is not a good word, but it is very appropriate and appropriate. This is the backstroke I learned recently. How about it? It's pretty good, right? The girl just floated on the water and looked at the two people who were dumbfounded. Although Ouyang and the other two were dumbfounded, they all looked at the girl at the same time. The girl looked about 17 or 18 years old. Her long black hair floated on the water like her body. Although she was soaking in hot water, the girl's skin did not turn red due to blood circulation. On the contrary, it was as white as crystal. It was like an ink painting. It looked good. It looked good, but it looked deadly. Especially the smile on her face. It looked dangerous no matter how you looked at it. That, are you Miss Ouyang? Ouyang asked carefully. After all, this is the special bathing pool for Miss Ouyang, and it seems normal for Miss Ouyang to be here. But when the guest was bathing, the host came in first. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find out what was wrong. Yes, it was me. The girl admitted it firmly. It was just that she was talking, but her movements did not change at all. She was still floating on the water. The only difference was that the other party was gradually approaching them with the buoyancy. What are you doing here? Looking at the Ouyang daughter floating in front of him, Ing Weiyang couldn't help but sit down first. After all, standing and talking to someone, especially in this state of being naked, is a very rude act. Of course, the rude one is Ouyang Qianjin. What else can you do in the bath? Of course, take a bath. Ouyang Qianjin ignored the two people and continued to float towards the shallow water area of the bath. Although Ing Weiyang didn't understand why there was such an area in the bath, she still watched quietly what Ouyang Qianjin wanted to do. After Ouyang Qianjin floated to the shallow water area and her back touched the bottom of the bath, 2 black holes suddenly appeared beside her. Then 6 skeletons walked out. 2 of the skeletons turned Ouyang Qianjin over under the gaze of the 2 people, and then began to massage Ouyang Qianjin. Do you want to try it? My skeleton massage technique is very good. Ouyang Qianjin lay on her stomach, with her chin resting on her arms, and said leisurely, seeing Ouyang Qianjin showing off her figure so carefree. The 2 were speechless. Skeleton. This is something that is rarely seen, even after the advent of all kinds of strange monsters. Xiao, who is used to seeing monsters, still couldn't help but feel a little scared after seeing these 6 skeletons, especially when they saw the blue flames dancing in the skeletons' eye sockets. Then, it's better to obey than to be respectful. Although a little scared, Ing Weiyang didn't intend to lose to Ouyang Qianjin in such a place. Or he didn't want Ouyang Qianjin to look down on him. It's just a skeleton. Anyway, as long as Ouyang Qianjin has no ill will towards him, I believe the skeletons under her command will not do anything. So Ing Weiyang walked up and laid down like Ouyang Qianjin, and then enjoyed the massage of the 2 skeletons. The technique is pretty good. Yang Qianqian, do you want to try it? No. I'll just soak for a while. In response to Ing Weiyang's invitation, Yang Qianqian, who was usually carefree and lively, waved her hand, smiled awkwardly, and tried to stay away from the 2 guys. Just kidding. There's nothing to say about hitting skeletons. But letting skeletons give you a massage? This joke is not funny at all. So forget it. Speaking of which, when the monsters first came, I always thought this was a Doomsday survival drama. As a result, this survival game felt wrong as I was playing. Especially when there were no ordinary people around. Only professionals were left. And this feeling of wrongness became even stronger. Ing Weiyang, who was lying in the bathtub enjoying the skeleton massage, closed his eyes and muttered to himself with a look of enjoyment. Although it seemed like he was praising Ouyang Qianjin. But in fact, Ing Weiyang just found a topic to start with. It was a warm-up before strangers started chatting. Ha! Is that it? I thought it was a novel about survival in the end of the world. But it turned out to be a novel about everyone changing their jobs? Knowing that the other party was looking for something to talk about, Ouyang Qianjin just laughed it off. He even followed the other party's thoughts and continued chatting. Isn't it that the conversation just started? Yes. That's the feeling. In the setting of the novel about everyone changing their jobs, the 4 lords who occupy the new continent are the existences standing at the top of all professionals. After Ouyang Qianjin complained, Ing Weiyang's eyes lit up. Then he echoed with a burst of imagination. Maybe after a few decades, when the world stabilizes and cities are rebuilt, a protagonist with a system or plug-in will appear in a school in a certain city. In order to treat his former Saint King-level father, who lost his legs, he had to use the power of the system to make money, and finally killed everyone after being exposed? Chapter 308 Yang Qianqian. Shivering. This is good? In this case, there might be a setting like Skeleton Queen Ouyang Qianjin, who occupies the new world of Jingzhou. Ing Weiyang also joked with his imagination. At that time, an undead sent out by the queen to do a mission first learned the protagonist's secret, and then wanted to get the protagonist's plug-in to present to the queen to seek credit and reward. But in the end, he was killed by the protagonist because he underestimated the enemy. At this time, although he knew it was his subordinate's fault, the undead boss, who had to save face, came to trouble the protagonist. As the saying goes, if you beat the younger ones, the older ones will come. After Zhang Yimou and other cadres came to the protagonist and were killed, it was the queen's turn to find trouble. However, although Miss Ouyang appeared as an enemy and beat the protagonist bloodily, but then for some reason, they became friends and helped the protagonist to solve some problems, such as provoking other lords among the 4 lords. Puff! Uh-huh. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The imaginative setting made Miss Ouyang laugh. She even patted the hot water in the shallow water with her hands. No matter how I look at it, he should be a villain boss like in novels, with many subordinates, strange methods, and evil intentions. He has no interest in helping others. If he really fights against the protagonist, he might kill the threat in the bud. Of course, if the other party has something that interests me, that's another matter. After saying this, Ouyang Qianjin turned her head to look at Ying Weiyang, who was lying next to her. Ouyang Qianjin still admired Ying Weiyang's imagination, but it was impossible for her to help others, unless the other party could offer some very attractive benefits to her. Well, there is really no free lunch in this world, and the protagonist who shamelessly wants to swipe the face card for free is really disgusting. Ying Weiyang also turned her head to look at Ouyang Qianjin. A simple test made her know what Ouyang Qianjin meant. In the end, no one is obliged to help anyone for free. But this is the best answer for Ying Weiyang. Speaking of which, I saw the wealth of Jingzhou on the way here. It seems that Miss Ouyang manages her territory very well. Looking at Ouyang Qianjin, Ying Weiyang said with a little envy, "You may not believe it, but I basically don't participate in management. I let my subordinates do it. Those undead? They are really convenient subordinates." When thinking of the undead, he saw. Ying Weiyang sighed. Especially the ones he saw at the gate of the castle. Each of them, whether in terms of equipment or momentum, is enough to make any base commander envious. It should be said that having a mine at home means being rich. So those undead were all resurrected by Miss Ouyang. Resurrection after death sounds quite fantastic. Well, you'd better make a will or something. If you die one day, it's not impossible for me to resurrect you, Ouyang Qianjin said jokingly. But this sentence may not be untrue from Ouyang Qianjin's heart. After all, the corpse of a lord-level professional like Ying Weiyang is still very attractive to Ouyang Qianjin. Ha ha ha. That's a good idea. But the corpse of someone like me who just reached level 50 is not very useful to you, Miss Ouyang. Laughing loudly, Ying Weiyang sat up, took a towel from the skeleton, and wiped her face with hot water. Don't come on. A guy who was already level 50 half a year ago said this, which is beyond the scope of modesty. I guess you should have accumulated a lot of experience in the past 6 months. Ouyang Qianjin rolled her eyes at Ying Weiyang, then closed her eyes and said slowly, "Hey!" As expected of the top brother on the list, the investigation is quite detailed, and even the accumulation of experience is clear. Hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, Ying Weiyang was stunned for a moment, but he immediately adjusted the expression on his face. I have encountered this situation before, but it's nothing. Besides, this is the first time for a guest to visit Jingzhou, so of course we have to investigate it carefully. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand and said casually, as if this was not a big deal. But you have to know that Ouyang Qianjin herself said that it happened half a year ago. That is to say, this guy, or her subordinates, had noticed me at least half a year ago, or even longer ago. At that time, I had not become a lord yet. Even the level was not particularly high, at most hovering around 800 or 900, looking like an ordinary person. But even so, Ouyang Qianjin has already set his sights on me. What a scary guy. Thinking of this, Ying Weiyang changed her mind about Ouyang Qianjin. Before, she thought that the other party was just good at means, so he could always occupy the top position. After seeing Ouyang Qianjin's weird skills, she felt it was natural. After a tour of Jingzhou, she felt that Ouyang Qianjin should be a veteran who is good at business. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Qianjin was just a girl of 17 or 18 years old. But now she found that this girl was definitely not as simple as she seemed. Whether it was the territory, the castle, or the bath, they were all illusions. This guy must be very good at disguise. Definitely a guy at the level of an old fox. Ying Weiyang thought so. But these were just her imaginations. And Ouyang Qianjin became an old fox in the hearts of others without her knowing it. She knew nothing about this. If she knew, she would definitely shout that she was wronged. After all, investigations are completely nonsense. I just used the erosion effect of Eye of Darkness and Eye of Identification to know some things about the other party. Even the experience accumulation was learned from the beast Ouyang Wanzhong. Being regarded as an old fox like this is an unprovoked disaster. You are really honest. Is this the calmness of a strong man? Ying Weiyang looked at Ouyang Qianjin, who was still lying on the ground enjoying the massage with a fake smile. Not really. I can only say that it is better to tell it now than to investigate secretly in private. Everyone will feel more relaxed. It is a way of life for me. Ouyang Qianjin had her signature squinting smile on her face. It was impossible to tell from her expression whether this statement was true or false. Lifestyle? That's an interesting statement. Ing Wuyang seemed to understand and nodded while wiping her face with a towel. Because of the towel's obstruction, no one could see what the other person's expression was at the moment. Yeah. Oh hee hee. Hee hee. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. Ing Wuyang also smiled. The two guys were lying down and sitting in the hot water of the bathtub, like two foxes staring at each other. The whole bathtub. Only Yang Qianqian, who had watched the entire conversation between the two in the bathtub, was trembling. Chapter 309. Salesman Sebastian. Oh! Old Ing. How is it? I didn't expect there is a place like a bathhouse in the castle. After taking a bath, Ing Wuyang took the lead and walked out of the bathroom. Behind her was Yang Qianqian, who was still a little confused. Although the conversation with Ouyang Qianjin was very interesting. But to be honest, she didn't have the confidence to continue like this. Because during the conversation, she didn't know how she got on the other party's rhythm, and was completely under the other party's control. After discovering this, Ing Wuyang came out as if escaping. And Yang Qianqian, who had wanted to leave a long time ago, saw Ing Wuyang come out. So she followed him and left. As a result, she just came out and met Yin Shaoqing and the rest of the entourage who greeted her. From the looks of the other party, they should have come out a long time ago and were waiting for her here. Shaoqing. The first person to speak when seeing Yin Shaoqing greeted was not Ing Wuyang, but the trembling Yang Qianqian. Yang Qianqian rushed up and hugged the other party's waist, burying his head in his chest. Qianqian, what's wrong with you? My cousin knows her best. Although I can't say she's very brave. At least she's hated by everyone. Such a guy is actually trembling in his arms? This is an unusual thing no matter how you look at it. So he looked at Ing Wuyang again. There is a monster in the bath. Yang Qianqian is scared. Ing Wuyang pointed to the female bath behind him with his thumb and said this. Monster? Ing Wuyang's joking remarks made Yin Shaoqing, who was already confused, even more confused. Are you satisfied with the bath? Just when one was joking, one was confused, and one was shivering. The old gentleman Sebastian came out from nowhere and greeted several people. Satisfied? Of course satisfied. I really want to build such a bath in my base. I think the guys in the base will like this by then. As the base commander, Yin Shaoqing was very satisfied with this experience. He even began to think about building such a large bath in his base. After all, if there is such a thing, it will be very useful for morale. Just think about it. People who are tired all day can take a beautiful bath after returning to the base to remove the fatigue of the day. What a wonderful thing it would be. Haha. It should be possible. You just need to buy some fire stones and purification stones from the eldest lady. Sebastian took the opportunity to promote Ouyang Qianjin's alchemy props. Yin Shaoqing and Ing Wuyang, who had never heard of these two things, immediately became interested. So Sebastian led everyone to the restaurant and explained what the fire stone and the purification stone were in a friendly manner. Buy. Must buy. Yin Shaoqi immediately said he wanted to buy them after knowing the functions of these two stones. And he wanted to buy a lot. Just kidding. With these two things, what kind of bath can't be built? Although it is just simple hot water, without the therapeutic effect of minerals like hot springs. For professionals, that little therapeutic effect is almost equivalent to nothing. And if it is sold to an organization further west, it may make a fortune. To sum it up, there is only one word. There is a way. Oh, by the way, there is also something called sunstone, which can simulate sunlight. Although it is not as hot as the sun, it still has a certain temperature. It is very good for lighting or cultivating plants. In addition, there are some other stones that are also very good. Seeing that business was coming, Sebastian immediately sold some of the products that looked popular in Ouyang Qianjin's hands. After all, these are all consumables. And when Canon shared information before, he said that the eldest lady intended to use a production line for mass production. Mass production is naturally related to mass consumption. I believe that the eldest lady will talk about this in the lore group later. Probably. Sebastian is not sure. After all, the eldest lady may have forgotten this. While the two were talking casually, Ing Yang next to them was silent. She remembered what Ouyang Qianjin said in the bath before. So just now, Ouyang Qianjin seemed to have said something about purification stones. So this is the reason. But then again, Ouyang Qianjin, this female vixen, really knows how to enjoy herself. She actually made this kind of thing to make her life more comfortable. If people knew that she had this thing, they would probably flock to it. Right? If you can't beat them or rob them, you can only buy them with money. By then, Jingzhou will become a place where merchants from various organizations and bases gather. With business. Are you still worried that this place won't develop? What's more, Ouyang Qianjin has so many farms, ranches, mines and so on. Everyone. This is the restaurant. The food has been prepared for you. Please feel free to eat. After leading everyone into the restaurant, Sebastian walked alone to the seat at the head of the long table where there was no chair but various foods. After standing, he stopped talking. This scene was too discordant, and Yin Shaoqing and Ing Weiyang couldn't help but look at it twice. But then, they were attracted by Yang Qianqian's laughter. Ha ha. Prawns, salmon, tuna, steak, and more. It is said that problem children are more joyful. After seeing these foods, Yang Qianqian, who was hated by people and dogs, had forgotten the scene in the bath just now. She turned her attention to the food on the long table. Qianqian, you have to wait until the host comes before you can start eating. Seeing Yang Qianqian preparing to start eating, Yin Shaoqing couldn't help but complain. And Yang Qianqian actually put down the chopsticks in her hand, put her hands on her knees, and waited obediently. This move once again refreshed Yin Shaoqing's three views. When did this guy become so well behaved? Everyone, don't be restrained. There are not so many rules in Jingzhou. The eldest lady said that you should eat when you can. This is a blessing. Seeing that everyone was so polite, Sebastian, who was standing quietly, spoke. No. Just wait. Yang Qianqian, who was frightened by Ouyang Qianjin just now, said a little stutteringly. At this time, the door on the side of the restaurant was opened. Everyone turned their heads and saw a maid in a maid outfit pushing a 17 or 18-year-old girl sitting in a wheelchair made of bones into the restaurant slowly. The girl was wearing a corseted long skirt at the moment. The waist above was black and purple, and the waist below was black and white stripes. She also wore a white wide-brimmed hat with a black bow on her head. With pale skin, she looked like a doll without a soul. Chapter 310 19th Birthday. This woman must have done it on purpose. Ing Weiyang, who had just met before, immediately realized the bad character of Ouyang Qianjin after seeing her outfit. But now is not the time to talk about these things. After all, this is the first time that the host family officially appears. It is completely inconvenient to complain at this time. However, that being said, why is Ouyang Qianjin sitting in a wheelchair? And it is such a disgusting skeleton wheelchair? Ing Weiyang, who was still complaining in his heart, quickly shifted his gaze from the other party to the wheelchair. Just like Yin Shaoqing and others. Haha. Sorry. Because I had a car accident before the advent and my legs and feet are inconvenient. So I hope everyone doesn't mind. Ouyang Qianjin, who knew what the other party's strange eyes meant, smiled and greeted everyone without caring. After all, she had seen a lot of such eyes before. It can't be said to be sharp. It should be sensitive. So that's it. No wonder. After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's statement, everyone also expressed understanding. But when he thought that he and others were being suppressed by a girl with inconvenient legs and feet, he felt uncomfortable all over. Ing Weiyang thought that when he saw Ouyang Qianjin in the bathtub before, she seemed to have never sat up. Even when she turned over, it seemed that she relied on the skeleton to turn her over. Thinking of this, Ing Weiyang suddenly felt that Ouyang Qianjin's choice to summon this skeleton became reasonable. After all, no girl would be willing to let a group of zombies give her a massage. It's better to have a white and clean skeleton. At least in the early stage. It was a great help to Miss Ouyang, who had difficulty walking. Now, at least two women, Ing Weiyang and Yang Qianqian, understood Miss Ouyang. This was a kind of empathy with a little sympathy. Wait, I heard from my father before that there was an Ouyang family in the outer northeast. And there were a lot of business dealings at that time. But since the head of the Ouyang family had a car accident, the agent of the Ouyang family has withdrawn the business back to the outside of the Great Wall. I wonder if this Ouyang family has any relationship with Miss Ouyang. At this time, Yin Shaoqing remembered what he had heard from his father many years ago. Outside the Great Wall, the Ouyang family is one of the richest and most powerful families. And it has accumulated to this point in one generation. I don't know whether the Ouyang family is lucky or strong. So after hearing Miss Ouyang say that her legs were caused by a car accident, Yin Shaoqing immediately remembered this family that left a deep impression on him. After all, Miss Ouyang's surname is Ouyang, and she lost her legs in a car accident. Ah, my parents died in the car accident. Ouyang Qianjin did not hide anything and admitted it very generously. How to say it? After getting the answer, Yin Shaoqing was not surprised. After all, Ouyang Qianjin's parents built up the capital that others could only accumulate in several generations, or even dozens of generations in one generation. So it is not surprising that Ouyang Qianjin has conquered such a big kingdom and become a local overlord. Don't worry about me. Food should be eaten while it is hot. Otherwise it will be wasted if it gets cold. Seeing the change of expression on everyone's face, Ouyang Qianjin didn't say much. After being pushed to the main seat by Kobayakawa Tomoyo, she called everyone to eat and drink. So, under Ouyang Qianjin's call, everyone couldn't wait to eat the food in front of them. It must be said that Ouyang Qianjin knows how to enjoy. In the current situation of scarce resources, this person can actually eat such delicious food and drinks every day. This alone has surpassed 99% of the people in this world. Even Yin Shaoqing, the base commander, can't do this. After all, there are groups of monsters even in the sea or on the beach. Not to mention anything else. Just the groups of fishmen holding harpoons on the beach are annoying enough. As the base commander of the largest base in Jiangnan, Yin Shaoqing is very clear about the habits of these fishmen. Although the level of the fishmen is not high. There are from level 20 to level 60. But the habit of the tribe that provokes one is to provoke a group of people is really difficult to deal with. But then again, there are no murlocs in Jingzhou. Is it because the weather here is colder? Now the whole world is covered with snow. So this assumption should not exist. Yin Shaoqing, who couldn't figure it out, put the matter aside and continued to eat and drink. About half an hour later, after everyone finished dinner, they enjoyed the dessert. The dessert was strawberry cream cake. The strawberries were the stock in Ouyang Qianjin's space. The cream was whipped with the monster eggs obtained when clearing the surrounding area. And the cake was made with the wheat flour harvested today. Ing Wuyong picked up a piece of cake with a fork and tasted it. Sweet, soft, and strawberries that hadn't been tasted for a year. All of which were stimulating the taste buds of the dragon blood warrior. She didn't say anything. Compared to the previous delicacies, this guy is now more interested in this dessert. Girls, I can understand. Although Ing Wuyong is 24 years old, who can resist the yearning for sweets in her DNA? So, Miss Ouyang. Ing Wuyong put down the fork in her hand and said to Ouyang Qianjin after quietly enjoying it. However, she was interrupted by Ouyang Qianjin before she finished speaking. Wait, it's so late today. Let's not talk about business first. At least we just arrived in the capital. We have to have fun anyway. Not to mention that today is a special day. Special day? Yin Shaoqing frowned slightly and looked at Ouyang Qianjin in confusion. Well, today is not only the anniversary of the completion of the castle, but also the opening day of the amusement park. And it is also my 19th birthday. Ouyang Qianjin shook the dark yellow tomato sweet orange juice in her hand and said with a smile. What? Mrs. Birthday? Miss Ouyang's birthday. 19 years old. Everyone was stunned when Ouyang Qianjin said this. This not only includes guests such as Ing Wuyong and Yin Shaoqing. It also includes Sebastian, Kobayakawa Tomoyo, and other staff serving in the restaurant. After all, Sebastian and others only met Ouyang Qianjin last year. So except for Ouyang Qianjin herself, no one knew about her birthday. Now that Ouyang Qianjin suddenly said this, how could they not be surprised? No wonder when discussing today's dinner, the eldest lady said that she would change the dessert after the meal to strawberry cream cake. It turned out that this was using the dessert after the meal as a birthday cake. As Sebastian has studied some customs in this world, he quickly figured out Ouyang Qianjin's insistence. Hey, don't be so surprised. Seeing everyone's surprise, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but complain a little unhappy. It's not. I just think it's too coincidental. I'm a little scared. Chapter 311 Crystal Skull. Ing Wuyong wiped his sweat slightly. Let's say it's a coincidence. Actually, it's not really a coincidence. After all, They were dragged around for 2 days after landing in Jingzhou. It's so easy to control the time. Ha ha ha. How can it be so coincidental? My birthday was a few days ago. That is, November 1st. But you guys are coming to visit. So I postponed the celebration for a few days. After all, it's more lively to celebrate birthdays together. Facing Ying Yang's awkward smile, Ouyang Qianjin laughed and said, "What should I do? I haven't prepared any gifts. After all, it's someone else's birthday. And it's the birthday of the top brother on the list. It's always a bit embarrassing that nothing is prepared. Haha. Why should I give a gift when I'm here? I just want to have fun. It doesn't matter whether you have a gift or not." Hearing the word gift, Ouyang Qianjin didn't care. After all, as a fun person, she really just wants to have fun. But Ying Yang, Yin Shaoqing and others could not just let it go or just laugh it off. This is the way of the world in the underworld. On a good day like the birthday of the top brother, it is indeed necessary to express gratitude. Originally, I came to Miss Ouyang this time to ask you for help. So I also brought a gift. But since it happens to be Miss Ouyang's birthday, I will give it to you as a birthday gift. I hope you don't dislike it. After a little hesitation, Ying Yang turned his head and looked at an attendant not far away. There was a wooden box next to the attendant. After receiving Ying Yang's instructions, the attendant took out a square wrapped in black cloth from the wooden box and walked to Ying Yang and handed it to him. After Ying Yang took it, he put it on the table and slowly untied the black cloth in front of Ouyang Qianjin. She was sitting next to Ying Yang, so Ouyang Qianjin saw it clearly. As the black cloth was slowly untied by Ying Yang, Ouyang Qianjin saw a small wooden box with several yellow talismans stuck on the surface in a mess. The small wooden box was a little black and a little old, and looked ordinary. It was estimated to be about the size of a palm. The sealed wooden box? This is. After taking a look with the eye of identification, Ouyang Qianjin looked at Ying Yang. "Isn't this the wooden box you asked me to seal before?" Yin Shaoqing, who was sitting opposite, was a little surprised. "You should know that this thing was something Ying Yang asked him to seal a long time ago. I didn't expect that it would be used as a birthday gift for Ouyang Qianjin now. You know?" Seeing Yin Shaoqing's astonished expression, Ouyang Qianjin turned her head and asked, "I don't know. Last time, this guy just brought a box and asked me to seal it without saying anything. So I don't know what's inside." Yin Shaoqing spread his hands and shrugged helplessly. "Really? Then I'm looking forward to it even more." Seeing that even the sealer himself didn't know what was inside, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but praise it. The sedan chair is carried by everyone. It's just a free compliment. Anyway, there's no loss in saying it. However, Ouyang Qianjin was really looking forward to what was inside the wooden box. After all, the sealing skill was used, so there should be something good inside. And it was something very evil. Otherwise, Ying Yang would not be so cautious. And since it was decided to be used as a bargaining chip to trade with him, I think Ying Yang should prepare something suitable for him. After all, only in this way can it play the role of a bargaining chip. I got this thing in an ancient castle copy. At that time, about 100 people in my team were sucked dry by this thing. If I hadn't found this wooden box on the spot and put it in, I guess everyone, including me, would have been sucked dry. Even so, without the seal of this guy, the thing would gradually absorb the external vitality even if it was put in the wooden box. Only by sealing it with a talisman can it be barely used. While talking about the origin of this thing, Ying Yang slowly pushed the sealed wooden box in front of Ouyang Qianjin. "Just saying that already makes me interested. You are such a pushy guy." Ouyang Qianjin looked at the wooden box in front of her, then looked up at Ying Yang, mumbling with dissatisfaction and coquettishness on her face. "Sucking people dry? This is something that a necromancer can do, right? After all, Ouyang Qianjin has done this kind of thing many times. It can be said that no matter whether she is injured or not, she will suck the enemy dry whenever she needs to. This is the inevitable result after using the skill life absorption. So there must be something used by the necromancer in it." So Ouyang Qianjin grumbled to Ying Yang like a spoiled child. "Haha. Since it's a surprise birthday gift, it's only a surprise if the protagonist opens it himself." Ying Yang smiled indifferently. And Ouyang Qianjin was naturally not polite, and tore off the yellow paper on it in a few seconds. As soon as the yellow paper was torn off, Ouyang Qianjin felt the huge breath of death coming from it. If it was an ordinary professional, or a professional who was more sensitive to the breath, He would definitely not even want to touch it. However, Ouyang Qianjin was excited. After licking his lips, he was ready to open the wooden box. However, at this time, the things inside seemed to feel that Ouyang Qianjin was a living person, or that they were a little hungry after being sealed for so long. They attacked Ouyang Qianjin as soon as the seal was opened. After a breath of death came, Ouyang Qianjin could clearly feel that his vitality was disappearing. So she also gave him a taste of his own medicine. She placed the wooden box and used life drain. Bang! It happened almost in an instant. The wooden box could not withstand the attack of life drain, and was directly broken into wood chips. Then a fist-sized crystal skull rolled out from the wood chips. Ouyang had suffered from this thing before, so he jumped out of his seat the moment the crystal skull appeared. The speed of the action was astonishing. Yin Shaoqing and others saw Ouyang do this and jumped out as well. And Sebastian, Kobayakawa Tomoyo, and others thought that Ouyang had sent some bomb to Ouyang Qianjin after seeing the reactions of their visitors. They all drew their weapons and confronted Ouyang and others. Don't worry. Don't worry. Relax. This thing can't hurt me. Ouyang Qianjin used life drain to tug of war with the crystal skull, while waving to everyone. Chapter 312 Ouyang Qianjin. So terrifying. For Ouyang Qianjin, this kind of pulling is simply not a big deal. After all, although everyone uses the skill life absorption, even the crystal skull absorbs more than himself. But his life absorption has been eroded by the talent of erosion. Although the quantity is not comparable, the quality is definitely guaranteed. To be honest, even Ouyang Qianjin has not figured out how an inorganic crystal skull can have such a thing as a soul. But it doesn't matter. These things can be investigated slowly later. The most important thing now is to subdue the crystal skull. This rebellious guy? For Ouyang Qianjin, there is nothing more exciting than this. So a group of people just stared at Ouyang Qianjin in the tug of war. Two visible skill lines. One black and one dark green. Although the colors are different, everyone knows that this may be the same series of skills. It's just that Ouyang Qianjin's dark green line doesn't look as thick as the black one. Nothing will happen. Right? As the one who gave the gift, it is impossible to say that Ouyang is not panicking. After all, if something happens to Miss Ouyang, it will be a problem whether they can get out of Jingzhou intact. The pursuit of millions of people is not a joke. Don't worry, my guest. Since the eldest lady said it's okay, then it's okay. There is absolutely no such thing as what if, Sebastian whispered to Ouyang. At this time, he had already put away the weapon he had drawn before. After all, since the eldest lady said it didn't matter, they naturally wouldn't pursue these people without authorization. And Yin Shaoqing was very envious of Sebastian's trust in Ouyang Qianjin. Being trusted, and even relied on by his subordinates, is what all superiors expect. After Sebastian said this, the undead around him nodded in unison. And he knew that this was definitely not an isolated case, but a common phenomenon. Just as Yin Shaoqing envied these undead, his eyes inadvertently moved from the maid who had just pushed Ouyang Qianjin in, and then pointed a bow and arrow at him. Hey! 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 Is this true? This guy. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out on Yin Shaoqing's forehead. Hey! Yin Shaoqing touched Ouyang beside him with his elbow, and called him softly. What are you doing? Ouyang frowned slightly. Now she was paying attention to the tug of war on Ouyang Qianjin's side, so she had no time to care about Yin Shaoqing. Use the eye of identification to look at that maid. It's simply shocking. Really? After being told this by Yin Shaoqing, Ouyang turned her eyes to the maid. After all, Yin Shaoqing's words were so convincing that she couldn't help but feel a little curious. And when the eye of identification showed the other party's name and race, Ouyang's forehead also broke out in cold sweat like Yin Shaoqing. Good guy. Kobayakawa Tomoyo. This guy is one of the original 12 lords. Although I am also one of these 12 people. But compared to a lord like me who has no territory, the lord who once participated in that lord war must be much more powerful. Of course, the most shocking thing is not this, but this kind of person has become Ouyang Qianjin's maid. And it seems that she is devoted to him. No matter how you think about it, this is a thing that refreshes people's three views. Ouyang may not know, Kobayakawa Tomoyo's level is actually not much better than hers. At least before being killed and resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin, she was only about level 60. However, because she became an undead, Kobayakawa Tomoyo can no longer upgrade. Ouyang Qianjin. This woman is so terrifying. She actually turned Kobayakawa Tomoyo into an undead and kept her as a maid by her side. Not only Kobayakawa. Look at the other maid. She was also on the level ranking list before. The man with the hammer over there was also on the ranking list before. This is simply a shock to people's three views. The two whispered about everything they saw. Originally, I thought that Ouyang Qianjin, the top brother on the list, had already brought me a lot of shock. Good man. You actually hit a bomb in such a place. Using an epic class lord as a maid. You really dared to do such a thing. Of course, Tomoyo Kobayakawa also knew that the two were observing her. But Tomoyo Kobayakawa, who knew Ouyang Qianjin's character, did not say anything. On the contrary, he was complacent after seeing the shocked expressions of the two. After all, it was a very happy thing that her maid outfit could play a role for the young lady. Okay. Done! While the two were observing Tomoyo Kobayakawa, Ouyang Qianjin had already finished with the crystal skull. Miss Ouyang, are you okay? After seeing Ouyang Qianjin finish her work, Yang didn't care about the maid Kobayakawa Tomoyo anymore, and walked up to ask Ouyang Qianjin. It's okay. It's just a little consumption. It's not a big deal. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and waved to Yang, then said to Sebastian behind him, Sebastian, prepare 5 monsters for me to replenish. Okay, Mississippi. After receiving the order, Sebastian bowed slightly and left, leaving everyone confused. What's this replenishment? Yang asked confusedly. It's just to replenish the consumption just now. Don't underestimate this thing. I didn't expect the energy is so strong. Ouyang Qianjin laughed while throwing the crystal skull in her hand. Looking at the crystal skull going up and down, Yang was still a little scared even though he knew that there was no threat now. Especially when he thought of so many people who died before. Okay. Don't talk about these spoilers. Today is my birthday celebration. Everyone should be happy. In fact, I like this gift very much. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the crystal skull in her hand. Although the crystal skull looks complete, but there is a vertical gap on the top of the skull. The gap is very narrow. About 2 or 3 centimeters long and a few millimeters wide. But it is very deep. If you want to describe it, sealed crystal skull, a finely crafted artifact exclusive to the undead system, which can greatly increase the holder's mental power limit. Intermediate undead mage can increase the number of summons held. The rank of the undead summon +1. And the summon skills +1. Hidden information, although it is a sealed thing. Don't underestimate it. Because you have no idea what it was like before it was sealed. Maybe look for the seal. Chapter 313 Never Sleeping City. In terms of function, this crystal skull is similar to the Lahad Annihilation text in my hand. But it is still sealed. If it is unsealed, it must be higher than the Lahad Annihilation text. Of course. Another important thing is that this thing can increase the level of my skeleton by 1 level in skill. That means the skeleton in my hand can now have 4 skills. The racial talent of the undead is also increased. It's so cool. Ouyang Qianjin smiled in her heart. But she still had to maintain her elegance on the surface. After all, there are outsiders here. So she can't do anything to lower her status. It's good if you like it. Yang smiled. And she was finally relieved. After all, it's a gift. If the person who receives the gift doesn't like it, it's just a waste. Fortunately, I insisted on bringing this thing back. And now I'm very happy that it's useful. But after giving this thing away, I lost the bargaining chip for the transaction. What should I do now? Looking at the happy Ouyang Qianjin, Yang thought about what to do next. Although he was entangled before. But at this time, he had to give it away. After all, if he had something on him, but didn't give it away after the other person announced his birthday because he wanted to make a deal, it would be more troublesome in the future. After all, it was the first time to meet. And it would be bad if the first impression left a bad impression on others. In this case, it is better to leave a good relationship. And let's talk about the rest later. Yang sighed slightly in his heart. Chio. At this time, Ouyang Qianjin placed the crystal skull on the armrest of the skeleton throne and called Kobayakawa Chio. After being called, Kobayakawa Chio walked to the wall in the eyes of Yang and others, and then opened the curtains with the other servants. Everyone looked at the light emitted by the cold night light column outside the window, and didn't know why. Although it is undeniable that this night view is also beautiful. But it seems that there is no need to be so grand. Looking at those people standing by the window, wearing maid costumes or servant costumes, everyone has this feeling. Miss Ouyang. This kind of exaggerated performance has only been seen in movies and TV dramas. So Ouyang Qianjin must have some action. Ing Weiyang is convinced of this. Isn't it said that today is a special day? Since it is a special day, we have to welcome you guests. So it must be more gorgeous. Swoosh. Bang. As soon as Ouyang Qianjin finished speaking, there was a sound of explosion outside the window. Everyone looked closely, and fireworks of various colors and shapes exploded in the air instantly. It looked very beautiful. But it is indeed gorgeous. But if it is just like this, it would be unfair to Ouyang Qianjin for mobilizing so many people. Sure enough. Then everyone saw that under the gorgeous fireworks, lights were lit up. Although they were far away, all the professionals could still see clearly that under the lights were entertainment facilities. From Ferris wheels to roller coasters, from carousels to pirate ships. It can be said that there is everything. Ing Weiyang even saw the LED neon lights of the chess and card room and bowling alley from the lights. Next to these lights is a large circular building that looks like a medieval coliseum. It is naturally brightly lit there. There are even 4 cold night light columns for lighting. Hey, this is beyond the scope of enjoyment. Looking at the lights and buildings outside, Ing Weiyang couldn't help but shout wildly in his heart. Ouyang Qianjin's character of never forgetting to show off at any time is really enough. Ing Weiyang said that she received too many shocks in one day today and needed to slow down. How about it? Is it a gorgeous celebration? Ouyang Qianjin looked at Ing Weiyang, who was a little confused, and said with a smile, Hee hee. The lighting effect is well done. Ing Weiyang's answer was very far-fetched. Now her mind was very confused, and she couldn't even organize any words of praise. She could only smile awkwardly, and then talk about the lights. However, Ouyang Qianjin, who was in a good mood, didn't care about these. After hearing what Ing Weiyang said, she laughed even happier. Right. These magic lights were carefully made by my logistics officer these days. And they are made for lighting effects. Although there are powerful lighting devices such as the cold night light pillar. But when there is no state, the cold night light pillar will only emit white light. This looks a bit dull. So if we talk about the effect, it is better to use colorful LED lights in normal times. What's more, because of the relationship between dark sky and pseudo-dark sky, will state is now in darkness. In this environment, the lighting effect becomes even more important. It is definitely not a decision made by Ouyang Qianjin on a whim, or because she thought it was fun. Well, definitely not. It is indeed a great city. But we still don't know what the name of this capital of Miss Ouyang is. I wonder if Miss can tell us. Yin Shaoqing, who was standing next to Ing Weiyang, said casually while looking at the dim lights outside. Yin Shaoqing's words were full of ill intentions. After all, Ouyang Qianjin is a lazy name-giving person. Since this is the capital, it should have a very interesting name. The city that never sleeps. Ouyang Qianjin turned her head and looked at the black sky and colorful ground outside the window and murmured. This is the name she had thought of a long time ago. In fact, it can be said that it was because she liked this name that suddenly came to her mind that Ouyang Qianjin thought of adding the trinity of attack, defense and lighting to the cold night light column based on the light magic attack. Think about it. A bright city that will never go out under the pitch black sky. Just telling someone who doesn't know about it is refreshing. It's great just to use it as a gimmick for a tourist attraction. What's more, it's a city with built-in attack, defense, and even color conversion. Just thinking about it makes me feel very impressive. The city that never sleeps. A city that emits light in the dark night. Is very descriptive. Yin Shaoqing sighed and said as if praising. I didn't expect that naming was not difficult for the other party. Compared with Ing Weiyang, Yin Shaoqing, the base commander, has a slightly stronger acceptance ability. Although it was a series of combo punches, he still maintained the necessary sobriety. But this does not mean that he has no doubts in his heart. Miss Ouyang, may I ask where the energy for these lights comes from? Yes. Now Yin Shaoqing's biggest doubt is the energy used by those lights. Chapter 314 Birthday Gift. I just heard Ouyang Qianjin say the word magic lamp. If it's just the literal meaning, then the energy used by these lamps belongs to the category of magic. As for magic, the hundreds of thousands of magicians in his family can still find it. If you can know the source of energy, then your base will not be restricted by energy. This is crucial for development. In fact, his base is now facing a development bottleneck due to energy issues. Whether it is light industry, heavy industry, or even handicrafts, they can only stand still. Even regression is possible. There is no future without energy. It's not an exaggeration to say so. Nothing. It's just the energy provided by the magic generator developed by my men after generating electricity. Ouyang Qianjin said lightly, while looking at the brightly lit playground in the distance. Plop! Yin Xiaoqing's heart beat suddenly. This is the natural reaction of the body after hearing the surprising news. Electricity? I didn't expect that energy would be electricity. You know, this is electricity. The power of human civilization. Whether it's magic, coal, or nuclear energy. As long as there is electricity, many mechanical equipment can be used directly without modification. This will save a lot of trouble. I wonder if you have a foreign trade version of this magic generator for sale. After all, it is something developed by others. Although it shouldn't be said to be a very precious thing. It should be for sale. Yin Xiaoqing wants it. Very much. There should be. I'm not sure about this. Wait until tomorrow you go ask the business hall. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand impatiently, and then said, Didn't I say that we won't talk about business today? Now the amusement park is open. Why don't you go and have some fun? And after you have fun, we'll talk about business tomorrow. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin also wanted to know why Ying Weiyang came to Jingzhou to find her. But now is not the time to talk about these. On the one hand, it was because it was too late. And on the other hand, Ouyang Qianjin wanted to whet the other party's appetite first. The so-called hunger marketing refers to this. Look at this Yin Xiaoqing. Isn't he almost drooling now? I think he can't sleep well tonight at least. Under the instruction of Ouyang Qianjin. Although Ying Weiyang and his group wanted to talk more with Ouyang Qianjin, they had to do it according to the other party's request. After all, if you don't go to such a warm hospitality, it means you don't give face. So everyone came to the amusement park, played the entertainment facilities, like chewing wax, and then went back to the Robin Inn to rest. Here we have to talk about the architecture of this city that never sleeps. Because in order to keep consistent with the style of the castle, most of the buildings built here are low-rise buildings with 2 or 3 floors. Not only does the architectural style tend to be magical, but also the streets, street lights, greenery, and even the square fountains and the statue of Ouyang Qianjin are all like this. The construction of the entire city that never sleeps is basically divided into regions. For example, the Robin Inn is a typical regional building. The name of the entire area is called Robin Inn. Each and every house has its own name, like Big Maple and Cedar. This is not only a hotel, but also rented out to merchants, who may come in the future as a temporary rest or even an office. This makes management more convenient and can also earn a considerable amount of rent. Ouyang Qianjin realized her little wish of being a landlady in advance. And just after everyone checked into the Robin Inn, Ouyang Qianjin also returned to her castle to rest. Letting people take a bath and have a meal is not a big deal. But sleeping is absolutely not allowed. Although the castle no longer has the rule of no strangers allowed like the Sapphire Castle before. But except for servants, maids, and housekeepers, others are still prohibited from entering. That night, Ouyang Qianjin took a bath again after playing around the amusement facilities in the amusement park and went to bed early. However, she woke up in the middle of the night. Woke up? The one who woke her up was not someone else, but a little too much. Sebastian, Cannon, Tail, Zhang Yamo, Li Taiying, Xue Manji, Ding Kaidai, Kobayakawa Daisuke, etc. Basically, all the people who were accepted by Ouyang Qianjin were here. Hey, what's going on? After being woken up, Ouyang Qianjin, who came to the living room outside the dormitory in a wheelchair, was stunned when she saw such a group of people. Miss, something happened. Sebastian stepped forward and said, What's the matter? Tell me. Seeing that everyone was so serious, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but wonder what made these people look so serious. You know, this is Jingzhou, Ouyang Qianjin's base camp. Even if this group of people are not in Jingzhou, there probably won't be many people who can embarrass them. Right? It's like this. Miss, look over there. Ouyang Qianjin looked along Sebastian's hand and saw Tomoyo Kobayakawa pushing a cake out of the door. This cake looked like the kind used for weddings, with as many as 19 layers. Each layer was not only filled with different fruits, but also with a candle. The cake on the top layer was made into a small skull shape. This? Happy birthday, Miss. Just when Ouyang Qianjin was looking at the cake in a daze, everyone bowed and shouted to Ouyang Qianjin. Because we don't know the birthday of the Miss, we prepared it a little hastily, and can only use cake as a substitute temporarily. To be honest, they were actually a little embarrassed to give Ouyang Qianjin a birthday gift of a cake. When Ouyang Qianjin and Ing Weiyang and others were playing in the playground, this group of people gathered to discuss things about Ouyang Qianjin's birthday. However, no matter how they discussed, they could not come up with any good results. After all, the birthday had actually passed long ago. Today was just a birthday for Ouyang Qianjin herself. When they knew about this, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. There was no time to prepare anything. So in the end, Sebastian thought of Ouyang Qianjin's strong desire when discussing dessert after dinner. Finally, they decided to use birthday cake or something to make up for it. Alas, I was woken up by this kind of thing. After a brief confusion, Ouyang Qianjin looked at the cake, then looked at everyone, and said softly, "By the way, Miss, there is one more thing. We have all been promoted." After Ouyang Qianjin said that, Xuemanqi was afraid that Ouyang Qianjin would be angry. So he hurried forward to say it as if to announce the good news. Chapter 315, A Day Off. Ah. Huh? Ouyang Qianjin looked at Xuemanqi dumbfounded. But then he thought that he had just received a piece of equipment, and it was natural to upgrade it. So he used the eye of identification to check the status of everyone. Needless to say, Sebastian and Cannon were originally at the level of skeleton generals, and now they have been upgraded to become skeleton commanders. This is easy to understand. From the initial upgrade of skeleton soldiers to the present, it is nothing to upgrade one level at a time. But Xuemanqi and other undead scared Ouyang Qianjin. Although everyone is still undead, there is no change in race. But the profession is quite different from before. Zhang Yimou used to be a swift scout, but now he has become an undead pioneer. Xuemanqi's rune knight has become a death knight. Li Taiying's rune warlock has become a hell warlock. Ho Chafeng, Lei Yi, Ding Kaidai and other elementalists, no matter what element they were before, have now become dark elementalists. Kobayakawa Daisuke changed from a hateful warrior to a dark warrior. Several other professions also changed from holy light knights to dark knights, and from monks to dark walkers. After getting a rough list of personnel from Sebastian, Ouyang Qianjin took a look. All the elementalists became dark elements, and all the warlocks became hell warlocks of the pain system. All the warriors became dark warriors, death knights, undead pioneers, etc. Death, hell, darkness, undead, no matter how they change. The prefixes of the professions are basically these. So that's it. Although the undead can no longer advance their professions by upgrading, they can be promoted by obtaining items from their masters. Seeing that except for Zhang Yuan, Tyla and Kobayakawa Tomoyo, the three hidden professions of the same people, the rest of them became dark professions, which made Ouyang Qianjin feel a little strange. Is this forcibly changing the other party's profession and turning the other party into a dark undead creature? Although it feels strange, it seems very reasonable when you think about it. Imagine what will happen to a guy who chooses a profession such as Holy Light Knight, monk, or clergyman on the day of Advent after becoming an undead? A dark undead creature throws holy light at you. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Really? You should have said this earlier. Compared with cakes, this is something worth celebrating. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. Although he said so, Ouyang Qianjin still liked the 19-layer skull cake prepared by his subordinates for him. Sebastian, give me the skull on the top layer of the cake, and share the rest. How can one person eat so much? Shaking her head, Ouyang Qianjin gave Sebastian some instructions. By the way, since tonight is a celebration, let's take a day off tomorrow. Everyone should have a good rest and have a party tonight. After getting the cake, Ouyang Qianjin gave her instructions and returned to her bedroom. Sebastian and others went to the banquet hall under the castle. Since the eldest lady said it was a holiday, everyone should have a good time. For the undead, sleeping is just like enjoying good wine and food, which is a pastime. Drinking and chatting, enjoying delicious food, and practicing business. Anyway, everyone was having a great time. On this side, Ouyang Qianjin originally wanted to eat the cake and go to sleep after returning to the dormitory. But in the end, he stared at the cake on the table without moving. Next to the cake was the only birthday gift Ouyang Qianjin received today. The crystal skull. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the skull cake with a candle stuck in the skull on the plate. The crack of the crystal skull happened to be in this place. When I checked the crystal skull before, I knew that the crystal skull was in a sealed state. But the panel did not specify the conditions for lifting the seal. After seeing this cake with a candle, Ouyang Qianjin suddenly felt that the problem should be in the gap. Will it be the same as this skull cake? And what needs to be inserted? From the size and shape, it looks a bit like a dagger, etc. So Ouyang Qianjin found a dagger and tried it, and found that this dagger was a bit big. Or it didn't match. It seems that some special dagger or knife is needed. It is even possible that a fruit knife is needed. Anyway, it needs to be made together with this crystal. Never mind. Anyway, there will always be a way to get there. I will always find a way to meet him later. Anyway, I have established connections with several major lords around the world. If I really can't find him, I will offer a high reward for a child. There will always be a brave man under a high reward. And someone will always bring him to me. The idea of Ouyang Qianjin is to let fate take its course. So, thinking this way, Ouyang Qianjin blew out the candles, picked up the fork, and directly stuck it into the skull cake. Ah! So I seem to have forgotten something. Enjoying the sweet and fragrant cake, Ouyang Qianjin suddenly felt that she seemed to have forgotten something. But she couldn't remember it for a while. In this case, let's go to bed after eating the cake. Wait until the next morning. Yin Shaoqing went to the business hall with 2 dark circles under his eyes, as Ouyang Qianjin thought. It's called the business hall, but it's actually a 3-story building in the government district next to the castle. However, when Yin Shaoqing brought people to the business hall, he found that the door was closed. What's going on? Base Commander? The doors of other offices are also closed. Ah! Yin Shaoqing was dumbfounded when he heard the report from his subordinates. The doors of other offices are all closed? Could it be that these buildings have just been built and no one has worked here yet? There is no reason. Through the glass, you can see that there are still a lot of documents and so on inside. Just as everyone was running around like headless flies. A passing knight looked at the other party with a kebab and beer in his hand. Oh! Humans. It's really rare. Could it be the guys that the young lady entertained yesterday? The knight took a sip of wine and looked at Yin Shaoqing. What are you doing? Seeing that the other party's behavior was a bit suspicious, the Death Knight went up to check. After all, this is the territory of undead creatures. We can't let these outsiders run around casually. Ah, just in time. You came at the right time. Excuse me. Why is there no one in the business hall? Is the working time different from that of humans? Yin Shaoqing, who seemed to have seen a savior, immediately walked up to the other party and asked, Huh? Don't you know? The Death Knight saw that the other party's anxious look didn't seem to be pretending. So he kindly reminded the other party. Last night, the young lady ordered everyone to have a day off today. Chapter 316 Ing Wuyong's Purpose. Last night was the eldest lady's birthday. So I ordered everyone to have a day off today. Thanks to this order, I have the opportunity to visit the capital today. You don't know? I have been mining in the mining village for half a month. The eldest lady is really considerate of her subordinates. Completely different from my former boss, who always talked about 007's blessing. The knight left. After saying these words, he laughed and left. Only Yin Shaoqing was left confused. After mining for half a month, you only got a day off. This is far beyond the scope of blessings. Right? Yin Shaoqing looked at the knight's back and fell into hysterical complaints. No! Holiday! 1 day off because of birthday? Yin Shaoqing came back to his senses after crazy complaints. So the business hall was not open because of the holiday? This guy told me to come to the business hall to discuss business today at dinner yesterday. And then he gave me a holiday? No! I have to complain to Ouyang Qianjin about this matter. Although it's nothing to wait for 1 more day. Although it's only 2 days without sleep. But this kind of indifference that I was forgotten in a moment. I have never encountered this treatment in my 25 years since I was born. This kind of shame. This kind of shame. At least, let me complain a little. Just when Yin Shaoqing was about to go to Ouyang Qianjin, Ouyang Qianjin was sitting leisurely with Ing Wuyong in the carefully cultivated and maintained garden outside the castle, drinking morning tea. Kobayakawa Tomoyo and Sebastian stood aside. This spring roll is fried quite well. Ng Wuyong, who was eating, exclaimed from time to time. Ouyang Qianjin, who was holding a teacup, smiled and raised the teacup to the other party. How is it? The breakfast tea carefully prepared by my chef should be comparable to your breakfast tea in Shanghai. Of course, the taste is not only just right, but it is also hot after being fried. Hey, you say that as if it is delicious because it is just fried. Ha ha ha. It is true when you say that. But your chef's cooking skills are really beyond reproach. After being complained by Ouyang Qianjin, Ng Wuyong also realized that he had said the wrong thing just now. But he didn't care too much. It was just a casual chat during the morning tea. I'm full. Leaning on the back of the chair, Ng Wuyong held the teacup with a comfortable look on his face. Deep-fried food is unhealthy. But once you start eating it, you can't stop. I understand. Then let's get down to business. Ng Wuyong took a sip of tea and put down the cup, looking at Ouyang Qianjin sitting opposite him seriously. Well, go ahead. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and put down the cup in her hand. Finally, we're getting down to business. I was just stalling for fishing. But because of yesterday's birthday gift, Ouyang Qianjin felt that the other party was very sincere. So she didn't plan to drag it on any longer. I saw from the fax machine that there was a dragon in Miss Ouyang's territory before. So I hope Miss Ouyang can tell me the location. And also the hunting permission. The location of the dragon and hunting permission? Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard these two words. And he instantly became interested. After all, this is his territory. If he wants to hunt monsters here, it is natural that he needs his permission. Ouyang Qianjin even thought of the business of selling hunting licenses instantly. But in this way, he can't kill all monsters at will. Well, then just hunt dragons, harpies and demons. After all, these are the dark races that Ouyang Qianjin has predetermined. And it can't be so simple. Is it related to your profession as a dragon blood warrior? As expected of the top brother and the biggest lord today. You are really sharp. Hearing Ouyang Qianjin's words, Ng Wuyong smiled bitterly and shook his head. If you say that he is the top brother, his brain is so fast. My leveling is different from others. For example, most people will receive quests when they are about to reach level 10. But my leveling method is different. I will receive quests from time to time. Most quests can be completed by killing monsters. And the experience gained from killing monsters during the quest will be saved. And you can only upgrade it one time after completing the quest. So Ng Wuyong briefly explained his situation to Ouyang Qianjin. So the character stuck at level 50 this time is the dragon? Ouyang Qianjin asked lightly. Yes. Ng Wuyong looked at Ouyang Qianjin and nodded seriously. In the past 6 months, I have basically traveled all over the country. But I couldn't find the dragon. So I planned to try my luck in the dungeon. In the end, even if I borrowed the power of my acquaintance Yin Shaoqing to enter the dungeon, I still couldn't encounter the dragon. So Miss Ouyang, if it's possible. Okay. Just when Ng Wuyong was about to continue, Ouyang Qianjin smiled and agreed to the other party. Can I? Ng Wuyong didn't expect Ouyang Qianjin to agree so quickly. He wanted to continue talking. But when he came to his senses, he found that the other party agreed so easily. Of course, no problem. Ouyang Qianjin shrugged. Originally, I was going to the dragon's lair. Since you have this task, let's go together. It's not a big deal. Thank you so much. Until he was able to upgrade smoothly, Ng Wuyong happily thanked Ouyang Qianjin. After all, this is a big deal. Going with Ouyang Qianjin is basically equivalent to completing the task. It's settled. Ha. No. I'm so happy to have one more epic level professional fighter. Ouyang Qianjin laughed. This is the truth. Although Ouyang Qianjin's combat power does not require an epic level profession at all. But Ouyang Qianjin wants to confirm how strong the abilities of other epic level professions are. After all, others don't know Ouyang Qianjin's abilities. Which also means that Ouyang Qianjin doesn't know about them. If you can observe the battle of people who are also epic level lords up close, maybe there will be some discoveries and comparisons. Of course. Anyway, it's just a matter of 1 or 2 dragons. She only wants the corpses. And nothing else matters. That's why she agreed so readily. What are the specific requirements of the task? Kill 1 dragon. Or 2. Or are there any elemental requirements? For example, frost dragons or lava dragons? Chapter 317 The attitude that a worker should have. What are the specific requirements of the task? Kill one dragon. Or two. Or are there any elemental requirements? For example, a frost dragon or a lava dragon? Ouyang Qianjin asked curiously. Neither. It requires dragon blood. Ing Weiyang shook his head and said with a wry smile. Dragon blood? Yes. This time the task is to bathe in dragon blood and become a real dragon blood warrior. It's a very interesting task. Which means you are not a real dragon blood warrior yet. Tilting his head, Ouyang Qianjin looked at Ing Weiyang with interest. Miss Ouyang should also know that hidden professions can get a job change once at level 50. Nonsense. We are all hidden professions. How can we not know this matter? Well, actually I can only be regarded as a pseudo-dragon blood warrior now. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin's eyes that seemed to care for the mentally retarded, Ing Weiyang admitted it directly. There was no way. That look was too aggressive. Even if she was angry, she couldn't do anything about it. It would be better to admit it directly than to make herself angry. Otherwise, she didn't know what this woman was going to do. Wait. If you become a real dragon blood warrior, wouldn't your career rank be higher than epic? Ouyang Qianjin realized something important. After all, when others are level 50, even if there is a fake in their career, it is already epic. When this fake is removed and she becomes a real dragon blood warrior, the rank of her career will be sky high. However, thinking that she can change her career after level 100, Ouyang Qianjin was not so surprised. But no matter what, it is certain that the other party will be one level higher than his professional rank. TSK. With that said, the profession of dragon blood warrior suddenly became more noble. You are right. Ing Weiyang admitted it very straightforwardly. He completely ignored Ouyang Qianjin's envious expression. Then don't you want to build a base or become a lord? I never thought about it. Before the advent, I was planning to be a teacher. So I planned to find a city and continue to be a teacher after I settled down in the future. Ing Weiyang's eyes were shining when he said this. Just like when he discussed the plot of the novel with himself before. Ouyang Qianjin was a little afraid to look directly at him. Good guy. You are not forgetting your original intention. I don't know whether it was because this guy's ideal shocked this young lady who likes to slack off, or because she simply didn't want to pay attention to this guy who is immersed in the setting of the novel. Ouyang Qianjin just replied very perfunctorily. It's not my original intention. I just think it's troublesome. On the contrary, I wonder why you, Miss Ouyang, want to be a lord. At least from what I've seen in the past day. You are just a hands-off shopkeeper. Very good. He didn't say the word fishing directly. It can be regarded as Ing Weiyang's last conscience. It also gave Ouyang Qianjin enough face. Haha. There's nothing I can do. The necromancer profession doesn't have many other things. But there are many people. With the manpower, I can only barely be a lord and live a life of idleness. And find some food for them. Ouyang Qianjin laughed helplessly. In fact, she really didn't want to be a lord. But after having loyal enough subordinates, she found that being a lord was not bad. It was even much better than the situation in her previous life. After all, with subordinates, you can be willful. It's so cool to be a hands-off boss. Miss Ouyang. Just when the two women were chatting happily, the angry Yin Shaoqing came to the garden. However, when he saw that Ouyang Qianjin was drinking morning tea with Ing Weiyang, Yin Shaoqing stopped again. He couldn't afford to offend either of these two women. Forget it. Forget it. Let's see if Ouyang Qianjin has any way to remedy it. Yin Shaoqing, who was silent for a moment, lost his anger on his face and replaced it with a flattering smile. As the base commander? As a man, I, Yin Shaoqing, can bend and stretch. Hey, why are you here? Although the good mood of chatting was disturbed, Ouyang Qianjin was not angry. Anyway, we already know the purpose of Ing Weiyang's trip. Now only this anxious guy is left. Looking at the dark circles under the other person's eyes, Ouyang Qianjin wanted to laugh but couldn't. After all, she was the initiator of this matter. Haha. Miss Ouyang. Didn't you say yesterday that I would go to the people in the commercial bureau to do business today? But you let me take a day off today. I went there early in the morning, but there was no one. Although I can't afford to offend, I have to complain at least. Thinking of this, Yin Shaoqing began to complain to Ouyang Qianjin. Ouyang Qianjin was stunned when she heard Yin Shaoqing's complaints. and then thought about it. Ah. Yes. It seems to be the case. I was wondering why I forgot something last night. It turned out to be this. Patting her head. Ouyang Qianjin remembered this matter. So she was a little embarrassed and stuck out her tongue at Yin Shaoqing. This time she really didn't mean it. She completely forgot about it. Originally, the first article in the law of Jingzhou was what Ouyang Qianjin was happy about. So it was normal for Ouyang Qianjin, who was used to thinking about things, to forget. It's okay. I'll call the people from the Commerce Department right away. It just so happens that everyone is here, so we can discuss it together. Ouyang Qianjin smiled awkwardly. Then she contacted the people from the Commerce Department through brain waves. Not long after, just like a gust of wind, a mature lady dressed in black revealing clothes appeared in front of everyone. Mississippi. After appearing, the lady immediately touched her chest with her hand and bowed slightly to Ouyang Qianjin. Kai Dai is here. I just said I was on vacation today, but I asked you to come here to do something. The person is called Ding Kai Dai. She is one of the dozens of people who worked with Ouyang Qianjin in the airport base before. She used to be a wind elementalist, but after becoming a dark elementalist yesterday, she changed into a black outfit that is more in line with the dark elementalist. No. It is our honor to serve the young lady on our day off. TSK. Hearing Ding Kai Dai say this, Yin Shaoqing was very unhappy. Or envious. Look. This is the attitude that a worker should have. I really want to let the big masters in my base see and learn from it. There is no way. Although he is the base leader in his base, the power composition is too complicated. He even wanted to start a purge. That's why he needs Ying Weiyang and the help of Ouyang Qianjin's magic technology. Chapter 318 Eternal Night Coin. So that's it. Base Captain Yin Shaoqing. You need our Jingzhou magic generator and some other alchemical props. The location is still in the garden outside the castle. It's just that the white round table for drinking tea has become a square negotiation table. And Ding Kai Dai, now the director of the Jingzhou Commerce Department, is discussing with Yin Shaoqing about the acquisition of the items he needs. And Ouyang Qianjin and Ying Weiyang are sitting on a bench not far away, enjoying the sunbathing brought by the sunstone. On the one hand, they are watching the two people who are negotiating as if they are watching the fun. As the Lord of Jingzhou and the protagonist of this visit, the two do not seem to want to intervene in this acquisition. It's more like a strong crowd watching like a melon-eating crowd. After all, one is a master of slacking off, and the other is none of their business. Their attitude is also normal. Yes, according to the size and number of people in my base, it probably needs. This is not the point. Base Captain Yin. Ding Kai Dai interrupted Yin Shaoqing. Yin Shaoqing, who was interrupted, looked at Ding Kai Dai in confusion. This isn't the point? As a buyer, isn't it natural for me to tell the other party how much I need? After all, even if you go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables, you have to tell others how many pounds you need, so that others can sell you things according to your requirements. Right? However, this queen told me that this isn't the point? Then, Ms. Ding, what is the point? Yin Shaoqing asked with gritted teeth. There is no way. It is a seller's market now. For the sake of the magic generator, Yin Shaoqing can only hold back no matter how aggrieved he is. This, little brother. What else can it be besides this? Ding Kai Dai rubbed her thumb and index finger together and smiled at Yin Shaoqing. Little. Yin Shaoqing almost couldn't breathe when he heard Ding Katie's name. These guys in Jingzhou are really enough. I will pay for this with the materials in my hand. Please give me a specific number. I will have someone send it to Nangang as soon as I go back. Since it's about supplies, it's easy to say. Things that can be solved with supplies are not problems for Yin Shaoqing. No. No. Ding Kai Dai waved her hand and denied the other party. Alas. Wrong again? Yin Shaoqing looked at Ding Kai Dai dumbfounded, and then saw that the other party took out several unseen banknotes from his hand like a magic trick. What I want to say is this. Ding Kai Dai placed the banknotes in her hand on the table one by one. Banknotes? Yin Shaoqing leaned forward and picked up the banknotes one by one and looked at them carefully. There were 6 banknotes in total. The front of the 1 yuan green note is an abyss weaver. The front of the 5 yuan black note is a golem holding a sword and shield. The front of the 10 yuan dark green note is a few skeleton soldiers holding different weapons. The front of the 20 yuan dark blue note is a profile of the wolf king of the blue wolf tribe. The front of the 50 yuan purple note is a blue gargoyle. The front of the 100 yuan black and purple note is a full-length portrait of Ouyang Qianjin sitting in a wheelchair holding a book. After all, black and purple are Ouyang Qianjin's favorite colors. And on the back of these banknotes, all the black crowned skulls with strange gestures are printed in the middle. Use minerals, crystals, wheat ears and other commodities, or energy gems, potions, and so on to decorate the borders. The colors and patterns of these banknotes were discussed by the guys in the financial department before and asked Ouyang Qianjin to choose. In fact, in addition to these, there are also buildings such as amusement parks and castles. But they were all rejected by Ouyang Qianjin. In Ouyang Qianjin's words, things with shape will eventually be destroyed. So don't come with these buildings. It can be seen how much psychological shadow the destruction of Black Cat Paradise caused to Ouyang Qianjin. Although golem puppets and gargoyles also belong to this category, they are made by Ouyang Qianjin after all. So these two guys who helped Ouyang Qianjin's combat effectiveness in the early stage were chosen. As for why the Wolf King of the Blue Wolf tribe and Zhang Yuan's Abyss Weaver were chosen, it was entirely to commemorate their achievements. The Blue Wolf tribe is considered the starting point of Ouyang Qianjin. Not only did it provide Ouyang Qianjin with a lot of experience and levels, but it also provided fur for alchemy, which can be said to be indispensable. The merit of the Abyss Weaver is naturally the production of spider silk. You should know that the spider silk of the Abyss Weaver plays an irreplaceable role in Whale State, especially in Ouyang Qianjin's alchemy. In fact, even these banknotes all have a small amount of spider silk of the Abyss Weaver. This currency is the Eternal Night Coin produced by our Whale State Magic Technology Manufacturing Hall. It is not only well made, but also has the advantages of fire resistance, corrosion resistance, freezing resistance and tear resistance. And it also has a purification function, and will never get dirty. Now we in Jingzhou only accept this kind of paper money. If you want to buy things in Jingzhou, you can exchange these paper money with goods such as materials, and then use the paper money to buy goods in Jingzhou. At this moment, Ding Kaidai smiled very brightly. But in Yin Shaoqing's eyes, Ding Katie's smile was no less than Ouyang Qianjin's sinister smile. It was even more terrifying. Of course, the reason for the horror was certainly not Ding Katie's smile, but what Ding Katie's smile represented. Issuing currency represents the right to mint coins. Even the pricing power is in the hands of Jingzhou, or Ouyang Qianjin. This power can be said to be directly in the sky, especially in this chaotic world. Once this Eternal Night Coin is recognized and spread by everyone, no one can stop Ouyang Qianjin's expansion of power. The key is that this Eternal Night Coin is really impeccable in production. If the function is really like what Ding Kaidai said, I believe many people will recognize this currency. After all, everyone is tired of bartering now. If there is an excellent paper currency, it will be much more convenient. In fact, in Jiangnan, Zhongyuan, Guangdong and Guangxi, at least in the places that I can contact, there are many bases that issue their own points coupons to facilitate shopping or trading. The most important thing is that this is issued by Ouyang Qianjin, the top brother on the list. At least there is no doubt about the credibility. It can be said that as long as it spreads, it will soon overwhelm the financial system of other bases. To be honest, I am very happy to exchange. But after all, it is paper money, and it is still easy to counterfeit it. For Yin Shaoqing, there is no way to be unwilling. As I said, it is a seller's market now. If you want magic generators and other alchemical props, you can only listen to others. Don't worry about this. In terms of anti-counterfeiting, we in Jingzhou naturally have our own means. Chapter 319, I'll give you a 5% discount. Ding Kaidai smiled and nodded at the other party. Then she picked up a 1 yuan banknote, and her fingers ignited a black flame to roast the Abyss Weaver on the banknote. But it didn't ignite. She grabbed the edge of the banknote with both hands and tore it. But it didn't tear. These are all basic anti-counterfeiting methods. And if you have the detection skill, you can also use the detection skill to feel it. After putting down the banknote in her hand, Ding Kaidai made a gesture of invitation to Yin Shaoqing with her palm facing up. Although Yin Shaoqing was puzzled, he still tried it according to the other party's request. However, as soon as he turned on the skill, he saw a thumb-sized skull made of purple smoke on the banknote. Laughing at him, Yin Shaoqing, who was not mentally prepared at all, was startled and immediately turned off the skill. This is... The frightened Yin Shaoqing looked at Ding Kaidai in shock. Each of these banknotes is sealed with the magic of the eldest lady in a special way. And it is also used to prevent counterfeiting. This is something that will never be imitated. Ding Kai-dai raised a finger and explained seriously. Well, I have to say that my worries are unnecessary. Others have this in mind. So they will definitely think of these things. And it is the magic of Ouyang Qianjin, which is really vivid. When Yin Shaoqing thought of the purple smoke skull he saw just now, he felt powerless. In fact, after Ouyang Qianjin proposed the concept of magic, the guys in the financial department went to the magic technology department and directly tied up a project team to study it. The final form is to use the spider silk of the Abyss Weaver and the magic of Ouyang Qianjin for anti-counterfeiting. Although this is somewhat risky, Ouyang Qianjin finally nodded in agreement. What risk? Of course, others will analyze Ouyang Qianjin's magic. As long as there is a will, someone will definitely start from this aspect. So in order to prevent this 100% problem, the people in the Eternal Night Coin Project team also spent a lot of effort to prevent the leakage of magic. What Ding Kai-dai said just now, such as fire resistance, tear resistance, corrosion resistance, and freezing resistance, are just byproducts after the finalization. If there is anything to say, only the purification function was added later. After all, everyone is a fighting person. It is also more convenient to have a purification function on the banknote. Otherwise, the brand new banknotes will become bloody and dirty after a short time. That's not good. Since they are all banknotes issued by alchemists, they naturally have to have some characteristics. Well, I don't know how many of these Eternal Night coins are issued now, or how many I can exchange. Since we have decided to use the other party's currency, we naturally have to ask some things clearly. The first batch will be 10 trillion. It would be best if you, Base Captain Yin, can take it all. If you can't, you can also help us promote Jingzhou in Jiangnan and other regions and surrounding bases. Of course, as for the publicity fee, I can give you a 95% discount on this transaction. 95% discount. Thank you. When Yin Shaoqing heard that the other party actually gave him a discount, he felt a bit amused. But it was 10 trillion right at the beginning. So much that he definitely couldn't afford it. Of course, this was when the unit price was not clear. I wonder if there is any discount on the exchange unit price. No. Okay. After a few short exchanges, Yin Shaoqing was defeated. Then can you give me an exchange list of Yongye coins and a sales list of Jingzhou products? Yin Shaoqing said with a fake smile. Of course it's no problem. Just like the magic trick of making money just now. Ding Kai-dai made 2 lists again. Yin Shaoqing started to check the list immediately after getting it. Others have the right to set prices, and he was afraid that the price would be a bit tricky. However, when he compared it, he found that the price of the goods was surprisingly reasonable. For example, Firestone, Purification Stone, etc. are only 5 yuan each, and 1 ton of the most basic tungsten iron ore is about 1,000 yuan. That is to say, 1 ton of tungsten iron ore can buy 200 firestones. The magic generator Yin Shaoqing wanted the most had a starting price of 100,000 for the smallest one, and 1 million for the higher-end ones. It turned out that technology was the primary productive force. Just from the exchanged materials. They were basically raw materials. Now people don't have any processing methods. So the only things they can exchange are raw materials. Although I think Ouyang Qianjin is very considerate. But the difference between importing raw materials and exporting finished products is enough for Ouyang Qianjin to make a lot of money. It seems necessary to organize a group of people to collect in the dungeon. After thinking about it, Yin Shaoqing made a decision in his heart. The price is fair. I will have people prepare the supplies and send them to exchange as soon as possible. Although they came here very quickly by cruise ship before. But it will be much slower if they use cargo ships next time. However, cargo ships are definitely far superior in terms of transportation capacity. But the energy of cargo ships is a bit tight. I don't know how many ships can be supported by the inventory. Yin Shaoqing sighed when he thought of the energy issue. Afterwards, with a consensus, many things became convenient. After calculating the inventory in his base, Yin Shaoqing also made a list of the things he wanted to order. By the way, Yin Shaoqing, do you want to go with us? After Yin Shaoqing and Ding Kai-dai reached an agreement, Ouyang Qianjin sat on a bench not far away and called Yin Shaoqing. Where to go? After finalizing his list and giving it to Ding Kai-dai, Yin Shaoqing was relieved. But Ouyang Qianjin's words made him extremely confused again. Where else can we go? Of course. We should go to hunt dragons. Are you going? Ouyang Qianjin raised her thumb and pointed to the distant mountain and smiled. After all, Yin Shaoqing is the second on the current level list. And he is also the thunder element with the strongest attack power in the elemental system. Although it may be a little worse to deal with dragons, creatures that are naturally resistant to magic. But it is definitely very helpful to clear out the sub-dragons on the periphery. In this case, it would be a shame not to recruit a man from Ouyang Qianjin, a capitalist who likes to squeeze the surplus value of others. Hunting dragons. Hearing these 4 words, Yin Shaoqing was stunned for a moment. Although he had seen a lot of monsters in the past year or so, he had never seen a legendary creature like a dragon. But after thinking about it, Yin Shaoqing turned his head and looked at Ying Weiyang, who was sitting next to Ouyang Qianjin. After all, this guy has been looking for a dragon. But he didn't expect it to be in Ouyang Qianjin's territory. No wonder he suddenly wanted to come here. So this is the problem. Chapter 320. Warcraft. Can't you be more motivated? Asgard Snow Mountain. This is a mountain range consisting of thousands of mountains, large and small, stretching for 300 or 400 kilometers. There is a U-shaped peak in the mountain, which is the main peak of the Snow Mountain and the location of Asgard. It is also the location of the dragon's nest. If it was before, there were only frost dragons here. But now, let alone the U-shaped mountain, even several nearby peaks are occupied by different dragons. Not only that, there are also many sub-dragon tribes living in the mountains around these peaks. Earth dragons, pterosaurs, wyverns, ichthyosaurs living in several lakes, etc. Of course, if you want to talk about the lowest among these sub-dragons, I'm afraid it's the Lizardman tribe. And farther away from these layers of mountains spreading outward are countless Warcraft tribes. If you don't have much confidence in your own abilities, or don't want to die, basically no one will set foot on this death mountain without knowing it. However, now, on a mountain trail about 300 kilometers away from the Asgard Snow Mountain, a dozen people were moving slowly. Among them were armed beauties wearing red armor and gloves, Taoists walking leisurely with their hands behind their heads, and girls with twin ponytails holding a giant hammer and looking around vigilantly. But the most special one was the girl in a black and blue dress being held by a skeleton princess. The girl hugged the skeleton's cervical vertebrae with both hands, with a smile on her face, looking around like she was on a picnic. It's convenient for your profession. I envy you for being held like this, and not having to walk by yourself. Looking at the girl's leisurely look, the boxing glove beauty said with a hint of sourness, to be honest, I would rather walk down by myself. The long skirt girl held by the skeleton curled her lips. That's right. Sorry. The boxing glove beauty looked at the long skirt girl's drooping legs and apologized with a smile. It's okay. I'm used to it. But this is really a good place for sightseeing. The long skirt girl looked at the mountains and lakes in the distance without caring. Indeed, if there is no mission, I would like to camp here for a few days to relax. Of course, the premise is that the surrounding monsters are annihilated or expelled. The boxing glove beauty smiled. Then she slowed down and deliberately walked with the long skirt girl. I say, Miss Ouyang, do you want to consider building a resort here? I will definitely buy a villa and come here to live when I want to take a vacation in the future. Yes. This group of people is the group of Ouyang Qianjin who came to the snowy mountains of Asgard to hunt dragons. However, because the mountain roads were all untraveled, even Ouyang Qianjin, who had a pumpkin carriage, could only let the skeleton carry her to shuttle through the mountains. Oh! I thought that Yin Shaoqing was the only one who made the deal this time. But I didn't expect that I could squeeze the wallet of the Dragon Blood Warrior in an unexpected place. If that's the case, then it is necessary to find a stable place to build a villa complex or something, without destroying the ecology, Ouyang Qianjin said with a smile. After all, Ying Weiyang came here for the mission this time. There was nothing she wanted to buy, or she had a good relationship with Yin Shaoqing, so there was no need to buy. As for Ying Weiyang's current survival mode, it should be enough to have a purification stone, a fire stone, or something like that to solve the problem of bathing in boiling water. So when Ouyang Qianjin heard Ying Weiyang say that he was going to spend money to buy a villa, she also laughed and joked. After all, it is a place with such a beautiful environment. She doesn't want it to be destroyed like this. The ecological environment is very important. especially when it comes to Warcraft and the like. It's okay if they are all destroyed, but it would be troublesome if they are forced to migrate because of development. Haha. As long as it's not too expensive, it should be fine. Maybe you can also try to trade with things like the crystal skull from before, so you can even directly change the house. If it's so easy to get that level of props, there's no need to be so troublesome. Ing Weiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly when the crystal skull was mentioned. The scene of bringing the crystal skull out was vivid in her mind. If possible, she really didn't want to experience it again. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. You are high-level professionals after all. How about I just give you a symbolic 100,000 yuan? Ouyang Qianjin gave Ing Weiyang a thumbs up. That's great. I'll look forward to it. What style do you like? I plan to build a villa complex with the theme of world architecture hodgepodge here. Of course, it has to be a retro style, such as the Afang Palace and the Changel Palace. Wow, you're asking for too much. I suddenly feel a little bit disappointed. Shrink it down. It doesn't say that it should be built according to the original specifications. Just make it a quadrangle. And add a rockery pond in the middle. To be honest, you must be the party A that party B hates the most. Really? Haha. The two of them talked and laughed about the development of this place. Yin Shaoqing and Yang Qianqian, who were on guard, frowned and pouted. Really leisurely? Do these two guys really think they are here for a picnic? Yang Qianqian pouted. You don't understand this. This is completely the calmness of a strong man, which means that they don't take the surrounding monsters seriously at all. They have the confidence that they can definitely deal with it no matter what happens. Yin Shaoqing glanced at the monsters in the forest next to them, staring at them with their teeth bared. They have been in this state since they entered the mountain. But these monsters either followed, stared at them from a distance, or left. They didn't want to pounce at all. In fact, in his opinion, as long as Ouyang Qianjin and Ing Weiyang were there, these monsters would not risk rushing up to do anything to them. After all, the auras of these two women were really scary. Don't look at them talking and laughing. But in fact, the auras that were revealed inadvertently could sometimes scare him. Especially Ouyang Qianjin, a girl who just turned 19. Should I say that this girl deserves the title of number 1? No matter how I say it, I am number 2. But I was suppressed by the aura of the other party. In addition to feeling this kind of frustration with Ing Weiyang, I didn't expect that one day I would experience it with a girl who was several years younger than me. Really? I couldn't cry even if I wanted to. These monsters are the same. Can't you be more powerful and fight for your honor? Go to hell. Zika. Boom. Yin Shaoqing, who was getting more and more angry, threw his hand, and a palm thunder hit the monsters in the forest. Chapter 321 Live up to the name of War Girl. The forest exploded instantly, and the monsters were immediately scattered and fled after being blown up like this. Men's jealousy is really ugly, isn't it? Ouyang Qianjin and Ing Weiyang shrugged and complained to each other while looking at the exploding forest. The two guys could see at a glance that Yin Shaoqing's attack was to vent. As for why he was venting, the two laughed it off and didn't go into it. As a sensible lady, she naturally pretended not to see such things. Otherwise, it would be too depressing if she didn't even let people vent. However, Yin Shaoqing vented more than that. Or when the two looked at each other, this guy hit the palm thunder again and again to continue bombing the fleeing monsters. Hey! Yin Shaoqing, don't destroy the scenery here too much. I still have to build a villa. If the damage is too great, I'll ask you for compensation. Looking at the explosion that almost caused a forest fire, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but yelled with rage. It's just money. I can afford it. Hearing Ouyang Qianjin's threat, Yin Shaoqing rarely said something tough. Then, he stopped. After all, no one would have trouble with money. Although Yin Shaoqing is also the head of a large base with hundreds of thousands of people, he basically redeemed all the supplies in advance when he went shopping like before. In fact, after agreeing to Ouyang Qianjin to hunt the dragon this time, he ordered people to drive his yacht back first to prepare the supplies and deliver them. By the way, he brought back a message and asked people to start digging the dungeon. So, now, Captain Yin, no money. He can only use a rain spell to extinguish the surrounding flames. This way, there should be no need to pay compensation. Yin Shaoqing turned his head slightly and carefully looked at the place where Ouyang Qianjin was just now. But he found that this guy and Ing Weiyang had walked forward for a distance. He didn't care about the things here at all, so he was relieved. There is a tribe of swamp lizard men in front. Do you want to go up and try? Ouyang Qianjin pointed to the low-lying area in front and said, although there are mountains here, there are places with high altitudes and places with low altitudes, especially in the gaps formed between mountains and mountains, mountains and lakes, and rivers. There are too many subdragon species at the bottom, or they can only live in such places without being attacked by other subdragon species. Hey, how do you look at this distance? It's at least more than 10 kilometers. Ng Wuyang, who looked over along Ouyang Qianjin's finger, had a black line on his face. Haha. Who made me have good eyesight? Good eyesight is not as good as good skills. Today I have seen it. Looking up at the squirming white sketch eyes in the sky. He sighed. Although I have seen it once before on the sea. But standing on the mountain and observing these eyes more closely, it is really more and more creepy. Especially when the person who uses this skill is right in front of her. And she is hugged by the skeleton and talking and laughing with her. Really? This girl is not afraid of the skeleton at the beginning? In fact, if Ouyang Qianjin knew what Ng Wuyang was thinking now, she would definitely laugh and sneer. After all, what Ng Wuyang saw now was a processed skeleton. If she saw the newly transformed skeleton, bloody and with countless small pendants, she would have complained. Forget it. I'll go up. There's nothing else except the lizard man. Right? I hate surprises. No. At least not yet. Are you going? If I go, you, the Dragon Blood Warrior, won't have a chance to show off your skills. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and shrugged, then rejected Ng Wuyang's invitation. Ha! That's true. Although she had never seen Ouyang Qianjin's battle, since Ouyang Qianjin could say such a thing, Ng Wuyang also believed that the other party should really be able to do it. So Ng Wuyang gave Ouyang Qianjin a thumbs up, indicating that she would watch the show, and then rushed out. And Ouyang Qianjin continued to move forward slowly at the same pace as before. What is Ng Wuyang doing? Yin Shaoqing and others who had caught up again asked Ouyang Qianjin in confusion after seeing Ng Wuyang rushing out. Fighting monsters? There is a tribe of swamp lizardmen ahead. So she plans to show off her skills. What about you? Do you want to go? Ouyang Qianjin pointed to the front and said lightly. Forget it. Since you said that Ng Wuyang wants to show off her skills, we will just disturb others and show off our skills. Yin Shaoqing shook his head. Just kidding. Rushing into the battlefield where that woman is to seek death. Wow. Show off the whole field. Then I want to see Ng Wuyang's battle more and more. It seems that Miss Ouyang really wants to see Ng Wuyang's battle. Of course. After all, I haven't seen the fighting methods of other epic professions, and I want to have a comparative reference. You are really honest. Is it really okay to just say it so simply? Yin Shaoqing smiled and asked. What's wrong with that? I guess Ng Wuyang, and even you, want to see me in action. Let's be honest and sincere. Anyway, there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Right? Ouyang Qianjin smiled in response to Yin Shaoqing's question. For her, Shanghai is a base that is close to her. There will definitely be a lot of cooperation opportunities in the future. And it will not be a problem to even make Shanghai a commodity distribution center for Jingzhou. In this case, it is still necessary for everyone to understand each other's strength. Moreover, for Ouyang Qianjin, such words are not something that cannot be said. And Yin Shaoqing, seeing that his little tricks were exposed, also spread his hands openly. No denial is the best affirmation. No one would say something that would spoil the mood at this time. Boom! With the end of this topic, a huge explosion was heard in the distance. Miss Ouyang, it's starting over there. Yin Shaoqing smiled and looked ahead, using his clairvoyance skill. After hearing the explosion, Ouyang Qianjin immediately focused on her Eye of Darkness. At this moment, in the swamp 3 kilometers away in the valley, Ng Wuyang was jumping up and down with blood-red mist all over his body. Every jump, every punch, and even every stomp of his feet would feel like an earthquake. This feeling was even stronger when this guy kicked the lizardmen with his heels. It was really at the level of One Punch Man. With one punch, all the lizardmen in a line were blown into a ball of blood mist. Just the wind of the fist can cause such destructive power. It's true that there is a war girl in the profession. She lives up to her name. Chapter 322 Skeletons Under the Snowy Mountains of Asgard. Seeing such a scene in the mountains, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but sigh. After all, only a few people in his personal guards can match this powerful destructive power. And it's just destructive power. In terms of agility, They can't be as flexible as Yin Yang. In simple terms, people with destructive power don't have agility. And people with agility don't have much destructive power. Occupations emphasize balance. Or it can be said that there are very few omnipotent people. For example, Zhang Yimou, who is good at speed, Li Taiying, who is good at spells, and Kobayakawa, who is good at close combat. Even Ouyang Qianjin's own profession can be regarded as omnipotent. But in terms of destructive power, he can't catch up with Yin Yang. Of course, if I say that I am omnipotent, it means that I can't master it. If I have to say it, my troops are the most outstanding among all the skills. What's more, Yin Yang is only level 50. After the mission is completed, she becomes a true dragon blood warrior, and her level is raised to level 70 or 80. Wouldn't a punch directly smash a mountain? Well, although it may not be so exaggerated, it should be similar. Right? This woman is indeed not a simple character. However, after such a comparison, Ouyang Qianjin discovered some differences between the two. If she is omnipotent, then the other party has raised some of her abilities to the extreme. Although I don't know what others are like. Now I finally have the most intuitive feeling of other epic professions. How to say it? It's like a monster. Ouyang Qianjin, who didn't realize it, labeled Yin Yang exactly the same as herself in her heart. Just 3 kilometers. When Ouyang Qianjin and others walked down the mountain, the battle here was basically over. Looking at the pile of corpses in the valley, Ouyang Qianjin was amazed. And Yan Shaoqing, who was also amazed, was also amazed. However, Yan Shaoqing was not amazed by these corpses, but by Ouyang Qianjin, who did not change his expression even when walking in a place full of corpses. But thinking about the background of Ouyang Qianjin, who was a necromancer and could drive skeletons and revive the dead, he felt that his reaction seemed to be excessive. Sure enough, I am still not used to being with this monster. After this hunt is over, I will go back to the base. No. After the exchange of supplies is completed, go back with the ship carrying the equipment, which can be regarded as an escort. Otherwise, if something happens in the middle of the journey, I will probably not be able to find a place to cry. Originally, Yan Shaoqing was not willing to come, but fantasy creatures like dragons are too rare. If there is a chance, I should go and see them anyway to broaden my horizons. No matter how you look at it, there are thousands of them. Right? Ouyang Qianjin looked around and fixed her eyes on Yin Yang. Yin Yang raised his hand to show his biceps and did not answer, but grinned. Good guy. Is this a provocation? Looking at Yin Yang's expression, Ouyang Qianjin's eyes jumped. Maybe everyone will be polite when asking for something. But it must be said that everyone is an epic lord. It is impossible to say that there is no desire to compare or win with each other, especially the fight between women. So Ouyang Qianjin stood there and grinned at the other party. Then everyone saw Ouyang Qianjin, who was smiling, stretched out a hand and gently snapped her fingers in front of everyone. Snap! Crack! 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 Just when everyone was confused, the relatively well-preserved corpses around suddenly moved. Everyone immediately took a defensive posture. Then, they saw skeletons gradually crawling out of these corpses. These skeletons were bloody, and even had a lot of pendants hanging on them. Compared with the white skeleton holding Ouyang Qianjin, these newly summoned ones were indeed much more creepy. Even some people who thought they had experienced heavy winds and rains couldn't help but want to vomit after seeing this picture of hell. Especially after smelling the bloody smell that suddenly hit them. Some people who could still hold it suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. They turned their heads and found a place to vomit by themselves. After all, the base is here, and there are 2 beautiful lords. I can't vomit in front of them. Right? That would be too rude. It's strange. The bloody smell of the corpses in the valley was strong, but it wasn't so stimulating. On the contrary, it was after these skeletons appeared that the bloody smell became somewhat stimulating to people's brains. It gave people goosebumps. But this is not the end. When some people vomited, some were shocked, and some were worried. Ouyang Qianjin snapped her fingers again. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the skeletons were all ablaze with blue flames. This you? Yin Yang looked at Ouyang Qianjin in a daze. Ouyang Qianjin bent his arms and showed off his slender biceps. Now Yin Yang could only give up with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Good guy. The power display of this necromancer is really... It's weird. It's really weird. It's shocking. It's really shocking. After all, it's the first time they have seen the Necromancer spell casting, especially the scene of the summoning of skeletons. Really? Monster? Ouyang Qianjin, who had just labeled Ying Weiyang as a monster, was attacked by a boomerang in the blink of an eye and was labeled a monster by others. Although Ouyang Qianjin didn't care about these things. Thousands of skeletons burning with dark blue flames surrounded everyone in the middle. But everyone couldn't feel a trace of warmth, but instead felt cold all over. When the flames went out, these skeletons with accessories all over their bodies became as clean as the skeleton holding Ouyang Qianjin's bones, which made people feel good. That's right. After seeing those skeletons just now, everyone now thinks this white skeleton is unexpectedly good. This is probably what contrast cute means. Miss Ouyang's skills are really amazing. After recovering from his shock, Ying Weiyang said with a smile, "Originally, I just wanted to show off my muscles in front of Ouyang Qianjin and exercise at the same time. After all, everyone is an epic lord, so it's okay to compare a little. Of course, the most important thing is just as Ouyang Qianjin said. Ying Weiyang also wanted to see Ouyang Qianjin's skills, but because of the 2 days of getting along, she also saw that Ouyang Qianjin was a person who liked to fish. So she tried to use the provocation method. I didn't expect the other party to perform a trick on me right away. I was almost scared to death. No. Compared to my little tricks, Miss Ying's skills are more powerful. No one loves her when she gets close to me." Chapter 323 Business Mutual Praise. Ha ha ha. Miss Ouyang, stop making fun of me. Whether it's the black clouds in the sky or the white flames, or the skeletons and flames now, these are all skills that can win unexpectedly in battle. Compared to my honest punching and kicking, I don't know how much more advanced it is. Hearing Ouyang Qianjin praising herself, Ying Weiyang hurriedly shook her hands. He tried his best to praise Ouyang Qianjin in return. I can't think of someone like me who can only fight with external forces. Once someone gets close to me, I don't even have a chance to struggle. In comparison, I envy you melee professions who can fight with your own fists and feet. Ouyang Qianjin fought back. And she fought back with the truth. To be honest, if she didn't have the problem with her legs and feet, according to her fun-loving personality, it's not impossible that she would really choose a melee profession. No. Same here. The two entered a new round of confrontation. Yin Shaoqing, who couldn't stand it, stood up at this time. I say, you two, stop bragging about business here. Instead of wasting time, you might as well continue on the road. We are still a long way from the snow mountain that Miss Ouyang mentioned before. At this speed, it will take a few days to get there, because these are mountain roads that no one has ever walked on. Even if everyone is a professional, it is still difficult to walk hundreds of kilometers over mountains and ridges on mountain roads, especially in the case of Miss Ouyang, who can only walk with the skeleton holding her. So no matter how much she wants to maintain her demeanor, Yin Shaoqing still reminded the two of them. The two who were reminded couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Yin Shaoqing. Okay, you're right. Then let's get going quickly. After letting the skeletons pick up the weapons on the ground, Ouyang Qianjin lined up and walked around the dozen of them. After seeing the skeletons' previous appearance, even if these skeletons surrounded them and looked at them from time to time with their eyes that danced with blue flames, few people were afraid. In this way, a group of people walked and stopped, killed monsters, replenished skeletons, and so on. Eat when hungry, sleep when it's time. It was relatively easy and comfortable along the way. However, when everyone walked to the outskirts of the Asgard Snow Mountain, it was not so easy. The level of the sub-dragon species is constantly improving. Their battles have become less easy than before. Even Ying Weiyang is the same. The monsters that could be killed with one punch before, now Ying Weiyang needs 2 or 3 punches to solve. Although they are still very powerful. For example, these Earth dragons now. They look a bit like the Stegosaurus in the dinosaur era, except that the bone plates on their backs have all moved to their heads, making them look like they are covered with layers of seemingly thin armor. They not only have thick and slippery dragon scales as protection, the strong limbs ensure that they cannot be knocked down no matter how hard they are hit. The key is that the tails of these guys are not only strong, but also extremely flexible like the trunks of elephants. Not only can they roll up the surrounding stones, trees and other things and throw them, they can even hit people. From this point alone, It can be seen that the other party has a certain degree of wisdom. Even if you want to attack the opponent's head to achieve a concussion effect, it won't work. After all, the layers of armor on the head that look very strong are not stacked for nothing. Even when Ing Weiyang punched them, the Earth Dragons just shook their heads. I didn't expect these guys to be so difficult to deal with. They can even block my fist. Ing Weiyang moved to Ouyang Qianjin's side after dodging the sweep of the Earth Dragon's tail. After rubbing his hands, he complained, "It should be the strong dragon scales that have the effect of absorption and protection," Ouyang Qianjin said lightly. "And the layers of armor on the head. A punch is like hitting a spring. For the attack type, it's just like eating shit." Ing Weiyang continued to speak after Ouyang Qianjin's words. After all, it was a personal experience. The feeling of the blows still left in her hand really made her sick. "But I really want it." Looking at the Earth Dragons, Ouyang Qianjin muttered to herself. Hard dragon scales can absorb the secretions of damage. The world is so big that there are so many strange things. I didn't expect that there are such creatures with unknown evolutionary meanings, Ing Weiyang said, glancing at Ouyang Qianjin silently. It should be said that there are all kinds of creatures on the new continent. But there is no need to be surprised. After all, more strange creatures will appear later. Ouyang Qianjin, who has been using dark eyes to observe the movements of all the monsters on the snowy mountains of Asgard, said with a smile. After all, from the perspective of God, Ouyang Qianjin saw many strange-looking and ecologically different subdragon species. Just a ground dragon or something like that doesn't interest her at all. But if it is transformed into an undead, it would be very cool to use it as a mount. Right? Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin felt a little itchy. Since the beginning of the battle, she has not made a move. After all, if she wants to make a move, there is no other option except death. So it is better to leave the opportunity to show off to others, and wait until she does not make a move. At least she should wait until these people can't solve it before she makes a move. In this way, she can show off in front of these people. As for the evolutionary route, we are not experts in Warcraft evolution, or even ordinary biological experts. There is no point in complaining about this. Ouyang Qianjin pretended to be calm and analyzed. In fact, she was already calculating when to make a move to show off. That's right. Hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, Ing Weiyang nodded, and then said something that Ouyang Qianjin had never thought of. In that case, do you think I should become a monster evolutionist? Ouyang Qianjin was stunned. What kind of brain circuit is this? How can the thinking be so jumpy? And it's a monster evolutionist. Hey! Is it time to talk about this now? Go and get rid of those Earth Dragons quickly. Don't slack off here. Ouyang Qianjin rolled his eyes at Ing Weiyang unhappily. Why not? Didn't I say I wanted to be a teacher before? I think this is a direction worth studying. Ing Weiyang didn't care about Ouyang Qianjin's rolling eyes at all, but said very seriously, think about it. Where do all these descending monsters come from? Monsters. 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 Demons. Dragons. Centaurs. And even elves and fishmen in the New World in the West. Just think about it. This is a complete worldview to have such a variety of animals. Plants and races. Chapter 324. The light of humanity or the dregs of the world. And the new continent is also suspicious. It is impossible for such a large mass to appear out of thin air. For new continents appeared at once. Then it can only be transported from somewhere, by means unknown to us. Based on my experience as a reader over the years, I am more inclined to believe that some person or organization used some large-scale magic to transport things from their world to our world. After all, since there is magic, then time magic and space magic should also exist. If space magic is used, such a thing is not impossible. For example, a great magician or something. Ing Weiyang spoke of his fantasies very seriously. However, although it is a fantasy, Ing Weiyang's logic is very clear and self-consistent. Don't say it. Don't say it. Ouyang Qianjin's mouth twitched constantly. Congratulations, Ing Weiyang. You guessed it right. Sometimes Ouyang Qianjin has to admire human imagination and logic, especially for a guy like Ing Weiyang, who has a wild imagination. However, she still didn't understand a little. Why does it have to be a Warcraft evolutionist? Yes. Why does it have to be a Warcraft evolutionist? Ouyang Qianjin didn't quite understand. If we can find out the evolution history of these monsters, maybe we humans can also evolve. For example, naturally gaining magic power and learning magic, instead of simply relying on the panel. You know, I saw a baby in Yin Xiaoqing's base. This baby was born half a year ago. But strangely, she didn't become a zombie like she did at the beginning of the Advent because of some virus. Even the light ball obtained by holding her hand to kill a weak monster can't be used. That means this baby will not be able to use magic like us in the future, but live as an ordinary person. When I learned about this, I asked Yin Xiaoqing. It turned out that this kind of thing is not an isolated case, but a very common phenomenon. So I want to find out if there is any way to let them use magic. After all, this world will be full of monsters in the future. If you can't use magic, you may not be able to live well in the future. Ing Weiyang frowned and said his guest seriously. After that, he smiled at Ouyang Qianjin easily. Ambition is good. Ideal is good. Ouyang Qianjin was also stunned when he heard it. Even if you can survive, you can only live in the city. Like being kept in captivity and can't leave the city. And if something happens, you will definitely be the first to be abandoned. Right. Ouyang Qianjin continued the other party's words. As a gamer who likes efficiency, this kind of operation is simply too much in the game. It's very easy to think of. When Ing Weiyang said he wanted to be a teacher, Ouyang Qianjin felt that this guy was a bit dazzling. Now it seems that he is simply the light of humanity. I didn't expect that he was thinking about this kind of thing behind the scenes. It's just the opposite of me. In fact, I am also trying to find the possibility of getting rid of the constraints of the panel. And with the help of Tail, I have indeed found a direction. But at least it is not the time to expose it yet. And she is also very curious about the evolutionary history of these animals. If someone can find out, or do some archaeology, and then publish a book or a paper, then I can have more hope to kill time in the future. Alas, it's like this. It's so hard to have this supernatural ability to use. But if future humans can't use it, wouldn't it be a pity? Ing Weiyang sighed. Good guy. Ouyang Qianjin's eyes jumped. Originally thought he was a light of humanity. But it turned out to be a fun person who was a scum of the world. But think about it. Obviously, he can play such fun magic. If future people can't play it, it's really a pity. So, for the sake of being a fun person, Ouyang Qianjin revealed a little bit of the research results. Although the undead are the original humans I resurrected. In fact, there are many differences between their lifestyles and humans. At most, they are stronger than humans in some aspects. Do you know why? Since she decided to reveal it, Ouyang Qianjin naturally had to talk about it in detail. Why? Ouyang Qianjin's sudden mention of the undead made Ing Weiyang a little confused. Because I found that my resurrection technique can force the resurrected object to evolve by one level. Or in other words, while changing the race of the person being cast, it can also upgrade the rank by one level. Just like a profession will be upgraded after a certain level. But even though they became undead from humans, this is also a kind of evolution. Isn't it? Just like the vampires under the vampire princess. It is also a manifestation of evolution. When Ouyang Qianjin was chatting in the group on the fax machine before, he got a lot of insignificant information. For example, the fact that all of Sepesh's subordinates were vampires, who developed after obtaining his blood is not a secret at all. In Sepesh's words, even if he didn't say it, Ninatai would definitely tell him the information. Rather than hiding it, it's better to say it out loud. After all, if Ninatai said it, Sepesh might be pissed off. And Ing Weiyang's eyes lit up after hearing Ouyang Qianjin's analysis. Indeed, in this way, humans have a direction of evolution. And there is more than one. But whether it is the undead or the vampire, this requires the existence of a caster. That is, Ouyang Qianjin or Sepesh. In fact, there are also cases of undead pregnant women giving birth successfully in Jingzhou. These pregnant women were resurrected after I attacked other bases. And the children born after the pregnant women became undead are undead with much stronger physical functions than human babies from the moment they are born. As if seeing through Ing Weiyang's doubts, Ouyang Qianjin added, that is to say, the undead are similar to humans. They can survive by giving birth. And their physical fitness is much stronger than humans. At least they will not die. After hearing Ouyang Qianjin's supplement, Ing Weiyang also frowned. Of course, this is not the most important thing. It's not the most important thing? Then what is the most important thing? Looking at Ouyang Qianjin, who raised her finger with a proud look on her face, Ing Weiyang frowned even more. Chapter 325 Crisis Awareness. The most important thing, of course, is what you gave me a few days ago. As he spoke, Ouyang Qianjin took out the crystal skull. Crystal skull? Well, because of this, all my men have upgraded their professions. And the directions of the upgrades are quite interesting. Interesting? Uh-huh. No matter what profession they were before. After this upgrade, they all became dark professions, such as Nether Warlock, Death Knight, Ghost Vanguard, etc. This, Ing Weiyang, who had never heard of such a thing, was dumbfounded. This is no wonder. After all, there are millions of undead in Jingzhou now. And if all of them changed their professions according to what Ouyang Qianjin said, then wouldn't millions of people change together? This is a big project. Although it should only take a moment. The number is too large. Jingzhou is as big as a province. Although the population has not reached the definition of a super large city, it can still catch up with the scale of a large city. That's why Ing Weiyang was so surprised after hearing the news. Doesn't that mean all the undead have to familiarize themselves with their skills again? Ing Weiyang looked at Ouyang Qianjin dumbfounded. Yes, on the night you gave me the gift. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. However, fortunately, everyone was used to using magic before, so it was easy to familiarize themselves with it. In fact, many people were almost familiar with it the next day. This sentence is true. Just as Ouyang Qianjin said, after getting used to using skills, these guys quickly mastered the skills of their new profession. For example, Ding Kaidai was almost familiar with her skills on the second day. Although it is not proficient, she only needs to practice. Of course, what made Ouyang Qianjin most happy, and what was not explained just now, is that the skills of these guys are very unified. This unification does not refer to the unification of a certain skill. And they all have 10 skills. No more. No less. 10. According to the level division that Sebastian told him before. All the undead under his command have become intermediate. Although this is a bit unfair to some high-level people before. But from the overall level, it has been greatly enhanced. After all, Ouyang Qianjin has the most undead below level 50. This is equivalent to instantly raising the level of those undead to level 50. Although it is not as good as the situation where the level of the skeleton follows the master. But in terms of skills, it is more than the skeleton. But what does this have to do with evolution? After talking for a long time, Ing Weiyang still couldn't grasp the meaning of Ouyang Qianjin's words. Hey! To put it bluntly, if the professions are the same, can these skills also be learned from each other? For example, when two Death Knights have different skills, one can teach the other the different skills. As for whether you can learn it, it depends on your talent. It feels like going to school. Yeah. Ing Weiyang became alert when she heard Ouyang Qianjin talking about school. Going to school. And studying. Yeah. Why didn't she think that she could also acquire skills by learning and teaching? In fact, I have developed several skills without the panel before. Although they are all variants of the current skills. It is at least a good start. Isn't it? Looking at the front, Yin Shaoqing and others were fighting. And no one noticed this side. Ouyang Qianjin whispered in Ing Weiyang's ear. For example? Like this. Seeing Ing Weiyang's unbelievable look, Ouyang Qianjin decided to show her a hand and pretend to be cool. Then Ing Weiyang saw a dark green ray of light shot out from Ouyang Qianjin's hand. She had seen this ray before when Ouyang Qianjin subdued the crystal skull. However, when this ray shot into the Earth Dragon, something surprising happened. After this ray shot into the first Earth Dragon, countless dark green rays were separated from it and shot into other Earth Dragons. This action scared Yin Shaoqing and others who were fighting against the Earth Dragon. After seeing that it was Ouyang Qianjin who took action, he quickly stopped and dodged to the side to avoid being hurt. This is a variant skill Life Drain diversion that I improved from my panel skill Life Drain. Life Drain was originally a one-on-one single skill, but because I hate fighting, I improved it and made it a group skill. And this skill doesn't appear on the panel. In other words, if the panel disappears in the future, as long as my magic power does not disappear, or the magic power of this world does not disappear, then I can continue to use the skill Life Drain. Of course, this also includes my alchemy. Ouyang Qianjin said proudly to Ing Weiyang. Wait! The magic of this world? How can you be sure that there is magic in this world? Although Ouyang Qianjin's statement gave Ing Weiyang great encouragement, but the phrase the magic of this world made her feel a little worried. After all, skills, magic and other things all appear with the panel. If the panel is gone, no one knows whether the skills and magic will disappear together. But if there is magic in this world, even if all the skills disappear, new skills or magic technology can be slowly researched. Isn't the magic generator the best example? And Ouyang Qianjin's mines, ores and alchemy props. These are real and cannot disappear. Why are Ying Weiyang and Ouyang Qianjin so sure that the panel will disappear? To be honest, this has nothing to do with the panel. In fact, it's not just the two of them. Anyone who has a sense of crisis hopes that the panel will disappear. After all, no one likes to be led by someone, no matter whether this thing has an unknown origin or a clear origin. It won't work. And if it disappears when you are prepared, you don't have to panic and can deal with it calmly. This is simple. Ouyang Qianjin was prepared for this. Jingzhou now grows and breeds a lot of herbs and poultry and livestock. In addition to magic herbs and magic beasts, these things also include Chinese herbs and ordinary poultry and livestock brought from the local area. Although it was not obvious when it was in the local area, after being transplanted to Jingzhou, these originally ordinary herbs and poultry and livestock have also undergone great changes. You may not believe it, but economic animals like bullfrogs, which are as big as fists, can grow to a size of 30 to 40 centimeters. Chapter 326 Underworld Earth Dragon. There are also flowers like peony, which can only grow 1 meter at most, but can grow to nearly 2 meters after being transplanted. And their medicinal value has also increased a lot. After research by my people in the magic technology department, they found that these peonies contain magic. This fully proves that magic exists in this world now. And now that there are these new continents, this is even more true. My research team has extracted air samples from Sakura Country, Kimchi Country, Daxia Country, Rocksha Country, and Whale State for detailed research. Now it can be said that the air of the whole world is full of magic. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin had already discovered this problem when she was in Black Cat Paradise. It's just that she didn't dig deeper at that time due to lack of manpower. But now that there are sufficient manpower, it is natural to find out this matter first. And now Ouyang Qianjin can be 100% sure that this world has been transformed by the air of another world. Really? In that case, I'm relieved. Ying Weiyang finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said. As long as there is magic in the air, there is nothing to worry about. It's better to be prepared than to be caught unprepared. If the panel really disappears one day, they can also be prepared. And the diversion skill that Ouyang Qianjin just showed also gave Ying Weiyang a lot of inspiration. If I can create a skill that suits me based on the feeling of the current skills, wouldn't it be more worry-free? And if there is magic in the air, it means that those children who don't have the panel may acquire skills through learning in the future. It is even possible to obtain magic with corresponding attributes according to the attributes of the parents. Just like blood type. By the way, are you going to suck those earth dragons to death? Ying Weiyang pointed to the earth dragon in front of him that was lying on the ground motionless after being sucked by Ouyang Qianjin with life absorption and said, "It was close. It was almost sucked dry." Hearing Ying Weiyang's reminder, Ouyang Qianjin realized that the dragon's life was still involved in his hand. Although there are not many earth dragons here, only about a dozen. But if it is sucked dry, it will not be saved even if I revive it. At most, it can be used as a skeleton, which is too wasteful. So Ouyang Qianjin quickly stopped. Now these earth dragons that Ying Weiyang and others are helpless are lying on the ground one by one. And the originally smooth scales on their bodies have lost their luster at this moment. This is related to the disappearance of the secretions attached to the scales that can absorb damage. It is also a manifestation of the disappearance of vitality. Ouyang Qianjin waved his hand, and the lizard skeletons around him slowly walked up with their weapons to give the earth dragons a fatal blow. How is the blood of these earth dragons? Can the task be completed? When the skeletons gave the earth dragons a fatal blow, Ouyang Qianjin turned around and asked Ying Weiyang. After all, the other party's task was to bathe in dragon blood. It can't be a sub-dragon. It must be a dragon of the 4 elements of wind, fire, water, and earth. For example, the orthodox dragons such as the wind dragon, the molten dragon, the frost dragon, and the earth dragon. Ying Weiyang shook his head with some disappointment. Of course, this is not to say that he was disappointed that the earth dragon could not let him complete the task. Rather, he was disappointed that Ouyang Qianjin could defeat the earth dragon so easily. You know, although they are few in number, they have many warriors and mages, which can be said to be fully staffed. But no matter whether it is attack, slash or magic, it can't have any effective impact on the Earth Dragon. As a result, Ouyang Qianjin solved it with one move. Although he had seen the power of life absorption before, it is undeniable that Ouyang Qianjin's improved diversion skill is indeed more powerful than the original version and suitable for him. Sure enough, the improvement of skills should be put on the agenda earlier. After all, connecting more than a dozen enemies at a time, clamping and consuming, annihilating at the same time. It can be said that the first move is to kill the opponent. It's really scary. Boom! Boom! After the skeleton made a move, the Earth Dragons finally lowered their stubborn heads that were originally raised. They died completely. The wound area is small, and the blood loss is small. It's a very good corpse. While being held by the skeleton, Ouyang Qianjin came to the corpse of the Earth Dragon. After checking the condition of the corpse, he said with satisfaction, although I know that Ouyang Qianjin is a necromancer, it's nothing to be interested in corpses. But knowing is knowing. Seeing this guy with an angelic face and devilish words is still a bit shocking. You don't want to. Isn't this nonsense? Otherwise, why would I play a necromancer? Ouyang Qianjin rolled his eyes at Ying next to him, and then raised his hand handsomely. And everyone saw these fallen Earth Dragons trembling with black air all over their bodies and crawling up from the ground. After removing its neck and tail, it screamed at Ouyang Qianjin. The scales of these Earth Dragons have become a little blacker than before, which was yellowish. And after the luster appeared, the whole body looked like a kind of colorful black beauty. Underworld Earth Dragon, because of the dragon scales and secretions. It has strong defense and attack capabilities against magic and physics. Hidden information, because it is a creature in the afterlife. It has a certain immunity to light and faith magic. Looking at the Earth Dragon's panel, Ouyang Qianjin smiled. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. This Underworld Earth Dragon is actually immune to light and faith magic. You know, for them, the undead and dark systems, light and faith magic can be said to be natural enemies. Is it because the other party is a dragon? Ouyang Qianjin looked down at these Underworld Earth Dragons. Although there is only a prefix of Underworld in front of the name, but the ability has been expanded. This is in line with Xinjia's guess. It was good news. And she was more determined to take all the dragons on the snowy mountains of Asgard. The information on the panel has really changed. Is this the power of resurrection? Ouyang Qianjin was looking at the panel, and the others were also looking at the panel. After all, this was the first time they saw Ouyang Qianjin resurrecting a corpse. If they didn't observe it carefully, they would be sorry for their efforts to follow these mountain roads. However, when they saw the panel, everyone was amazed. Although they had also seen professions that resurrected others with resurrection. But compared with Ouyang Qianjin's resurrection, it was a world of difference. This guy's resurrection was more like a transformation than a resurrection. It was like turning from a solid body into a skeleton. Chapter 327 Wolf King. Compared to them, Ying, who knew the inside story, seemed even more surprised. After all, she had heard from Ouyang Qianjin what the inner meaning of her resurrection technique was. Upgrade. This is the greatest ability of Ouyang Qianjin's resurrection. And these Earth Dragons have obviously been upgraded. From the original Earth Dragons to the Underworld Earth Dragons. Although it is unknown what the specific ability is after the upgrade, Ying can be sure that the Earth Dragons have been strengthened. Base Captain. A cave was found here. Just as Ying turned his head to look at Ouyang Qianjin, who looked proud, Yin Shaoqing's men suddenly shouted at them, looking in the direction of the finger. Everyone saw a cave about 1 meter in size. As the best among the professionals, everyone could feel that there was something inside. But because it was dark inside, and there was no light, no one could see clearly. Do you want to go in and take a look? No. Let's not make things complicated now. I think this is better. After all, we are here for the dragon. Indeed, everyone discussed it, and finally decided not to go in. However, Ouyang Qianjin didn't think so. Don't panic. Let me see what's going on inside. After saying that, Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes, and then opened Eye of Darkness. But just after closing her eyes, there was a commotion outside. Huh? Ouyang Qianjin, who had closed her eyes for the performance, opened her eyes after hearing the commotion to see what was going on. As a result, She just opened her eyes, and saw a blue-red flash of light rushing out of the cave. It rushed towards Ouyang Qianjin. It was so fast. Even the dozen people in front of Ouyang Qianjin didn't react. Fortunately, Ouyang Qianjin was always surrounded by skeleton bodyguards and mandatory orders. These skeletons didn't need Ouyang Qianjin to give orders. They just chopped down at the blue-red flash. Puff! Puff! This was the sound of the weapon inserted into the body. Then the blue-red flash stopped. At this time, everyone saw what it was. And Ouyang Qianjin looked at it and was shocked. Good guy. It turned out to be an acquaintance. No. It was familiar. But the other party was not a human. It was a wolf. A blue giant wolf. It was the Wolf King of the Blue Wolf tribe, who had met Ouyang Qianjin once and established a friendship with each other. Ouyang Qianjin quickly asked the skeletons to put the Wolf King down. Then he looked down at the Wolf King, who was breathing out more than breathing in. The hair on the Wolf King's body is no longer as soft and shiny as before. And there are countless wounds and black and red blood all over his body. No wonder the flash was blue and red before. Feelings are caused by the blood on the body. These wounds look new and old. The oldest wound is healed and scabbed. And the newest is still bleeding. However, because it is a monster, it is impossible to infer when it was injured. After the crowd gathered around, Yin Shaoqing looked at the wounds on the Wolf King's body and said, but Ouyang Qianjin ignored him. He just asked the skeleton to squat down so that he could get closer to the Wolf King. Then Ouyang Qianjin reached out his hand, touched the Wolf King's head, and looked at him. Speaking of which, we are old acquaintances. We haven't seen each other for half a year. How come you have become so messed up? Where are your subordinates? You should know that the Blue Wolf tribe had tens of thousands of blue wolves. Now there is only one Wolf King, and his body is covered with wounds. From the situation when it rushed out just now, it is estimated that it sensed its breath, but was blocked by the skeleton. The Wolf King hummed weakly. It seemed to be acting like a spoiled child. And it seemed to want to confide something. However, Ouyang Qianjin made a move that no one expected. The guy raised his hand and slapped the Wolf King on the head. That force was not used on a seriously injured patient at all. The eyes of the people watching nearby jumped. Does this woman have no sympathy? Ouyang Qianjin replied, no. You are also the Wolf King. Don't make such a shameful sound. Ouyang Qianjin said disdainfully. Then everyone saw a skeleton coming over with a worn-out dagger. This dagger was obtained when attacking the swamp lizardmen. It is normal for it to be worn out and rusty. But what happened next was beyond their thinking. Ouyang Qianjin took the dagger from the skeleton and smiled at the Wolf King. Don't worry. It's just a matter of seconds. We'll talk about it later. After saying this, Ouyang Qianjin stabbed the dagger into the opponent's heart in the astonished eyes of everyone, including the Wolf King. Although he knew that Ouyang Qianjin had been resurrected, but he attacked someone he knew so cleanly. This is somewhat of a test of the heart of the person who did it. Ouyang Qianjin has no heart. They also realized a little about Ouyang Qianjin's character. After the Wolf King died, Ouyang Qianjin ordered the skeletons to pull out all the weapons on his body. Then, while the bleeding was still stopping, Ouyang Qianjin performed a big resurrection spell. The Wolf King opened his eyes again, with a blank look on his face. How about it? I will tell you about the next thing. Open your mouth. Take the medicine and rest for a while. And you will basically be fine. Ouyang Qianjin watched the Wolf King communicate with the other party using brain waves. Then he took out 2 bottles of potion, sprinkled one on the Wolf King, and poured one into the other party's mouth. At this time, the Wolf King's soft and shiny blue hair has been restored. It is brighter than before, and even has a hint of transparency, giving people a sense of luxury like luxury. It can be said to be extremely noble. And the size of the Wolf King has also increased by several circles. It used to be about 2 meters long, but now it has grown to more than 3 meters. It can be said that it is still as majestic as it was in the past. Although the wounds on its body still exist, they are slowly recovering due to the potion. At least it is not bleeding anymore. In terms of appearance, the Wolf King did not change the color of his fur like the Earth Dragon or the Undead. It is still the blue fur unique to the Blue Wolf tribe. It is just a little lighter than the previous sky blue. It is probably the same dark blue color as the burning bone phosphorus fire, which is relatively transparent. There is no change in the rest. The Wolf King also knew that it was Ouyang Qianjin who saved him. So he also laid down on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. While the Wolf King was recovering, Ouyang Qianjin also checked the Wolf King's panel. Nether Demon Wolf King, it is the best among the nether wolves that roam the netherworld, and is the king who leads the tribe. Hidden information. The Nether Demon Wolf is a race that gives many netherworld races a headache, and has a very strong soul attack ability. Chapter 328 Netherworld Demon Wolf King. Wow! Directly evolved into a netherworld demon wolf? And it can attack souls. You know, besides myself, only a few people in the personal guard can attack souls. And now there is one more. It feels great. At this time, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but think, if its tribe is still here, wouldn't I have more than 10,000 killer weapons for soul attacks? When Ouyang Qianjin thought of this, she felt sorry. The Wolf King walked in front of Ouyang Qianjin and rubbed her hand with his head. Then he turned over and exposed his belly, panting like a husky. Ouyang Qianjin didn't understand. Little known fact, the ears and tail are down, and the belly is exposed. This is the wolf's way of showing obedience to the Wolf King, or the Alpha Wolf. That means this Wolf King and the tribe it leads will now obey you. Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin didn't quite understand what the Wolf King did, Yin Shaoqing explained. Ouyang Qianjin just rolled her eyes at this. After all, as the undead she resurrected, it was natural for the other party to submit to her. What she didn't understand was the silly behavior of this Wolf King. It was simply cheap. It didn't have the same style as when it first appeared. Ouyang Qianjin sneered at this. So she pulled it with her hand and told it to stop doing such a shameful action. The Wolf King, who was disliked by Ouyang Qianjin, immediately put himself in his place. He walked back to Ouyang Qianjin, then sat down on the snow with a cold face, holding his head high. The once arrogant Wolf King's temperament returned instantly. Well, it's okay. Ouyang Qianjin nodded with satisfaction. Since it is the Wolf King and obeys me, it should at least have a name. Looking at the majestic Wolf King squatting beside him, Ouyang Qianjin felt that his pretentious pendant could not always call Wolf King Wolf King. This would reduce his own status. So after thinking about it, he gave the Wolf King a name. Name, K's Shadow of Death. Race, Nether Wolf. Level, LV41. K means king, which means king. Although it is very simple, it is also a direct reflection of Ouyang Qianjin's identity as the Wolf King. It is an extreme version of simple lines. Of course, it is also easy to remember and call K a word, although it sounds unclear to outsiders. But it is precisely because of this unclear meaning that the status is fully displayed. As for the shadow of death behind, Ouyang Qianjin was not sure. Ouyang Qianjin clicked on the individual name on the panel. Then a window interface popped up on the panel. Shadow of Death, the name of the leader of the pack. So that's it. After seeing the introduction of the Shadow of Death in the window interface, Ouyang Qianjin finally knew what this word meant. To put it simply, it was the original name of the Wolf King. Or it could be the original name that people called him. After all, names or titles are only meaningful if someone calls them. Shadow of Death is your previous name? Ouyang Qianjin suddenly asked the Wolf King. Yeah. So that's it. Just as I guessed. After communicating with Wolf King K, Ouyang Qianjin expressed pride in her guess. Yeah. Are there corpses of your men in the cave? Ouyang Qianjin looked at the Wolf King in surprise. The Wolf King nodded. Although it was not a formal conversation, Ouyang Qianjin could understand what the other party was thinking. So Ouyang Qianjin immediately asked the skeletons to move the corpses out. Seeing the skeletons start to move, Yin Shaoqing also asked his men to help expand the cave entrance. And Ouyang Qianjin, in addition to communicating with the Wolf King in his mind, I was watching how this guy came to the Asgard Snow Mountain from City C. After watching it, I realized that this guy was not easy, since he recognized his retreat. The Wolf King thought that area was Ouyang Qianjin's territory, so he led the tribe to migrate northward. After arriving at the ground level of Lusha country from City C, they found a snowy mountain to settle down. At the beginning, there were many magic beasts and monsters there, so it was relatively stable. But as the level of humans continued to rise, it gradually became the hunting ground of Lusha people. And their good days came to an end. Because blue fur is rare and rare, they became the first target to be hunted in that area. So the Wolf King could only continue to lead the remaining blue wolves to start the migration. Along the way, they would face the hunting of pursuers from time to time. Just at this time, Jingzhou suddenly appeared. And it also found that the black cloud had the breath of Ouyang Qianjin. So he led the blue wolves directly south from the north. Who knew that this step would step into the territory of the giant dragon in the snowy mountains of Asgard? With their level, they were more than enough to fight the lizardmen. But they were helpless when they encountered the earth dragons. In the end, the group of blue wolves were blocked in this small cave by these dozen earth dragons. Fortunately, the entrance of the cave was small, and the earth dragons could not get in. But even so, there are always times when they are hungry. The Wolf King led the blue wolves to charge several times. But the final result was that the blue wolves either died of serious injuries or starved to death. Even the Wolf King himself was seriously injured. Just as it was waiting to die, it suddenly felt the strong breath of Ouyang Qianjin. Knowing that the other party was nearby, it was ready to charge again. The result was that it was almost taken away by the skeleton. After watching these scenes, Ouyang Qianjin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, he came to seek refuge with me, but because of the wrong location at that time, he went directly south from the direction of Ku Island. If he didn't pass through the Asgard Snow Mountain, he could only go around to the Sakura country. I think he chose the fastest shortcut to avoid the pursuers. But this shortcut turned out to be a shortcut to hell. But now the Wolf King, who has become a netherworld wolf, can be regarded as a real resident of hell. It can be regarded as satisfying the request? Just when Ouyang Qianjin finished viewing the picture and complained in her heart, the Wolf King stood up, walked to Ouyang Qianjin, and licked the back of her hand. Ouyang Qianjin, who was licked, returned to the real world from her inner world. Only then did she realize that the skeleton and Yin Shaoqing and others had stopped carrying. In front of them were blue wolf corpses. Ouyang Qianjin roughly estimated that there were about 700 or 800 of these corpses. The original tens of thousands of blue wolf tribes now only had less than 1,000 left, which was simply a disaster. I thought of the majestic appearance of the blue wolf tribe when I met them in the Sea City Hospital more than a year ago. Who could have expected that the blue wolf tribe would have this day? Chapter 329, Codename K. Alas, after sighing for a while, Ouyang Qianjin immediately resurrected all the blue wolves. Then 2 centaur skeletons pulling a cart walked out from the undead space. The carriage was filled with a recovery potion made by Li Taiying. However, just when Ouyang Qianjin was about to distribute the potion to these guys, something ridiculous happened. After these blue wolves were resurrected as netherworld demon wolves, the first thing they saw was the netherworld earth dragons that were also resurrected. But because except for the different colors, the image was similar to before. So a group of blue wolves immediately entered the combat state after seeing the earth dragons, baring their teeth at these earth dragons, ready to attack at any time. The netherworld earth dragons looked at these netherworld demon wolves, who roared at them with some innocence. They couldn't understand why these own people roared at them. Although it was indeed my fault before. That was all in the past. Now everyone is the subordinate of the Necromancer. So there is no need to target me. They certainly don't know that the blue wolf is in a chaotic period after just resurrection. So when the Wolf King howled, the blue wolves calmed down and came to the Wolf King one after another, protected Ouyang Qianjin inside. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Qianjin chuckled. Compared with the silly earth dragon, the blue wolf tribe obviously has a lot more combat experience. At least they know to protect important people in the first place. However, both the magic wolf and the earth dragon have their own strengths and ability, which makes Ouyang Qianjin very satisfied. But if the blue wolf tribe still has 10,000 full divisions, it would be even better. Alas, just when Ouyang Qianjin's mood was fluctuating, the Wolf King next to her called out, "Kay, what's the matter? If nothing happens, don't disturb me when I'm sad." Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand casually. When she thought of the loss of the blue wolf tribe, Ouyang Qianjin felt so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. Huh? What? There is a deep path in the cave? Hee. Because there is a stronger breath in you. You haven't been there before. It's interesting. Yin Shaoqing. Did you go in to clean up the corpse just now? Ouyang Qianjin, who was communicating with the Wolf King K, turned his head and looked at Yin Shaoqing and asked, "I found it. But the entrance is smaller than the one outside. And there are many hard spider silks. So I didn't go deep." Yin Shaoqing nodded and said with a slight frown, "Spider silk? Yes. Very thick and hard." Wow. This is really good news. Ouyang Qianjin was stunned at first. Then her eyes lit up. Spider-like monsters? This is a rare existence. With more and more people under her, Ouyang Qianjin now needs a lot of spider silk to make alchemical props. Just a few abyss weavers in Zhang Yuan's hands. The daily output is extremely limited. If the spiders in this cave can be brought back, it can also reduce the burden of some abyss weavers. The key is to increase production. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin smiled crookedly, and then immediately asked the earth dragons to violently demolish the cave, using their tails to expand the original cave entrance again to the point where even a 6 or 7 meter tall earth dragon can enter and exit at will. At this time, with the help of the light of the burning phosphorus fire, Ouyang Qianjin saw that these spider silks were not just covering the hole. They were just blocking the small hole with spider silk. It was airtight, and even if you wanted to look inside with the help of the faint light, you couldn't see anything inside. It looks like there is a treasure at first glance. Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but complain. Treasure? I think the possibility of danger is greater. Yin Shaoqing didn't agree with Ouyang Qianjin's statement. He is really a man without dreams. Normally, shouldn't he be excited in this situation? Ouyang Qianjin spread his hands and shook his head as if mocking. Hard. Fist hard. Yin Shaoqing's clenched fist trembled slightly. Of course, he is also a man with dreams. At least before the day of Advent. He wanted to be a pilot. After graduating from the aviation university, he even bought a small plane with considerable assets in his family. When he was free, he would fly a few laps to get familiar with the field. He had already decided to join his own airline. However, the sudden Advent day disrupted everything, making him further and further away from his dream. Alas, Yin Shaoqing sighed. If he didn't know he couldn't win, he would definitely go up and punch Ouyang Qianjin in the face. Unfortunately, he knew he couldn't win. He should just bear it. He would pass it if he endured it. There's no need to humiliate himself and make himself suffer. But these spider silks are so hard. How can we get through? Yin Shaoqing said with a smile. He had tried magic, Taoism and weapons just now, and these spider silks were not so easy to break through. So he was ready to see Ouyang Qianjin make a fool of herself. However, Ouyang Qianjin just smiled at him, and then threw away the burning bone-burning phosphorus fire in her hand. Hasn't it been a decision to burn spider silk with fire from ancient times to the present? Looking at the spider silk that was burning fiercely because of the burning bone-burning phosphorus fire, Ouyang Qianjin said slowly. Why? Why? How could you do something that I couldn't do with all my means? Yin Shaoqing, who was originally planning to see Ouyang Qianjin make a fool of herself, couldn't hold it anymore. What he had tried all kinds of means just now, but couldn't do. The other party actually solved it with just a fire. This made him feel a little frustrated. Although this kind of frustration had happened before. But he couldn't stand such blows again and again. If this continues, I really don't know if I still have the confidence to go back and be the base leader. Lead everyone to survive in this difficult world. Of course, it's the power of idealism. Ouyang Qianjin gave a thumbs up to Yin Shaoqing, who looked frustrated. Of course, she would not tell the real effect of her bone-burning quenching fire. So she just mentioned it lightly. The fire was very big, because it was bone-burning phosphorus fire. It burned through a crack almost instantly. With this crack, Ouyang Qianjin extended her dark eye into it and began to explore the situation inside. In a closed place like this, even Ouyang Qianjin's dark eye can't invade it. But as long as there is a crack, Ouyang Qianjin can use his power. It's convenient. It's still very convenient. Wow! Yin Shaoqing. There really is a treasure inside. After checking the situation inside with the dark eye, Ouyang Qianjin turned her head and said to Yin Shaoqing with an evil smile. Don't smile like that. The child will be scared. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin smile, Yin Shaoqing couldn't help but feel a throbbing in his heart. Chapter 330 Death Weaver. This guy must be thinking of something to torture people again. And if nothing unexpected happens, the person being tortured will definitely be himself. The earth dragons continue to work, under the powerful digging of their tails. This is not very thick. Only 3 or 4 meters of the mountain. It didn't take long for the earth dragons to dig out a passable passage. Let's go! Let's go and receive the treasure here. After successfully digging through, Ouyang Qianjin received the earth dragons and the nether demon wolves into the undead space, and then waved her hand and let the skeleton hold her inside. Looks really happy. Bastard. Ouyang Qianjin sunny, cheerful, and brilliant smile made Yin Shaoqing couldn't help complaining. Then he honestly followed Ying Weiyang and others into the cave behind Ouyang Qianjin. Wow! What's the matter with this cave? When people walked into the cave, they found that there was a different world inside. Dark, damp, and covered with moss everywhere. From time to time, a drop of water would drip from the stalactites on the top of the cave. The small puddle on the ground made a crisp and deep sound. However, as we walked down along a path, we gradually saw more spider silk around us. In the end, the walls of the entire cave were covered with spider silk. There was only room to walk under our feet. Yin Shaoqing asked, "How about going down?" Ouyang Qianjin replied, "We should go." "Of course. But we won't go." With that, Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand, held her skeleton, and continued to move forward. After all, it was spider silk. According to the habits of spiders, if the spider silk was a little shaking, maybe a spider would come over to check it out. This cave is only about 2 meters high and 3 meters wide. It is narrower because of the spider silk. Just think about the amount of spider silk, and you will know how many spiders there are in the depths of this cave. Of course, Ouyang Qianjin had already known what happened inside with Eye of Darkness, so he was not worried about spiders coming over. Yin Shaoqing, who was unaware of the situation, made a gesture after seeing Ouyang Qianjin moving forward indomitably, indicating that the people following behind should be prepared for battle. After everyone followed Ouyang Qianjin for about tens of meters, they finally walked out of the cave and came to a very wide cave. It gave people a feeling of walking a few dozen steps and suddenly seeing the light. What is going on? Although it was suddenly clear, the scene in front of him made Yin Shaoqing hold his head with both hands and scream. There were traces of burning at the entrance of the cave. And in the cave, there were layers of spider corpses. These corpses have a crystal white and translucent trunk and 8 legs. However, they are a little different from ordinary spiders in that both the head and abdomen are slightly flat. They look a bit weird, like a corn shrimp. But these corpses are undoubtedly real spiders. No wonder you walked forward so confidently just now. It turns out that you know that all the spiders here are dead. Ying Weiyang on the side complained. This is the benefit of good skills. Ouyang Qianjin smiled slightly, and then used the eye of identification to look at the spider corpses on the ground. Frost spider, a monster that lives under the snow-capped mountains of Asgard. It has a powerful ice magic attack ability, and is also the most loyal watchdog of the Frost Dragon. Hidden information, as the watchdog of the Frost Dragon. When the number of frost spiders killed exceeds a certain level, the Frost Dragon will be alerted. Good guy. Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but twitch her eyes after seeing the hidden information. Spiders are not scary. What is scary is that there is a chance to attract the Frost Dragon. Although Ouyang Qianjin's journey this time is for the dragon. But if possible, she hopes to find a lone dragon to test the power first, and then give these dragons a big blow after seeing the situation. However, there are so many spiders stacked here, and even Ouyang Qianjin doesn't know if the hidden information has appeared. But it doesn't matter. It's not killed by myself anyway. It's better to say that I should thank the guy walking in front. He even left so many corpses for me very kindly. It's convenient and efficient. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin is like a fox stealing chicks. Laughing. Should I treat the guy to a drink? For example, tea made by Sebastian. What's wrong? Nothing. I just remembered something happy. Ouyang Qianjin replied casually, and then raised her hand to revive all the spiders. Deathweaver, a very difficult race in the underworld, with a body that reflects magic. And their spider silk is something that many races in the underworld like. Hidden information, the breath of death is their favorite food. If you can give them some breath of death, then you will gain their friendship. The frost spiders that were originally like crystals were entangled with death after being resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin. After the death aura disappeared, the bodies of those who successfully transformed into death weavers turned into obsidian, which looked very noble, especially with the 3 pairs of red compound eyes, like rubies. At least this appearance really appealed to Ouyang Qianjin's aesthetic taste. As for friendship, Ouyang Qianjin was extremely disdainful. She was a ruler, and what she needed was loyalty, not friendship. In fact, she didn't need friendship. However, since the spider silk of the Death Weaver was a hot commodity in the underworld, at least she would not lack materials for alchemy in the future. After all, this time she resurrected nearly 10,000 Death Weavers at once. It was a great harvest. But the guy who walked in front of the minefield was also ruthless. I don't know what trick he used to lure so many frost spiders at once, and then kill them in this big cave. Ouyang Qianjin, who was happy for a while, received these death weavers into the undead space. Yin Shaoqing, Ing Weiyang and others had long been accustomed to Ouyang Qianjin's series of operations. After all, first there was the Earth Dragon, then the Blue Wolf. After seeing it many times, it is no longer surprising. Although these spiders have an absolute advantage in terms of number, there are only a few more. Just be a little shocked and give them some face. It's just a pity for the corpses that have been broken into pieces on the ground. Ouyang Qianjin smacked her lips with a look of regret. Okay, let's go. Let's continue to pick up treasures. Smiling, Ouyang Qianjin waved to everyone and continued to move forward like a leader. There are so many caves, and you chose them very straightforwardly. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin walk straight into a cave after a spider cave, Yin Shaoqing was a little curious. Chapter 331 Weird Scene. Don't worry. Just follow me, Ouyang Qianjin said mysteriously, and then stopped talking. The crowd walked along the way, watching Ouyang Qianjin revive spiders along the way, and then put the spiders into the undead space. Now I can see that the treasure that Ouyang Qianjin mentioned is these spiders. Yin Shaoqing, who was walking behind, curled his lips and said, "Haha, you just saw it? For the Necromancer, the corpse is not the best treasure, and it can be resurrected." Ing Weiyang laughed. She roughly understood Ouyang Qianjin's character. If it was really precious metals or pearls and gems, it would not be as attractive to her as alchemical materials. And Ouyang Qianjin, who had the resurrection technique, came to the Asgard Snow Mountain to hunt the dragon this time. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be to get the dragon's corpse. So she understood Ouyang Qianjin's current behavior, and even thought it was natural. Besides, Ouyang Qianjin, who has a mine at home, disdains precious metals. I thought there were some magic weapons in here. Yin Shaoqing shook his head. For him, weapons and the like can be considered treasures. As for these corpses, they are just things limited to necromancers. And he is not interested. Don't forget that this is my territory. Even if there are magic weapons, the ownership is mine. Ouyang Qianjin, who was walking in front, suddenly said this. Yin Shaoqing, who was far away, was shocked. Haha. It seems that you have been traumatized by Ouyang Qianjin. Seeing Yin Shaoqing like this, Ing Weiyang couldn't help laughing. He didn't care whether Ouyang Qianjin could hear it. Hey! Yin Shaoqing was embarrassed by his best friend's ridicule, but he didn't know how to fight back. So he could only hold his breath, with a red face and thick neck. The crowd walked in this cave, which was much wider than before, for half an hour, and then walked into a cave that was several times larger than the previous cave. This time, really, Miss Ouyang, if there is a chance to go with you next time, I would rather give up this opportunity. Yin Shaoqing looked like he had no desire to live. At this moment, in the cave, Yin Shaoqing was being held against the aorta in his neck by a man in a black dress with a dagger that looked very sharp. If the other party scratched it lightly, it was unclear whether Yin Shaoqing's head could be cut off directly. But at least the aorta and trachea could be cut open together. At least the breath emanating from the other party was absolutely certain. Although Yin Shaoqing was not afraid of this breath, but being threatened like this still made him a little angry. Of course, it wasn't just him. Everyone present, including Ouyang Qianjin and Ing Weiyang, were treated like this. This made him feel a little psychologically balanced. And he complained, by the way. Don't say that. It's so fun to follow me. And it's also a kind of life experience to experience a lot of different pleasures that you haven't experienced before. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. He looked straight ahead. He didn't even look at the man next to him, who was holding a dagger against his neck. If this can be considered a life experience, then I would rather not experience this kind of life experience. Facing Ouyang Qianjin's complaints, Yin Shaoqing felt helpless. Shut up. Who are you? Just as the two of them were complaining to each other, the man who was holding Ouyang Qianjin scolded Ouyang Qianjin in a dull voice. For Ouyang Qianjin, who had an automatic defense command, it was impossible for an assassin to get close to her. The reason why this guy could get close to Ouyang Qianjin was because she knew who was here. So she had already ordered the skeletons who were protecting her not to do anything. After all, she was right. You are quite courageous to ask me who I am in my territory. Puff. As soon as Ouyang Qianjin finished speaking, the man was cut in half by a skeleton who was wearing black and purple armor and holding a big knife in his hand. Instantly, this man died without even having the chance to scream. It was not the kind of ridicule in language, but the physical sense. The whole person melted into a pool of blood like butter exposed to high temperature. Pisco was killed. You bastard. Let them come. Just when these guys in black suits wanted to avenge their companions, a woman's voice came from the depths of the cave. As soon as the voice arrived, these guys immediately stopped all their actions. This attitude of commanding and disciplining. Even Ouyang Qianjin was somewhat moved, although it felt that they were not as good as the skeletons under his command. Soldiers, just stand guard here. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and waved goodbye to the group of people who were looking at him with gritted teeth. That look was as mocking as it could be. These black dresses almost couldn't help but rush up to fight with Ouyang Qianjin. Hey, don't be so sarcastic. Yin Shaoqing, who was walking in a certain direction behind Ouyang Qianjin, complained. I like to see them wanting to kill me, but they can't do anything. How could a person without dreams like Yin Shaoqing understand such a thing that makes him happy physically and mentally? You, Yin Shaoqing, who was about to complain, shut up at this time, because he saw an incredible and weird scene. In the damp and dim underground cave, a girl was sitting at a small white round table and drinking tea elegantly. Her lips were slightly raised, as if she was smiling, and as if she was thinking. Her eyes were like deep lake water, flashing with mysterious light, as if hiding countless secrets. The dark red dress on her body was like a flame in the dark night, and the off-shoulder design showed her charming clavicle and shoulder lines. The red lace gloves on both hands added to her mystery and feminine charm. Silver white hair falls naturally, like a waterfall, flashing dazzling light against the backdrop of the red dress. Her skin looks even whiter, like white jade, exuding a soft luster. Of course, the beauty of the girl does not only come from her appearance, but also from the light of inner confidence. It makes her every move full of elegance and confidence. A checkered tablecloth is spread on the small white round table, and an exquisite retro kerosene lamp is placed on it. The weak and warm light illuminates everything around through the glass lampshade. Against the backdrop of the light, the cakes on the table exude an attractive aroma, as if telling their deliciousness. A set of exquisite tea sets is placed next to the cakes, and the teapot is boiling fragrant black tea. The rising water vapor fills the air, giving people a warm and peaceful feeling. Chapter 332 How Should I Punish You? The black tea in the teacup is bright in color and fragrant, making people want to taste it. There are a few sugar cubes in the saucer that matches the tea set, adding a sweetness to the tea. The whole scene is full of retro and weird atmosphere, as if people have returned to the last century. On this small round table, everything has become so peaceful and beautiful. Next to this girl is a girl in a maid outfit holding a flower-shaped parasol. Compared with this mysterious girl, the maid girl is another style. The maid girl has black shawl hair and wears a black and white maid outfit. The skirt is decorated with white lace, giving people a deserted feeling. The appearance of these two girls is like a beautiful painting, which makes people's eyes bright. Of course, the premise is that putting aside the background that this is a cave full of monsters. However, what is even more weird is that about 100 meters away from her side, a group of people in black dresses are attacking a white spider about 10 meters high. Ah! Princess, how come you are in my territory? Ouyang Qianjin, who was held by the skeleton, was not as surprised as Yin Shaoqing, but walked forward and greeted the other party very familiarly, as if they were old friends. Skeleton Lord Ouyang Qianjin. So that's how it is. So, this copy called Asgard Snow Mountain is in your territory. The girl put down the teacup in her hand gracefully. Then she turned her head and looked at Ouyang Qianjin. But what's wrong with you? Even if you are a skeleton, as a lady and a superior, isn't it a bit inappropriate to let your subordinates hold you like this? After seeing Ouyang Qianjin being held by a skeleton, the girl called Princess by Ouyang Qianjin shook her head slightly disappointed. Haha. Since you are a skeleton lord, it's no big deal to let the skeleton hold you. Ouyang Qianjin laughed back and snapped her fingers. Several skeletons came up under the gaze of the princess. Then, with a few clicks, they formed a skeleton chair in front of the small white round table, and Ouyang Qianjin was also put on it. She held the two small skulls on the armrests with both hands. The whole set of movements seemed extremely elegant and pretentious. And Ouyang Qianjin was very satisfied. The princess opposite also nodded silently. Elegant. Very elegant. The princess clapped her hands and applauded Ouyang Qianjin's series of movements. Obviously, Ouyang Qianjin's set of movements was recognized by her. What do you mean? Are you agreeing with me? Ouyang Qianjin was a little unhappy when she saw the other person's expression. And she was even more unhappy when she saw the maid holding an umbrella standing behind the other person. In the dark cave, next to her was a crowd of people fighting against the regional boss. But she sat under the parasol with her maid, turned on the atmosphere light, ate desserts, and drank black tea. If you want to say what the ultimate pretense is, it is naturally to integrate into life naturally. It is obvious that this woman can do so well without knowing that I will come. I can only say that she is a master. But this guy actually pretended in front of me. And pretended so naturally. Can I be compared with her? No way. Would you like a cup of good Darjeeling black tea? Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin was staring at her without speaking, the princess raised her cup again and asked Ouyang Qianjin with a smile. No. I'm not used to black tea. After rejecting the other party, Ouyang Qianjin lowered her head slightly, and then clapped her hands gently. Sebastian. Yes. Mississippi. As the girl clapped her hands, a skeleton wearing a black tuxedo, a black hat, and even a blue unknown flower in the pocket of his chest walked out of the darkness. As the girl clapped her hands, a skeleton wearing a black tuxedo, a black hat, and even a blue unknown flower in the pocket of his chest walked out of the darkness. His steps were light and elegant, as if he was a gentleman walking out of the night. His eyes flashed with a mysterious light, which made people want to explore his inner world. The material of the tuxedo looked very high-end, and the collar and cuffs were inlaid with silver lace, adding a sense of refinement and luxury to his entire look. Of course, the most important thing is that the style is directly pulled to the maximum. People can't help but be attracted by his elegant movements. The skeleton butler, wearing a black suit and white gloves, holds a teapot and a teacup in his hands. He slowly tilts the teapot and pours the green tea into the teacup. When the teacup is full, the skeleton butler carefully places the teacup on the table in front of Miss Ouyang, as if performing a solemn ceremony. Miss, please enjoy. Sebastian's series of performances made the princess on the opposite side stunned. This is also a very normal thing. After all, Sebastian is an orthodox butler who has served the Earl for decades. After knowing the preferences of the head of the family, Ouyang Qianjin, he would naturally make full preparations. And seeing the stunned expression of the princess, Ouyang Qianjin slightly raised the corners of her mouth. She knew. In this round of pretense, oh no! In this round of elegance competition, she won. Ahem. Sorry. I lost my composure. Knowing that she had just lost her composure, the princess coughed twice to cover up her loss of composure. It's nothing. You don't have to care. After elegantly picking up the teacup and taking a sip of the green tea in the cup, Ouyang Qianjin asked again. Ouyang Qianjin sat elegantly at the table, gently picked up the teacup, and took a sip of the green tea in the cup. Her movements were light and skillful, as if a dancer was dancing. Her eyes were focused and gentle, as if she was savoring the fragrance and sweetness of the tea. Ouyang Qianjin put down the teacup and asked again. Just now you said this is a dungeon, which means you came here through the portal to do the quest. Yes. There is nothing to hide. Facing the Ouyang Qianjin, who has the same elegant aura as herself, the princess did not want to hide anything. In fact, there is no need to hide anything. After all, since this is the other party's territory, no matter how she hides it, the other party has ways to verify it. It is better to admit it straightforwardly than to be found out. In this regard, this princess is indeed very similar to Ouyang Qianjin. Hey, is that so? But this is my territory. Hunting the monsters in the territory without notifying me is poaching. As the legal lord here, I think you have violated the law I set. How do you think I should punish you? Chapter 333, Vampire Princess Tsepesh. Ouyang Qianjin's voice was gentle, full of wisdom and rationality. As she asked the question, the air around them solidified, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. Don't you have a saying in the East that those who don't know are not to blame? And I came from the dungeon portal. If I really want to blame someone, I can only blame the task assigned to me by the panel. The princess shook her head slightly, as if she was complaining, and as if she was shirking the blame. The people watching the two people not far away couldn't help but shudder at the two girls sitting at the small round table. As elites with a much higher level than other professionals, their perception is naturally much higher. At this moment, in their eyes, the two girls exuded a terrifying aura. Ouyang Qianjin exuded a heart-pounding black aura all over her body, as if she was a messenger walking out of the darkness. Her smile on her face did not bring any warmth to people, but instead revealed a kind of power. A power that seemed to carry a fatal threat in every move. The aura of the other girl, who was called the princess, was scarlet like blood. She looked gorgeous and full of danger. Her existence itself seemed to be a kind of magic that could ignite people's deepest desires. The two girls sat opposite each other. Although they looked about the same age, their different temperaments made them form a sharp contrast. One was a night elf wandering in the darkness. The other was a bloodthirsty beast lurking in the darkness. Their existence made people feel an inexplicable fear and awe, as if they were from another world. So it's that guy. He actually came here? No wonder Ouyang Qianjin said it was interesting just now. So this is what she meant. After sensing the breath of the girl, Ying Wuyang suddenly remembered who she was. Do you know her? Hearing Ying Wuyang say this, Yin Shaoqing moved slightly, approached her, and asked in a low voice. I can't say I know her. I can only say I know her. Ying Wuyang shook his head. Who? Vampire Princess Sepesh. His. Hearing this name, Yin Shaoqing couldn't help but take a breath of the damp and cool air in the cave. Although he is not a lord, but the lord rankings can still be seen. This guy can be said to be a typical representative of a sudden rise. Now that basically everyone knows the existence of the Lord War. Sepesh, who can be said to have been challenging the underworld high priest Ninatai, one of the other four lords, since his appearance, is the one that everyone thinks has the most hope of becoming the fifth person. But I didn't expect that the guy whose territory was in the west actually ran to the east because of the dungeon. Dungeon? Yin Shaoqing suddenly noticed the key point. Guessed it? TSK. Guessed it. But suddenly I don't want to guess it, Yin Shaoqing said with a look of discomfort. Enter the dungeon portal from the west, and come to the east. Doesn't that mean that the dungeons they entered before are all new worlds? No. It's a bit wrong to say that it's a new world. Rather than a new world, it's more like a different world. And if these descending monsters, and magic are all from a different world, then many things seem to make sense. You knew about this a long time ago? After figuring this out, Yin Shaoqing turned his head and looked at Ying Wuyang with a sour face. Well, rather than saying that I knew it a long time ago, it's better to say that everyone who becomes a lord should know it. Ying Wuyang spread his hands and shrugged. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Anyway, with your IQ, you can guess it sooner or later. TSK. Faced with Ying Wuyang's retort, Yin Shaoqing could only respond with a gasp. So, Miss Ouyang, how do you plan to punish her? Just as Yin Shaoqing and Ying Wuyang were chatting, Sepesh on this side also asked about Ouyang Qianjin. It depends on what you have obtained this time, and what your mission is. Ouyang Qianjin smiled slightly. She did not clearly explain what the punishment she was talking about was. In fact, what laws and what punishments are just Ouyang Qianjin's words, with a lot of pretense. After all, the laws are still being customized, and the punishments have not been introduced. And to put it bluntly, the law is just something for the convenience of management. It is not used for other lords at all. To be honest, the punishment of Sepesh is just a matter of Ouyang Qianjin's thoughts and words. Anyway, the first law of Jingzhou is everything is based on the mood of the eldest lady. This subjective clause directly puts the right of interpretation on Ouyang Qianjin. Is this an interrogation? You can also think of it as a casual chat. Then I wonder if it's okay for me to apply for a hunting license now. It may not be possible now. After all, the license has not been issued yet. Even if you want to make up one, I can't give it to you. Ouyang Qianjin's answer was as casual as a joke. Then what should I do? Since I can't complete the task and can't get the license, it seems that the only option left is to fight here. As he said this, Sepesh's momentum suddenly increased. A bloody smell suddenly filled the entire cave. Except for the people who were restrained. The black suits, who were originally fighting with the Frost Spider leader, quickly came to Sepesh's side. At this time, Ouyang Qianjin and his party discovered that in addition to those who fought with the leader, there were actually many other black suits in this cave. Looking at the scale, there were at least several thousand people. But thinking about the fact that when they walked out of the cave just now, A black suit held a dagger against their throats. It was clear that there should be many people guarding other cave entrances to prevent interference or something. Are those bats? Vampire transformation? Looks pretty cool. I wonder if it can turn into smoke and disappear or something. Maybe? After all, it's a vampire. So it makes sense to have a smoke skill. Right? Yin Shaoqing and others whispered about what they had just seen. Is this a threat? Ouyang Qianjin tilted her head, looked a little dazed, and blinked at Sepesh and asked, You can think so. But compared to the threat, I actually want to know the gap between us. After all, it was not easy to meet the #1 brother in the legend, who was only heard of but not seen. No matter what, the arrogant Sepesh still wanted to test the gap between himself and the other party, to see if it is possible to pull him down from the altar. Chapter 334. Miss Ouyang is really thoughtful. I see. I see. After getting her answer, Ouyang Qianjin nodded to show her understanding. In fact, it's not just Sepeshi, but also Ying Weiyang who is standing beside her, and Yin Shaoqing who is always sarcastic to her. In fact, they all have this idea in their hearts. That's why Ouyang Qianjin will attack their self-confidence again and again, little by little, in order not to have a direct conflict with these people. After all, fighting with these people is somewhat troublesome, especially Ying Weiyang, the dragon blood warrior. A fist that can break people apart with one punch can be said to be her natural enemy no matter how you look at it. After all, if there is no corpse, how can she transform the skeleton or revive the corpse? Are you sure you want to fight? If you really want to fight, these vampires under your command are likely to suffer heavy losses. In this way, no matter what happens later, your mission will probably not be completed. Ouyang Qianjin reminded Sepeshi very kindly. Even so, I want to try. Tepesh has his own pride and arrogant personality. It's just a level up task. If you fail, you can do something else. But if I miss it with Ouyang Qianjin, I don't know when I will get this chance. Really? Since you have decided, as the big brother on the list, if I ask further, it will be a bit disappointing. But what about the spider leader? We can't just leave it alone and deal with it after we finish fighting. Ouyang Qianjin pointed with his thumb to the frost-cold spider head a few hundred meters away, which was being embarrassed by 2 or 3 men in black suits walking around like a dog. This is easy. As he said this, Sepesh slowly put down the red teacup in his hand, and the bottom of the cup hit the saucer, making a slight sound. Then she clapped her hands, and the sound echoed in the empty cave, and the black-dressed vampires behind her seemed to have received some orders, and all turned into bats and rushed towards the spider leader. Is this learning from me? Definitely learning from me. Right. Seeing Sepesh's handsome clapping as a signal, Ouyang Qianjin complained in his heart. But it's good to have someone help me solve this leader. Saving trouble. But if the other party's task is to kill this spider leader, wouldn't that be helping the other party? Forget it. Let me do it. Just when the vampires were about to start a fierce attack on the spider leader, Ouyang Qianjin stopped them with a word. No. To be precise, her words were spoken to Sepesh, and Sepesh instantly stopped the vampires. You come? Sepesh asked doubtfully. Let me do it. If your mission is to kill the spider leader, then I will lose a lot. Right? I have to fight with him after he completes the mission. This is really a big loss. So that's how it is. Miss Ouyang is really thoughtful. Hearing Miss Ouyang speak out her thoughts so honestly, Sepesh also smiled. Don't worry. If the level 90 upgrade mission is just this little bit, I don't have to drink tea here leisurely. That's right. No matter how you think about it, the level 90 upgrade mission should not be solved by killing a frost spider leader. Ouyang Qianjin opened the panel without leaving any trace and looked at the 89 level of Sepesh, and then understood. But knowing is knowing. Since there is no intention to let the other party touch the spider leader, then Ouyang Qianjin will never let anyone touch it. Then I will ask people to withdraw. All of them? Since Ouyang Qianjin wants to take over, Sepesh will naturally not object. After all, this is someone else's territory. In any case, he is just a passerby. Of course, all of them. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. Since he wants to take over, it is natural that the other party will withdraw all the people who are holding him back. Well, let me see the ability of the first brother on the list. After saying that, Sepesh clapped his hands again. Thousands of vampires turned into bats again and returned at Sepesh's side and stood in line obediently. The spider leader who lost his target of attack twisted his butt and looked around, and found the annoying bats again. A distance of several hundred meters seems very far, but in fact, it is nothing for these monsters. In a few jumps, he could reach Ouyang Qianjin and others. However, just as the spider leader bent his 8 legs and prepared to jump, a group of skeletons wearing black and purple armor and holding various weapons suddenly appeared in front of him. After appearing, these skeletons rushed straight to the spider leader and began to attack. Very powerful. These skeletons. Should we say they are worthy of being the skeleton lords? Seeing Ouyang Qianjin show this skill, Tsepesh praised. Many people are surprised when they see me summon skeletons. But you are not. I guess you have seen it too much. When the skeletons were fighting with the spider leader, Ouyang Qianjin didn't look at the skeleton's performance at all. Instead, she looked at Tsepesh and said with a smile, "Really?" Tsepesh replied lightly, "Vampire. If nothing unexpected happens, you should also be a necromancer. Blood-based." For this question, Ouyang Qianjin actually wanted to ask the fax machine a long time ago. But there were all kinds of people in the lore group, so Ouyang Qianjin didn't ask. Now that this guy has been caught, it is natural to ask him a lot. You can guess about this. Tsepesh didn't intend to tell Ouyang Qianjin the answer to this question. However, Ouyang Qianjin smiled after hearing this. It seems that I guessed right. Although he didn't answer his question directly, Tsepesh's seemingly polite but strong statement itself was an answer. He really wanted to be strong all his life. It was so easy to get the words out of him. Looking at Tsepesh, who frowned slightly, Ouyang Qianjin was overjoyed. As expected, each skill of different system will extend to different interesting professions. And the Necromancer is the basic of these professions. Judging from the fact that the other party did not waver at all when seeing that she summoned the skeleton. If nothing unexpected happened, she should have chosen the skeleton transformation at first. In this case, TSK. It would be fun if it was true. Ouyang Qianjin had a very crazy idea in his mind. And if this idea came true, whether it was this world or that other world, I am afraid it would be in trouble. No. It seems that we have to speed up the search for talents. Ouyang Qianjin made up her mind and set off after the activity of hunting dragons this time. No one can stop it. Your skeleton is very strange. Not only can it use skills and know how to cooperate, but it also seems to have a certain resistance to physical attacks. Chapter 335. Tsepesh was dumbfounded. You see, this guy has used a skeleton before. Hearing Tsepesh say this, Ouyang Qianjin was convinced of his guess again. It feels okay. How does it compare to what you used before? Ouyang Qianjin said with a slightly proud tone. Nothing, Knowing that he was being tricked again, Tsepesh suddenly put the teacup on the saucer. The crisp collision sound between the bottom of the cup and the saucer explained the other party's mood at the moment. Even if your skeleton is good, I'm afraid it's still a little lacking if you want to kill that little boss, Tsepesh said stubbornly. In Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, this guy is probably the toughest in his mouth. That's not necessarily true. Ouyang Qianjin smiled confidently and replied. Then Tsepesh saw Ouyang Qianjin raise his hand and snap his fingers very handsomely. Bang! 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 When Ouyang Qianjin snapped her fingers, several skeletons with crude weapons and no armor who were fighting with the spider leader a few hundred meters away suddenly exploded. Although it is not clear what the scale and power of this explosion are. But after the explosion, what Tsepesh saw was the dying spider leader. Elegant and handsome. Weird and powerful skills. It must be said that Ouyang Qianjin played this trick. It stunned Tsepesh directly. With a snap of fingers and an explosion, the spider leader that he predicted would take about 30 seconds to solve in the case of total mobilization was knocked down. It seems that death is just a matter of time. Is this the gap? No. I'm not sure yet. I have to fight to know. Tsepesh, who refused to accept his fate, said that he would fight with Ouyang Qianjin no matter what today. Sure enough, just when Tsepesh was firm in his determination, the spider leader was stabbed in the head by 2 skeletons holding spears, and he was completely killed. Okay. The things that might disturb the situation have been eliminated. Can we start our war now? After the spider leader died, Ouyang Qianjin did not revive him immediately. Instead, he immediately asked Tsepesh on the opposite side. I just showed my skills, but I don't know if I can scare the other party away. It shouldn't work. It shouldn't work from the other party's determined expression. It's troublesome. Looking at the expression on Sepesh's face, Ouyang Qianjin was shouting in his heart. I just wanted to enrich my subordinates. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Isn't this a waste of my time? If you want to fight, fight early. I'm a little rushed now. Of course. As she spoke, Sepesh stood up, and the bloody aura emanating from her body changed from invisible to visible with the naked eye. And the backs of the thousands of people behind her also grew the same blood-red visible things as Sepesh. Blood wings. It can be said to be the standard of vampires. As a vampire princess, and a vampire who has received the first embrace of a vampire princess, it is no big deal to have this skill. Ouyang Qianjin was not even surprised. It's just that she was not surprised, and Ying Wuyang was not surprised. But Yin Shaoqing and his group were shocked by this scene. After all, vampires only appeared in legends. Although it is an era of magic flying everywhere, this is also too much. Before, there were undead. Now there are vampires. What will the future of mankind be like? Yin Shaoqing rubbed his sore temples and complained with his eyes closed. After all, Ouyang Qianjin resurrected the undead. Sepesh used the first embrace to create vampires. The two lords directly contributed to the creation of two new branches of human races. God knows what other lords can do. So he fixed his eyes on the lord of the same epic profession, Ying Wuyang. If humans don't evolve, they can only wait to be assimilated. There shouldn't be a third way. Ying Wuyang frowned and said. Ying Wuyang and Ouyang Qianjin had discussed this a long time ago. Now that he finally saw the vampire, Ying Wuyang was more convinced of this. But compared to the two level 90 guys, he was only level 50. I definitely can't beat them. Let alone these two brutal guys. Even the rest of the lords on the list. There are many that I can't beat. Chun Chun is just at the bottom. It seems that I have to complete the task quickly. First, make sure that my strength is not too much of a drag. And then I can pursue my dream. Well, this policy is not wrong. So she took 2 steps forward, slightly accumulated power in her fist, and punched out with a straight punch. The place where the fist was aimed, it was nothing else. It was the small round table where Sepesh and Ouyang Qianjin were facing each other. There was a bang. The small round table, along with the tea, desserts and everything else on it, was blown away. Sepesh and Ouyang Qianjin, who were standing one on each side, turned their heads to look at Ying Wuyang. The culprit, Miss Ouyang. Are your subordinates so rude? Sepesh narrowed his eyes, and slightly revealed his sharp teeth. The look of wanting to kill someone cannot be hidden. Now, Sepesh's eyes were full of murderous intent to kill Ying Wuyang. After all, the duel with Ouyang Qianjin was something she had fought hard for. But it was disrupted by a little girl. How could she not be angry? Sorry. I forgot to introduce him. This person is not my subordinate. It's better to say that there is no human among my subordinates. Hearing the other party say that Ying Wuyang was his subordinate, Ouyang Qianjin also laughed while touching his head. It's just that he said sorry. But he didn't feel the slightest apology in his heart. I was even happy that Ying Wuyang could stand up at this time. After all, as long as you don't fight yourself, it's okay to watch others fight. It's fun. I understand. Ouyang Qianjin's words made Keipeshi frown even deeper. But then he relaxed his brows and smiled at Ouyang Qianjin. Since they are not his subordinates, it means that even if I kill them here now, you shouldn't stop me. Right? Of course. Ouyang Qianjin shrugged. Then, Ying Wuyang? You are the Dragon Blood Warrior. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin agreed, Keipeshi was originally ready to take action. But before taking action, she must use Eye of Identification and her own Phantom Eye Blood Identification to see the other party's profession. This is a basic operation. However, when she saw Ying Wuyang's name and profession, she was dumbfounded. What's going on? Dragon Blood Warrior is wandering around with the Skeleton Lord? Why do you want to fight or kill me? But please at least hold back until my mission is completed. Ying Wuyang doesn't care what these two people are going to do. She just wants to complete the mission quickly. Chapter 336 Three-Party Alliance. Miss Ouyang, I have your verbal hunting permission. If it doesn't work, I hope to leave your leadership and complete this task quickly. This time, Ying Wuyang won a rare victory. However, Ouyang Qianjin also knew that this guy's words were not directed at her. Instead, it was more like a warning to Sepeshi. If you delay my mission, I will join forces with Ouyang Qianjin to kill you first. That's probably what it means. Ouyang Qianjin understood. And Sepeshi naturally understood it too. But she didn't expect that the Dragon Blood Warrior would be with Ouyang Qianjin. And she didn't have any psychological preparation to face two lords at this moment. After all, even if the other party is at the bottom of the entire lord group in terms of level, a lord-level person must be an epic profession. She will not underestimate anyone among the lords, nor dare to underestimate anyone among the lords. And the other party also said that this time he came to do a mission. That means he is the same as herself. In that case, how about we wait until the war girl completes the task before we compete? Sepeshi thought for a while, and said to Ouyang Qianjin. Although Sepeshi was a little helpless about the delay, he finally decided to do so. After all, she saw the punch that Ing Wuyang just threw. There was no skill or technique involved. It was just a full-strength punch filled with anger. And just a simple straight punch overturned the small round table that he liked dozens of meters away. No. In fact, he was also scratched by the wind of the punch. Thinking of this, Sepesh smiled bitterly in his heart, and quietly hid the back of his scratched hand. This kind of embarrassing appearance must not only not be seen by the enemy, but also not be noticed by his subordinates. This is the helplessness of being a superior. You must maintain an absolute attitude. She has seen many boxers, but she has never seen one like Ing Wuyang. Sure enough, those who can become Lord certified by the panel are not simple. Of course. Anyway, I guess if you don't fight this, you won't leave even if you complete the task. Ouyang Qianjin said helplessly. Just now, I thought carefully, although it is a bit troublesome to fight with the opponent. But if there is a negative example passed to the Lord group, I think such things will become less in the future. Ouyang Qianjin is not sure about this, but it is worth experimenting. So he agreed. But if it is just a simple agreement, it feels a bit of a loss. So Ouyang Qianjin added a sentence. But as a condition for fighting you, I also want to make a request. What request? As long as I can fight with Ouyang Qianjin, all conditions are negotiable. I don't lack any supplies, materials, or even population. Hunting permit for your territory. Tepesh looked at Ouyang Qianjin, who was smiling. At this moment, this girl smiled very brightly. So brightly that she seemed to deserve a beating. It made people want to punch her directly. She was so reluctant when she wanted a hunting permit. And now she has the nerve to ask for it. What's wrong with this woman? Why is she so shameless? But the problem is that even if this is the case, the only choice I can make is to agree. I'm a little angry, but I have to do it. After all, this is the exchange condition for fighting with me. I can't refuse it. I really can't. Okay. It was a bit difficult to say this, but in the end, Sepesh agreed. That's great. Ouyang Qianjin put her hands together and smiled at her tilted face. If you don't consider the time, place, and characters, just look at Ouyang Qianjin's current expression. I guess some people will mistake it for reading some girl comics. It's pretty scary. At least Sepesh couldn't help but shudder. So back to our previous question. What is your mission? Ouyang Qianjin asked Sepesh with a smile. After all, we are all grasshoppers on the same boat now. And this is my territory. Telling me will help you complete the task earlier. Just like Dragon Blood Warrior. Right? Dragon Blood Warrior. Skeleton Lord. The reason why the two of them got together was because of Dragon Blood Warrior's task. If so, telling Ouyang Qianjin might be a very good idea. Dragon Blood. The blood of the 4 elemental dragons. After taking a deep breath and adjusting his mood, Sepesh said to Ouyang Qianjin seriously, Well, Dragon Blood? Ouyang Qianjin was stunned, and then laughed. Haha. That's really a coincidence. The task of this guy Zhang Ji is also Dragon Blood. After all, they are vampires. So it's normal that the mission is blood. Sepesh shrugged. And for vampires, this is a rare ingredient? Ouyang Qianjin added to Sepesh. Of course. Speaking of food, Sepesh nodded seriously. Blood is the driving force behind all the abilities of vampires. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept so many blood slaves. Yeah, food is indeed a very important resource. Especially food. Speaking of food, Ouyang Qianjin is not sleepy. After all, as a young lady who slacks off every day, the most thing she does in a day is to think about what to eat next. And food can really bring happiness. After a tiring day, many people choose to eat a good meal to eliminate fatigue for this reason. So Ouyang Qianjin will set up a food area in the city that never sleeps. And unlike other areas that are composed of blocks, the food area in the city that never sleeps is ring-shaped, from the first ring to the third ring. After all, some areas are not often visited, but food is eaten every day. The circular shape is also convenient for people to go shopping. Ouyang Qianjin is very proud of this genius idea. Since everyone's goal is the dragon, let's let the three lords join forces this time. I have no objection. That's of course the best. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. In her eyes, whether it is Tsepesh or Ying Wuyang, both guys are big enemies who pay to work and blackmail themselves. Although in fact everyone takes what they need. At least Ouyang Qianjin can have fun. But if you are in it, and the task is the dragon, then this cave can lead to the Asgard Snow Mountain? After reaching an agreement, Ouyang Qianjin asked Tsepesh. After all, Ouyang Qianjin is also a person who has played several large dungeons. The structure of the dungeon is still very clear, since the person doing the task appears in the spider cave. There must be a passage leading to the dragon's nest in the Asgard Snow Mountain. Chapter 337, Trick Tsepesh? This is good news for Ouyang Qianjin. After all, if you go from the top, you basically have to break through at least one line. Instead of this, it is a good choice to bloom in the center. Anyway, as long as you kill even one, it will snowball and roll more and more. This is the characteristic of the Necromancer. Well, the specific route can be seen in the task. Tsepesh said. That's great. Let's go! After getting a definite answer, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't wait to urge Tsepesh to lead the way. Who would take the main road when there are shortcuts in life? Just kidding. Wouldn't that be a detour that requires walking a longer distance? Tsepesh was also very obedient. He led people to the direction of the panel prompt. Yin Shaoqing, Ying Wuyang and others did the same. However, no one noticed that just as they turned to leave, the body of the spider leader suddenly moved. After the body turned black, it was dragged into the undead space that was open together with the skeletons. This was of course the work of Ouyang Qianjin. Although Ying Wuyang and others had seen it long ago, Tsepesh was not aware of it. So it was natural for Ouyang Qianjin to keep a hand. Queen, is it okay to let them follow? Tsepesh's maid, who was leading the way, whispered to Tsepesh. Tsepesh was naturally aware of this matter. After all, she had other things to do besides the mission. But she didn't expect that this time she would not only arrive at Ouyang Qianjin's territory, but also bump into the other party. This is somewhat difficult to deal with. But it's not too difficult. After all, after chatting with Ouyang Qianjin for a few words, I roughly know that the other party is a person who will not do anything without profit. That's why Tsepesh agreed so easily. Moreover, Tsepesh is not sure about fighting against the dragon. But if we count the dragon blood warrior and the skeleton lord, then the chances are better. After completing the task, I will expose the matter and add some benefits. I believe Ouyang Qianjin should stand on my side and help. As for hunting permits, that's not a problem. I think Ouyang Qianjin wants to use the teleportation array. I came here to go to my territory. Although I don't know what the other party wants to do specifically. But from Ouyang Qianjin's behavior, the other party is also an elegant and decent person. And he shouldn't attack me. After all, if you want to attack me, it's more appropriate to start here. There's no need to be so troublesome. So as long as it's not disadvantageous to me, then the problem is not big. However, Tsepesh has not realized the seriousness of the matter. Although there is nothing worth Ouyang Qianjin's acquisition in her territory. But there are many good things in Nini Tai's territory next to her. Fantasy beasts. Races. This is the purpose of Ouyang Qianjin's going there. She even set her sights on Dorothy's territory. If Nini Tai knew that she was coming from Tsepesh's territory, the two might have to fight again. TSK. That would be too exciting. There is no way. Who told them to be so close? If she didn't trick Tsepesh at this time, she would be unworthy of her identity as a fun person. From time to time, spider monsters would appear and attack them along the way. But the people in front of them, Tsepesh and others, were able to resolve the battle very quickly every time. So there was no need for Ouyang Qianjin and others to come forward. And because Ouyang Qianjin was walking behind them, she didn't need to hide her tracks every time she resurrected. She got a lot of advantages. But then again, theoretically, the monsters here are all yours. It is natural to kill the other party to gain experience, and then leave the corpse for yourself to deal with. so it can't be considered as picking up an advantage. On the contrary, the other party took advantage of you. So Ouyang Qianjin's resurrection was justified. Although I haven't counted them in detail. Ouyang Qianjin has resurrected thousands of frost spiders so far. Why did you stop? About 4 hours later, after entering a small cave, Sepesh and others in front stopped. The temperature here suddenly dropped. I think we are not far from the exit of the cave. Let's take a rest and recover some strength. This way, even if we go out and fight right away, it won't be a big deal. Sep's idea was agreed by Ouyang Qianjin and Ing Weiyang. In fact, the road they took was a little tilted since an hour ago. If nothing unexpected happened, they were going up all the time, and the number of frost spiders attacking was getting less and less. Now the temperature is dropping again, so Sep's judgment should be correct. So, after hearing about the possible battle, everyone immediately sat on the ground and rested. Ing Weiyang, Yin Shaoqing and others took out their camping tools, built a fire to boil water, and prepared food. The vampires took out blood bags in 2s and 3s and sucked the blood inside. The styles of Ouyang Qianjin and Sepesh were completely different. Sepesh's maid calmly took out the white round table, tea, cakes, and a bottle of bright red wine from the pocket of her maid outfit in the surprised eyes of everyone. The pocket was like a 4-dimensional pocket. Everyone who saw it suspected that this maid could take out anything from her pocket as long as she wanted. As for Ouyang Qianjin, she was naturally served by Sebastian with a whole team of skeletons. Whether it was setting up the table or making food, the skeletons worked in an orderly manner under the leadership of Sebastian. Only Ouyang Qianjin was left alone. What is that? It feels like an interesting enchanted equipment. After seeing the operation of Sepesh's maid next to her, Ouyang Qianjin used the eye of identification to look at the maid outfit. After seeing that it was actually enchanted equipment, Ouyang Qianjin teased. It's not that I'm jealous. In fact, I don't need to be jealous of other people's space equipment when I have the undead space. Of course, not being jealous of equipment doesn't mean I don't be jealous of the people who make equipment. How could I not want talents who can enchant? We need such talents in Jingzhou. It cost me 3 pounds of gold to make things from the ghost guy's men, and it can only hold about 5 cubic meters of things, which is very inconvenient. 3 pounds of gold. Hearing this number, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. That's really a very valuable thing. Although there is no such thing as exchange rate now. But precious metals like gold are rare. And it is also very convenient to use them for transactions between lords. To be honest, Ouyang Qianjin can actually pay with gold. But compared to gold, she still likes materials more. However, 3 pounds of gold in exchange for about 5 cubic meters of space props. I don't know whether it is a loss or a profit. Chapter 338, Talking to Death. As for the ghost mentioned by Sepesh, it is naturally the ghost princess Dorothy. It's just that it's unclear whether what the other party said is true or false. After all, everyone knows that Dorothy has an enchanter. If Sepesh has an enchanter, but is using Dorothy as an excuse, even she can't know the truth immediately. Miss, this is today's lunch. Sebastian brought 2 fragrant casseroles to Ouyang Qianjin. What is this? Looking at the 2 casseroles with lids, Ouyang Qianjin asked curiously while sniffing with her nose. Even before opening the lid of the casserole, Ouyang Qianjin could smell the rich aroma wafting from it. The appetizing smell made her want to open the lid by herself to see what good things were inside. However, Ouyang Qianjin did not do so. After all, not only are there outsiders now, but they are also a group. Control. The temperament must be in place. Otherwise, won't they be looked down upon? This will ruin their image. So they can't just do it casually. To put it bluntly, whether it's Ouyang Qianjin or Kai Peisher, or even Ing Weiyang who looks very casual, no one can let go of this idle burden. This is not to say that they are hypocritical. In fact, they don't care about what the people below think. The main reason is that they are all lords, and all 3 of them are women. So, that damn desire to win can't be suppressed. Anyone can do it, but you can't lose to the other 2. So Ouyang Qianjin couldn't open the lid by herself. She had to wait for the people below to open it for her. So Sebastian slowly opened one of the 2 casseroles. This casserole contained a pot of mutton soup. The soup was an attractive milky white color, and with red dates, wolfberries, corn and other ingredients. It was not only fragrant and appetizing, but also pleasing to the eye like a work of art. After seeing Ouyang Qianjin nod with satisfaction, Sebastian smiled slightly. Then, he confidently opened the lid of the second small casserole. If the previous casserole was snow white, then this casserole was brown. Whether it was radish, mutton, or mushrooms, they were all perfectly sugar-colored. This is mutton soup and braised mutton pot. Please taste it, Mississippi. After Sebastian put the open lid aside, he put away the tray in his hand and bowed very elegantly to Ouyang Qianjin. Ouyang Qianjin picked up the chopsticks and gently picked up a piece of braised mutton and put it into her mouth. The mutton was cooked very soft, melt in the mouth, tender and juicy. Each piece of mutton fully absorbed the flavor of the soup, leaving a lasting aftertaste. The mutton soup was also very fresh and fragrant. A sip of hot soup made the body warm and comfortable. It was a magical plant. Compared with the previous non-magical ingredients, it only takes a comparison to know that the ingredients cultivated by magic are more suitable for people's taste now. Sebastian, if there is any extra, take some for Ying and the others to taste. For Ouyang Qianjin, food is more delicious when everyone enjoys it together. After all, happiness is better shared than happiness alone. You can't just eat delicious food here and watch Ying and the others eat dry food. Right? Although Yin Shaoqing's status is there, he is well prepared. But after all, he is going out to fight. So all the prepared food is convenient food such as dried meat, canned food, and compressed biscuits. Even if it is fresh meat, it is just frozen, grilled on the fire with some seasonings. Just thinking about it, you know it must not be very delicious. I knew that the young lady would say that. So the old servant made more. Having served Miss Ouyang for nearly a year, Sebastian didn't say that he knew Miss Ouyang's thoughts very well, but at least he knew them well. Give the perfect answer when the master wants it. This is what the butler should do. Well, then send it over. And leave me a bowl of mutton soup. As you wish, young lady. The very satisfied Miss Ouyang gave an order, and then ate and drank by herself. Sebastian went to distribute the food after bowing. After getting the food, Ying and the others thanked Ouyang Qianjin. Actually, they did the same thing before, although everyone cooperated. But basically they ate their own food. But every time Sebastian made something delicious, Ouyang Qianjin would share some with them. So they didn't live too badly. At most, it was a bit miserable when camping. After all, there was only one pumpkin carriage, and it was used exclusively by Ouyang Qianjin. Ouyang Qianjin would never let them sleep on it. How about it, vampire? Do you want some? Sebastian's food is master level. Just as Sebastian was distributing the mutton, Ouyang Qianjin took 2 sips of soup and turned to look at Sepesh. No need. Skull. I have food here. Sepesh shook her head and refused Ouyang Qianjin. She didn't even turn her head to look at her. Puff. Puff. What's the matter? Are you vampires really like the legend? Eating other things will cause diarrhea or vomiting. Ouyang Qianjin covered her mouth with her fingers and smiled with a sidelong look. There are desserts and black tea on the table. Do you think this will happen in this situation? Skull. Sepesh calmly drank the red liquid in the wine glass in his hand. That's right. After Sepesh answered the question with a question, Ouyang Qianjin raised her hand and touched her head and smiled awkwardly. Heh. You are just pretending. Sepesh muttered softly when he saw Ouyang Qianjin's silly smile. Sometimes pretending too much makes you look different. So much so that Sepesh could tell at a glance that Ouyang Qianjin's embarrassment was just pretending. But you might catch a cold when you go outside. Wouldn't it be nice to drink some soup to warm it up? At our level, do you still care about the outside temperature? Of course I care. I have bronchitis. Ouyang Qianjin's words directly killed the conversation. After all, according to common sense, as a professional, a minor illness like this should have been cured after more than a year of precipitation. As a result, Ouyang Qianjin actually brought up an illness. This made Sepesh not know how to continue. So he simply shut up and stopped talking. Look at the other's pretense. And then look at you. You are obviously both epic lords. Why is the gap so big? Seeing Ouyang Qianjin and Sepesh talking and laughing there, Yin Shaoqing, holding the hot mutton soup in his hand, whispered to Ying, who was sitting next to him. TSK? Ying was shocked, and then glared at Yin Shaoqing fiercely. Of course she knew that she was far behind these two people. That's why she wanted to complete the task quickly. Chapter 339 Asgard Snow Mountain. She was originally a person who didn't care about these things. After all, she was brought up with laissez-faire since she was a child, and living freely, and at will was the family rule of their family. Even after the Advent, she lived like this. However, after meeting Ouyang Qianjin, who had to pretend to be cool and show off in everything, her lifestyle was gradually shaken. And this shaken was even more severe after meeting Tsepesh. Of course, it's not that the previous lifestyle was bad. It's not that Ying Weiyang would change this lifestyle. But she found that some things seemed to be something that only she could do, or that only the Dragon Blood Warrior could do it. For example, since Ouyang Qianjin can create immortals, and Tsepesh can create vampires, then can the Dragon Blood Warrior also artificially create some new direction of human evolution like them? Or to be more straightforward, breed a new race based on humans? She is certainly not a saint with noble character and compassion for the world. I just feel that if the children cannot grow up, then even if I become a teacher, I will not have any children to be my students. How can this be possible? In this case, wouldn't I be a commander without troops? This is a very concise way of thinking. There are not many twists and turns. But it is undeniable that Ying Weiyang's heart is indeed gradually changing under the influence of the two people. After completing this mission, I will go back and see if there is any way to let those children acquire skills. Ying Weiyang, who had made up his mind, quietly ate the soft mutton and drank the hot broth, waiting to complete the task as soon as possible after going out. The Asgard Snow Mountain is a majestic U-shaped mountain with an altitude of about 6,500 meters. The top of the mountain is covered with snow and ice that never melts all year round. This mountain is towering into the clouds, like a giant dragon entrenched on the earth. Magnificent and amazing. On both sides of the mountain are steep cliffs that pierce the sky, making people sigh at the uncanny workmanship of nature. On the mountainside of the mountain, there is a steep cliff covered with ice and snow, which is the habitat of the frost dragon. These huge creatures have wings that are more than 10 meters, or even tens of meters long. Their bodies are covered with a thick layer of frost, and the cold breath emanates from their scales. Their nests are spread all over the mountain, from the mountainside to the top of the mountain. Some are built in caves, while others are built directly on the ice. In the center of the mountain range is a wide valley. The valley is covered with green grass and gurgling streams, as if it is a paradise where time has stopped. At the foot of the Asgard Snow Mountain is a dense forest, where various rare animals and plants grow. The air here is fresh and moist, as if you can breathe the breath of nature. If you build a small house here and enjoy a forest bath when you have nothing to do, it seems to be a good thing. Of course, this is on the premise of leaving aside those deadly monsters and monsters running around. Skeleton, how is the situation? There are frost dragons all around. But fortunately, these big guys are attracted by the dark eyes in the air and did not find us. At this time, Ouyang Qianjin and others who were sitting at the corner of the cave entrance were conducting reconnaissance outside the cave. Everyone used their own methods. Not only Ouyang Qianjin. Others were using their own skills to conduct on-site reconnaissance outside. And Ouyang Qianjin's Eye of Darkness was really loud, so it was recommended by everyone to attract the attention of the dragons. In response, Ouyang Qianjin said, "You have to pay more." Of course, this is a joke. Originally, this was a three-party cooperation, so it is natural for each party to share the responsibility. However, since Ouyang Qianjin played the role of containment, then the tasks of exploring the way and attacking will naturally be completed by the other two. As for whether they let the vampires under their command go, or let Yan Shaoqing and others who followed them go, that is their business. Ouyang Qianjin only needs to sit on the fishing island and inform them of the situation nearby. It can be said that the strongest person here has become a slacker, but there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, among all the people here, only Ouyang Qianjin has this skill that can attract a wide range of attention. So this difficult but easy task naturally fell on Ouyang Qianjin. Now let's clarify the battle plan. After attracting the attention of the surrounding dragons, Ouyang Qianjin, Ying Weiyang, and Tsepesh gathered together for a small meeting. Just now I looked at the situation of the other mountains around. Ouyang Qianjin drew a U on the ground with a bone stick in his hand, and then drew a few waves around the U. It's true that the U-shaped mountain is full of frost dragons, but there are also wind dragons, molten dragons, and earth dragons on the surrounding hills. The wind dragons are here, the lava dragons are here, and the earth dragons are more scattered, mostly in valleys and foothills where there are dense vegetation. While speaking, Ouyang Qianjin pointed to the ways around the U-shaped mountain with a bone stick. Wait! You mean that except for the frost dragon, the other 3 elemental dragons are all around? Yes, they are all here. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. Sepesh was a little surprised to hear Ouyang Qianjin's explanation. Originally, she thought that there were only frost dragons in this Asgard snow mountain. After all, there was no indication of other dragons except the frost dragon on the panel. Unexpectedly, the other 3 dragons were all there. Wouldn't this be more convenient? I only need to be in this one place to gather all the mission requirements. Going further, it can even. Sure enough, this cooperation with Ouyang Qianjin is a huge profit. Okay, then let me tell you. For the intelligence collection of the skeleton, just don't move in this place. And use this thing to transmit intelligence. It will be much more convenient. As for the battle, leave it to me and my subordinates. As for other subdragons, leave it to the Dragon Blood Warrior and that man. And those men to deal with. It should be no problem. As she said, the black-haired maid beside Sepesh stepped forward and took out 2 fax machines from her 4-dimensional pocket. One was given to Ouyang Qianjin, and the other was handed to a vampire in a black dress next to her by the maid. Ouyang Qianjin nodded at the 2 activated fax machines. This guy is really well prepared. He actually prepared this kind of thing a long time ago in case of emergency. But it's just what I want. Anyway, I plan to let the workers work. All you have to do is sit here and drink tea, eat cakes and delicacies, and wait for the corpses to be harvested. Chapter 340 I won't give in either. Of course there's no problem with that. But don't forget the dragons around. If nothing goes wrong, when you start attacking the frost dragon, the other dragons will probably intervene. The first one to come to support will definitely be the wind dragon, which is known for its speed. But when it comes to speed, the other dragons shouldn't be much worse. After all, everyone can fly. If that's the case, you won't be able to hold out for long if you're attacked in groups. Ouyang Qianjin nodded, and then reminded the 2. Ouyang Qianjin had no objection to them being the main attackers. But there were only 2 of them, and one of them was only level 50. They were still a little short of strength to withstand the attacks of these dragons. After all, there were at least a few thousand dragons around, big and small. If you count the subspecies such as the earth dragon and the 2-winged flying dragon, there would be even more. So out of goodwill Ouyang Qianjin still reminded them. Don't worry about it. If we can't win, we still have you. This sentence was said by Ouyang. She knew about Ouyang Qianjin's resurrection technique, so she was not worried about this kind of thing happening. After all, for Ouyang, Ouyang Qianjin was the real killer, and she positioned herself as a vanguard. Just need to kill a few frost dragons. Ouyang Qianjin can be resurrected. And then slowly like a snowball, use the resurrected dragon to fight other dragons. However, Sepesh was quite ambiguous about Ouyang's words. Warrior, are you saying that I'm not as good as this guy who plays with skeletons? Sepesh's eyes left the diagram drawn by Ouyang Qianjin on the ground, raised his head, and stared at Ouyang with scarlet eyes. Well, rather than saying not as good, it's better to say that I'm not familiar with him. Although he was stared at so closely by the other party, Ouyang was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled at the other party after thinking for a while, as if he was fighting back. After all, only when everyone knows the approximate strength of the other party can we make a comparison or evaluation. So what I said just now is not directed at you, but at all those who I haven't seen and don't know the strength of. Ouyang was explaining the meaning of her previous words, so that the partner would not think too much. However, the more she explained, the more unhappy Sepesh became. Even if what she said was very correct, it was also true. Humph! What a disgusting guy. You should be grateful that we are now in a cooperative relationship. Otherwise I would have to kill you. Sepesh looked at Ouyang and snorted coldly. After all, this is the critical moment when the attack is about to be launched. There is no need to turn against each other because of a word from the other party. If it were the past, with his temper, Ouyang would have died. Really? Haha. Thank you so much. Ouyang, who didn't know that he had already died once in the other person's heart, raised his hand and touched the back of his head and smiled and thanked Capeish. Capeish's mouth twitched when he heard it. Forget it. This person is careless and doesn't look very smart at first glance. It's better not to bother with her. Otherwise, This kind of person will use her excellent IQ to pull you to the same level as her, and then defeat you with her rich experience. At this moment, in Capish's mind, Ing Weiyang has been equated with a fool. I knew it would be like this. While the two were bickering, Ouyang Qianjin sighed secretly, although he wanted to slack off. But it was basically impossible. However, Ouyang Qianjin also agreed with what Ing Weiyang said about Capish. After all, the other party is now a big boss at level 89. I believe he has some killer moves. Otherwise, he would not have reached this level. At most, he can wait for the other party to stop holding on and then take action. Anyway, by that time, not to mention hundreds of dragons killed by the two, there will be at least dozens of them. Right? Even if there are only one or two, he is confident of turning the tables. Of course, the premise is that the big bosses of these dragons, that is, the clan leader, the Dragon King, etc., do not appear. But think about it. It should be impossible. After all, if you really want to catch all these dragons in one fell swoop, it would be strange if the Dragon King does not appear. We need to make some preparations first. Then I will be like a reserve team and ready to support you at any time. After thinking about it, Ouyang Qianjin gave up her previous idea of slacking off and picking up leaks. She had made a lot of preparations for hunting dragons before. Whether it was Ing Weiyang's visit or meeting Sepesh, they were just unexpected emergencies. But thanks to the two of them, she was able to come to the heart of the Asgard Snow Mountain so smoothly and easily. From this point of view alone, Ouyang Qianjin has actually made a profit. Now it's a question of how much profit she makes. No need. No matter how many come, I have no problem. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin pick up Ing Weiyang's words, Sepesh immediately stood up and waved his hand and said loudly. This reaction was a bit extreme no matter how you look at it. It seems that he doesn't want to be underestimated? Or is it simply because of his strong self-esteem? Don't say that, vampire. Anyway, I'm always right to be prepared. It's better to be prepared. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. I said no need. Sepesh continued to deny. Alas, but I also said to be prepared. And what Ouyang Qianjin, decided will not change in any way. Ouyang Qianjin sighed. Then he ordered the skeleton holding him to stand up, slightly raised his chin, and looked at Sepesh. Because he was held by the skeleton, Ouyang Qianjin was slightly taller than Sepesh. So when Ouyang Qianjin deliberately raised his chin, he was completely looking down at Sepesh. The tough tone and the cold eyes gave off a feeling of I won't give in either. No matter why the other party reacted so strongly, Ouyang Qianjin had made up her mind. TSK? Capisha squeaked. Then it's up to you. Waving his hand, Capisha led his vampires out of the cave without even waiting for Ing Weiyang and others to react. Seeing Capisha rushing out without even saying hello, Yin Shaoqing was dumbfounded. What are you standing there for? Chase after him. Ing Weiyang reacted faster than Yin Shaoqing and others. While Yin Shaoqing and others were stunned, Ing Weiyang flashed behind Capisha. Why are these women so troublesome? Yin Shaoqing complained and followed with others. In the end, only Ouyang Qianjin and the skeleton were left in the cave. Oh! Women. Looking at the backs of the people going away, Ouyang Qianjin smiled. After muttering something, he summoned a bunch of skeletons from the undead space and began to prepare for the upcoming battle. Chapter 341 You are cheating. Boom. Swoosh. GA. Hey. This vampire's fighting style is really interesting. Sitting on the chair that Seabass prepared for her in the cave, Ouyang Qianjin used Eye of Darkness to look at everything on the battlefield outside the cave. At this moment, Sepesh and others were jumping up and down, perhaps to have a certain advantage in the early stage. So when Sepesh and others went out, they immediately dealt a heavy blow to the surrounding Frust dragons. It made it unable to rise again. And the battle of Sepesh's group of vampires is also quite interesting. It is not a physical or magical attack, but it is to directly manipulate blood to fight. And the blood fighting of each of these vampires is different. Ouyang Qianjin saw that when a vampire was swept away by the dragon's tail, the splashing blood quickly drilled into the dragon's body through the gaps in the dragon's scales after leaving his body. Then he saw that the Frust dragon suddenly spurted a lot of blood from its body. Died on the spot. The other person just cut his palm with a dagger and put it on the dragon's body. And the dragon looked like it was boiled. The body, including all parts of the scales, instantly turned from snow white to red. In the end, it even smoked all over. If it wasn't far away, Ouyang Qianjin would have no doubt smelled the barbecue. It can be said that these vampires completely avoided the physical and magical defenses of the dragon. They specifically used blood to attack the opponent's body. No wonder Sepesh said before that the dragon would be left to her and her vampires to complete. Now it seems that it is not just a rant. TSK. Roasted dragon meat. It's a luxury to think about it. But I have to say that the ability of these vampires to control blood is really weird. If I were to face them. It seems that all my men are skeletons without flesh and blood. When Ouyang Qianjin thought about Sepesh and her vampires as imaginary enemies, she realized that her skeletons had no flesh and blood at all. Even if those vampires use this ability, they should not be able to cause any harm to their skeletons. Although I don't know if it is the natural enemy or nemesis of vampires. At least, I don't have to worry about being helpless when facing her. As for myself, with ecological immunity and wall of darkness, blood and other things are just child's play. Let's take a step back. Even if I am contaminated by the opponent's blood, there is also the skill life absorption that can provide me with a constant supply of vitality. Even a counterattack is not impossible. Hey! Leave one for me. Just when Sepesh and the others were going crazy, Ingweon also went crazy. Although there were many dragon corpses nearby, there was even a dragon still spewing blood. But the problem was that she didn't kill these dragons herself. Only by bathing in the blood of the dragons she killed could she complete her mission. And from the time Sepesh and the others rushed out of the cave to now, it was only less than a minute, and all the dragons around had been knocked down. So the furious Ingweon yelled at these fast-moving vampires. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew. A group of wind dragons flew quickly from a distance. Just as Ouyang Qianjin said before, the first batch of dragons that rushed over were wind dragons. However, Ingweon was not worried, but very happy. After all, the surrounding frost dragons were dealt with by the vampires. His speed could not catch up. It is said that grabbing monsters depends on hand speed. The short-distance flight speed of vampires after turning into bats is quite abnormal. In Ingweon's opinion, it is almost as fast as teleportation. And the arrival of the wind dragons made her no longer worry about whether she could grab the dragon from the vampires. Ingweon bent her knees slightly, jumped on the spot, and took off to grab the wings of the wind dragon. Then turned over, raised her fist, and punched the connection between the wings and the back. Bang! The force of this punch was so great that it even produced shock waves and sonic booms. Even Ouyang Qianjin in the cave could hear it clearly. The giant wind dragon lost its balance in the moment of pain and fell to the ground. Then the giant wind dragon was hit by Ingweon's heavy punches like a storm. The sonic boom continued to spread, and the shockwave continued to wash everything around. The fragments of ice flew everywhere, and the flesh and blood of the giant dragon flew everywhere. It can be said that every punch hit the flesh. The surrounding area even formed a vacuum zone because of Ingweon's fist wind shock wave. TSK. It's said that the force is so strong that bricks fly. Even if the dragon scales have strong defense against physical attacks, they are still helpless when facing a punch like a battering ram. At this time, Ouyang Qianjin remembered what happened when she used a golem puppet to attack the centaurs, who could absorb damage in the centaur fortress, under the impact of blunt weapons. As long as the force is strong enough, even the surface can defend against damage. The internal organs of the body cannot effectively defend. Although Ouyang Qianjin was surprised by the power of Ingweon's ruthless attack. But the one who was more surprised was Sepesh, who was on the scene. After all, she also heard what Ingweon shouted just now. She also saw the giant wind dragon that appeared later. Originally, she wanted to see what this guy could do. Unexpectedly, she actually did it to such an incredible degree. A punch that produced a sonic boom? And a shock wave? Even standing more than 200 meters away from the opponent, Sepesh could feel the shock wave mixed with ice fragments. There were even ice fragments that cut his face. But it only took a second. And after a burst of green smoke, the wound healed instantly. Being able to hurt me at this distance shows how destructive his fist is. Is this the effect that a boxer can produce? And a level 50 boxer? Are you cheating? Looking at Ingweon, who was stepping on the corpse of the giant wind dragon and covered in blood, Sepesh kept complaining in his heart. Fortunately, he did not underestimate this guy. Before, he just wanted to satisfy his desire to talk, and did not conflict with the other party. Otherwise, if they conflicted with each other, his side would really be in a state of life and death. although Tsupeshi was not worried about the loss. But at the moment of the duel with Ouyang Qianjin, if the loss was too serious, it would also affect his victory or defeat. Sure enough, no one of the people at the same level is a good person. Even the Dragon Blood War girl at the bottom of the level is the same. However, at this time, Tsupeshi found that Yang's level on the panel began to soar. Chapter 342, Is this a move that humans can do? 53, 58, 60, 67, 75, 79. Still rising. Still rising. Hey. 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 Even Tsupeshi, who always advocates elegance in front of his subordinates, can't hold it anymore. Yang is now covered in blood. But in addition to the blood, there is a green glow flashing. TSK. So that's it. Storing experience? This Dragon Blood Warrior is full of surprises. After a brief loss of consciousness, Tsupeshi came back to her senses. She has seen this kind of experience storage before. However, when this happened to people at the same level as her, Tsupeshi couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it was always level 50 before. Now think about it. It is estimated that this situation will only occur when some task is stuck. Otherwise, it is impossible to stay at the same level. Think about it. Wasn't it that I was stuck at level 19 last year? And it wasn't until I opened the level 20 dungeon that I got better? And the opponent's punches were not like those that could be thrown at level 50. I figured it out. I finally figured it out. After thinking it through, Tsupeshi finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. But he was also happy that he had a powerful opponent. Why would he be happy about having a powerful opponent? That's because there is no conflict of interest between Tsupeshi and Yang. And his base is still far away in the west. Even if he wants to threaten, the first person the Dragon Blood Warrior wants to threaten is the Skeleton Lord. Perhaps with this perverted restraint, the progress of this guy who plays with skeletons can be slowed down. At least it can buy some time for development. Well, it seems that it is necessary to dig a pit for Ouyang Qianjin. It is said that people who can get to the top have dirty hearts. This sentence is not an exaggeration. When Ouyang Qianjin was thinking about digging a pit for Tsupeshi, Tsupeshi was also thinking about digging a pit for Ouyang Qianjin. It's just that who will laugh last, and who will be pitted is unknown. However, compared with these two, now there is another person who is beating his head in his heart. This person is Yang's childhood friend, Yin Shaoqing, the base commander of the Shanghai base. Good guy. I just called him good guy. I thought that being able to blow up a copy boss with one punch was your limit. But I didn't expect that beating this kind of dragon with a wingspan of more than 10 meters was so smooth. It turns out that your name of One Punch Man in the base is not for nothing. And your level is rising so fast. Instantly surpassed me. In the past, I couldn't bully you. But at least I could use my level to comfort myself. Now, it's impossible. You can only expect to be bullied again in the future. Fortunately, everyone is getting older now. And they have become adults who want to save face. At least they shouldn't ride on their heads and hit themselves like they did when they were young. Right? Probably. Ding! You've leveled up. You've reached level 75 and get a skill selection. Alternative skills. Ding! You've leveled up. You have reached level 80 and have a skill selection. Alternative skills. Ding! You have leveled up. You have reached level 85 and have a skill selection. Alternative skills. Compared to the complicated moods and looks of the people around her, Yang was extremely excited at this moment. Listening to the long-lost panel prompt sound and watching the skill selection pop up from time to time on the panel, Yang knew that she had come to the right place this time. The most important thing was that she saw that there was a skill in her skill that she had wanted very much before. It was very similar to Ouyang Qianjin, Kite Paisher and others, and it could make humans evolve. Of course. In addition, Yang had another thing that was not particularly happy. But it was still reasonable. That was the blood of the dragon. There was no relevant information prompted during the previous mission. But after she killed the Wind Dragon and successfully promoted to the real Dragon Blood Warrior, she found out. It turned out that the so-called bathing in dragon blood had its own rules. That is, the dragon blood of the type you bathe in will automatically transform into the skills of that type. Now Yang killed the giant wind dragon, so the skill selection is more inclined to the wind attribute. Although it feels like he was tricked without knowing it. But Yang is really a little lucky. After all, compared with the water and ice types, the wind type is more in line with his profession. personality and fighting style. It is said that the world's martial arts can only be broken by speed. Which is the truth. As long as you are fast enough, no one can hurt you. Although the burst damage of the fire type seems to be good. After thinking about it, the wind type is still suitable for me. At least Ying Wuyang was very satisfied. At the same time, she was very grateful to Sepesh. After all, if they hadn't taken the first credit, she would have bathed in the blood of the frost dragon and finally obtained the ice skills. The characteristics of the ice system are known for hardness, control, slowness and other phenomena. If she really got the ice system, she would probably have to change her fighting style. It's scary just to think about it. Ha ha! Perfect! It's perfect! Ying Wuyang, who instantly rose from level 50 to level 86, stood on the body of the wind dragon with dragon blood all over her body and laughed wildly. Then Sepesh and Yin Shaoqing saw Ying Wuyang, who was originally standing on the dragon and laughing wildly, disappeared in a gust of wind. Ying Wuyang's speed was incredibly fast. Her figure was like a phantom that quickly shuttled through the air, leaving a string of blurred images. And her fists were as fast as lightning, and every punch brought powerful power and shock waves. Those dragons flying in the air and spewing dragon breath became Ying Wuyang's target one after another. Their huge wings flapped in the air, making bursts of roaring sounds. Ying Wuyang was not afraid at all, as if she had entered a violent state, hitting them madly with her heavy fists. The dragons felt Ying Wuyang's power, and they tried to resist with dragon breath and claws. However, Ying Wuyang's speed was too fast. They couldn't keep up with her rhythm at all. The dragons roared in pain, but Ying Wuyang didn't stop, until their huge bodies fell to the ground one after another, making a dull sound and raising a large amount of dust. Is this a move that humans can do? At this moment, whether it was Yin Shaoqing's men or those vampires, they all stared at Ying Wuyang dancing in the air, although it was said to be watching. But in fact, all they could see was just an afterimage. A red afterimage rushing left and right. It's at least 3 times faster than before, and it seems to be getting faster and faster. Chapter 343 Vampire. You are not honest. Unlike others, Ouyang Qianjin has the god's perspective of dark eyes that can overlook the overall situation and observe from a fixed point. So when Ying Wuyang successfully completed the task and successfully advanced, he could see a series of actions very clearly, especially when Ying Wuyang stepped on the dragon head and laughed wildly. He clicked in the air a few times. It was obviously clicking skills. After all, there are 7 skills to choose from level 55 to level 85. I think the reason why the speed is so fast now, and the fist wind is so exaggerated must be related to the skills just chosen. In this case, it seems that I don't need to worry about whether they can solve these dragons. I only need to focus on preventing the dragon kings of each boss level. While saying this, Ouyang Qianjin wrote on the fax machine. The lava dragons in the southeast direction will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds, with a number of about 2,300. The earth dragons are also rushing from their respective habitats, with a number of about 2,000. Among the other subdragon species, the wyverns will arrive in about 1 minute, and the earth dragons will arrive in 2 minutes, with tens of thousands of them. Queen, Miss Ouyang sent a message that the lava dragon and the earth dragon will arrive in about 30 seconds. After receiving the information from Ouyang Qianjin, the maid immediately notified Sepesh. 30 seconds. It's not long, but not short either. With a few thousand of them, and that perverted dragon blood warrior, they should be able to deal with it. The only thing to be wary of is the boss on the snowy mountain of Asgard. Sepesh, who was collecting the blood of the frost dragon and the wind dragon, stood up, closed the lid of the glass bottle in his hand, and then looked at the sky in the southeast. For her, the sooner these dragons come, the better. She has already collected 2 types of dragon blood, and the remaining 2 types. 30 seconds. Only 30 seconds to collect them all. Unlike Ouyang Qianjin, who is thinking about annihilating all the dragons here, Ying Wuyang only needs the blood of 1 dragon, and Sepesh only needs the blood of 4 different dragons. So fundamentally speaking, although the 3 people's needs are all dragons, there are fundamental differences. It's just because of the cooperation. And Ying Wuyang just got the skills and wants to try them out, so he will continue to attack. But Sepesh is different. She only wants the blood of 4 types of dragons. As long as they are collected, the rest of the dragons will have no attraction to her. So after 30 seconds, when the lava dragon and the earth dragon arrived, Sepesh's men gave up the Wind Dragon and Frost Dragon in their hands, started to attack the thousands of dragons that have just joined the battlefield. Of course, although Sepesh only needs 4 types of dragon blood, but dragon blood is a ton of nutrients for vampires. It can even greatly increase the abilities of newly born vampires. So Sepesh did not miss this good opportunity to collect dragon blood. Anyway, collecting blood is not a difficult thing for them. Just use your ability to control the blood to fly into the glass bottle. Is this difficult? Not difficult at all. The real difficulty is so many dragons, and so much blood. She didn't bring so many containers to hold the blood. Watching the dragon blood seeping into the ice field, Sepesh's heart was bleeding. Such good dragon blood. Wasted just like that. Or should I drink some now? Forget it. Forget it. There is still the skill of the guy playing with skeletons in the sky. Such embarrassing things cannot be done in front of him. Otherwise, with the bad character of that woman, she will laugh at her for several years. What a pity. It's really a pity. On the surface, Sepesh still forced herself to be a cold queen. But in her heart, she was madly feeling sorry for the lost dragon blood. This is the disadvantage of not letting go of the idle burden. Now even if I want to take a look at the dragon blood with my eyes, I can't do it. I can only hold the glass bottle of dragon blood in my hand tighter. I miscalculated. I didn't expect to encounter so many dragons. And they have all 4 types. If I had known that it would be such a situation, Sepesh would definitely prepare more containers. Queen, the blood of the lava dragon and the earth dragon has been collected. Just when Sepesh was in turmoil, a vampire flew in front of Sepesh. He held 2 glass bottles of dragon blood in his hands, and the blood in the bottles flashed with mysterious light. The vampire handed the glass bottles to Sepesh very respectfully. Sepesh took the glass bottles and looked at the dragon blood in the bottles carefully. The dragon blood was bright red, shining with an alluring light like a gem. The blood seemed to contain powerful power, which made people fall for it. If the blood of the frost dragon looked as gorgeous as the Milky Way because of the faint blue light and a hint of coldness, the blood of the lava dragon looked red and fiery, like magma, and a little hot. Sepesh nodded with satisfaction, and then gestured to the maid beside him with his chin. The maid took the glass bottle and put it in her 4-dimensional pocket without saying a word. Queen, now the dragon blood of the 4 elements has been collected. Right. Let everyone stop and go back to the cave just now. Sepesh waved his hand, interrupted the maid's words, and then called his vampires back. Anyway, the things are already in hand. Now we just have to wait until the battle is over. And the end of the battle is of course up to Ouyang Qianjin. After all, I have already accomplished what I wanted. And the Dragon Blood Warrior also got what she wanted. The rest is naturally what Ouyang Qianjin wants. Although Ouyang Qianjin did not make it clear what she needed in the previous series of transactions. But since everyone said that everyone has the same goal, then at least the other party also needs a dragon. In this case, it is reasonable to leave the rest to the other party. Of course. In addition, the main reason is that she has something to discuss with Ouyang Qianjin. Discuss? What to discuss? Ouyang Qianjin looked at this guy who did not fight monsters outside, but brought people back and asked strangely, I will help you deal with the dragon outside. And you help me with the next thing? After entering the cave, Sepesh walked to Ouyang Qianjin's table on his own, asked the maid to take out a chair, and sat opposite Ouyang Qianjin. Vampire, you are not honest. Looking at Sepesh's appearance, Ouyang Qianjin was puzzled for a while, and then had a slightly playful smile on her face. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin's smile that seemed to see through everything, Sepesh was stunned at first. Then, he quickly recovered. Chapter 344. Is it because she has a bad temper, or because she doesn't take a shower? Haha. What are you talking about? I'm very honest. Sepesh raised his index finger, and shook it in front of Ouyang Qianjin. He was going to deny the other party. I think your mission should not be as simple as collecting 4 types of dragon blood. Right? Ouyang Qianjin didn't argue with the other party, and got straight to the point. Okay. That's right. Sepesh spread his hands. So what do you think of the suggestion I just made? I don't think it's good. Ouyang Qianjin shook his head. Ouyang Qianjin hated this kind of temporary behavior. But when he saw the other party's confident expression, Ouyang Qianjin decided to see what the other party was thinking. To be honest, although the battle time was not very long, it was only about 10 minutes. But now the dragon corpses outside the cave are enough for Ouyang Qianjin. After all, There are not many dragons in the snowy mountains of Asgard. After being hit by thousands of vampires and a perverted force, they were able to defend it easily. There was not even much danger. These dragons are a little different from what we imagined originally, whether it was in the imagination of Ouyang Qianjin, Sepesh or Ng Weiyang. Although the dragons did not have the ability to destroy the world, they should at least have the strength to fight them on equal terms. Right? However, the fact is one punch per kid. Even the vampires under Sepesh can occasionally kill one-on-one. This is obviously a little different from what we imagined. But anyway, since Ng Weiyang, Sepeshi and others can be killed so easily, then I can do it too. So Ouyang Qianjin directly rejected the other party's request. Why? Sepeshi was puzzled. Because the effort is not proportional to the reward. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. Just kidding. If the blood of the four-element dragon is just an appetizer, then what kind of drama will greet Sepeshi next? Ouyang Qianjin dare not think about it. Although these dragons don't seem to be very powerful. After hearing Ouyang Qianjin's answer, Sepeshi smiled lightly, as if he had expected it. Haha. That's true. The dragons outside are too simple for us. But for a moment, I can't think of anything that can be used as a bargaining chip. So? What do you think of my blood? Sepeshi stuck out his tongue slightly, then pointed at his tongue with his index finger, and looked at Ouyang Qianjin with a smile. What? Queen, please consider this. Queen. The Ouyang daughter hadn't spoken yet. But the vampires behind Sepesh were the first to get restless. Sepesh turned her head slightly, and looked at the vampires under her with a cold look from the corner of her eyes. Her eyes were full of majesty and oppression. Her eyes were slightly raised, revealing a hint of contempt and indifference. Her eyes pierced through the souls of the vampires like arrows, making them dare not resist at all. It was as if she was warning the vampires that anyone who dared to go against her would be severely punished by her. The vampires felt the majesty of Sepesh and lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. Don't look at the talking and laughing with Ouyang Qianjin and Ng Weiyang. But they know that Sepesh is a powerful and cruel leader who will not tolerate any form of resistance and questioning. Sepesh's eyes made the vampires feel fear and awe. They understand that only by obeying Sepesh's orders can they survive in this dark world. Can you answer me a question first? Ignoring the psychological state of the vampires now, Ouyang Qianjin raised a finger at Sepesh and smiled faintly. Ouyang Qianjin thought the condition proposed by Sepesh was not bad. After all, it is an epic profession, and it is the blood of vampires. In any case, Sepesh's blood is absolutely worth it. And blood is also used in Ouyang Qianjin's alchemy. If you can get this guy's blood, it is not impossible to use it to make some good things. It is even possible to refine an epic vampire directly. Of course, from the reactions of the subordinate vampires just now, it seems that Sepesh's blood has some other uses. After all, these vampires have not said anything since they asked me and others when they first met. And now, just because Sepesh said that he would use his blood as a bargaining chip, they all climaxed. This is a very abnormal thing no matter how you look at it. So Ouyang Qianjin agreed to the other party's request in her heart almost instantly. Sepesh sighed. After hearing that Ouyang Qianjin had questions to ask, he did not speak. She just extended her hand very elegantly, and then made a gesture of invitation, signaling Ouyang Qianjin to speak. What abilities do these vampires under your command use? Although they look like skills, they are more like some kind of single ability that has been tempered to the extreme. Ouyang Qianjin saw it clearly just now. Although these vampires use their skills very skillfully and powerfully in the battle with the dragon, but no matter who they are, the abilities they use are so single. Although many professions are not as comprehensive as Ouyang Qianjin and her friends in attack, defense, and control, but at least they are not too single. However, each of these guys can only use one ability, and it is all related to blood. This made her feel a little curious. Blood sacrifice. A skill that only vampires can use. You can think of it as a racial skill. The biggest feature of blood sacrifice is that when you become a vampire, you need to sacrifice all your skills and merge them into a unique skill of your own. Otherwise, even if you get my first embrace, you can't successfully evolve into a vampire. Of course, if you are a baby who has no skills from the beginning, this kind of thing is actually not a secret. In his own territory, anyone who wants to become a vampire will be informed of this prerequisite. Therefore, you can hone your level, choose your own skills, And finally wait for sacrifice. Use all your skills as sacrificial materials to smelt a skill. I understand this principle. But why must it be one? Isn't this limiting yourself? Although the attack power of these abilities is indeed very strong. Some even reach a weird level. However, Ouyang Qianjin still doesn't understand. Dozens of skills in exchange for a powerful and suitable blood sacrifice ability. Just to successfully evolve into a vampire? What do these people want? Because she has a bad temper? Or because she doesn't take a bath? Chapter 345. Not much. 500 milliliters per person will do. You look confused. Right? Sepesh raised his lips, with a smile as if he had one, and looked at the confused Ouyang Qianjin in a weird way. Yeah. It's true. Ouyang Qianjin understands Sepesh's winner mentality. But it doesn't matter. The so-called desire to win sometimes always appears in strange places. But it will also disappear in some strange places. At least now, Ouyang Qianjin can't feel that there is anything in her heart that wants to compete with Sepesh. It's better to say that she should control the other party now. Therefore, Ouyang Qianjin, who has a natural winner's attitude, is not at all cold at Sepesh's weird tone. It's actually pretty easy to understand. Vampires can eat other things. But compared to humans, vampires only need blood to survive. Now that food resources are scarce, whether it's human blood or monster blood, it can be nutrients for vampires. So there are actually quite a few people who want to become vampires. And unlike humans, vampires can live forever in a sense. Immortality. Isn't this the ultimate goal that many human elites have finally found after pursuing this or that? Sepesh smiled. As the leader, even the ancestor of vampires of her lineage, she has always been very proud of being able to create an entire race. This is especially true when it comes to immortality. Immortality. To be honest, it's too easy for us to achieve immortality. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand indifferently. What she said was true. In fact, whether it is the other party or herself, there are ways to turn others into immortal beings. Let alone the skeleton. There is no concept of time at all. The immortality attribute of the undead is already very cool. As long as the body is not severely damaged, it can be reconnected intact. As for aging, Ouyang Qianjin is not sure. How come such a short time has passed? No one knows what will happen next. After all, humans cannot defeat time. But magic can. After becoming an undead, I think there should be a difference between humans and humans. What's more, this guy Sepesh is a vampire. Yes. It's not a profession that is a vampire, but a race. Her race is vampire. Unlike Ouyang Qianjin, who is a necromancer and skeleton lord. But her race is still human. Not only her, but also her thousands of vampire subordinates have become vampires. It feels quite happy. Although Ouyang Qianjin is always surrounded by skeletons or undead, which are not human things. But Ouyang Qianjin herself is still a human. However, even as a human, Ouyang Qianjin has broken the shackles of being a human because of her own magic power and certain skills. The power has also surpassed the scope of human beings, becoming an immortal existence beyond nature. Ouyang Qianjin knows this best. After all, it is simply a fantasy for humans to recover quickly when their bodies are pierced. Even those humans who have not become undead or vampires are now professionals. They are beings with magic power all over their bodies. As long as there is magic power, in a sense, they have already escaped from the previous state of natural people. Entered the next stage. A stage like preparing for evolution. As for what direction it will evolve to, Ouyang Qianjin doesn't know. After all, whether it is undead or vampires, they are all caused by Ouyang Qianjin's resurrection technique and Sepesh's blood embrace skill. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that this is actually a direction of evolution. And undead and vampires can be classified into the large sequence of dark race, no matter how you look at it. And none of the light race in the traditional sense has appeared. Is it destined for humans to fall into darkness? TSK. I didn't expect it to be poetic. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. It's useless to think so much. It's better to focus on the current problem. I agree with your proposal. But this alone is not enough as a condition for cooperation. Ouyang Qianjin shook her head and said slowly. Greed? Sometimes it is a bad habit that will lead to destruction. Although Ouyang Qianjin agreed to let Sepesh feel relieved, she couldn't help but complain with a cold face after hearing that the other party had additional conditions. But sometimes it is a virtue. Isn't it? Ouyang Qianjin didn't care about Sepesh's cold eyes. Perhaps the vampires under her command would be afraid of her. But that was blood suppression. If it were someone else, especially someone with an epic profession like Sepesh, no one would care about her. In fact, Ingweon was not afraid of her. Alas, you tell me. So, Sepesh compromised after sighing in his heart. You don't have many high-level vampires like this, right? Ouyang Qianjin raised his chin towards the vampires behind Sepesh and suddenly asked. Well, it's harder to train a high-level vampire than you think. Sepesh had a headache when it came to this. Don't look at the thousands of high-level vampires behind her now. It seems like a lot of people. But in fact, this is already half of the high-level vampires she has. The reason why the other half is not here is entirely because their abilities cannot cause damage to the dragon. So they were not brought. In that case, my condition is that in addition to your blood, I also want the blood of all the high-level vampires you have. Not much. 500 milliliters per person. About the weight of a bottle of slightly sweet mineral water. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and gestured with both hands. After all, vampires, especially the blood of high-level vampires, are also rare and precious materials for an alchemist. Just like dragon blood is for you vampires. Asshole. Who are you bargaining with? After hearing that Ouyang Qianjin not only wanted to take Pesh's blood, but also their blood, these vampires couldn't help but jump up and roar at Ouyang Qianjin. In their opinion, although Ouyang Qianjin is the top brother on the list, and he can summon skeletons to serve him at will. But that's all, as far as the ability she has shown now is concerned. Let alone the queen of herself and others. Even she may not be able to compare. Chapter 346 Dragons were flying, and their breath was splattering. So they were so brave that they dared to roar at Ouyang Qianjin. After all, this is a world that depends on strength. Without knowing Ouyang Qianjin's strength, the queen as a reference naturally became a godlike existence in their hearts. Shut up, Sepesh said lightly after his men roared. Although the voice was very light, it was full of oppression and threat. It echoed throughout the cave. Then the vampires were silent, not daring to make a sound. The vampires lowered their heads silently. They did not dare to look directly at Sepesh's eyes, and could only silently endure her oppression. Sepesh saw their reactions, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Okay, I agree. But I also have a premise. After smiling for a while, Sepesh nodded without hesitation and agreed to Ouyang Qianjin's conditions. But since it's blood, then naturally. What? I have no objection to my subordinate's blood, and I have no objection to using it for alchemy. But I need you to compensate each of my subordinates with a bottle of dragon blood of the same weight, and let me cast a forbidden spell on the blood. After all, I am their queen, and it is natural for me to help my subordinates fight for welfare, Sepesh said lightly. After all, this is the territory of Ouyang Qianjin. Theoretically, those dragons are her private property, although she can use her ability to control blood to collect all the blood. But if she takes it without Ouyang Qianjin's consent, she will lose face if she tells others, especially with the presence of the lore group. And I don't have so many containers now. From Ouyang Qianjin's undead space, it can be seen that there should be containers in this guy's space. So it is best to trade with Ouyang Qianjin now. This is indeed necessary, and I agree with this request. But what do you mean by the forbidden spell? Ouyang Qianjin frowned slightly and nodded. Don't worry. This forbidden spell will not prevent you from using blood for alchemy. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin's doubts, Sepesh waved his hand. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled dangerously at Ouyang Qianjin. But if you want to do anything with the blood, or want to study the blood, then the blood will evaporate instantly because of the forbidden spell. After all, for vampires, blood is a symbol of power. One's own blood can fully represent oneself. That's why Sepesh said that. Just like the people from the financial department wanted to use Ouyang Qianjin's magic to make the Eternal Night coin before. She was also worried that Ouyang Qianjin would analyze and study the blood after getting it. Even directly use skills like curses to curse vampires through blood. After all, there are all kinds of skills in the world now. Let us not talk about the distant past. For example, Sepesh's lifelong enemy Ninatai, the high priest of the underworld, is a master of curses. Ha ha ha. It's okay. It's okay. I can even use up all this blood in front of you. I thought the other party was talking about this forbidden spell, and thought it was some super level magic like falling stars. Unexpectedly, It was to prevent someone from doing something with their blood. But this is normal. You must be on guard against others. Ouyang Qianjin expressed her understanding of this. And she has already thought about the use of these vampires' blood. That's why she was so confident. Really? If it can be used up in front of me, then there is no need for me to cast a forbidden spell on the blood. Since the other party has said this, Sepesh naturally has to express his sincerity. Then it's settled. Seeing what she wanted, Ouyang Qianjin smiled knowingly. Just kidding. The blood of thousands of high-level vampires is so precious that you can't imagine it. Don't look at the dragons outside who seem to be vulnerable to the attacks of these guys. But as Ouyang Qianjin who can open the god's perspective, she is very clear. It's not that the dragons are weak, but they are strong enough. After all, the people under Yan Shaoqing had a hard time dealing with the dragons. Especially now that Sepesh has withdrawn his men. It is difficult for more than a dozen people to deal with one person. If it weren't for the two perverts Yan Shaoqing and Ing Weiyang, they might have been wiped out long ago. Actually, 3 of the dozen people have died. And the rest are injured. One is seriously injured and in danger of dying at any time. Fortunately, the bodies of the dead are still intact. So none of them are panicked. After all, they all know that Ouyang Qianjin can revive them. Although they will become undead under Ouyang Qianjin because of their unhumanity. But when they go out, they can brag to everyone they meet. I have crossed the line with the dragon and so on. It's still very cool to think about it. So these dozen people attacked without leaving any room for maneuver. Just from this comparison, we can see that the dragons are actually very strong. But the vampires' attacks are too weird. Or too targeted. Which makes them look weak. Of course. In Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, the dragons are still very weak. At least they didn't reach the strength she expected. But it doesn't matter about this. After all, Ouyang Qianjin's resurrection technique can directly upgrade the corpse. Even if the current strength is average and not worthy of its own status, the strength should be able to rise to a higher level after being resurrected. So Ouyang Qianjin snapped his fingers in front of Sepesh. Sepesh thought Ouyang Qianjin was going to do something after seeing her snap her fingers. However, after Ouyang Qianjin snapped her fingers, he was dumbfounded to find that nothing happened around him. Of course, it's to kill those dragons outside. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. After hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, Sepesh's pupils suddenly shrank. Outside, dragons. Sepesh, who grasped the key words, suddenly turned into a bat and flew out of the cave. And the vampires also turned into bats and followed. When they arrived at the cave entrance, they found that Ing Weiyang and others were already standing at the entrance. There were even some companions with wounds on their backs. But none of this mattered. What mattered was that at this time, on the snowy mountains of Asgard, dragons were flying and dragon breath was splashing. Unlike the previous battle, 2 different groups of dragons were fighting at this moment. The scene was extremely tragic and full of highlights. What they didn't understand was where the other dragons came from. They had seen wind dragons, lava dragons, frost dragons, and earth dragons before. And they didn't know about the other group of dragons that were either black, gray, or dark blue or dark green. Chapter 347 Dark Mist. The figures of 2 giant dragons interweave and shuttle in the snow-covered sky. Their wings flap powerful air currents, blowing the surrounding snow and ice everywhere. Dragon breath gushed out of their mouths, forming hot flames and cold frost, interweaving and colliding with each other, making a deafening sound. Although the dragons all have huge and strong bodies, their scales, claws, and teeth are also extremely sharp, and can easily tear rocks and steel. But in front of these newly appeared dragons, they seem to suffer a one-sided slaughter. In this brutal battle, no dragon is safe. They must constantly attack and defend to protect themselves and their companions. Some dragons were hit by the enemy's dark blue flames and claws, and blood gushed out, dyeing the surrounding snow and ice red. Other dragons lost their balance under the enemy's attack, fell from the sky, and were smashed to pieces. This was a one-sided crushing. Even if the dragons wanted to resist, it would have little effect. When a few dragons fled away from the Asgard snow mountain, and the last dragon that did not have time to escape fell, the entire snow mountain fell into silence. Even the wyverns, dragon turtles, ichthyosaurs and other subdragons that came stopped their attacks. Only the wind and snow were still howling, as if they were mourning for this tragic battle. This scene made Sepesh and others dumbfounded. Even Sepesh was the same. When and where did these dragons that had never been seen appear? Tsepesh, who was confused, used the common sense methods of this world at the first time. Eye of identification in case of an unknown situation. Wings of death, the wind of death that roams the underworld. She exudes a cold aura, and can easily freeze people just by flying by. In the underworld, it is an ominous omen and a symbol of death. Flame of the netherworld, this is a dragon covered with dark blue hellfire. Be careful of the flames on it. It is a vicious thing that can devour your soul. Howl of hell, it has hard scales, and few other races in hell want to provoke it. In addition, be careful of its strong sonic attack. Breath of dark night, this is a guy who can cause a hurricane just by flapping his wings. It is the fastest legend in the underworld. Even if you look at other worlds, its speed can be ranked in the top 5. Seeing the information of these newly appeared dragons, Tsepesh fell into silence. The attributes of the 4 dragons correspond to the 4 elements of wind, fire, water, and earth, although they are all creatures of hell or underworld. But it just so happens that the dragons here before also have these 4 attributes. While Tsepesh and the others were surprised by the newly appeared dragons, Ouyang Qianjin in the cave was in high spirits. Ding! You have upgraded, and you can summon +1. You have reached level 95, and have a skill selection. Alternative skills, Dark Mist, Death Ripple. Note, the skill selection will directly affect your final career. Please judge carefully. Dark Mist, passive skill. A skill that can only be obtained by lighting up dark oneness, which can produce a large amount of hallucinogenic fog in the case of dark oneness, which can make people hallucinate. Death Ripple, at the cost of full spirit. The radius is 500 meters, and all creatures except the undead will die. Gate of Hell, use half of the magic power to open a gate to hell. TSK. The higher the level, the more terrifying the skills. Looking at the 3 skills displayed on his panel with joy, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but say his inner complaints. 3 skills. 1 passive. 2 active. The passive Dark Mist and his level 90 Dark Unity are linked skills. Among the remaining 2 skills, Death Ripple is very powerful. It can kill a large number of enemies in an instant, but it requires full spirit as a condition. It can be said that this condition is extremely harsh. It is simply impossible to do. After all, spirit is consumed all the time. Even if you just wake up, you can't guarantee that it is full. As for Gate of Hell, although it seems to be a means to obtain a way to another world, but the problem is that Ouyang Qianjin has no intention of going to hell at all. So after thinking about the pros and cons, Ouyang Qianjin chose Dark Mist, a skill that can counterattack others even when she has no entity. After all, it is a linked skill. It must be more interesting than a single skill, right? The skill Dark Mist changes due to the influence of the talent erosion. Erosion effect can make the illusion become real. In the real illusion you created, you can use your powerful mental power to attack and destroy the enemies you dragged into this illusion. What a real illusion. What a mental attack. Isn't this exactly what I lack now? It's tailor-made for me. While sighing that she had chosen a good skill, Ouyang Qianjin laughed. After all, Dark Mist is passively triggered. That is to say, after activating Dark Unity, as long as she wants, she can turn everything around into an illusion at any time. And Dark Unity has the range of Dark Sky. Thinking about it this way, as long as she is within the range of Dark Sky, Ouyang Qianjin will not be invincible. At least she can run away at any time. Sure enough, there is a reason for related skills. Although Ouyang Qianjin has her own pride, but she is not so arrogant as to think that the person who can make her run away has not been born yet. Okay, let's go out. I believe the scene outside should be enough to surprise the vampire. Said so, Ouyang Qianjin commanded the skeletons to clean up the table. Then let a skeleton lead her out of the cave. How about it, my soldiers? They should not be worse than your vampires. Just when everyone was shocked by this one-sided killing, Ouyang Qianjin's voice came from behind them. This sudden sound frightened Tsepesh's heartbeat, and breathing became rapid. Her eyes were originally scarlet, but at this moment, her eyeballs shrank into a line. If it was before, no one would think that Ouyang Qianjin was anything special. But after seeing these dragons, these vampires changed their minds. Especially Tsepesh. Since meeting Ouyang Qianjin, the other party has only used the skills of the skeleton, so it is not very clear how strong the other party is. That's why I want to fight with the other party to confirm my own strength and the other party's strength. But now it seems that the other party's strength is beyond my imagination. Chapter 348. Congratulations. You got it right. Are all these dark dragons your subordinates? After adjusting her mood, Sepesh turned her head and calmly looked at Ouyang Qianjin, who was carried out of the cave by the skeleton. The smile on Ouyang Qianjin's face at this moment was so disgusting to Sepesh. Of course, this was because she was scared just now. But part of the reason was because of those dark dragons flying in the air. Yes. How did they appear? It's only been a few minutes since I entered the cave. If there were so many powerful monsters around, I should be able to sense it. Sepesh asked at an incredibly fast speed. Although she didn't have the large-scale overlooking skill of Ouyang Qianjin. But the blood barrier was spread out by her. If there were any powerful monsters that attacked the barrier she set up, she would definitely be able to sense it. But there was no such thing. Don't talk about powerful monsters. The only people who entered the barrier within a radius of 5,000 meters were some low-level subdragon races such as lizardmen, diceratops, armored dragons, gliding pterosaurs, and dark firebirds. Oh, you're talking about this. Of course it appeared like this, said. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and snapped her fingers as before. Hey, look at those corpses. Originally, everyone was a little confused. But after someone reminded them, Sepesh and others were surprised to see that the giant dragons that fell to the ground and died had black auras coming out of their bodies one by one. Then, the color of the surface of the bodies of these black dragons began to change as if they were dyed. Finally, these dragons stood up after shaking. At this time, the 4 elemental dragons all turned into dark dragons. Just like the newly appeared dragons they saw with the eye of identification just now. This is... The vampires looked at the dragons resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin in amazement. Although Sepesh was also surprised. He was thinking about the next level. Death breath? No. More like transformation? Bingwa. Congratulations on your answer. Ouyang Qianjin gave Sepesh a thumbs up and praised him. As expected of a guy who used to be a necromancer. You are still very familiar with the transformation of corpses. That's right. Strictly speaking, resurrection is also a kind of transformation. It's just that it is much more advanced than skeleton transformation, ghoul transformation, and ghost transformation. After all, those transformations are flawed. Either they lack the body, or they lack the soul, or they are like ghouls that have no mind and only know how to kill. Even with the blessing of his own erosion talent, the chance of a skeleton retaining its soul is pitifully small. The transformation of resurrection is different. The resurrected object can not only recover its body, but also retain its soul, and even advance. This alone is not comparable to those skills that can be selected at level 1. And Sepesh, who was praised by Ouyang Qianjin, did not have any happy thoughts. In her opinion, Ouyang Qianjin could create these things with just a snap of his fingers. So he must have some killer moves and trump cards in his hand that she didn't know about. Although it is undeniable that Ouyang Qianjin has left everyone far behind since he became the top brother on the list. But since he became an epic profession, Sepesh felt that Ouyang Qianjin must have taken advantage of some pioneering advantage to gain the upper hand on the road to upgrading. In fact, there is nothing wrong with her guess. After all, Ouyang Qianjin has experienced 2 lives. Although the first life was only a few months. But it can be regarded as taking advantage of the version and having a little foresight. But there is one thing she estimated wrong. That is Ouyang Qianjin's skills. Or Ouyang Qianjin's innate skills. Compared with the previous life. Because he died once in this life, his innate skills became erosion. It can be said that it is precisely because of this innate skill that Ouyang Qianjin has brought unimaginable convenience. Although eye of identification seems to be a common skill possessed by everyone. But Ouyang Qianjin can see one more entry than others. And it is precisely because of this extra entry that she has a lot of convenience in many things in battles. Not to mention the effects of other skills after erosion. But some dragons still seem to be unable to be resurrected. Looking at the dragons that were not resurrected by his skills, Ouyang Qianjin sighed. These dragons that were not resurrected were all strangled by the wind magic of the breath of Dark Night Dragon. From this point alone, it can be seen that the breath of Dark Night resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin is much stronger than the Wind Dragon. Although it is a pity, but for Ouyang Qianjin, it is not a dislike. Snap your fingers. Skeletons appear. The twisted fragments gradually integrate and wriggle. Then, Large bones with flesh fly out from these fragments. These large bones fly into the air and slowly combine to form a huge skeleton dragon. The skeleton dragon is huge and majestic, with a layer of rotten flesh covering its skeleton, emitting a foul smell. The wings of the dragon are dozens of meters long, and the membrane on the wing bones is composed of a faint blue light, revealing sharp bone spurs, which looks a bit scary. Its tail bone is long and powerful, with a huge bone spur at the end, as if it can easily pierce any enemy. The skull is huge and hideous, and the deep, dark eye sockets, like the abyss, are beating with a faint blue soul fire. The faint blue flames spewing from the mouth illuminate the surrounding darkness. However, the most eye-catching thing is the faint blue light ball in the abdomen of the skeleton dragon. The light ball is flowing and beating, as if it is the source of its life, which is daunting. In fact, it is not just the abdominal cavity. Wherever there are joints, there is this kind of blue light. It is as if these lights connect them together. Although the skeleton dragon is more fragile than the resurrection upgrade, but at least in terms of appearance, it can definitely hit Ouyang Qianjin's aesthetic point. In any case, at least it is worthy of her identity as a skeleton lord. So after seeing the appearance of these skeleton dragons, Ouyang Qianjin did not hide her satisfaction in her heart. Some people are satisfied. Then naturally some people are not satisfied. For example, the current Sepesh first resurrected the dragon, and now transformed into a skeleton. It can be said that Ouyang Qianjin may become the biggest winner in this battle with the dragon. Inhale. Exhale. Congratulations on your upgrade. So many dragons have finally reached level 95. You should have chosen some very interesting skills. Looking at these skeleton dragons, Sepesh took a deep breath, and then exhaled, adjusting his mentality. Then he smiled and congratulated Ouyang Qianjin. Chapter 349. Leave this seriously injured one to me. Haha. It's more than interesting. It's simply interesting. Ouyang Qianjin did not deny it. After all, the level is on the level list, and there is no point in denying it at this time. And she did get some very interesting skills. It is said that level 50 is a watershed. If Ouyang Qianjin focused on skeletons before level 50, then after level 50, she gradually began to specialize in dark skills. Just like the guy next to him, who focused on blood after level 50. If nothing unexpected happens, the Scarlet Earl, who is on the Lord ranking list before, should be the same. It is even possible that these two guys started to learn blood skills before level 50. After all, the promotion professions they obtained at level 50 are related to the blood system. Just like Ouyang Qianjin, the Skeleton Lord. It takes thousands of dragons to upgrade to one level. It seems that it will be more and more difficult to upgrade later. Looking at the groups of dark dragons in the sky, Sepesh sighed. Although at the end of the previous battle, many dragons saw that the situation was hopeless, and quickly fled from the Asgard Snow Mountain. But there were still several thousand killed. However, even with so many dragons, Ouyang Qianjin only upgraded one level. You can imagine how difficult it will be to upgrade after reaching level 90. It's not difficult. Just go out more and you can upgrade. It's not a big deal. Ouyang Qianjin said it easily. In fact, it was really easy. In addition to the 15th level reward from the Lord Battle, the rest of her upgrades were all obtained by going out. Of course, the price is the destruction of the 4 major cities in the east, west, south, and north of Kimchi country, and almost the entire top power layer. Would you like to go out more? Your suggestion is not bad. After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's suggestion, Sepesh nodded. As for how she upgraded, everyone in the Lord group had some guesses, especially after knowing that Ouyang Qianjin destroyed Kimchi country. This guess was confirmed among the lords. That is to kill a large number of professionals above level 50. As long as you kill enough, your level will naturally go up. However, although this is something everyone knows, but it is simply impossible to kill so many people. Let's not talk about whether you can do it or not. The key is that you want to kill, and others also want to kill. I kill you. He kills me. The final result is experience dispersion, which can't enter a person's experience bar at all. That's why Ouyang Qianjin's upgrade method cannot be copied. Sepesh, who is also a necromancer before, knows this very well. Whether it is a skeleton, a ghost, or a ghoul, the experience of the monsters, personnel, etc. they kill is counted on the summoner. From this point of view, if you really want to count, The only two people who can copy Ouyang Qianjin's upgrade method are the Ghoul Leader and Ghost Princess, whose professional titles are named after the military type like her. Even her so-called vampire princess only got this profession because she had abandoned her human identity and became a vampire before level 50. So although there are many vampires under her command now, they cannot be called military types. It's race. So the experience of killing these vampires can't be counted on her head. Miss Ouyang, if possible, do you think these two unlucky guys who died can also be resurrected? Just when Ouyang Qianjin and Sepeshi were happily chatting, Yin Shaoqing came over. He pointed to the three corpses on the ground. He hoped that Ouyang Qianjin would use the resurrection spell to revive them. At this moment, Yin Shaoqing's face was not good, pale and sweaty, but his expression was extremely relaxed. There was even a smile on the corner of his mouth. Just after Sepeshi retreated, he and Ying Wuyong basically took on all the attacks of the dragons and fought back, although it only took a few minutes. But in these few minutes, he can be said to have tried his best to use his thunder magic, although he was not as perverted as Sepeshi and Ying Wuyong. But he still successfully shot down more than a dozen dragons. It has to be said that for him, this battle is also a self-challenge. Fortunately, he managed to bear it. Otherwise, they would have to carry the person to Ouyang Qianjin together with the two unlucky guys on the ground, which would be a huge embarrassment. Oh, of course. No problem. What about the seriously injured one? Do you want me to give him a finishing blow? Ouyang Qianjin had no objection to resurrecting others. After all, I resurrected you. So from today on, you are mine. Ouyang Qianjin would never refuse anything that could increase his own military strength. It's troublesome. Yin Shaoqing had no way to deal with the guy who was so seriously injured that his stomach was hollowed out. Even if a saint profession used healing magic, it was just delaying the time of death. Rather than continue suffering like this, it would be better to let Ouyang Qianjin kill him with a knife. Ah, there is no need to kill this seriously injured person. It's just a good opportunity for me to test my new skills. Just when Ouyang Qianjin was about to draw his knife to kill, Ying Wuyong jumped out. Huh? Ouyang Qianjin turned her head and looked at Ying Wuyong strangely. Not to mention her. Even Yin Shaoqing and Kai Peishi were the same. But Kai Peishi's strange expression was fake. She was more happy in her heart. After all, this guy jumped out and said that he wanted to test his new skills, which meant that she could get the first-hand information of the Dragon Blood Warrior in the front row. Although this doesn't seem to be a big deal, it is at least a kind of gain. Haha. I have a new skill here too. It's quite fun. There is a seriously injured person for me to try. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Ying Wuyong laughed and pointed at the unlucky guy who was seriously injured. I don't care. I also want to see what skill of yours can make you so happy. Seeing Ying Wuyong's look, Ouyang Qianjin was also very curious. And since it can be shown in front of everyone, it means that it is not a skill that needs to be kept secret. After all, although Ying Wuyong looks careless, he is not a fool. Naturally, he will not release his killer moves. So Ouyang Qianjin and others watched Ying Wuyong's operation with interest. As for resurrecting the three unlucky guys, it's okay to wait and let it cool down. It's just a matter of raising your hand. On the contrary, it's more interesting to watch Ying Wuyong's skills now. After all, he is a fun person. If there is fun to watch, he will naturally not miss it. Haha. Then you just watch it. Ying Wuyong closed one eye and winked at Ouyang Qianjin playfully. Then, as if imitating Ouyang Qianjin, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Chapter 350 Dragon Man. What kind of character are these people? Do they like to imitate others' original movements? You know, this is related to the character setting and the status. If everyone learns this way, then what is special about me? When Ouyang Qianjin saw Ying Wuyong also learning to use snapping fingers to power like Tsepesh, she really had a lot of complaints in her heart. No. It seems that I have to finish that thing quickly. As long as that thing is completed, my status will be invincible. Just when Ouyang Qianjin was complaining in her heart, she saw that the seriously injured big brother was lifted up by a ball of golden gas. Then the gas became thicker and thicker, until it turned from a transparent gas into a golden egg, wrapping the big brother inside. Then the golden light spread with a snap. The big brother fell to the ground. Am I resurrected? The elder brother who thought he had died once thought that he was resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin after the originally horrifying wound on his body disappeared. However, when he looked at Ouyang Qianjin, he found that Ouyang Qianjin, the woman who had always squinted her eyes and smiled, actually opened her eyes. That's right. She opened her eyes. Although it was only a slit, he could still see a hint of surprise from those eyes. No, not just her, but the others as well. What's wrong? The elder brother didn't quite understand the situation. Take a look at your condition. Yin Shaoqing reached out and patted the shoulder of this subordinate, who had just become a little confused because of Ying Weiyang's skills to remind him. The elder brother also opened his panel to check. Then, alas, my race is not undead, but Dragon Man. The elder brother, who thought he was resurrected as an undead, couldn't help but screamed in astonishment when he saw that the race on his panel was Dragon Man. Wow! Dragon Man. An interesting race has appeared again. Ouyang Qianjin and Tapeshi couldn't help but sigh for the new race. This elder brother is no different from a human after being turned into a Dragon Man by Ying Weiyang. If it weren't for the race prompt on the panel, they wouldn't have noticed any change in this guy's race. Now the three lords have the skills to upgrade humans and become a new race. This doesn't look like a coincidence at all. So, any lord who can become recognized by the panel can breed a new race? It's not very clear. Although the three of us have this ability, there are more than 50 lords on the panel now. If everyone can rely on professionals to breed a new race, then there must be at least a dozen or 20 races. Ouyang Qianjin shook her head. This shake of the head is not to deny what Sepesh said. But I think this possibility exists. But it is very small. Even if there are two guys like the Scarlet Count and the Vampire Princess before, both of them can create vampires and extend two different factions of vampire families. That is just a different branch of the same race under the two lords. If humans can really breed more than a dozen races, just thinking about it is scary. But it's possible. It's possible. Don't you often deal with Ninatai? Does she have any new races? Ouyang Qianjin asked Sepesh. After hearing the name Ninatai, Sepesh's face darkened. After glancing at Ouyang Qianjin with cold eyes, he stopped talking. Got it. It seems that the name Ninatai is a taboo for the other party. And the reaction is so big. It can be imagined that the deep hatred between Ninatai and Sepesh is probably irreconcilable. So Ouyang Qianjin ignored her. With a raised hand, he resurrected the other three cold brothers. Undead? Sepesh looked at the status of the three people. Except that the skin turned slightly blue. There was no other difference from humans. If you have to say it, it is that they don't have the advantage of dragon people. After the transformation, all the injuries on their bodies are healed at once. Is this a disadvantage of this race? Thinking in this way, Sepesh saw Ouyang Qianjin summon a centaur skeleton pulling a caravan. Then a skeleton took out several bottles of potions from the caravan and handed them to them. In Sepesh's opinion, although the injuries of these three people did not recover all at once, they were indeed recovering slowly. And it seems that there are no side effects. It is very stable. In terms of recovery of injuries and mental strength, are these potions the ones that Esmeralda and the others ordered before? Sepesh looked at the full car of potions in the caravan. Well, it is now in mass production, and I believe it will be shipped according to the order requirements later. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. Is there any medicine for humans to replenish qi and blood? Yes, there is. But it is not a medicine. It is a pill. One pill can provide blood supply energy for about 1 day. Ouyang Qianjin had seen this kind of thing from Li Taiying, and even asked the other party to increase the production. Don't ask. Asking is to prepare for a rainy day. Actually, it's not. It was mainly when I saw this guy Sepesh talking about the vampires under her. Vampires. They must suck blood. If you say that this guy doesn't have something under his command, Ouyang Qianjin will not believe this nonsense. Especially when the other party speaks now. It is even more certain. But Ouyang Qianjin didn't say anything. After all, she is not a saint. There is no need to care about other people's affairs. The larger the quantity, the better. This guest. Do you want some? Since she is a guest, Ouyang Qianjin naturally has to maintain the proper business smile. Then let's start with 1 million pills. There are about 10 pills in one bottle. So 1 million pills means 100,000 bottles. And the price is? Never mind. You can talk to others about the order later. After thinking about it, Ouyang Qianjin, who was too lazy to calculate, threw the matter to her subordinates, who were far away in the city that never sleeps. After all, You can't expect a lord to negotiate such trivial matters. Not only her. Sepesh is the same. That makes sense. The other party nodded after hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said. The people above have an intention. And the rest of the specific matters will be discussed by the people below. Anyway, you can't expect Sepesh to do any docking work. Right? If that happens, Sepesh will probably go berserk and kill all the vampires under his command. Then replace a group of new vampires who can do things. Don't doubt it. Sepesh can definitely do such a thing. Chapter 351: The Majestic and Mysterious Guards. Although I kept saying in my heart that this matter should be accelerated. That matter was in a hurry. But Ouyang Qianjin herself did not show how anxious she was. In fact, it was nothing more than a thought. Then she used brain waves to transfer it to her subordinates and let them do the work. Again, the same words. As a superior, she would definitely not do everything herself. On the one hand, it would be a loss of status. And on the other hand, she did not have so much energy. Wouldn't it be better to put more energy into slacking off? Why do you have to do it yourself when you have so many subordinates? Then didn't I resurrect so many subordinates in vain? From this point of view, in fact, there is no essential difference between Ouyang Qianjin and Sepesh. Now that the small activity of hunting dragons is over, what are you going to do next? After completing the initial goal of the 3 people, the dragons that were originally flying in the air returned to their previous nests. And the 3 of them gathered at the small round table again and sat down again. After all, the purpose of the 3 people this time is the dragon. Ing Weiyang successfully completed the task of bathing in dragon blood and upgraded to level 86 in one go. Sepesh successfully obtained 4 dragon bloods in the task of collecting dragon blood. And Ouyang Qianjin also obtained a group of dark dragons. Even several subspecies of dark dragons. Everyone has a bright future. So it's time for everyone to disband and go home. Well, I have completed the task. Thanks to your permission and help, Miss Ouyang. Ing Weiyang was extremely satisfied with this operation. Not only did she complete the mission, she also got a lot of information and experimental data on human evolution from Ouyang Qianjin. More importantly, she became a being that could make others evolve like the 2 of them. In this way, she could transform those babies into dragon people after she returned. She could even experimentally transform pregnant women into dragon people. The babies born in this way should also be dragon people. After all, Ouyang Qianjin's undead pregnant woman was a lesson for her. Of course, the most important thing is that these babies will be her potential students in the future. So after completing the mission, she was ready to go back. Although Sepesh's mission was only half completed. However, because the remaining half needed to be completed somewhere else, there was no need to stay in the Asgard Snow Mountain. But she had spent a lot of money to hire Ouyang Qianjin as a thug. What about you, vampire? Are you going back too? Or are you going somewhere else? After seeing Ing Weiyang planning to go back, Ouyang Qianjin turned around and asked Sepesh. I will stay here for a while. It's better to go to your territory instead of the Asgard Snow Mountain, Sepesh said with a smile. Now that he has the blood of 4 kinds of dragons in his hands, there is no need to rush back to do anything. And Ouyang Qianjin has a lot of good things here. No matter what. Since he knows that he is not in the dungeon, but in Ouyang Qianjin's territory. Then he needs to go to the other party's base camp anyway. Apart from other things, it is necessary to take a look at the development of her territory. It can be regarded as a kind of reconnaissance. Besides, Ouyang Qianjin is a decent person. There is no conflict with me. Going to her territory will not only be safe, but also fully entertained. Go to my territory? Ouyang Qianjin was stunned. Of course, since you know that you are now in the territory of the Skeleton Lord. If you don't say hello, wouldn't it be too rude? Sepesh smiled. Ouyang Qianjin immediately knew the other party's intention. It's nothing more than wanting to check the construction of your own territory. Right? But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the never-sleeping city was built for people to come and go. It would be a loss if no one came to see it. So Ouyang Qianjin agreed. But there are still some things to do before that. Why don't we eat something first and go back after everything is done? Since we are all going back, we must go back together. Whether it was Sepesh who was going to visit his own capital, or Ing Weiyang and others who originally needed to board the ship in the capital. They all needed to go to the capital to be diverted. So Ouyang Qianjin smiled and suggested. Is there anything else? What is it? Sepesh and Ing Weiyang looked at Ouyang Qianjin strangely. Of course, it's the dragon's treasure and dragon eggs. These things must be taken back. Otherwise I will lose a lot. While saying this, Ouyang Qianjin released a lot of undead from the undead space. Mississippi. After coming out, the undeads lined up in a square formation very consciously, and then bowed to Ouyang Qianjin. The sound resounded throughout the valley. It made Kpishu, Eng Wuyang, Yin Shaoqing and others look at it sideways. These undeads were dressed in black and purple silk robes, which flickered with faint light, as if woven from countless stars. They wore purple armbands on their arms, embroidered with a skull wearing a black crown, which was lifelike, as if telling people about its majesty. The undeads were tall, short, fat and thin, but without exception, their steps were unusually light and steady, without making a sound. Their faces were covered by the shadow of the hood, and their expressions could not be seen clearly. But from their aura, one could feel a kind of indifference and ruthlessness, which made people shudder. The undeads all had a 2-finger-wide rapier on the blue belt around their waists. The hilt was inlaid with a sea blue gem, shining with an alluring light. The scabbard is engraved with exquisite patterns and designs, which seem to depict a mysterious world, making people fall into endless reverie. The blade is thin, and seems to have no attack power. The whole rapier looks extremely gorgeous, as if it is a work of art rather than a weapon. It's just that the gestures made by the 2 hands of the skeleton are a little familiar. So familiar that it makes people feel a sense of spoof. Beside these undead, there is a large blue canine nether wolf squatting. These nether wolves are at least 2 meters tall, and the larger ones are even more than 2.5 meters. The largest one, of course, is the nether wolf king, who has been squatting at Ouyang Qianjin's feet since he was counted out. These are? Sepesh asked puzzledly as he looked at these undead, who suddenly appeared from Ouyang Qianjin's undead space. My personal guards, although not as powerful as the high-level vampires under your command, are still barely usable. Chapter 352. I always feel like there is a story. Although she said so, the smile on Ouyang Qianjin's face was unusually proud. The combination of the royal guard and the nether wolf was Ouyang Qianjin's idea. In fact, it was not just this combination. Even the royal guard's outfit was formed after Ouyang Qianjin asked the designer of the undead to put forward many requirements, such as to be majestic, to be cool, and to maintain a sense of mystery. So in terms of styling, Ouyang Qianjin's royal guard can be said to have grasped it tightly, especially the ceremonial sword without attack power. This was made by Ouyang Qianjin himself with cannon. Although it has no attack power, it is a symbol of status. After all, only the royal guard can wear this ceremonial sword. But obtaining this ceremonial sword is not just as simple as the symbol of the royal guard. It is also a symbol of being recognized by Ouyang Qianjin, the young lady. After all, if Ouyang Qianjin did not nod, they could not enter the royal guard. But sometimes modesty does not mean modesty. It represents Versailles. So when Ouyang Qianjin said this, Sepesh felt uncomfortable. The number of these undead is about a few hundred, but each of them is an absolute elite. Apart from anything else, Sepesh can detect the aura emanating from them. Not to mention that after using his skills to check these people, he found that their professions are all dark or death. If it is said that these professions were deliberately selected as the personal guards in accordance with Ouyang Qianjin's identity as a skeleton lord, then Sepesh can understand it. But after the 3 guys she saw being resurrected just now all changed their professions to the dark or death department, this conjecture changed. Can your resurrection change people's professions? Sepesh asked Ouyang Qianjin. Well, it's just limited to the dark and undead departments. If you encounter those light or holy departments, I don't know if you can withstand it. Speaking of this, Ouyang Qianjin sighed with a sad face. After all, she was just wandering around in this circle. She didn't know what was going on outside. She had never come into contact with the light department or the holy department. Or rather, she had never come into contact with the powerful ones. So she herself didn't know what kind of situation she would encounter. But it doesn't matter. Isn't there a dark department who knows the dangers of society around her? Vampires. You should have met a lot of them over there. After all, there are guys with beliefs over there. There should be a lot of people who choose light department and holy department skills and become this kind of profession. It was as if it was intentional. Ouyang Qianjin stared at Sepesh rudely and asked, this shouldn't be a big problem. Although scenes of light restraining darkness often appear in novels and games. But that's just an artistic expression, and it gives players a sense of crisis and mission. If it really comes to reality, it's just a magical attribute and expression. Although there will be expressions of magical attribute restraint. But although light and darkness seem to be opposites, they are the most inseparable existence among all magical attributes. There is a restraint and support relationship between them. In fact, even I have, almost like that. Sepesh, who was a little bit unbearable under Ouyang Qianjin's burning eyes, sighed and said, but it seems that he is talking about something he doesn't want to mention. Shut up quickly. Ouyang Qianjin didn't notice it. Ouyang Qianjin is naturally very clear about the light and darkness. After all, his skills are basically the performance of the dark system. Although there are related guesses in his heart. But after all, it's just a guess. But now with Sepesh's answer, Ouyang Qianjin is finally relieved. As for the last words the other party wanted to say, I always feel that there is a story. Ouyang Qianjin turned his head, pretending to look at the surrounding scenery, and muttered, Speaking of which, what is the situation of the skeleton wearing a black crown? Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin seemed to want to get to the bottom of it, Sepesh immediately changed the subject, pointing at the armbands of the undead standing in the line without Ouyang Qianjin's order. He said, Of course it's love and peace. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and crossed her hands to make the gesture on the skull flag. Love and peace? You are a necromancer who destroyed a country. And you are talking about love and peace? Do you have the nerve to do that? You don't even care about your face. Sepesh complained in his heart with disdain. This guy really can't guess her character by her appearance. Arrogant and shameless, but extremely cautious. It can be said that Ouyang Qianjin is a very contradictory person. However, contradiction is the most real manifestation of human nature. So unconsciously, Sepesh would think that the other party is not a dangerous person, or it would not cause danger to himself. In fact, this idea alone is already terrible. But what is more terrible is that Sepesh himself actually thinks this is normal. Oh, by the way, you go and collect the treasures, materials, and dragon eggs that the dragons have brought over immediately. While Sepesh was complaining in his heart, Ouyang Qianjin had already begun to assign work to his subordinates. And these guys executed immediately after receiving the order. They are messengers of death, knights in the dark, and they represent disaster and destruction. However, at this moment, they did this kind of work like doing chores without any complaints. To be honest, whether it is the vampires under Sepesh or the undead under Ouyang Qianjin, Yin Shaoqing is very envious. After all, who doesn't want such hard-working and powerful subordinates? But now it is estimated that Ying Wuyang's dragon people will also be added. Let's go! While they still need some time to collect things, I'll take you to a fun place. After the guards were sent out to receive the things, the idle Ouyang Qianjin called a few people and climbed onto the back of a skeleton dragon. Although there was no meat on the back of the skeleton dragon, Ouyang Qianjin's skeleton throne was something that grew directly and passively. So there was no worry about slipping or sitting unsteadily. As for the rest of the people, Ouyang Qianjin was not worried at all. After all, none of these guys were good people. For them, getting better a little bit was not a problem at all. Afterwards, Ouyang Qianjin, Kai Peisher, Ying Wuyang, Yin Shaoqing, and a few followers were carried by the giant dragon under them, and flew up from the dragon blood on the mountainside. Chapter 353 Dragon Tomb. The skeleton dragon continued to climb, and it stopped only when it reached the top of the mountain. Then the skeleton dragon slowly descended and stopped at a flat place that looked like a platform. This is... Everyone looked at Ouyang Qianjin in confusion. After the battle just now, I think whether it was me, Capeish or Ying Wuyang, we should have been prepared to prevent the boss here, the Dragon King, or the leader of the 4 dragons from appearing or something. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. But it didn't appear at all. It was a waste of my energy to be prepared during the battle. When it came to this matter, both Capeish and Ying Wuyang complained. Wait! Bring us to this place, and then talk about this kind of thing. The 2 people who reacted suddenly felt the element. Ouyang Qianjin is a woman who will not get up early without profit. But she will not shoot without purpose either, since he brought himself and others to such a place, and suddenly said such words. It proves that the other party must have found something unusual. Sure enough, after the 2 said this in unison, Ouyang Qianjin smiled confidently at them. Then, in the surprised eyes of the 2, Ouyang Qianjin commanded the skeleton dragon to blast the opposite mountain with a dark blue dragon breath with ice chips. Boom! With a loud bang. The ice and snow covering the mountain fell down. After the dust settled, everyone saw a huge deep cave. Go in and take a look. Ouyang Qianjin did not reveal the answer, but let the skeleton dragon fly slowly in the puzzled eyes of everyone. Huh? The cave was pitch black. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was pitch dark. Although Ouyang Qianjin and Seipesh, the two dark creatures, could see it, but Ying Weiyang and Yin Shaoqing and others did not have such convenient abilities as them. So they took out the sunstone from their bags directly. This is Dragon Tomb, where dragons will go before death to calmly wait for the end of their lives. Ouyang Qianjin answered Ying Weiyang calmly. When the warm light illuminated the dark cave, Ying Weiyang could see the dragon skeletons covering the entire ground in the cave. Compared with the skeleton dragon under him, these skeletons were huge and magnificent, and each one exuded an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Their bone structure was complex and exquisite, showing the dragon's powerful strength and adaptability. The dragon's skull was huge and majestic, and its dragon teeth were sharp, as if they could tear apart all enemies. The wings of dragons are broad and strong, and they once supported them to fly freely in the sky. Although these huge dragon skeletons surprised Ying Weiyang. But what surprised Ying Weiyang even more were the wounds on these dragon skeletons. During the slow flight, Ying Weiyang carefully observed these skeletons, and found that they all had more or less traces of battles. Some skeletons had deep scars on their bones, which seemed to be caused by attacks by other beasts. Some skeletons also had broken marks on their joints, which might have been caused by fractures or dislocations in battle. These skeletons witnessed the glory and battles of the dragons, and also made people feel their strength and tenacity. There's something wrong with these dragon skeletons. Compared to the surprise of Ying Weiyang, Yin Shaoqing and others, Seipesh came back to his senses faster. After all, although the Dragon Tomb is the place where dragons are buried, it is also the most familiar place for necromancers. The death aura here is so thick that Seipesh feels a little choking. After all, it is different from Ouyang Qianjin, who practices the undead and dark systems. Seipesh majors in the blood system, although she is also sensitive to the aura of death. She is not interested in it at all, so she feels choking. But choking is choking. She still observes these dragon skeletons like Ying Weiyang. It's just that her focus is different from Ying Weiyang. She focuses on the entire Dragon Tomb, and thus finds some strange places. What's the problem? Are there scars on which bones? Yin Shaoqing asked puzzledly. No. It's that the arrangement of these dragon skeletons is strange. Seipesh frowned and looked at the skeletons below. Arrangement? Faced with Seipesh's answer, Yin Shaoqing became more and more confused. Since entering the cave, there have been only skeletons of frost dragons. But now there are more and more skeletons of wind dragons, lava dragons, and earth dragons. And the skeletons outside look very old. And the deeper you go, the newer the skeletons are. Hearing this, Yin Shaoqing carefully recalled the skeletons he had seen since entering the cave. Although he couldn't see clearly at the beginning because it was pitch black. But from what he saw after lighting up the sunstone, it was true. There is also the issue of size. Ying Weiyang followed Seipesh and said, from the size of these skeletons, it is obvious that they are much larger than the one under us, or even the skeleton dragons that were transformed before. I think this is also related to the age of the dragon. According to this ratio, if I guess correctly, the dragon we encountered before should be considered a child level. Right? After patting the skeleton dragon under him, Ying Weiyang looked at Ouyang Qianjin. After all, compared to these outsiders, now as the king of 10,000 dragons, Ouyang Qianjin should know a lot more. Right? Even this dragon tomb was discovered by the other party. Well, John Ji guessed correctly. The ages of the previous dragons ranged from a dozen to 300 or 400 years old at most. Even a lot of unhatched dragon eggs and several-year-old flightless dragons were found in the dragon's nest. Seeing Ying Weiyang and others looking at her, Ouyang Qianjin said without even turning her head. In fact, she has been receiving news from the guards since before. Basically, they were asking about the placement of the hatched dragons. For these dragons, Ouyang Qianjin's idea was to let the dark dragons under her command raise and hatch them. So Ouyang Qianjin wanted to continue to use this Asgard snow mountain. Let this place continue to be the dragon's nest. As for the dragon eggs and dragons, Ouyang Qianjin didn't have any ideas. Although I don't know if there are dragons in other places. But the four-element dragons here can't be cut off. After all, whether it is the blood of the four-element dragons or the four-element dark dragons, they are all high-quality materials that can be used for alchemy. There is no need to destroy my material warehouse. Of course, in addition to this, there is also the relationship of species diversity in whale state. It's just that this idea was not considered by her. Chapter 354. Terrifying when you think about it. It was proposed by a biologist. Just like letting the monsters roam freely. Ouyang Qianjin had no objection to this. The more types of monsters there are, the more alchemical materials there are. After all, alchemy does not only require ore, but also blood, bark, animal bones, and so on. So that's it. I was wondering why these dragons are so weak. It turns out they are all children. After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's explanation, both Sepesh and Ing Weiyang were finally relieved. After all, they were the same as Ouyang Qianjin before. They still had a lot of fantasies about legendary creatures like dragons. However, after contacting them, they found that these dragons were so weak that they were unimaginable. As a result, they now know that these are just young dragons. You know, even in legends, dragons are said to be thousands or tens of thousands of years old. In comparison, those who are 200 or 300 years old, 300 or 400 years old, are not even adults yet. That is to say, I and others were so proud just now. The result is that they are beating up minors? When she thought about it clearly, even the fierce and introverted Sepeshi blushed. Shame. It's really too shameful. Originally, she wanted to show off the power of the high-level vampires in her hands. But now it seems unnecessary. If she really does this, she, Sepeshi, can't afford to lose that person. Sepeshi is like this, let alone Ing Weiyang and Yin Shaoqing. Especially Yin Shaoqing. After listening to the discussion of several people, she became autistic. Well, so the dragon that he had been so proud of for a long time turned out to be just a child. You didn't bring us here just to show us the bones, did you? Sepesh felt that Ouyang Qianjin's actions were meaningful, so he asked this question. During the previous battle, it seemed strange that the leaders of the dragons didn't show up. Ouyang Qianjin answered Sepesh's question with a smile. Compared to Sepesh, Ouyang Qianjin felt like a tiger entering the jungle and a fish entering the sea. He had a feeling of going home and was very happy. To be honest, I was also wondering about this. It wasn't until I resurrected those dragons that I realized that there were no leader-level dragons here. Even dragons over 500 years old don't exist. As for the reason, even the first dragon born among them doesn't know. I only know that when her parents came back after leaving for a while, they looked at her and came to this dragon tomb with serious injuries. Ouyang Qianjin said some of the information she knew with a helpless look on her face. I think she should be dead? Died here. What serious injuries did she suffer? Instead of asking this, it's better to think about who injured an adult dragon than had hatched a baby dragon and came to this resting place after only seeing her child in a hurry. That's true. No one knows what the power of an adult dragon is. There is another doubt. That is, these dragons are all children now. And there is no adult dragon. Can it be understood that they died because of a certain battle? Then all the adult dragons died. So only the minors and dragon eggs are left in this Asgard snow mountain. At least that's what I mean. The few people seem to be watching a mystery drama. They started discussing doubts. If you want to talk about doubts, the skeletons of these dragons are also doubts. Ouyang Qianjin frowned and said, originally, the cave entrance was full of frost dragons. But now the skeletons of the other 3 types of dragons have also appeared. But the number ratio is much less than that of frost dragons. You mean Asgard Snow Mountain was originally the habitat of frost dragons? Yes. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. From the information I got from Sebastian and Canon before, this guess is correct. After all, Canon was a little surprised at this matter at the time. Because of a certain war, or even several wars, the living environment of the other 3 dragons has been constantly squeezed, and they can only retreat to the Asgard Snow Mountain in the end. Sepesh lowered his head, pinched his chin and thought for a while before saying, if you say so, then there are probably very few 3 dragons that can retreat from the battlefield. Hearing what Sepesh said, Ing Weiyang nodded vaguely. Then he did the same as Sepesh. He looked down at the skeleton dragon below. At this moment, the skeleton dragon under them has stopped flying, hovering in the air. They are now in a huge cave below. The ground of the cave is covered with countless dragon skeletons, just like the way up. But compared to the skeletons on the road, the skeletons here are even bigger, and the old and new ones overlapped. But as Ingweyong said, the skeletons of the frost dragons here are far more than those of other dragons. It seems that the reason has been found. No matter what the skeletons look like, at least now Tsepesh knows the problem that Ouyang Qianjin had before. Although the skeletons are stacked layer by layer, but Tsepesh still saw something different from these skeletons through the eye of identification. Frost Dragon King, Lava Dragon King, Wind Dragon King, Earth Dragon King. Following Tsepesh's eyes, Ingweyong soon discovered the strangeness inside. That is to say, the boss of the Asgard Snow Mountain is dead. So it didn't appear. I really don't know whether I should be thankful or worried. Ingweyong smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking at Tsepesh, and then at Ouyang Qianjin. The reason for being thankful is naturally that the boss is dead, and his mission can be completed so easily. And the worry is about the things behind the death of these dragon kings. The skeletons of the 4 dragon kings are covered with wounds, and judging from the composition of the skeletons, like the skeletons of the giant dragons at the top, they are all the latest batch of dead. That is to say, the 4 elemental dragon kings died together in a relatively short period of time. And with them, there were also many giant dragons that died. This is enough to show the cruelty of this war. It is also enough to show how difficult the opponents of these giant dragons are. It is simply terrifying to think about it. Let's go. We have seen the interesting things, and we have almost cleaned up the outside. It's time to go back. After taking people to look at these skeletons, Ouyang Qianjin changed his mind and ordered the skeleton dragon to go home. Going back now? I thought you wanted to try to revive these skeletons. Chapter 355. Wait until it reaches level 100. Just as the skeleton dragon flapped its wings and turned to fly away, Tsepesh smiled and looked at Ouyang Qianjin and asked, as a former necromancer, it is not wrong for Tsepesh to have such an idea. After all, she has used this before. It is better to say that she still has the skill skeleton transformation in her skill pool. However, because she later chose the blood system, the necromancy system stopped and was useless. So she knew very well what Ouyang Qianjin wanted to do by bringing her and others here. After all, the other party said that he would show them fun. As a result, after going around in circles, the other party left as soon as he said he would. There was no intention to take action at all, which made her feel a little strange. I want to, but instead of resurrecting now, it's better to wait and see. Ouyang Qianjin turned her head to look at the other party, then shrugged with a pursed mouth. Wait a little longer. Wait for what? Tsepesh frowned. Of course I'll wait until I reach level 100. With a smile, Ouyang Qianjin turned her head and looked forward. It's been so long. If she still hasn't figured out the skills, Ouyang Qianjin should go to bed. The enhanced summoning skill that appears every 20 levels has increased her military strength, which has helped her a lot. Although it's not clear whether this skill will appear at the special level of 100. But Ouyang Qianjin still plans to postpone the time of transforming these dragon bones. After all, these dragons are different from the previous ones. They are all skeletons of adult dragons. If I can upgrade to another level, the chance of my skills will be increased a little more. When the time comes, I won't have any regrets when I summon them. Although it is undeniable that Ouyang Qianjin doesn't believe in probability. In fact, for such a long time, except for the 2 skeleton horses, Ouyang Qianjin's transformed skeletons have not produced any special skeletons. It can be said that the probability is shockingly low. But if I transform now and get nothing later, maybe Ouyang Qianjin will use this as an excuse to complain when I think of this matter in the future. So I thought about it after entering. Then I went home. Of course. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin brought them here to let them see these dragons. In addition to wanting them to see something good-looking, it was to let them know what happened in the other world. At the same time, I also want to hear their opinions. After all, I have found many clues to the other world. Then the possibility that these guys have also found clues is very high. However, judging from the results shown by the 2 now, I am afraid that Ouyang Qianjin will be disappointed. Things will be easy to solve later. Materials and treasures are packed and thrown into the undead space. The dragon eggs and young dragons were counted and sent back to the dragon nest. As for the giant dragons, except for the skeleton dragon, the rest of the giant dragons went back to their own homes. And those who were supposed to hatch dragon eggs went to hatch dragon eggs, although their races and attributes have changed. But this does not mean that they are incapable of hatching dragon eggs. And the combat effectiveness of these miners is just SOSO. Although they were good at fighting elemental dragons before, in Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, their abilities are still a little lacking. And now there is no place where they can't be used. Order them not to just slack off like before, and to hone themselves more. Compared to the time when they came, it would be much easier to go back now. After all, with a skeleton dragon, they can fly directly in the air. It is naturally impossible for dozens of skeleton dragons to carry thousands of people. Here we have to talk about the undead space of Tsepesh. It is just different from the dark undead space of Ouyang Qianjin. This space of Tsepesh is more interesting, or more characteristic. After being summoned, it is an old stone door made of stones. On the stone door is a rusty iron fence door. And on the iron fence is the same rusty iron lock, locked with an iron chain. Looking from the outside of the door, you can see the stone-paved road inside, and the buildings on both sides. But what surprised Ouyang Qianjin was that apart from these, nothing can be seen further away. It is pitch black, even chaotic. When the extra vampires saw the iron fence open, they consciously walked in. But the strange thing is that these people basically just walked to the door and stood there, without going deep or entering those buildings. As for why the gargoyles were not used for transportation before, it was completely because there was no need. After all, the gargoyles were just strange statues before they moved. Ying Wuyang and others have not noticed the gargoyles yet, so there is no need to expose the fact that they have an air force. But now there is a dragon, and it was transformed in front of them, so there is no need to hide it. However, this not hiding refers to the dragon. As for the gargoyles, they should be hidden. When to expose it, then that's it. Anyway, there are already air forces, and there are fewer places where gargoyles can be used. Those tens of thousands of gargoyles can be regarded as decorations and defensive forces of the city that never sleeps. And gargoyles are not like skeletons that are resurrected or transformed by themselves, which can be put into the undead space. They can only be allowed to roam in the dark clouds. That's right. In fact, even now, there are thousands of gargoyles wandering above the clouds. It's just that the clouds of dark sky are too thick and too high. Except for Ouyang Qianjin, the guy who deployed it. No one noticed it. Even the vampire with strong sensory ability didn't notice it. But it's not that they didn't notice the sky. It's better to say that they were attracted by the scenery on the ground. Although the black clouds in the sky make the entire whale state look dark. But because of the cold night light pillar from the sky, Tsepesh still easily found several bright lights on the ground. However, these lights were sporadic and far away, so Tsepesh didn't know what they were. Moreover, the skeleton dragon flew directly towards the never-sleeping city, so it didn't get close to those scattered villages at all. So Tsepesh just thought that someone was doing something below, and thus lit something up. Didn't the kid Yan Shaoqi next to him also take out a luminous object that he had never seen before? However, when the skeleton gradually approached the never-sleeping city, Tsepesh knew what the lights he had seen before were. At first, Tsepesh thought it was just a small light spot like before. However, as the skeleton dragon gradually approached, the light spots gradually became larger and then spread out. It was not until this time that Tsepesh saw clearly that those light spots were actually formed by towering light pillars. And under these light pillars, there was a magnificent city that had begun to take shape. Chapter 356. This Ouyang Qianjin is really generous. This city looks big from the air. At least it is a city that can accommodate more than 1 million people. Before the day of Advent, such a million-level city was not big. After all, the total population of this planet at that time was over 10 billion. But after the day of Advent, such a million-level city is rare, let alone a million. Even bases or gathering places with hundreds of thousands of people are not common. Most of them are gathering places with thousands or even hundreds of people. Those with tens of thousands of people are considered to be the largest bases around. It's really a magnificent city. What's it called? When the skeleton dragon circled in the air and slowly landed on the castle lawn, Tsepesh jumped off the dragon and asked Ouyang Qianjin next to him, while Ouyang Qianjin let the skeleton dragons descend one by one, and then collected them one by one into the space. The city that never sleeps. Ying Wuyang, who jumped off the skeleton dragon, answered Tsepesh's question on behalf of Ouyang Qianjin. The city that never sleeps? That's quite descriptive. Teeps looked up at the night sky with dark clouds and nodded. Then turned her eyes to the towering castle next to the lawn. When she was observing the city that never sleeps from the air just now, she was very concerned about the castle. It was obvious that the castle had just been built not long ago. Not only was there the towering light column, but there were also many gorgeous spotlights on the ground, lighting up the outer wall of the castle. And everywhere on the outer wall of the castle, you can see well-made, lifelike statues like gargoyles. Even the tops of those pointed towers are covered with gorgeous blue tiles. In terms of appearance, the highlight is a gorgeous one. In the west, this kind of castle is basically used as a fortress and garrison. But this castle obviously does not have such a function, or the residential function is greater than the fortress function. So Tsepesh is very concerned. After all, as a castle located in the center of the city, it is an important building no matter how you look at it. And the fact that Ouyang Qianjin can let them land here is enough to show that this is where she lives. This kind of place should be heavily guarded. There will also be a large number of armed personnel or guards inside the castle. Even if there are none of these, at least some necessary vigilance should be needed. So Tsepesh thinks that Ouyang Qianjin is not only a little too confident, even in such an important place. He did nothing. Is it really the ultimate elegance and the ultimate enjoyment? Sure enough, this guy is very similar to me. Even after seeing how Ouyang Qianjin handled it, I felt that some things were even more excessive than mine. Or was she too sensitive? As for those gargoyle statues, if possible, Tsepesh also wanted to purchase some to use as decorations. After all, in Legends, when it comes to vampires, gargoyles are naturally indispensable. But when she saw the other buildings around her, and the undead, who were already holding weapons, and riding war horses, and surrounding them, she seemed to have some enlightenment. If an enemy invaded from outside, these undead would become the strongest barrier and wall. And if they were to fall from the sky like them, they would be surrounded in the shortest possible time. The most important thing is that these undeads are a little weaker in breath than the members of the royal guards we saw before. But it's just a little bit. Plus the huge number. Even Tsepesh doesn't have such a large number of troops. No, not only himself, but also the subordinates of that bitch Ninatai. This Ouyang daughter is really generous. Tsepesh couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In fact, it is true. After all, these guys who are allowed to open shops around the castle are basically the guys left by the royal guards. In other words, they are almost able to get the courtesy sword and become a member of the royal guards. But they were eliminated for various reasons. But they naturally cannot be wasted because they have their own strength. So they were simply made peripheral members of the royal guards, and set up stalls and shops in the castle guards. In addition to increasing popularity, it can also play a defensive role. This is also the lesson that Ouyang Qianjin learned after the last time in Black Cat Paradise. Compared with those dead buildings and defensive facilities, it is better to use more flexible living people as defense. Miss. The undead who surrounded them, holding sharp weapons and looking defensive, put down their weapons one after another after seeing that the person who came down from the skeleton dragon was Ouyang Qianjin herself. Then they bowed to Ouyang Qianjin. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin didn't care much about this kind of etiquette. But because Li Taiying and his gang kept doing this, it eventually evolved into a custom in Whale State. Of course, this kind of custom is only for Miss Ouyang Qianjin. As for others, they have already done it completely. After all, they have died once. If this kind of thing with a strong atmosphere of superiors and subordinates is still there, then wouldn't it be a waste of death? Wouldn't it be a shame for the mist to work hard to resurrect me? All dispersed. All dispersed. This vampire is Miss Tsepesh who came from a distant place to visit. Except for the welcome people. Everyone else dispersed. Pa! Sitting in a wheelchair, Ouyang Qianjin stretched out her hands and clapped in the air, while releasing her personal guards from the space. She shouted to the people around. Yes! After hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, the undead who originally surrounded Ouyang Qianjin to protect her all dispersed. And some of the personal guards took the spoils obtained from the Asgard Snow Mountain to the warehouse. The other two teams led the way in front, and took them to a brightly lit 4-story building next to the castle. This is the Mockingbird Hotel, built specifically for a place for big shots like you to rest. Facing Tsepesh's doubts, Ouyang Qianjin smiled and said, Big shot? Which big shot in the world can be bigger than you now? Hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, Tsepesh curled his lips. After all, he is the first on both lists. Now he even owns such a big city and territory. It can be said that among the top 4 guys, the other 3 are also ordinary people compared to Ouyang Qianjin. After all, she has seen the territory of Ninatai, a guy who likes to stay in the pyramid. Compared with Ouyang Qianjin's place, it is simply a barren land. Sepesh suddenly no longer envied Ninatai's territory. Although they had fought for so long before and suffered losses, they suddenly felt a little stupid after seeing Ouyang Qianjin's territory. Chapter 357 Yin Shaoqing, I am offended. It is undeniable that there are all kinds of magical things and resources in these new continents. But compared to these, there are more important resources that need to be occupied. For example, population. Yes. After seeing this big city that can accommodate millions of people, Sepesh's idea changed. Population represents combat power, let alone other things. Just looking at the undead of Ouyang Qianjin, you can know how strong the opponent's combat power is. That's right. Now Sepesh found that there was a problem with his development direction at the beginning. As long as there is combat power, you can do whatever you want in the future. Probably because of this, Ouyang Qianjin went to the Asgard Snow Mountain to hunt dragons to increase her combat power. In fact, after seeing that she had an aerial force like dragons, Sepesh and Yin Shaoqing were envious. Although vampires can also fly, but the bat transformation that can only fly short distances and low altitudes is far inferior to the dragon, although they may be able to compete in speed. While thinking, Sepesh and others, accompanied by Ouyang Qianjin's personal guards, have arrived at the hotel. And at this moment, at the entrance of the Robin Hotel, in addition to Ouyang Qianjin's personal guards, there are 2 rows of neatly lined up golem puppets. They hold purple flags in their hands, with a black crown and a white skull embroidered on them. This is Ouyang Qianjin's royal flag, black crown skull. These golem puppets are about 2 meters tall. Their bodies are made of black and purple metal, and their joints are inlaid with gems that sparkle with cold light. There was no expression on their faces, only a pair of ruby-studded eyes flashing, as if watching everyone who entered the hotel. This alone gives people a sense of grandeur and awe. Not to mention that in order to highlight the height of these golem puppets, several spotlights were specially arranged under their feet. This Ouyang Qianjin really likes to play this trick. After seeing these golem puppets holding flags, Sepesh laughed and shook his head. Having spent some time with Ouyang Qianjin and seen the other party's endless means, Sepesh naturally knew that Ouyang Qianjin liked to pretend. The key is that he can pretend to be in her heart every time. Sure enough, there are some places that should be learned. After returning, see if there are any talents who can design under my command. If there are, even if the other party is just a blood slave treated as rations, Sepesh will release the other party and give the other party a chance. Let the other party also design a pattern for himself and the logo of his sphere of influence. Well, in addition to designing the logo, this kind of design also includes buildings, cities, and even clothing. Let's give it the power of a viscount. At the door of the hotel stood a man in a black tuxedo, with a black mask on his face, so his face could not be seen clearly. But from the skin color of the other party, Sepesh could still guess the identity of the other party as an undead. After seeing them, the other party took 2 steps at a time and walked forward. Then he bowed deeply to Ouyang Qianjin and said, "Welcome, Mississippi." Ouyang Qianjin nodded and said, "This is the vampire princess Sepesh. She and her men will stay here for a few days." "Okay, Miss Princess Sepesh, please follow me." The manager of the Robin Hotel turned around and bowed to Sepesh very decently, then walked in front and prepared to take Sepesh into the hotel lobby. However, at this moment, Sepesh called the other party. "Wait a minute. What's wrong?" Ouyang Qianjin looked at Sepesh, who was turning his head and staring at him. "Can I let my men go around the city?" As he spoke, Sepesh opened his space and released all the vampires that had been put in there before. Although these vampires didn't know where this place was after they came out. But without further orders from Sepesh, they all stood in small squares on the avenue very consciously. Fortunately, although there are roads in the city that never sleeps, there are very few carriages, so there is no obstruction to traffic. Of course, no problem. But if you want to have fun, you have to pay. Looking at the other party's subordinates, Ouyang Qianjin smiled. No matter what the other party's mentality is to release these vampires, for Ouyang Qianjin, it is not a worry at all. The guests are guests. even if the other party wants these vampires to collect information. Ouyang Qianjin doesn't care. Anyway, what can be collected is just what she is willing to show to others. After all, she is not worried that someone will buy her. So she said jokingly, "Spend money? Yes. You just need to use materials or something else to exchange for the currency we issue here. And of course, if you don't have it, you can also exchange it with vampire blood. Since you are going out to shop or something, you naturally have to spend money. Otherwise, how can your own banknotes exert influence? And it seems that they don't bring anything. So the probability of exchanging blood should still be very high. That's right. Even at this time, she still misses the blood of vampires. After all, even if it is just 1 milliliter more vampire blood, Ouyang Qianjin can use more materials." Interesting. After hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, Sepesh couldn't help laughing. She never thought that Ouyang Qianjin had already started issuing currency here. So out of interest and curiosity, she asked Ouyang Qianjin for a few banknotes to see what it looked like. Not long after, an undead woman in a maid outfit came to the door of the hotel with a folder. The person who came was Tomoyo Kobayakawa, the legal advisor and maid of Ouyang Qianjin. Tomoyo Kobayakawa, who was originally handling things, changed into a maid outfit and came here with a sample of banknotes after hearing the instructions of Ouyang Qianjin in her mind. "Miss, this is the sample of banknotes you want. Just give it to Miss Sepesh." "Okay, Miss Sepesh. Please." After receiving the order from Ouyang Qianjin, Tomoyo Kobayakawa handed the folder in her hand to the other party respectfully. Sepesh. Tomoyo Kobayakawa naturally knew this person. After all, the other party's name was on the ranking list. So in this kind of occasion, you must not let down the chain and do anything rude to the eldest lady. And even if you don't know the identity of the other party, but as long as the person can be brought by your own eldest lady in person, at least he should be at least the level of the base commander like Yin Shaoqing. Right? Yin Shaoqing, are you offended? Chapter 358 10 milliliters of blood. Thank you, Sepeshi reached out to take the folder handed over by Kobayakawa Tomoyo. However, when she habitually glanced at the other party with her eyes of identification, the hand that was originally stretched out suddenly stopped. Raven's Witch. Little. Kobayakawa Tomoyo. Sepeshi looked at the black-haired maid in front of her, who handed her the folder. Kobayakawa Tomoyo didn't speak, but just nodded politely to Sepeshi, and then released the hand holding the folder. Then he walked behind Ouyang Qianjin, and stood with Sebastian, who was pushing the cart. Seeing Kobayakawa Tomoyo's demeanor, and her slightly blue skin, how could Sepeshi not know what role Kobayakawa Tomoyo played? Good fellow. I originally thought that you, Ouyang Qianjin, were just a guy who liked to show off. I didn't expect you to be so pretentious. You killed an epic lord like the Raven Priestess Kobayakawa Tomoyo, and even kept her as a maid by your side after she was resurrected? You are a lord. But even your maid is a lord level 1. Is this reasonable? You are so pretentious. In Sepesh's opinion, taking an epic lord as your maid is even more pretentious than this city that never sleeps. How could she not know Kobayakawa Tomoyo? After all, she was one of the first 12 lords, and a lord who participated in the battle for the New World. Even when she herself didn't catch up, she was jealous of these lords, who could participate in the Lord War. She once cursed these guys to die, although only 5 of the 12 people died in the end. But that doesn't mean she doesn't remember who these guys are. And now, right in front of her, there are 3 guys who participated in the Lord's War before, and one of them actually became the maid of another. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. But think about it. The other party is the undead resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin. Just like the vampires she transformed. They are absolutely obedient to her. So becoming a maid, how come it makes sense after thinking about it? Looked at the maid outfit on Kobayakawa Tomoyo. Then looked at the maid next to her. Well, I have to admit that this is really a case of people dying when compared to people, and goods being thrown away when compared to goods. There is no comparison between the two. But compared to other undead, Kobayakawa Tomoyo's profession does not seem to have changed. Is it because it is a hidden profession? What's wrong? Just as Sepesh was thinking, Ouyang Qianjin turned her head and smiled at her, who was a little confused. Let Kobayakawa Tomoyo be a maid. Isn't this the effect I want? Now that the effect has been achieved, Ouyang Qianjin will naturally appreciate the other party's indescribable expression. Just very happy. No. Nothing. Sepesh shook his head. and then looked down at the Eternal Night coin in the folder in his hand. At first glance, the banknotes are no different from those used before. But as long as you feel them carefully, you can find the unusualness of these banknotes. Death. The Black Death entangled each banknote of different denominations. Moreover, several strands of unusual materials can be seen on the image of the banknote. All the death energy comes from these threads. Without using his perception skills, relying on the vampire's strong innate perception, Sepesh discovered the unusualness on the banknote. After using this skill, he could even see the mouth formed by the death energy on the banknote opening and closing, and the skull that seemed to be laughing hee hee hee. And this breath of death seemed to be the magic of Ouyang Qianjin, the guy who played with the skull. Is this for anti-counterfeiting? Everyone is not a young man who knows nothing. After seeing these things, Sepesh's first reaction was this. After all, if you want to issue currency, anti-counterfeiting must be considered. But I didn't expect this guy to have done this. And now, should I exchange it? Or exchange it? Yes, she has no choice. If you want your vampires to go to the city that never sleeps, you must not return empty-handed. Although she knew that she could not get any information from the undead. But the whole city that never sleeps itself has countless intelligence value. So she nodded to the maid behind her. After receiving the signal, the maid took out a bottle as thick as a thumb from her four-dimensional pocket. The bottle contained a little red liquid. I don't know what it is. It looks very precious. What is this? Ouyang Qianjin asked curiously. 10 milliliters of blood. 10? What can 10 milliliters do? Although she felt it was too little, Ouyang Qianjin did not complain. After all, Sepesh was a particular person. Since it was something she could take out, it must be particular. Don't think it's too little. This is Brad's blood. A rare product. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin's confused expression, Sepesh knew that the other party must have a lot of questions in his mind. Brad? Who is that? I don't know. Ouyang Qianjin shook her head. She had never heard of this name. Miss, it's Brad Tudor, the Scarlet Earl who ranked second on the Lord's list. Seeing that her own eldest lady didn't know who it was, Kobayakawa Tomoyo stepped forward and reminded her in a low voice. Ah, it's him. I remember. The guy who occupied Tudor Cathedral as his territory. After listening to Kobayakawa Tomoyo's reminder, Ouyang Qianjin finally remembered who Brad was in Sepesh's mouth. Originally, he was just someone she had seen on the list. He died early and hadn't spoken yet. It's understandable that he didn't have a deep impression. But the out-of-print that Sepesh said was true. After all, Brad was dead. Then Brad's blood must be out of print. How about it? A skeleton player. This thing should be worth a lot of money. Sepesh shook the small bottle in his hand and smiled at Ouyang Qianjin. Although they are all vampires, they are different from me. The blood of other epic professions. Although less, I think it is still very versatile in terms of use. This bottle of blood was actually obtained by Sepesh when he went to Britain and had physical contact with Brad during a mission. Or in other words, the blood obtained was actually more than this. But since they are all out of print, they naturally cannot be taken out. Or in other words, taking out 10 milliliters at a time is already a lot in Sepesh's opinion. If it weren't for the sudden occurrence of such a thing without preparation, Sepesh even wanted to give Ouyang Qianjin just a drop of blood. Chapter 359 10 billion Eternal Night Coins. After all, this kind of thing has many uses for herself. Not to mention Ouyang Qianjin. Not to mention the alchemist in Jingzhou. But now, if you separate the blood in front of others, it would be a bit petty. So you can only swallow your anger. There is no way. Just like Ouyang Qianjin. She, Capeish, can't afford to lose that person. So at least you have to sell it for a good price. As for what Ouyang Qianjin said before, let her subordinates exchange blood for something. Don't even think about it. Although she didn't know what Ouyang Qianjin wanted to do with the blood. But the blood promised to Ouyang Qianjin was already considered a high salary by Capeish. And she couldn't give this guy more. Otherwise, it's unknown how much Ouyang Qianjin will grow. Wow, that's really a valuable thing. But about the price. Of course, Ouyang Qianjin wanted this thing. Just as Sepesh said, the blood of different epic vampires is indeed more useful than that of a single vampire. So even if it's just a little bit, you have to pay the price to get it. What is the purchasing power of your Eternal Night coin? Sepesh turned his head and looked at the maid Kobayakawa Tomoyo. Anyway, if nothing unexpected happens, Ouyang Qianjin will definitely not be able to answer this question. So after being called, Kobayakawa Tomoyo told some specifics about the Eternal Night coin. At the same time, a price list for material exchange was also presented. After taking a look, Seipesh finally had a certain understanding of the Eternal Night coin. In terms of purchasing power, it is about the same as the British pound or the Citibank dollar before the advent. Even because of the addition of some alchemy and magic, the Evernight coin is more valuable than those currencies. 10 billion Evernight coins, or equivalent precious metals. Knowing what he was thinking, Seipesh gave a slightly scary number. Deal. Ouyang Qianjin nodded immediately after hearing it. Just 10 billion. Although 10 billion is a bit much for Brad's 10 milligrams of blood. But Ouyang Qianjin didn't think only of these. If the Western market can be opened through Seipesh and let them all use Evernight coins, it would be a great profit. So straightforward? Seipesh asked. Of course. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. What if I say that I want to add my magic power to these 10 billion Evernight coins? Huh? Ouyang Qianjin had a question mark on his face. But then he came to his senses. We'll discuss the details after we get in. Sure. Let Taiying issue them a bill of 10 billion and let them spend it. Obviously, Seipesh wanted to get a share of the Evernight coin. If that's the case, then it's not a matter of money. Then let's go in and play. Seipesh nodded. This kind of thing is not something that can be finalized on the side of the road. And it's not a good idea for three lords to chat on the side of the road. So Seipesh nodded. Then wait a minute. Said. Ouyang Qianjin opened her own undead space. Released tens of thousands of death weavers inside. The road and the lawns, flower beds, walls, and so on were filled up in no time. Fortunately, the thousands of vampires led by Tomoyo Kobayakawa had left here to spend money in the city that never sleeps. Otherwise, these tens of thousands of death weavers. Sebastian, take these death weavers to find Zhang Yuan. And let him settle these little guys in the back mountain. The matter of collecting spider silk will be handed over to him in the future. Okay, Mississippi, said Sebastian, handing the armrest of the wheelchair to the skeleton next to him. Then he left with a group of spiders very ostentatiously. There is no way. It is difficult to keep a low profile with so many spiders. And it was not until this time that Seipesh noticed the wheelchair that Ouyang Qianjin was sitting in. No wonder when he met this guy before. He was either held by the skeleton or sitting. So he had difficulty walking? Seipesh, who had a guess, did not speak to prove anything. After all, as an elegant lord, asking others about their physical defects is a very rude thing no matter how you look at it. After finishing these little things, everyone finally walked into the hotel. This expensive hotel is a gorgeous 4-story building, with bright lights inside and no darkness at all. It is located on the avenue in the center of the city that never sleeps. It is surrounded by a bustling commercial district and food street, with convenient transportation and superior geographical location. The exterior design of the hotel is simple and generous, but not without luxury. The exterior wall uses high-grade stone and glass curtain wall, and the overall appearance is a simple luxury with a hint of modern atmosphere. When you walk into the hotel lobby, the first thing that comes into view is a huge crystal chandelier, which emits a soft and warm light, illuminating the entire lobby. In the lobby, the thick and gorgeous red carpet is comfortable to the feet, making people feel as if they are in a luxurious palace. On the wall hangs a series of precious oil paintings that are obviously from the hands of masters, making the whole lobby look particularly luxurious. The top floor of the hotel is an open-air terrace, which is a good place for guests to relax and have fun. There is a swimming pool in the center of the terrace, surrounded by lounge chairs and parasols. People can enjoy the beautiful night view of the city that never sleeps here. In addition, the terrace also has a bar and restaurant, offering a variety of food and drinks, so that guests can spend a pleasant time here. This expensive hotel not only has luxurious decoration and facilities, but also provides thoughtful services. The hotel staff are professionally trained to provide guests with the best service. Whether it is check-in, dining or entertainment, guests can get meticulous care, making people feel as if they are at home. In short, this expensive hotel is an excellent place that combines luxury, comfort and convenience. People want to spend an unforgettable time here as soon as they enter. And at this moment, in the open-air bar on the top of the 4th floor, Ouyang Qianjin, Kei Peishi, and Ing Weiyang were sitting in the bar. Apart from the 3 people, there was only one bartender in the bar. Originally, This meeting should have been between Ouyang Qianjin and Kei Peishi. But after hearing that it was about currency, Ing Weiyang also smiled and got involved. The reason for her involvement was naturally the same as Kei Peishi. After all, as Yan Xiaoqing, she had received elite education since childhood and naturally knew what the condition proposed by Kei Peishi meant. There was no reason for Ing Weiyang not to participate in such a good thing. Chapter 360. I have to dig a hole for her. As for Ouyang Qianjin, if there are these two people plus his own endorsement, then the Eternal Night Coin will be more trustworthy. After all, the Eternal Night Coin is now issued based on the reputation of Ouyang Qianjin, rather than being linked to material things such as gold and oil. It's just a little bit of profit, but it can make the pie bigger. This is a very cost-effective thing no matter how you look at it. Half an hour. The three of them stayed in the bar for 2 hours. No one knows what the three discussed during this period. I only know that after 2 hours, all three of them showed a satisfied smile on their faces. In this case, the currency you considered issuing before is not enough. After discussing the business, Ing Weiyang smiled while holding a glass of beer. Anyway, the pie has become bigger. So why not issue 100 trillion at a time? Anyway, the market in East Asia and Eastern Europe is so big. Let the currency circulate first. For this kind of thing, Sepesh is naturally clear. Let us not talk about anything else. The Daxia district that Ing Weiyang is in charge of alone has so many bases and population. To be honest, it's still the easiest for Ouyang Qianjin. After all, the people who circulate these currencies are all our own people. At most, there is a Sakura district and Lusha's Far East district. What? You mean the Kimchi district? There are probably only 2 or 3 kittens in the Kimchi district now. Ouyang Qianjin, doesn't he even need to ask people to talk to her personally? After knowing that there is such a thing, she will rush to exchange money. After all, it is endorsed by so many lords, so it is definitely useful. Of course, if it doesn't work, a few lords will also become to make it work. So the actual operation is not difficult. After all, not everyone has space like Ouyang Qianjin and Sepesh. For example, Ing Weiyang doesn't have it. Not to mention the little Karami below. After all, there are so many people who need to use these, let alone other things. When I traded with Dorothy before, I always carried gold bricks. To be honest, although it's very pleasing to see the golden glitter, I always feel a little embarrassed, Sepesh said, while spreading his hands and shaking his head helplessly. Ha! I really can't imagine the picture of you holding gold bricks. Hearing Sepesh's complaint, Ouyang Qianjin laughed. After all, this Sepesh is a head shorter than her. The picture of a little lowly-like character holding gold bricks in her arms. It's too beautiful. I dare not imagine it. I have a suggestion. Just when Ouyang Qianjin laughed and shook his head, Ing Weiyang, who was drinking beer at the side, spoke. This attracted the attention of Ouyang Qianjin and Kei Peishi. Since we are all on the same boat now, should the pattern on the banknotes be changed? Ing Weiyang held the wine glass in one hand and pointed at the Eternal Night coins on the table with the other hand. In this case, the pattern on the banknotes must be changed. Oh! John G's suggestion is very interesting. After hearing what Ing Weiyang said, Kei Peishi, who had just pretended to be listless, suddenly became energetic. The 100 denomination should still be used, and the back should be changed to a skull. After all, the original initiator, including this anti-counterfeiting technology, is from your Jingzhou side. The 50 denomination note will use my portrait, with a bat on the back. I'm the second person to get involved, so it's not too much to take up the 50 denomination note. As for the 20 denomination note, use the portrait of the war girl, with a dragon on the back. Sepesh was talking about his ideas with great enthusiasm, while Ing Weiyang nodded after hearing a word. After all, Ouyang Qianjin was the first person to try it out. It was Ouyang Qianjin who came up with the idea of using magic and special silk threads for anti-counterfeiting, and implemented it. The most important thing is that the technology of separating magic and injecting magic is in her hands. So it's okay for Ouyang Qianjin to take up the largest denomination of banknotes. As the second person to come up with the idea of taking up the 50 denomination note, Sepesh naturally ranked second and took up the 50 denomination note. As for Ing Weiyang herself, the 20 denomination note will be the 20 denomination note. It's just an image anyway, so it doesn't matter. The most important thing is to be able to get involved. I don't mind changing the card face, but if you want to change it this way, What about the 10 yuan, 5 yuan, and 1 yuan ones? For Ouyang Qianjin, making cakes is the most important thing now. As for other things, anyway, I am the first, so I don't care. And since we want to get these people on board, it is necessary to give them some small sweets. Although everyone is for profit. But playing tricks in such a small place is also within the scope of permission. How about bringing 2 more? Hearing Ouyang Qianjin's play, Capeish and Ing Weiyang frowned and thought about it. In the end, Capeish came to the conclusion that he would bring others to join the group. After all, this involves a cake of global nature. It's too big for 2 or 3 of them to handle. Rather than hiding it, it's better to get more people involved, so as to ensure the expansion of influence. Who? Qianjin Ouyang asked. Nidatai and Dorothy. You are going to go through the teleportation array I left in the Asgard Snow Mountain anyway. I'll mention it by the way. As long as they are not stupid, they should agree. As if he saw through Qianjin Ouyang's intention, Teepish said with a smile. That's right. If there are 2 of them, then this matter is basically stable. But since it's like this, why not call Adams? After all, they are all lords with territories, and calling him can also open up the market there. And after calling him, the 6 denominations will be complete. After thinking about it, Qianjin Ouyang nodded. After all, they are all the remaining lords after the Lord War. If all 4 of them are on this plan, it will definitely be the best. Nidatai and Dorothy should be fine. I just don't know if Adams will agree. After all, he is in a good geographical location, isolated overseas, and can gather a group of lords to issue a complete currency system. No. We have to find a way to stop this kind of thing. We must not even let him have such an idea. We have to dig a pit for him and kill this kind of thing in the bud. If everyone joins in, I think the value of the Eternal Night coin can even be raised. Then make some small denomination coins of 10 cents, 20 cents, and 50 cents for small transactions. As for whose portrait is engraved on the coin, let those who are not involved fight for it. Anyway, we only need powerful and credible lords. Right? After tapping the table with his fingers, Ouyang Qianjin, who had thought it through, squinted and smiled at Capeish and Ing Weiyang. Chapter 361. Why is there no gargoyle on the list? This move is naturally to prevent Adams from starting a new business. After all, there are more than one lord in America, as long as the plan of the others is ahead of him. At that time, even if he wants to start a new business, other lords who want to join them will not play with Adams. That's why Ouyang Qianjin wants to get some small denomination coins. To put it bluntly, it's to dig a few more pits and let the other lords who haven't entered the door fight each other to decide the winner. Of course, if it doesn't work, there is another more practical and effective final means. Anyway, Ouyang Qianjin will not let these American guys sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and finally pick peaches and become the final winners like before the day of Advent. The 2 women couldn't help but shudder after seeing Ouyang Qianjin's expression. Otherwise, he is the big brother on the list. He plays more than them. In just one sentence, the 2 women could see that those lords would probably fight each other in order to enter the first echelon. Ing Weiyang even glanced at the lord rankings on his panel. If this news is released, some people will probably disappear from this ranking list that has not yet been filled up in the top 1,000. In this case, it is better to do it sooner rather than later. How about we use the fax machine to discuss with them in the group now? Ing Weiyang shuddered and changed the subject. No, not now. Even if we want to send it, we have to wait until at least 2 of the other 3 people we have booked join the game before we can tell them. Otherwise, after the news leaks out, no one knows whether someone will imitate us. Ouyang Qianjin shook her head. The most critical technology of the Eternal Night coin is the anti-counterfeiting mark constructed by the magic power of several lords. This kind of thing is made by the weaver Spider Silk and Alchemy. She can't guarantee that she is the only alchemist in the world. Once it is exposed, it is not that no one can imitate her. In her opinion, these things don't have much technical content. What is really important is the magic construction of each lord. 1 banknote, 6 or even 9 lords magic. As long as you use skills, you can see it at a glance. This is the real key to the Eternal Night coin. Okay, that's it. Capeish nodded and agreed with Ouyang Qianjin's statement. And Ing Weiyang, who was originally trying to change the subject, naturally agreed. After talking about the business, Ouyang Qianjin asked people to send food and wine. And the 3 women had a party on the spot. 3 bottles, 5 bottles, 7 bottles, although they are all girls. But the fighting power of the 3 is extremely fierce. The drunken trio even reached the point of a drinking contest. Speaking of which, why didn't you participate in the Lord's War? Although your level is stuck at level 50. You should still be able to fight. Right? Sipash, who was a little drunk, asked Ing Weiyang, who was lying on the table with his head resting on his arm, with a red face and shaking his head. Ah? Lord's War. Why do you have to participate? Ing Weiyang didn't even open his eyes. He answered randomly. After hearing Ing Weiyang's answer, Capeish was stunned. It seemed to be true. Although the specific situation of the Lord's War is unclear. But the panel only gives the task. And it is not up to you to decide whether to go or not. Anyway, there is no punishment. If there is any, then only your life will be targeted. But in East Asia, apart from Ouyang Qianjin and the other 3, it seems that there was only Ing Weiyang at that time. As long as she doesn't get close. It seems that no one will go to Daxia to find trouble with her. So, feeling bored, Sipash cast his eyes on Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Although Ouyang Qianjin didn't show as much as Ing Weiyang at this time. She also closed her eyes, supported her chin with one hand, tapped the table with the other hand, and hummed an unknown little song. It seems that she didn't notice Sipash's gaze at all. Her sitting posture was very upright. But she looked a little lonely in the wheelchair, as if she was out of tune with the whole world. Skull, you actually have electricity here. How did you do it? Although Sipash was very interested in the never-sleeping city and the castle before. But to be honest, she was most interested in the electricity that illuminated the entire never-sleeping city and made it look like fireworks under the dark sky. Electricity? Ah, you are talking about this. Haha. Hearing Sipash's question, Ouyang Qianjin picked up a glass of pina colada cocktail in front of her with her hand tapping on the table, which was made of black and white rum, pineapple juice, lemon juice and coconut milk. Speaking of electricity, of course it is generated by a generator. A magic generator developed by my whale state technicians. After taking a sip of the cocktail, Ouyang Qianjin said softly, "Magic generator." Sipash muttered, "You can tell what this thing is just by the name. I didn't expect that the guys in Jingzhou have actually developed a generator. And it is a new energy like magic. Good stuff. Absolutely good stuff. After all, now everyone is magic. Magic can supply the generator with electricity. Or the magic generator can simply generate magic on its own to operate. No matter what mode it is. This thing must be obtained. I wonder if you sell this magic generator. Sell? Of course. Isn't it in the price list that Kobayakawa Tomoyo gave you before? What? Is it? Sipash immediately called her maid after hearing Ouyang Qianjin's answer. Then she took the price list from the other party and looked at it carefully. Before, she only noticed the issue of purchasing power. But now after a careful look, she found that there were many things in the price list that she liked. And the prices are so affordable. I want it. I want it. She wants everything on it. Whether it's Jingzhou's products, alchemy tools, or potions. But why is there no gargoyle statue on this list? Ah! Sipash's words confused Ouyang Qianjin. What gargoyle statue? It's those well-made, lifelike gargoyle statues that can be seen everywhere in your city that never sleeps. Speaking of vampires, gargoyles are naturally indispensable. Right? I want to purchase some to decorate my castle. Ouyang Qianjin, who never thought that Sipash would ask such a question, didn't know how to answer. Indeed, when you don't understand it, the gargoyle you refine is just a statue. Because it is originally a movable thing. It is natural that it is lifelike. Chapter 362. The little foxes act crazy and stupid. But can the gargoyles be sold? Obviously. It is impossible. Even if I am obsessed with money, and am willing to sell the gargoyles to Sipash. But the gargoyles are made by myself, and will never listen to the other party. Even if I order the gargoyles to obey the other party's orders, Sipash probably won't want them at that time. That is not for sale. After thinking for a while, Ouyang Qianjin showed a slightly embarrassed smile. Originally, she wanted to say, the never-sleeping city has not been installed yet. But after thinking about it, forget it. If this excuse is made, what if the other party insists on having one or two to open the door? So it is best to use not for sale to shut Sepesh's mouth. And even if these gargoyles are sold, what will happen? If there is any danger or if you want to attack someone, you don't need gargoyles, which are insiders who can't think. Besides, the gargoyles are really disposable items. Once used, the rest will be prepared. Instead of this, it is better to rush in when the war breaks out. Not for sale. Sepesh looked at Ouyang Qianjin dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the other party could use such a word to evade him. That's right. It was an evasion. Sepesh could tell at a glance that Ouyang Qianjin was lying. Well, those gargoyle statues are actually one of the defense systems of the city that never sleeps. So they are not for sale. Knowing that the other party would not give up easily, Ouyang Qianjin directly used the city defense system to make the point. As expected, after hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, Sepesh shut up. After all, it was related to other people's city defense. Then it probably couldn't be sold to me. Forget it. I can just go back and find someone to carve this kind of statue. Anyway, I have such sculptors under my command. At most, it's not convenient to buy ready-made ones. But how to use gargoyles as the city's defense system? Sepesh didn't know about this. But forget it. Asking about other people's city defense systems. I think the other party won't tell. And I didn't plan to attack the city that never sleeps. Even if it doesn't seem to be full now. But when it is really full and becomes a city with millions of people, this city will become an impregnable existence. Just think about the undead with weapons that appeared on the lawn before. Millions of undead of this size. Whoever comes will die. No. Even if it is the first level. Not everyone can afford it. If you don't want to sell it, forget it. Feeling bored? Sepesh stood up and asked the maid next to him to help him leave the rooftop bar. After watching him leave, Ouyang Qianjin turned around and looked at Ying Weiyang, who was sleeping on the table, and left. After all, although everyone had nothing to do, it was better to go home and sleep than to sit in the bar all night. As for Ying Weiyang, wait for her. Anyway, she is so old, and she will know to go back after waking up. However, after Ouyang Qianjin collected the skeleton and yawned and left the bar, Ying Weiyang also stood up. There was no sign of drunkenness in those bright eyes. Clearly sober. TSK. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes, pretending to be crazy and stupid. After saying this, Ying Weiyang also left the bar and returned to the room prepared for him by Ouyang Qianjin downstairs. How is it? Have you joined? Yin Shaoqing had been waiting here for a long time. For no other reason. Just to listen to Ying Weiyang's labor results. Joined? This is actually not difficult. After all, this cake is so big. Ying Weiyang waved his hand, then took out a bottle of mineral water in a glass bottle from the refrigerator in the room and drank it. Of course, the refrigerator is not the mechanical ice-making one in the past, but driven by magic. In short, it is connected to the imitation frozen stone under the refrigerator. It is so simple and crude. Although the mechanical refrigerator in the past can also be used because of electricity. The problem is that Ouyang Qianjin does not have this thing. After all, rubber and the like are too environmentally unfriendly. Well, there is none at all. Don't talk about Ouyang Qianjin's place. Even the former rubber production areas are now completely gone due to the weather. According to Ouyang Qianjin's understanding, if nothing unexpected happens, those tropical rainforests and the like will also be wiped out. That's great. What exactly are you talking about? After learning that Ying Weiyang had joined Ouyang Qianjin's currency plan, Yin Shaoqing was finally relieved. Ying Weiyang sat on the soft bed with a water bottle in his hand. After feeling the comfort under his buttocks, Ying Weiyang muttered, I didn't expect a hotel to be so luxurious. That's all. From now on, we will mainly be responsible for the promotion of Daxia and South Asia. Wow! It's really a big power. Yin Shaoqing was stunned. I didn't expect to get such a big piece of cake. You know. Now let's put aside Southeast Asia. The population of Daxia alone, the basis he knows, is at least hundreds of millions. However, as Ying Weiyang revealed more and more information to him, Yin Shaoqing realized that his vision was still small. I thought they would just talk. Who knew they were planning to bring in other lords to take over the world? But think about it. If you can bring in all the other 3 new world lords, it's not impossible. After all, the world now relies on fists. Whoever has a bigger fist has a louder voice. You dare not give face. While Ying Weiyang and Yin Shaoqing were chatting, in a small bath in a noble room of the hotel. Sepesh was soaking in hot water and shaking his feet. And by the bathtub was the maid in a four-dimensional maid outfit. Just like Wuyong. Now Sepesh no longer looked like he needed someone to support him. The bathtub is really a good thing. That guy who played with the skeleton actually knows how to enjoy it. It seems that I am still far from it. After muttering, Sepesh looked at the maid next to him. Does Anna have any information? Queen. The people sent out to inquire about the news have not sent back any valuable information. But? In addition to those pillars of light that soar into the sky, there is also an unknown device that constantly produces black fog. The people below suspect that these black fogs are related to the black clouds that have been covering the sky. The black clouds in the sky. After listening to the maid Anna's answer, Sepesh looked up and looked at the ceiling of the room, as if looking for some answers on the ceiling. The ceiling was white, without any decorations on it. Only a chandelier hanging in the center. Sepesh's eyes seemed to pass through the chandelier and saw farther away. Chapter 363, Invincible. How lonely. Anna stood beside Sepesh, lowering her head and eyes, with a respectful and cautious look. Speaking of which, there has been no light in the sky since they were in the snowy mountains of Asgard. According to the time when she entered the dungeon and arrived at the spider cave, it should be dusk here. According to this time point, there can't be no light in the eastern hemisphere. You can even see the beautiful sunset. But there was nothing. It was pitch black. Just from here, you can see some clues. It's probably some skill of playing skeletons. After just a little thought, Sepesh came up with the answer. After all, in today's world, if you don't understand or haven't seen anything, just throw it all on the skills. It's accurate. No problem. But Sepesh was a little interested in the device that produced black fog that Anna heard about. After all, this thing was not on the list she got. But can skills, combined with devices, really be realized? It sounds a bit unbelievable. But isn't that magic generator the best proof? Thinking about it, Sepesh suddenly realized that when she left the Asgard snow mountain on the skeleton dragon, she seemed to see some undead driving more than 30 carriages away by land. These undead were different from the guards she had seen before. At least they were not as uniform in clothing as them. Could there be such black fog devices in those carriages? But the question is, if there were black fog devices in the carriages, why would they be set up in a place like the Asgard snow mountain where there was no village or shop? Black fog. Black clouds. The sky is impenetrable. Device? Sepesh's eyes widened suddenly. In just 1 second, she connected these bright clues. Artificially create black clouds. What if Ouyang Qianjin's skills are used in conjunction with these black clouds? For example, those eyes that can cover the sky that she has seen. If these eyes can be opened, it will within the range of the black clouds. Doesn't it mean that as long as the range covered by the black clouds, Ouyang Qianjin can see what she wants to see? And Zhongji is within the range covered by the black clouds, which can be counted as the area that Ouyang Qianjin can actually control. Then as long as she wants, the area covered by the black clouds can be counted as the opponent's territory, or the actual control area. Artificially create a dark sky to maximize the use of her skills. This Ouyang Qianjin is really a hard-working person. After thinking it through, Sepesh had to admire Ouyang Qianjin's ingenious ideas. If I guess correctly, Ouyang Qianjin's black cloud skill should have a range limit. After all, no matter how powerful the skills are, there will always be a limit. But if you use mechanical assistance to help yourself expand this limit, it is not impossible. In fact, Sepesh guessed right. But not completely right. Because in addition to the black coffin device, there is also the cold night light pillar to be set up. Although Ouyang Qianjin had the idea of placing the black coffin on the Asgard snow mountain at that time. But that was just one of the standard configurations. At that time, Ouyang Qianjin's idea was to build a village under the Asgard snow mountain, then continue to extend their sphere of influence to the north. You know, the area in the middle of the U-shaped Asgard snow mountain is a natural safe haven. And because it is surrounded by several elemental dragons all year round, the elemental magic in the air is also very strong. It is entirely possible to build a large village to grow herbs. Of course. In addition, there are also mineral veins in the Asgard mountains. You know, from Sebastian, she knew that the Asgard mountains have always been the activity area of the frost dragons. And no one has mined or there for thousands of years. Even if there are, It is only some petty thieves who risk their lives to mine a little bit. That's right. Whenever a village is to be built, Black Coffin and Cold Night Light Pillar will be the standard configuration of the village. Instead of building a village for the purpose of placing Black Coffin and Cold Night Light Pillar. This is simply putting the cart before the horse. Otherwise, there would not be so many single Cold Night Light Pillars on the sea surface waterway to serve as navigation marks or lighthouses to guide the ship. After all, the Black Coffin is a kind of energy source, which can supply electricity to the village. For a small village with tens of thousands of people, one Black Coffin can supply all the electricity needed for daily life. For a village with about 100,000 people, 2 or even 3 are needed. After all, although the increase in the number of people seems to be just an increase in quantity, the energy consumption is doubled. For example, the city that never sleeps. If such a large city that never sleeps wants to truly accommodate 1 million people, it is not just a population problem. The energy supply must also be sufficient. Otherwise, why are Kobayako Daisuke and Shuei Manchi not in the capital? They were both forced by Ouyang Qianjin to hunt monsters in order to make more Black Coffins. That is to say, there is no one-match enemy around now. Otherwise, Ouyang Qianjin would have to make Kobayako Daisuke, and the other two send out tens of thousands of Jinchuriki. Invincible. How lonely. In the next few days, whether it is Tsepesh or Ingweyang, they go out shopping when they have nothing to do. It looks like they are releasing the nature of women who like shopping. But in fact, they all want to walk around the city and take a look, to get information with their own eyes. It's not that I don't trust my subordinates, but the level is different. The starting point is different, and the things I see may be different. However, apart from some things I knew before, I only saw prosperity and stability. Otherwise, there are factories in the factory area of the city that never sleeps that continuously produce goods. If it weren't for my skills, the sky is dark clouds, and I am dressed like this. They all thought they had traveled back to before the Advent. Speaking of which, what has the guy who plays with the skeleton been doing these days? He hasn't been seen for several days. After shopping in the mall, Tsepesh, who was sitting in the small square in front of a beverage store drinking tea, asked Ingweyang curiously. Who knows? The last time I came, the guy disappeared like this. Ingweyang curled her lips. She didn't know what to say about Ouyang Qianjin. The longer she stayed with her, the more she felt that she understood her. But the more she couldn't see through what kind of person she was. This guy left the guests outside and ran away without knowing where he went. It's really a bad way to treat guests. Ingweyang complained. Who said it wasn't? I don't know whether to say that the guy who plays with the skeleton is free or rude. Chapter 364. The highlight is the appearance. Capeish sighed. She had never seen a host like Ouyang Qianjin, although it was her own request to come to the city that never sleeps. But she wouldn't be so cold to me. Right? Really? It's useless now that the business is over. Right. Ha! Woman! Maybe it's freedom. After all, the whole Jingzhou belongs to her. And she's the top brother on the list? What a willful woman. As they chatted, the two began to criticize Ouyang Qianjin, who knew that just as the two were talking more and more excited, a person floated in front of the table where they were sitting. Willful woman, are you talking about me? Ah! Fuck. The sudden appearance of Ouyang Qianjin startled both Capeish and Ingweyang. You finally showed up. Capeish pouted at Ouyang Qianjin sitting in a wheelchair in front of him. Ha ha ha. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I was also away for something. After being complained by Capeish, Ouyang Qianjin laughed and apologized. So, where have you been these days? Ingweyang took a sip of the drink in his hand and asked Ouyang Qianjin. Hey! Don't mention it. When asked about the past few days, Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand with a look of bad luck. Then she waved her hand and asked the undead clerk to bring a cup of warm milk from the magic milk cow to warm her stomach. It's all your fault. Capeish. What? Why do you blame me? Capeish, who was named, was speechless. She felt that she was being blamed for no reason. You haven't been seen for a few days. And you blame me? If you haven't shown up for 10 days or half a month, you have to blame God? Oh no! I am a vampire, so I can't say that guy pretending to be a ghost here. Dracula should be used as a metaphor here. It's about the blood of the vampire Brad you gave me before. I studied it for a few days, but I haven't studied it thoroughly. It's really weird. just like a living person. After Ouyang Qianjin was amazed. She waved for food to be brought. There are already many snack stalls around the square of the commercial street. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand. And the stall owners of the snack stalls quickly brought all kinds of snacks. What rice cakes? Barbecue. Ginseng chicken soup. Sushi. Ramen. Tempura. Or spicy skin. Bean curd. Pot wrapped pork. Instantly filled the whole small table. Ouyang Qianjin didn't say anything and someone brought food. Which was outstanding. You mean you've been studying vampire blood these days? After staring at the food on the table for a moment, Tsepesh looked at Ouyang Qianjin with a look of mental retardation. Yeah. I don't understand it at all. Ouyang Qianjin held a bowl of ramen in her left hand, and put a piece of sweet and sour pork into her mouth with her right hand. She smiled with satisfaction while eating. However, she was immersed in the joy of tasting food at the moment, and didn't notice that Tsepesh, who was sitting opposite her, was looking at her with contempt. I say, there are obviously thousands of vampires in your territory now. Why don't you plan to ask? Ask? Just ask casually? It's not shameful. Tsepesh was speechless. This woman actually ignored the question and insisted on digging into a dead end. Or do you want to research something against us vampires from that little bit of blood? Tsepesh's tone changed and became questioning and doubtful. After all, it was about her and her subordinates. So she had to ask clearly. You shouldn't have forgotten the deal before. Right? Tsepesh's tone gradually became stern. No. No. Of course I didn't forget that. Ouyang Qianjin waved the chopsticks in her hand, and said leisurely. I'm studying how to use the characteristics of vampire blood in alchemy to the best level. I see. After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's explanation, Tsepesh nodded. Everyone is a decent person. Since Ouyang Qianjin said so, it should be that they didn't study the blood itself. Although it is undeniable that the three people's minds are full of twists and turns. But since it was something that could be said, it must be a nail. There was no possibility of lying. After all, everyone had to have dignity. So after thinking about it, Tsepesh spread out one hand. The maid Anna beside him handed over a dagger. If you want to understand the characteristics of blood, I can help you. As he spoke, Tsepesh used the dagger to poke a small wound on his index finger. Then, he saw a little bright red blood coming out of the wound. Hey. I'm still eating. Don't make blood everywhere. Although the vampires around him who were protecting Tsepesh's safety couldn't help swallowing their saliva after seeing the blood on Tsepesh's finger. But Ouyang Qianjin expressed great disgust. Is it necessary to show off while eating? His appetite is not big. And he can't eat for a long time. Can't you? The vampire princess. Wait. Don't worry. Vampires have the ability to control blood. Tsepesh smiled. Ouyang Qianjin certainly knew this. After all, when he was leaving the Asgard Snow Mountain before, this guy specifically asked him for dozens or hundreds of large barrels. Then he manipulated the dragon blood on the ground to drill into the barrel to save it. Even the blood that seeped into the snow field was pulled out. He can be called the desktop cleaning master, cleaning the snow field that was originally stained red. Although the disposal right of this blood is in the hands of Ouyang Qianjin. But Tsepesh, who does not waste, still did it. After all, it is really unreasonable not to collect so much dragon blood. Even every time I think about it, I probably can't sleep. You continue. Ouyang Qianjin nodded in understanding, and then continued to ask for her own noodles. You know what? The noodles made from the wheat flour produced by Black Cat Paradise taste delicious. After all, this bowl of noodles, whether it is noodles, seasonings or side dishes, all contain magic. It is naturally more fragrant than food that does not contain magic. Or it is more suitable for people like them who have magic. Alas, seeing Ouyang Qianjin's appearance, Tsepesh sighed, and then controlled the blood in his hand. Although the blood of vampires looks the same as others, it is alive. To put it bluntly, if you release Brad's blood now, Brad can be resurrected directly on the spot in time. So it was sealed with that bottle. If you want to use his blood, you must be quick. Otherwise, if you get possessed and your blood is sucked dry, don't blame me. Chapter 365 Regeneration is just regeneration, not a rare ability. As Tsepesh spoke, the blood on his fingers kept changing shape. Sometimes it was an exclamation mark. Sometimes it was a question mark. Sometimes it turned into a smiley face. It was as if he was demonstrating to Ouyang Qianjin that blood was alive. So doesn't that mean that as long as you have hidden your blood somewhere before, you vampires can be resurrected infinitely? Ouyang Qianjin put down the chopsticks in her hand, picked up the barbecue and said in amazement, "Sure enough, the world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. Although I have some psychological preparation for vampires. But Ouyang Qianjin never thought that vampires actually have such a backup. It has to be said that it is a good way to save lives." However, just when Ouyang Qianjin was speculating, Sepesh overturned her idea on the spot. "It's impossible. Blood will become inactive after leaving the body. This is the iron law of nature. Unless you seal the blood like I did to ensure that it will not become inactive. But in this case, someone needs to remove the seal. So unless there is someone you can absolutely trust, there will be no resurrection." Sepesh moved his wrist and waved his hand, breaking Ouyang Qianjin's fantasy. "Wow. So your blood is also given to someone you can absolutely trust to keep?" Ouyang Qianjin chewed the barbecue in her mouth and asked Sepesh curiously. "Who knows?" Sepesh shrugged. Neither confirmed nor denied. After all, when this kind of thing is talked about, everyone knows it. But no one will talk about it casually. Okay. In other words, in a sense, vampire blood actually has the attribute of immortality? Ouyang Qianjin knew that she would not say it, but she kept it in mind. Of course, it was not to harm Sepesh, but to consider whether the guy named Brad would be resurrected. Thinking about this method, it is not impossible for Brad to be resurrected, unless the other party is the kind of existence that no one wants and is coveted by his subordinates. Anyway, in this world, there are people who will do anything to improve their strength. If the guy who manages Brad's blood finds a way to avoid the harm caused by Brad's blood, and then strengthens himself or something, that would be something to watch. Although Ouyang Qianjin can't see it herself. But it doesn't prevent her from thinking about this kind of pleasant thing by herself. I don't think so. Sepesh shook his head. Rather than calling it an attribute of immortality, I think it's more appropriate to call it regeneration. After all, for vampires, regeneration is the same as the immortality attribute of your undead subordinates, which is equivalent to something like racial talent. And it is not a rare ability. Not rare? Fuck you. Ouyang Qianjin felt that she was shown off. This ability to save life. Even Ouyang Qianjin is envious. Okay. It would be great if I had this ability. After all, there are many loyal subordinates. However, this is impossible. If I had started from before, even from level 50, I would have been able to major in the blood system. But now there is no such possibility. After all, others have even changed their species. It is not surprising that they have made such a great sacrifice. Not being human, but becoming vampires. But then again, the undead under his command are actually not bad. Although the lower limit is not as high as the other party, and the upper limit is not as high as vampires, they are more stable. However, although the upper limit is not as high as vampires, it is actually only a little lower. To be honest, it depends on personal practice. Moreover, vampires need to hone their skills to a certain level in the early stage before they can sacrifice. Just this point, compared with vampires, the practice of undead is simpler, although the level follows Ouyang Qianjin. And at the moment of death, skills will no longer be assigned by the panel. But that was in the past. Now the professions of the undead in the entire Jingzhou have been integrated into several major categories because of the props in Ouyang Qianjin's hands. You just need to find a complete system. In fact, there are indeed people doing experiments in this area at the Research Institute, and the results are not cheap. So each race has its own advantages and disadvantages. And in terms of base numbers, the undead are much more numerous than vampires. At least Ouyang Qianjin didn't feel that she was at a disadvantage. By the way, when do you plan to leave Jingzhou and go back? After learning about the vampires, Ouyang Qianjin asked the two women. I was going to go back 2 days ago, but since you didn't show up, I've been delaying it until now. After all, if I don't even say hello to you, my host, when I leave, I don't know what you will say to me when you see me later. Ng Weiyang was the first to speak. In fact, the next day after they came back, after discussing things, they planned to take the cruise ship that had been driven to the never-sleeping city pier by the undead. After all, there was nothing to do here. But because Ouyang Qianjin had not shown up, it was delayed until now. Didn't they know Ouyang Qianjin's character? If she really left without saying hello, Then when they saw her next time, Ouyang Qianjin would definitely give them an extreme ridicule. Although it was not very harmful. But just think about Ouyang Qianjin's smug expression at that time. Both Ying Weiyang and Yan Shaoqing felt a little bit unbearable. I see. Then it was right not to leave. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. Right. Ying Weiyang looked at Ouyang Qianjin in confusion. What about you? Vampire. When are you going to go back? Ouyang Qianjin ignored the puzzled Ying Weiyang and turned to look at Seipesh. I'm also planning to leave. Your subordinates hid the secrets so well that I didn't find any information. With a sigh, Seipesh told his motives very honestly. He said it so naturally. There was no cover-up when stealing other people's information. The main point was a sense of righteousness. What kind of information can there be in the city that never sleeps? Ouyang Qianjin laughed. I was on guard. And it would be a problem if they found me. But since everyone is leaving, why don't we go together? Together? Seipesh and Ying Weiyang looked at Ouyang Qianjin unconsciously. Yes. I have to go there anyway. So why not waste the teleportation array and leave it there? Anyway, I have to transport the big items you bought later. And it will be much more convenient if I have the teleportation array you left behind. Ouyang Qianjin said her thoughts while laughing. Chapter 366. You can get on the road at any time. In fact, she had already thought about how to use the teleportation array. As long as Seipesh and the others don't use the teleportation array, it means that the teleportation array will not disappear. Although she is not very clear about the dungeon mechanism, Ouyang Qianjin thinks she can give it a try. In this way, she can greatly reduce the cost of material exchanges between the East and the West. As for the teleportation array being in the cave, it is easier to solve. Anyway, people have to go mining. Digging a passage out is not a problem at all. Huh? You mean you don't plan to use the teleportation array? After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's words, Seipesh knew what Ouyang Qianjin wanted to do. Before, she thought Ouyang Qianjin was going to use the teleportation array to go back with her and others. Unexpectedly, she directly set her sights on the teleportation array itself. But, in this case, how can my demon go back? It's at least 8 or 9,000 kilometers from Jingzhou to my territory. Seipesh didn't care how to go back or how long it took to go back. But she was a little curious about what Ouyang Qianjin wanted to do at such a long distance. You know, the straight line distance is 8,000 to 9,000 kilometers. Whether it is by sea or land, it must be more than this distance. Not to mention double. At least it has to be several thousand kilometers more. Don't worry. Since I said so, I am sure. Ouyang Qianjin smiled confidently at Seipesh. Everything is self-evident. The two women also felt a little puzzled after seeing Ouyang Qianjin's confident smile. After being told that they could leave tomorrow, the three of them separated. Anyway, Ouyang Qianjin would not do anything without a purpose. Even if they were just playing tricks. The result would be known tomorrow. There was no rush. The next day, Seipesh brought several thousand vampires, and Ying Weiyang and Yan Shaoqing brought a dozen people to the garden outside the castle. At this time, Ouyang Qianjin was already sitting in front of the small round table, drinking tea and waiting for them. You guys who play with skeletons, are you leaving today? Ying Weiyang and Seipesh didn't need Ouyang Qianjin to say hello. They sat down on the two stools that should have been prepared for them, and had been placed in front of the small round table. Yes. Let's go today. Now is fine. As long as your people are all here, we can set off at any time. Ouyang Qianjin put down the teacup and nodded at Seipesh, who asked the question. My people are all here. Where are your people? Zhang Ji? My people are all here too. The two women nodded. They all wanted to see what Ouyang Qianjin, who had been sitting upright drinking tea, was going to do. After all, even if one or two of them were not human, but the curiosity of humans, or as intelligent creatures, still existed. After hearing that both of them were ready, Ouyang Qianjin nodded gently. Uncle Taylor. Cannon. Let's start. Okay. Mississippi. Attention. Castle area. Attention. Castle area. Now on red alert. Now on red alert. Repeat. Castle area is now on red alert. People outside the castle area, please evacuate quickly. People outside the castle area, please evacuate quickly. Listen carefully. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. People outside the castle area, please evacuate immediately. After Ouyang Qianjin and Tail and Cannon had a brief exchange, Tail's steady voice rang out from the loudspeakers everywhere in the city that never sleeps. Ouyang Qianjin and others naturally heard it below the castle where they were. For example, there was a big loudspeaker on the castle, so Ng Weiyang, Tsepesh and others heard it very clearly. This is, neither Ng Weiyang nor Tsepesh understood what the red alert and rapid evacuation meant, especially after seeing some undead quickly pack up and leave. It was even more confusing, because some undead left in a hurry, while others did what they had to do. There was no panic at all. Boom boom. About 5 minutes after the announcement was issued, just when the two women were confused, the ground suddenly shook violently, like an earthquake. Fortunately, everyone had seen the world. A mere earthquake was nothing to worry about, so no one panicked. They were just curious about how the earthquake was caused. Since the notice was issued just now, that meant that Miss Ouyang had done something. So the two women waited quietly for changes. However, after a long time, after the shaking stopped, there was no change around. This made the two women a little restless. Hey, you skeleton guy. Stop teasing us. Tell us what you think. Tsepesh, who had limited patience, asked impatiently. Haha. You are in the middle of the game, and you will know if you ask someone to go to the sky to see what is going on. Looking at Tsepesh's twisted eyebrows and impatient face, Ouyang Qianjin laughed. Then he reminded him. Tsepesh frowned, then turned his head to look at his subordinates behind him. A vampire standing in the front immediately understood. Then he jumped up and turned into a bat and flew into the sky to look around. Then he quickly returned to his original position and bent down to whisper something in Tsepesh's ear. Rustle. Ah! After the vampire finished talking to Tsepesh, Tsepesh turned his head and looked at him in shock. What's wrong? Ouyang Qianjin was smiling, and Tsepesh was surprised. Only Ng Weiyang, who knew nothing, was still confused. You will know if you go up and take a look yourself. Shua. After saying this, Tsepesh turned into a bat and flew into the sky. Ng Weiyang, who had been unable to hold back her curiosity because of Ouyang Qianjin's teasing, was naturally unwilling to lag behind. With a push of his legs, he flew into the air. In the air, the bat Tsepesh and Ng Weiyang, who could stay in the air for a short time with the help of wind magic, were both dazed. In front of them was the ever-shrinking city of Never Sleep. Or rather, they were floating in the air. That's right. The entire castle area of the Never Sleep city was now floating in the air. The two who didn't believe in evil immediately used their skills and flew towards the edge of the castle area. When they reached the edge of the castle area and looked down, their hearts were even more in turmoil. The entire area seemed to have been dug out. A large pit was left in the center of the Never Sleep city, and the undead in other areas below were constantly attacking or recovering the dirt and gravel that fell from the castle area. Everything seemed so orderly. It was as if they knew everything that had just happened. Chapter 367 Ouyang Qianjin's Moving Castle. I now doubt whether Ouyang Qianjin has a problem with her brain. What a coincidence. Me too. The man and the bat flying in the air looked at the scene in front of them. That was enough to shock anyone. Apart from lamenting that Ouyang Qianjin's brain circuit was problematic, they had nothing else to say. After all, any guy with a normal brain would probably not think of making such a thing. But given their understanding of the pretentious Ouyang Qianjin, it's not surprising that he could do such a thing. After all, this is a flying city in the sky. Although it's just a district in the city that never sleeps. But it basically has everything it should have. What warehouses? City walls? Arrow towers? Amusement parks? Commercial areas? Living areas? Etc. It's a small area, but the division of labor and construction is so complete. This made them suspect that Ouyang Qianjin had already thought about doing such a cool thing before building the city that never sleeps. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin did the same. Even when I met Tail in Black Cat Paradise, I have been discussing this matter with Tail. That's right. Just as Tsepesh and Ng Weiyang thought, Ouyang Qianjin wanted to show off. Show off a lot. After all, I am not mobile, and I have to find a place suitable for people with mobility problems wherever I go. How much trouble would that be? In this case, it is better to let my house move with me. This will not only make it convenient for me, but also make me show off. No matter how you look at it, it is a very cost-effective and meaningful thing. Hey, vampire, look down. Just when the two were dumbfounded, Ng Weiyang, who had a relatively higher degree of freedom in flying, found something unusual. So he reminded Sepesh. Huh? After Sepesh flew out a little, he saw that in addition to the undead, who were picking up the dirt and gravel that fell from the castle area when taking off, some undead took out some steel plates from somewhere and started welding the big pit. In addition, under the castle area that flew into the air, there were also undead hanging down ropes to modify the bottom of the exposed soil. It is not difficult to see that because it was the first takeoff, some modifications needed to be completed during this flight. Is it convenient to dock in the future? Both Ing Weiyang and Sepesh couldn't help sighing. But after hearing that the other party was sighing like him, he simply flew back to the small round table under the castle. How about it? I said we would go back together, even though there was only a faint smile on his face now. But after watching the two people's wonderful appearance, Ouyang Qianjin smiled very happily in her heart. At least she pretended to be happy. This made her very satisfied. I named it Ouyang Qianjin's Moving Castle. How about it? It's a good name. What on earth are you thinking? Sepesh looked at Ouyang Qianjin speechlessly. What Ouyang Qianjin's Moving Castle? It's really shameless to name it so directly with your own name. Why don't you go to heaven? No. You have already gone to heaven. Although it is undeniable that this method can allow her to return to her own territory. And in a straight line. But the question should be asked. Only when the doubts are solved can people sleep well. Speaking of such a large mass. How did you do it? Ing Weiyang looked around and asked Ouyang Qianjin casually. Hearing this, Sepesh nodded repeatedly. Just kidding. Although this Ouyang Qianjin's Moving Castle is only the central area of the city that never sleeps. But the diameter is at least about 5 kilometers. With such a large mass, Sepesh wants to see how Ouyang Qianjin can make it fly and change direction freely. Skeleton Dragon. Ouyang Qian gave a thumbs up to Ing Weiyang, who was asking him. Skeleton Dragon. The two women were confused and shocked. You didn't let the Skeleton Dragon carry this thing to fly? Ing Weiyang said in surprise. Stupid. How is this possible? Sepesh rolled his eyes at Ing Weiyang. You can say she is stupid, but sometimes she is quite smart. Knowing how to get involved in the matter of the Eternal Night Coin. You can say she is smart, but sometimes her remarks are quite stupid. It is obvious that even with those skeleton dragons, it is impossible to support such a large mobile castle. Bingwa. Your girl got it right. Ouyang Qianjin snapped her fingers, instantly overturning Sepesh's idea. Huh? Ah. Both of them were shocked again. In fact, it's not a big deal. It's nothing more than removing the bones of the skeleton dragon, and then combining the magic technology of billion dots and machinery to do it. Ouyang Qianjin said nonchalantly. But after saying this, he sighed again. It's just that the skeletons of these dozens of skeleton dragons are still not enough for such a large mobile castle. I originally thought that I could hunt hundreds of dragons this time, but the result was a shock. I didn't expect that I could advance to the dark race after resurrection. So I could only use dozens of skeleton dragons for the time being. After reaching level 100, I will go to the dragon tomb to transform those skeletons into skeletons. And my mobile castle should be able to speed up a lot. The current mobile castle is about 100 kilometers per hour. If I load more, it should be able to reach a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. Ouyang Qianjin closed her eyes and nodded slightly. Pretentious? Pretending. At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin's face was full of these two words. Hearing Ouyang Qianjin say this, the corners of Sepesh's mouth twitched. Good guy. 100 kilometers per hour. Wouldn't it only take about 4 days to reach his territory? If the speed is improved, it will take about 2 days. Or even less than 2 days? If this mobile castle is equipped with some weapons, it will be an impregnable and strategically significant mobile fortress. Let alone other things. Just by equipping it with cannons like those before the Advent, a city can be easily destroyed. Not to mention that Ouyang Qianjin is so keen on letting his subordinates study her magic technology. She can't imagine what she can do at that time. After all, there is nothing more terrible than the toys thought up by a willful child. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin's words are half true and half false. Although the mobile castle did complete the last puzzle because of the bones of the skeleton dragon. However, in addition to these, the most important thing is that the magic machine directly below the castle is working. After all, Miss Ouyang can't tell others the true appearance of her castle. Right? Wait. If so, what about my yacht? Chapter 368, why not see it with your own eyes? Wait! What about my yacht? After floating in the sky for more than 10 minutes, Yan Xiaoqing, who was stunned by the impact of the moving castle, finally woke up. Then he realized a problem. That is, the yacht he and others took when they came was still parked at the port outside the never-sleeping city. If he took this moving castle back, doesn't that mean that the yacht has to stay in the never-sleeping city? Or simply not come back? Of course. He was not sad about losing a yacht. Anyway, fuel and other things were quite tight. It was just a pity to throw it away like this. After all, yachts can still have many uses after dismantling. At least you can dismantle a few pounds of iron. Right? He is not like Ouyang Qianjin, Ninatai and others, who have the entire New World as their territory. Although they are called base chiefs, they can mobilize resources that others envy. But that was others. And they were far inferior to the 4 top lords like Ouyang Qianjin, or even the lords of epic professions recognized by the system. After all, each of these epic lords has their own unique skills. Just looking at the unique vampire of Sepesh, you can tell that her territory must be much larger than his small base. It can even be estimated to form a country. To be honest, if he hadn't been in a hurry to go back to deal with the transaction and the Evernight coin, he really wanted to follow Ouyang Qianjin's mobile castle to see Sepesh as territory. After all, reading thousands of books is like traveling thousands of miles. It is good to see more and broaden your horizons. After all, this is not the world he knew before. It is not a bad thing for him to know more about the world outside Shanghai. This trip to Ouyang Qianjin's Jingzhou is the best proof. Especially after being hit by Ouyang Qianjin again and again. He feels that he has become stronger. At least in terms of heart and endurance. Speaking of which, when I was in J City before, I saw that there seemed to be some large monsters that destroyed the city. The moving castle was flying slowly at an altitude of about 1,000 meters above the ground. Ouyang Qianjin and others were sitting and drinking tea and chatting. During the chat, Ouyang Qianjin suddenly thought of the strange scene he saw around J City before. So he asked, after all, it is different from Ying Wuyang, who traveled all over the country because of tasks. Ouyang Qianjin is a standard home girl. From the day of the advent to now, more than a year has passed, and she has been wandering around places such as outer northeast and Jingzhou. The farthest place I have been is just around a few big cities in Kimchi country. So there are many things that I don't know as well as they do. Now it's a good opportunity to ask them about this matter, so as to solve a doubt in my heart. Large-scale monsters. If you say so. It seems that you really don't know. Ying Wuyang, who was asked by Ouyang Qianjin, looked at Sepesh beside him. And then the two shook their heads with laughter. How did you get out of the city? You don't even know about this kind of thing? Sepesh finally found an opportunity to mock Ouyang Qianjin. So it was impossible to miss such a good opportunity. When Ying Wuyang wanted to say something, she quickly stopped him. Hey! Vampire! What do you mean? Seeing Sepesh's behavior, Ouyang Qianjin gritted his teeth and looked at him. Wait. You don't know anyway. It's useless for us to say it. Why don't you see it with your own eyes? Isn't it more direct? Sepesh was a little happy to see Ouyang Qianjin's somewhat exasperated look. After all, this guy has brought him a lot of shock since he met him. He must find a chance to win back. Ying Wuyang, who saw Sepesh's idea, also nodded secretly and agreed with her very much. Seeing that the two reached an agreement, Ouyang Qianjin was dumbfounded. Good guy. You guys are playing together. And I don't even need to communicate with you. It really makes people a little angry. Ouyang Qianjin's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. But it was not easy to get angry. Be elegant. So the topic was over. And the three returned to their previous state of chatting. Lunch at noon. Afternoon tea in the afternoon. The three had a very pleasant time. As for Yan Xiaoqing and others, as well as the vampires under Sepesh, they had been sent away to do other things. Anyway, according to the speed of the moving castle, it would take at least 17 or 18 hours to reach Shanghai. There was no point in staying here. It would be better to go around, eat some snacks, and play in the amusement park. About 9 hours later, the moving castle slowly flew over the country of Kimchi. Hey! Look! What's in the sky? A skull with a crown? Is it Ouyang Qianjin? Who knows? Maybe Ouyang Qianjin has done something good again. Damn it. He killed so many of us. And now he's coming to show off again? When the moving castle slowly flew over the Kimchi country, The remaining professionals in the kimchi country had a bad feeling when they saw the sky turn black. After all, this was the case when Ouyang Qianjin visited here last time. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered by black clouds. However, this time it was a little different. Although the clear sky was still covered by black clouds. After a while, a glowing object was seen moving slowly in the sky. The most important thing is that under the glowing flying object, there is a skull with a black crown and a large glowing sign with two crossed arms making gestures. It was not difficult for those professionals who knew about Ouyang Qianjin, who had gone mad in kimchi country, to associate this skull symbol and black cloud with Ouyang Qianjin. After all, they learned what Ouyang Qianjin had done from those guys who had fought with Ouyang Qianjin before and then sneaked away in the chaos. So they could only curse secretly. As for what happened in front of others, forget it. In fact, during this period, many of the undead who were born in kimchi country also came to kimchi country. In addition to collecting building materials and machinery and other things, they also have a task. That is to lobby these people to make them undead. To put it bluntly, if you are obedient, you can go to Jingzhou by yourself. If you are not obedient, you can lobby physically and bring the body back to Jingzhou, waiting for Ouyang Qianjin to resurrect and increase the population of Jingzhou. In fact, not only kimchi country, but also C City, J City, Sakura country and Luosha country, which are adjacent to Jingzhou, have undead activities. Chapter 369. How is this possible? Among them, the Sakura kingdom is Kobayakawa Daisuki, and the surrounding of the Rakshasa kingdom is Shuemanchi, because the kimchi kingdom is no longer a threat. It is all operated by the people below. So now the remaining professional leaders are living in fear. For Ouyang Qianjin, it is not to say that he hates this guy to the bone, but at least he hates him deeply. After all, it is not easy to survive in this doomsday of ice and snow and fighting against monsters. Now we have to face the coercion of the undead. Fortunately, these things are now only happening in coastal areas, so there is still room for escape. I just don't know how long this kind of life can last, or how long Ouyang Qianjin intends to continue this. However, they are afraid that they are wrong. Lobbying is not actually Ouyang Qianjin's main purpose. Let those undead tear down the east wall to repair the west wall is the real thing. After all, even a brick has a common use. As for the black crowned skull under the moving castle, it was made by Tai Lu and his men. In Ouyang Qianjin's words, after the moving castle takes off, this logo must be completed as soon as possible. Then the bottom is assembled and welded with iron plates. After all, I have the special skill of dark sky. If the sky is dark, I will definitely not be able to see the moving castle that I have spent a lot of effort to think of. So the lighting effect must be added. Even if there is something like a cold night light column on the moving castle to illuminate it. But it is at an altitude of 1,000 meters anyway. If you want to attract attention, it is best to install these lights at the bottom of the moving castle. For this purpose, Ouyang Qianjin even placed a black coffin with a general magic bee sealed inside to provide power. Have you arrived in kimchi country? I just checked and it's here. So you can talk now? Go ahead. You can now. Look. The guy playing with the skeleton is about to patina the teacup in his hand. Hey! What are you two whispering about there? Seeing Ying Weiyang and Seipesh whispering together, Ouyang Qianjin put down the teacup in her hand and said viciously. In fact, as far as Ouyang Qianjin's hearing is concerned, she can hear what the two guys said just now. It's just pretending to be confused. After all, they are all lord-level figures. If they can hear it, they must know that they can hear it. So they didn't lower their voices at all. Ha ha ha. Didn't you ask about J City before? Now that you are above kimchi country, you can see for yourself what those cities look like. After being yelled at by Ouyang Qianjin, Seipesh laughed. Then he said, as if he had revealed the answer, Humph. Hearing this, Ouyang Qianjin snorted arrogantly, and then activated Eye of Darkness. What does the city look like? There is nothing. Although many landmark buildings have collapsed. After looking at several cities under the moving castle, Ouyang Qianjin did not find anything. If anything, it was similar to J City. Some larger landmark buildings collapsed, and there were traces of some large creatures walking in the city. However, she did not see any large creatures. Huh? That's impossible. Hearing Ouyang Qianjin say this, Seipesh and Ying Weiyang frowned. What are you talking about? I really didn't see anything. Ouyang Qianjin spread his hands, and then shook his head. You kept me on hold for so long. But nothing happened. Really? I don't know what you have been doing for these few hours. You wanted to laugh at me. But you became the joke? Seeing the panic of the two, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but say something venomous. TSK. Tsepesh was the first one who couldn't stand being squeezed by Ouyang Qianjin. So he flashed and turned into a bat, and flew to the edge of the moving castle and looked down. How is it? At this time, Ing Weiyang also rushed over with the wind. Nothing. How is this possible? Looking at the dilapidated city below, Tsepesh said a little discouraged. No way. Let me see. Hearing what Tsepesh said, Ing Weiyang quickly used his skills to look down, but found nothing. Really? What's going on? Seeing that there was nothing but ruins in the city below, Ing Weiyang was also a little surprised. After all, the appearance of this city is different from many other cities he had seen before. What's going on? There's no reason. Ing Weiyang couldn't figure it out. Wait. No. The guy here is hiding. I can feel its breath. When Ing Weiyang was still a little confused, Tsepesh suddenly said in surprise. What? No way. That thing can actually hide? Ing Weiyang shouted in disbelief when he heard what Tsepesh said. No reason. How could these guys hide? Maybe it's because of the black clouds in the sky? Tsepesh looked up at the dark clouds in the sky uncertainly. After all, the black clouds that covered the sky and the sun were all Ouyang Qianjin's skills. If the thing in the city below really hid for some reason, it must be because of Ouyang Qianjin. After all, Ouyang Qianjin really had never seen that thing. This? What are you talking about? Just when both of them were shocked, Ong came to them with a death wing. There were originally several other dragons in Ouyang Qianjin's space. These were the 4 dark dragons that were specially put into the space when he left. But the reason why he chose the Frost Dragon Deathwing was entirely because Ouyang Qianjin felt that the other party's dark blue color was very consistent with his identity as a necromancer. And she also likes this color. It seems that you really don't know. When Ouyang Qianjin's dragon flew in front of the two, they all jumped on the back of the dragon. Then Tsepesh sighed and said, and Ing Weiyang on the side shook his head. What's going on? Ouyang Qianjin, who didn't know the truth, looked at the two of them in confusion. Cities, especially cities with a population of 1 million, will produce some huge monsters after the advent. The more people in the city, the more monsters will be produced. According to a guess my men have found out now, there will be 1 more for every 1,000,000 people. That is to say, any city with a population of more than 1 million will have at least 1 such monster. Tsepesh and Ing Weiyang almost spoke one by one, filling in the gaps for Ouyang Qianjin about what she didn't know. Chapter 370 That makes sense. Although the two explained it clearly, Ouyang Qianjin was still confused. Although there had been speculations about this before, it was also known that only this kind of thing could cause such great damage. But to be honest, she had never seen it. It was the same as not having it. So Ouyang Qianjin was still skeptical about what they said. After all, it was not impossible for these two guys to unite to do bad things to her. Although it should not be something that would hurt herself. Ouyang Qianjin did not want to be calculated by these two guys. Speaking of which, it seems that the appearance of these monsters happened to be when the panel prompted you that you had reached level 50 and became a lord. It is understandable that you have not seen it and do not know it. Just when Ouyang Qianjin was confused, Ing Weiyang mentioned it. Ah, Senki, now that you mention it, it's true. But now I'm more curious why this thing would hide because of the black clouds in the sky. Or your appearance. As he said that, Tsepesh looked at Ouyang Qianjin teasingly. And Ouyang Qianjin rolled her eyes at him directly. I don't know shit. If I knew, would you have played a few hours of guessing games with me? Haha. It seems so. Then I'll show you a scene you haven't seen before. Tsepesh smiled awkwardly. Then he put his thumb and index finger in his mouth and whistled. Hush. As the whistle sounded, swish. More than 100 vampires appeared on the dragon's back. Queen, the vampire who had just whispered to Tsepesh, came with the team. Force the guy down there out. Yes. Tsepesh raised his chin towards the ruined city below. These vampires turned into bats and flew down directly. Seeing this, Ouyang Qianjin asked Tail, who was in the driver's seat, to slow down. She wanted to see what the thing she had never seen before was. It was so mysterious that Tsepesh and the others could make it. Here. after the vampires flew to the nearly scrapped capital of the Kimchi Kingdom below. They formed a big circle. Then, they stretched out their hands. And a lot of blood mist came out of their hands. From Ouyang Qianjin's perspective, the actions of these people now seemed like some evil organization was performing a sacrifice. It was a bit mysterious, evil, and bloody. When the circle of more than 100 vampires was dyed scarlet by blood, several screams resounded through the world. Then, Ouyang Qianjin saw several monsters coming out of the blood formation. Screaming, twisting, wriggling, crawling in the dark. The fangs and claws looked very familiar. Apostle of the Abyss? Ouyang Qianjin frowned slightly. Isn't this the hidden boss that I saw in the test field dungeon? How did it come to the city? And compared to the one in the dungeon, this one is much bigger. At least 100 times bigger. It's just like the monsters in monster movies. If there is another Ultraman, it can be directly filmed into a disaster movie. Huh? So you have seen it? When Ouyang Qianjin said the name, both Seipesh and Ying Weiyang were stunned. After all, although they both knew that there was such a monster, it was not easy to deal with it. So no one came forward to check the name of the monster closely. I have seen it before. In the dungeon. And it appeared as a hidden boss at that time. But it was not this big. Much smaller. Ouyang Qianjin nodded cautiously. TSK. I didn't expect you to have seen it. It's really a mystery for a long time. Kai Peicher curled his lips, and was a little discouraged. But then he continued to ask. What happened to the hidden boss in the end? Killed it. And got a lot of experience. So it seems that I reached level 50 in that dungeon. And after leaving the dungeon, I was prompted to become a lord. Ouyang Qianjin said lightly at first. But after thinking about it, he added a sentence at the end. He was completely unaware of the expressions of sudden enlightenment on the faces of the two people behind him. That makes sense. These monsters appeared after the lord rankings appeared. But I didn't expect these guys to hide from you. I guess it has something to do with the fact that she killed one before. Some monsters will mark the enemy before they die. I think it has something to do with this. After being stunned, Seipesh and Ying Weiyang began to speak one sentence at a time. TSK. Ouyang Qianjin turned her head slightly and glanced at the two guys. Forget it. Don't bother with these two guys. But Ouyang Qianjin never thought that she was just playing a dungeon before. But such a big change happened outside. No wonder those surviving professionals didn't go to clean up the city. Or he didn't take the supplies in the city. So that's why. So it's not that lucky that he didn't encounter it when he returned to City C again. It's possible that it was marked. But shouldn't this mark usually be a mark like Hunt? It's really strange. I've seen it. Call your people to go. There's still a long way to go. Ouyang Qianjin shook his head. Although this thing has a strong mental attack, the mucus and soft body on the surface can greatly reduce the effect of physical attacks, making it a very difficult opponent. But for Ouyang Qianjin, who has already killed one and knows the opponent's weakness, it is not a threat. On the contrary, you can also let Kobayakawa Daisuke come and make these guys into batteries. Such a big abyss messenger should be enough to supply electricity to the city that never sleeps. Right? After all, Ouyang Qianjin knows the ability of this thing well enough. Aren't you going to kill that guy? Seipesh looked at Ouyang Qianjin strangely. You know, if we talk about who wants to level up the most now, it is naturally Ouyang Qianjin, who is just one step away from the 100th level. But after seeing such a big wild area boss, the other party can still leave calmly? Something is wrong. 12 out of 10 are wrong. We are in a hurry now. Instead of wasting time fighting with this guy, it is better to go to your territory earlier and kill it after you complete your task and come back. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. Of course, she also wants to kill these guys. However, because Kobayakawa Daisuke is not here, even if these guys are killed, it will only lose some large batteries. Not worth it. It is better to wait until you come back and bring Kobayakawa Daisuke, the battery master, to operate more conveniently. Okay. Whatever you want. Seipesh shrugged. Although it is a bit regrettable that she can't see Ouyang Qianjin fighting Abyss Messenger. Since Ouyang Qianjin said so, she naturally won't say anything. He quickly called them back before any of his men suffered casualties. Chapter 371 Shanghai Base. More than 10 hours later. To be precise, 17 hours after the moving castle set off. The moving castle finally arrived above Shanghai. Because it was already night, not many people noticed the changes in the sky in advance. But when the bright black crowned skull of the moving castle appeared in the sky above Shanghai and stayed there, some people still found something unusual. These were the guys who worked the night shift at night. Or they were patrolling the streets and around the base to prevent monsters from attacking. When they saw the swaggering moving castle in the sky slowly moving from the east, they immediately blew the whistle in their hands, or called their friends to wake up quickly. After all, it was not certain what the thing in the sky was, whether it was an enemy or a friend. So it was necessary to prepare for defense in advance. Although the monsters around the base have been cleared or driven away, but from time to time, some monsters will still descend. Moreover, the thing and pattern in the sky were obviously man-made. They immediately entered the defense state for fear of bad intentions. It was only 1,000 meters high. No matter what they did, it was impossible to attack. It seems to have stopped. The people who raised their heads and prepared for defense looked at the moving castle parked above Shanghai, and they didn't know what to do for a moment. Wait! It seems that something flew down from above. Just when everyone was worried, a small black dot with a faint blue color flew down from the mobile contractor. Finally, under the attention of everyone, the small black dot kept getting bigger, and then everyone saw clearly that the black dot turned out to be a faint blue dragon. Although I have seen a lot of storms, but it is inevitable that everyone who saw this kind of dragon that is more than 10 meters long for the first time was a little surprised. Attack! Attack! Wait! Shixian. It's me! Just when Yin Shixian, who was organizing the defense, was about to suppress the fear in his heart and attack the dragon, a familiar voice came from the back of the dragon. So Yin Shixian looked up and found that a very familiar person jumped out from the back of the dragon. Second brother, how come you are on the back of the dragon? After seeing Yin Shaoqing, Yin Shixian said with a surprised face, Hey, this is the dragon of Ouyang Qianjin. Let's talk about this later. Let someone clean up the warehouse first. Pack all the things inside and take them out of the warehouse. By the way, let people not worry about the mobile castle. Those who should sleep, and those who should patrol. Yin Shaoqing, who returned to his base, seemed to be resurrected with full blood, and jumped directly from a height of dozens of meters. Then he told his cousin Yin Shixian to do things, although he didn't know the details. Yin Shixian took a look at the dragon hovering in the sky. Then he followed Yin Shaoqing's instructions to distribute tasks. Ouyang Qianjin. This name is well known to everyone. How could he not know it? Since his cousin said that he would tell him the details later, he didn't rush to ask now. But it's impossible to say that he is not curious. Ouyang Qianjin actually has a dragon, and his cousin actually came back on Ouyang Qianjin's dragon, and that moving castle in the sky. All these made Yin Shixian feel novel. According to Yin Shaoqing's instructions, Yin Shixian organized people to pack up the things in several large warehouses in the base, and put them outside the warehouse. How is it? Half an hour later, Yin Shaoqing came to him with a mysterious man wearing a black and purple robe and a hood. Warehouse number 1 has been cleaned up, and we are going to clean up warehouse number 2 next. Yin Shixian replied after taking a look at the mysterious man. Because it was dark, he couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly with only the bonfire. It was only from the vagueness of the wind that he saw that the other person's face seemed to be slightly blue. After using skills to see, Yin Shixian knew that the other person was a race called undead, although he didn't know what the undead was. But judging from the other person's figure and performance, he must have been a human before? As Yin Shaoqing's cousin and one of the management of the Shanghai base, he naturally knew something about racial mutation. Warehouse number 2 is not urgent. Yin Shaoqing shook his head, then turned to look at the mysterious man. Tell your master that warehouse number 1 has been cleaned up and can be put into use. The mysterious man did not answer, but nodded faintly. Then Yin Shixian felt a different breath. What's going on? A strong wind blew, and Yin Shixian looked up and saw 4 giant dragons of different colors in the air holding large iron boxes, like containers on their feet, and slowly descending. Boom! Although the dragons had put the box down very lightly, but the weight was there after all. No matter how light it was, it still made a loud noise. Shixian, have someone move the things in the boxes into the warehouse, and then put the things moved out of the warehouse into the boxes. By the way, the food in warehouses number 5, number 6, and number 7 does not need to be moved, and the rest of the warehouses are all operated according to warehouse number 1. This is Ouyang Qianjin's subordinate. Tell him every time the warehouse is cleaned up. Your cousin knows it well. Yin Shixian will never ask questions out of curiosity. So he is very relieved to let him handle this matter. Although he is familiar with Ouyang Qianjin. But he dare not guarantee that these undead will not attack those who ask questions. Okay. Second brother. Yin Shixian nodded. And did not ask what was in the box. Anyway. Let people move it. After unloading and loading. Yin Shixian asked people to move to warehouse number 2. Brother Yin San. Come and take a look. Just when Yin Shixian and his men went to warehouse number 2 to move. A person in warehouse number 1 called him over. Arriving at warehouse number 1. Yin Shixian saw that the largest wooden box that was originally moved from the iron box had been opened. Or rather, the head was not fixed and fell off. The metal goods inside were exposed. Yin Shixian looked inside and found that there was a huge machine inside. He didn't know what it was. But it was obvious from the appearance design that it was definitely not the machines he was familiar with. Especially those copper pipes of varying thicknesses. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this machine looked like the steam device in some movies he had watched before the advent. Although he was not sure. It looked very similar. And he didn't know who designed it. But after all, according to Yin Shaoqing's intention, except for food, everything else was moved out and packed. In addition, judging from the dragon transporting the goods from the funny sky castle in the sky, it should be that his cousin and Ouyang Qianjin had made some kind of deal. Chapter 372 Women's Clothing. Men. Transvestite. Alas, life is not easy. Yin Shixian sighed. He didn't understand what his cousin bought from Ouyang Qianjin. But the base commander is his cousin. So whatever he says is true. Let him do whatever he wants. So he simply called a few more teams, who had already gone to bed, and sped up the work. 5 hours. After 5 hours, the things were finally moved. However, compared with the materials sent out, the materials moved back seemed to be much less. The materials from more than 20 warehouses were only exchanged for the materials from 4 or 5 warehouses. I don't know what is so precious. Why? You can't bear to part with Ouyang Qianjin? When the mobile castle moved again, Ying Wuyang and Yin Shaoqing couldn't help but look up at the mobile fortress heading west with reluctance on their faces. That's not the case. Instead of being reluctant to part with Ouyang Qianjin, the guy with a bad heart, it's better to be reluctant to part with the technology in the other party's hands. Yin Shaoqing shook his head and told the truth. After all, the technology in Ouyang Qianjin's hands can be called epic-making, especially the research on magic and magic power. Moreover, it is said that the other party has more than a dozen research teams conducting research on various projects. Although I don't know what they are researching specifically. But with Ouyang Qianjin's personality, I think any successful research project should be very interesting. Right? Just like the powerful moving castle in the sky. So you are interested in Sepesh? Ying Wuyang ignored what this guy said later. Turned his head and looked at Yin Shaoqing with a raised eyebrow. Almost. I just think we are compatible in terms of personality. Yin Shaoqing nodded slowly and acknowledged what Ying Wuyang said. Although we haven't had much contact. I had some contact with him when we were shopping before. I always feel that some of his ideas are very consistent with mine. Maybe we can have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. I see. I thought you liked men. After hearing what Yin Shaoqing said, Ying Wuyang closed his eyes, folded his arms, and nodded seriously. Men? Looking at Ying Wuyang blankly, Yin Shaoqing suspected that he had heard something wrong just now. Yes. Sepesh. Men. Women's clothing. Transvestite. Ying Wuyang's words hit Yin Shaoqing hard. Wait. Don't those vampires call her the queen? Calling the queen means she is a woman? Then how about I call you a princess too? Yin Shaoqing didn't know what to say after being retorted by Ying Wuyang. Whether it was from the behavior, the tone of speech, or even the voice, clothing, and dress. This guy Sepesh should be a woman. Right? Although he is indeed a little, small in size. But he is not a woman. How did you notice that he is a man? Yin Shaoqing asked curiously. Behavior. Although he tried his best to cover it up or pretend to be a woman, there are still differences between men and women. Ouyang Qianjin should have noticed it. Didn't you see that Ouyang Qianjin called him vampire without adding a subject? Ying Wuyang reached out and patted the other person's shoulder, and then walked towards his home in Shanghai. He didn't care about Yin Shaoqing, who was messy in the wind. I didn't notice these at all. Why do you epic lords play so fancy? Yin Shaoqing muttered and shook his head. Then he followed behind Ing Weiyang. Whether it was Ouyang Qianjin who played magic technology, or Keishi who liked women's clothing. In Yin Shaoqing's opinion, they were all guys with abnormal brain circuits. Even Ing Weiyang, his childhood friend, sometimes made him speechless when he got crazy. Speaking of which, is it okay to give your magic power to Ouyang Qianjin like this? If she uses these magic powers against you, you won't even have a chance to fight back. Walking on the road, Yin Shaoqing said jokingly. After finalizing the matter of the Evernight coin, Ing Weiyang and Keishi sealed part of their magic power in the mobile castle, so that after Ouyang Qianjin convinced everyone, the production of the Evernight coin could be put into production immediately. And there was no need to make another trip. It was much more convenient. Haha. Don't worry about this. No matter whether it's Miss Ouyang or her subordinates, they won't use this method to attack me. Ing Weiyang laughed. In her opinion, this is not a problem that needs to be worried about. Of course, it doesn't mean there is no danger. After all, you are giving your magic power to the other party. It's just like Sepesh giving his blood. There are certain risks. However, Ing Weiyang also understood during the days she spent with Miss Ouyang that although this guy is a fun person, his personality is also somewhat twisted. But he is not the kind of person who would use insidious means to attack his opponent. If he really wants to attack, he will stand in front of his opponent and defeat him. After all, this is the only way for the fun-loving person to have more fun. And this is the only way to show oneself. Commonly known as pretending. How can you pretend if you attack secretly? Right? And everyone has the same interests. In order to make the cake big enough, Ouyang Qianjin will not attack these leaders. Both Ing Weiyang and Keishi are very clear about this. That's why they are so confident to hand over their magic power. In any case, it is a matter of everyone's interests in the future. Whether it's Ouyang Qianjin, Keishi himself, or the people who join later. No one will mess around. At least in this regard. Since you said so, I'll believe it. Yin Shaoqing nodded, and then stopped asking, Are you going back now? Walking on the road, Ing Weiyang asked Yin Shaoqing. It's better to go back and see the magic generator that I spent a lot of money to buy. It's better to assemble it now and turn on the power. If I don't take a look, I guess I can't sleep even if I want to. Yin Shaoqing shook his head. For him, what he wants to see most now is that his base is powered on. Even if it's just a light, he must see it today. So he turned a corner and took Ing Weiyang to warehouse number 1. Shixian, disassemble all the things in warehouse number 1. And then install the things inside according to this manual. Yin Shaoqing, who came to the warehouse, shouted excitedly at Yin Shixian, who was finishing. Ah! Second brother. Sister Yang. Yin Shixian greeted the two of them, and then led them into the warehouse. At this time, there were about 20 people waiting in the warehouse. I knew you couldn't help it, so I kept people waiting. Haha. You are worthy of being my cousin. Yin Shaoqing laughed and patted Yin Shixian on the shoulder, while Yin Shixian said helplessly, After all, my second brother, you couldn't help but open the things you bought when you were young. Chapter 373 She Wants More. Castle. Unlike the newly renovated castle of Ouyang Qianjin, this is a real castle with at least a few hundred years of history. At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin and Sepesh were sitting on the balcony of the castle and drinking tea leisurely. After leaving the Shanghai base, Ouyang Qianjin's mobile castle took a few days to fly directly to Sepesh's territory. Because of Ouyang Qianjin's swagger and undisguised arrogance, so many bases and surviving professionals along the way saw this mobile castle. Some people thought it was a treasure that had descended, and some thought it was a fairy mountain. For this reason, a small wave of tracking was set off. However, after seeing the dragons flying out from time to let off steam, they basically gave up. After all, it was a dragon, and they were not high-level or epic professions. There was no guarantee of victory against the dragon. So after chasing for a distance, they gave up after finding that they had run to other people's territory. But then again, can't you remove this black cloud? I haven't seen the sun for a long time. At least let me enjoy the joy that the sun brings to living things. Sitting on the balcony of his own castle, Sepesh complained to Ouyang Qianjin. Although she is a vampire, but she or her subordinates do not have the weaknesses in the legend. To be honest, this is already very good. When he first arrived here, Ouyang Qianjin's moving castle stopped above his castle. Don't talk about nonsense like sunlight. Just the psychological shadow caused to her subjects is enough to make her worry. Fortunately, Ouyang Qianjin also considered this. So, under the reminder of Sepesh, the entire mobile castle was directly put into the space. Yes, it was the space of the dead. Sepesh almost screamed when he saw this shocking scene. After asking, I learned that Ouyang Qianjin directly embedded the skeletons of the skeleton dragons in the entire mobile castle. In other words, although the entire mobile castle contains very little, it is indeed equipment equipped on the skeleton dragon. In other words, when the skeleton dragon is put into the space of the dead, the entire mobile castle can also be put into it. It's really a convenient ability. Sepesh, who knew everything, couldn't help but complain. Vampires actually miss the warmth of sunlight. This really should be heard by those directors before the day of Advent. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and put down the teacup in his hand. Then he spread his hands and expressed helplessness. I actually miss it. But this is a passive skill, and I can't do anything about it. How could Ouyang Qianjin not know this? She also missed the sunlight. But the problem is that since she activated this skill, she has never been exposed to the sun again. She can only use the sun stone, a pseudo-sunlight made by herself through alchemy, to remind herself of it, although it is helpless. For Ouyang Qianjin, dark sky is originally a means of life-saving and attack, regardless of whether it can be revoked or not. She can't dispel the black cloud? Isn't this asking for trouble? What if someone suddenly attacks? Although there is dark wall to give herself 10 seconds, it is better for Ouyang Qianjin not to take risks if she can avoid it. It's really an unchanging skill. Tepesh curled his lips. Okay, these things are harmless. Let's talk about your task. If we solve it sooner, I can find Ninatai and Dorothy sooner. Ouyang Qianjin didn't care about Tepesh's criticism. It's okay to criticize. The skill is yours anyway. No one knows your skills better than you. Well, seeing that Ouyang Qianjin was more anxious than herself, Tepesh could only tell her task first. She just waved her hand. The space appeared in front of Ouyang Qianjin again. See, you can see the scenery inside just from the outside. Well, but except for the street, you can't see clearly inside. Ouyang Qianjin took a look and said indifferently, the copy in this space is my task. And your task is to help me get through this copy. Tepesh stretched out his hand and tapped the surface of the space with his fingers. As ripples appeared on the surface of the space, Ouyang Qianjin also had doubts in his heart. Wait, so can I understand that you want me to help you conquer a space? Ouyang Qianjin touched his chin and asked Sepesh after thinking for a while. After all, if this copy is a space that Sepesh can summon at any time, then after conquering the copy, it means that the other party has a complete space. That's why Ouyang Qianjin asked this question. Yes. Anyway, you have already agreed. And the blood you asked for has been given to you. I believe you should not refuse. Right? Keipeshi looked at Ouyang Qianjin and smiled sinisterly. Wow, your expression now is like a big villain, making people want to beat you up for gold coins or something. Ouyang Qianjin sat in her wheelchair and leaned back tactically. Then she laughed at Keipeshi. Ha ha ha. Beating the boss to get gold coins? This is really an interesting topic. But if you want gold coins, you might as well try it here. There should be a lot. Sepeshi pointed to the space with his thumb and said with a smile, so you have already gone in to understand it? More than understanding. The preliminary preparations and clearing work have been completed. And only, halfway through the words, Keipeshi immediately shut up. Why? Can't you say it? You know, if you don't say it, it's hard for me to judge. Ouyang Qianjin shook her head, indicated that she wanted to know more. Anyway, you will know when you go there. Sepeshi waved his hand and smiled at Ouyang Qianjin. Wanted to get away with it. Hey, this is to enter your space, and there is a risk of being locked in by you if you are not careful. Ouyang Qianjin squinted her eyes and looked at Keipeshi with a smile. What she said was not unreasonable. After all, the risk is very high. After all, it is the other party's space. Even if the switch is turned on, he can take the opportunity to escape. But if it is handled according to consciousness, then there is a possibility that Ouyang Qianjin will be locked in forever. Although there is a possibility of using force to break through the barrier. But Ouyang Qianjin did not dare to gamble. If it really doesn't work, I can return the blood to you. Really. Seeing that Keipeshi seemed a little embarrassed, Ouyang Qianjin used a killer move. After all, it was a matter of hiring herself. The other party gave a lot. But she wanted more. Chapter 374 I want them all. In other words, it is something that the other party cannot solve, or is very difficult. In this case, if Ouyang Qianjin does not ask for a sum of money, it would be a shame to her merchant bloodline. Even if it will put herself in crisis. It doesn't matter. With Ouyang Qianjin's confidence in her current strength, it is not impossible to break through by force. Of course, the most important thing is that she knows something that Sepesh may not know. That is, her space may be connected to that world. The other world that teleported monsters one by one. And even teleported 4 pieces of land. In other words, I can complete the 100 level upgrade in that world. And it will not affect this world. Of course, this is just a guess. The details will be known after entering. So Ouyang Qianjin needs to learn more about the information inside before taking the risk to enter. This way, we can be prepared for any eventuality. Okay. I knew you wouldn't agree so easily. Sepesh sighed. Although she knew that Ouyang Qianjin would not agree easily. She was also fully prepared. I just want to see if I can get a gold medal fighter like Ouyang Qianjin with just some blood. Actually, this space is a city. It's only about 1/3 the size of your city that never sleeps. You've seen those streets and buildings. But deep inside, in the black area, there's a castle. A vampire castle. I need to capture it and get the vampire relics inside, so that I can upgrade my career level to the level of a true vampire queen. I think you can understand what I said. Right? Seps crossed his legs and smiled at Ouyang Qianjin. Since he couldn't fool Ouyang Qianjin, he could only tell the truth. But he still had to control his momentum. Otherwise, he might be eaten alive by Ouyang Qianjin. But when Ouyang Qianjin heard these words, they changed their meaning. After all, she had much more information than Teeps, who was not the lord of the new world. Naturally, she knew what these words meant. Castle. Vampire castle. And it was a castle with vampire relics. No matter how you look at it, there is a big problem. Right? Let's not talk about the fact that there are relics in the castle. Where did Teeps get them from? From Ouyang Qianjin's point of view. Since there are relics, it means that there are vampires in that other world. If we expand the situation a little bit, then the undead under his command and the dragon people that Yang can create should also exist in the other world. If we think about it this way, just from the information at hand, Ouyang Qianjin can draw an incredible inference. That is, there is some power that wants to replicate everything in that world to this world. Whether it is magic, professional magic, or race, everything. Although I had thought about this before, Ouyang Qianjin didn't think deeply about it because she had many things to deal with at that time. But now it seems to be almost certain. Transform the air of this world into magical air. Transform the humans in this world into humans with magic. Transform the races in this world into a race where everyone has certain abilities. And take the holy relics of vampires from another world and make them holy relics of vampires in this world. Really, what do these invisible hands want to do? Ouyang Qianjin lowered her head, frowned, and wondered who was behind this. Or, such a large-scale transformation is actually carried out by a group of people or an organization. What do you think? Go? Or not? Seeing Ouyang Qianjin's deep thinking, Sepesh asked with a smile. After all, thinking so deeply, that means the other party is really thinking about this matter seriously. It's just that she didn't think that Ouyang Qianjin's deep thinking just now was completely different from what she thought. You just said that I can take any gold coins in there. So how about this? I want all of them except the holy relics of your vampires. Ouyang Qianjin opened her hands and smiled at Sepesh. Although the action and tone are very imposing. But after all, Miss Ouyang was sitting in a wheelchair, so the momentum was slightly discounted. You want all? Sepesh was shocked. She found that the other party's taste was really big. You have to know that she gave her own blood and the blood of her subordinates to the other party. That was about 10,000 high-level, Marquis and Earl-level vampire blood. But this guy was not satisfied. Want more? Although she had never been in the castle, she knew from the mission that there were holy objects in the castle. But she didn't know what else there was. But there is no doubt that there are even holy relics of one race. Then maybe there are other things that can be comparable to holy relics. Or even lower than holy relics. Although she herself is not sure. But if they really exist, how much money would these spoils be worth? Let alone other things. If you ask someone to do something or give a gift, it must be something worth showing off. That's why Sepesh was so surprised. It can be said that Ouyang Qianjin took all these things into her hands as soon as she opened her mouth. Yes, I want everything except the holy relics of the vampires you need. Ouyang Qianjin nodded seriously. She can naturally think of what Sepesh can think of. You know, there are good things in this kind of place. Vampire holy relics. Castles that can hold such things. At least the place where the vampire royal family of the other world lives. Before, she gained a lot after killing the Centaur Khan. She dared not imagine what could be in the vampire castle. Don't you think you're asking for too much? Sepesh asked with a frown. Are you kidding? If this guy eats it all, what will he have left? Although he does need the other party's strength to help. But it's not that he can't fight. It's just a matter of taking more time. The reason why she invited Ouyang Qianjin to come was to speed through the dungeon. Before, she wanted to compete with Ninatai. But now because of the plan of Eternal Night Coin, she needs the fighting power of Ouyang Qianjin. The big brother on the list. Quickly obtain the holy object and raise her professional level by one stage. In the next stage, even if she can't compare with a 4 lord such as Ouyang Qianjin, she must at least ensure that she can lead other guys and become the 5th person of fantasy. Chapter 375, Are you looking down on me? Otherwise, in the subsequent distribution of benefits, I may be squeezed to the bottom. Although the possibility is not great. Ouyang Qianjin should not do this. But she can't guarantee others. Especially Dorothy. The guy who only cares about money and not people. No. You get what you want. I get what I want. Everyone trades fairly. Ouyang Qianjin smiled indifferently. Although there should be treasures inside, she didn't force anything after all. So she is invincible at the moment without desire. Well, let's do this. Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin didn't give in, Sepesh said slowly after thinking for a while. What the vampire can use belongs to me. What the necromancer can use belongs to you. And the rest we will split 50-50. What split? 50-50? You said it lightly. Although it seems to be a very fair proposal. In fact, Sepesh dug a big pit waiting for Ouyang Qianjin. You want to get rid of me with just these few things? That's impossible. After listening to what Sepesh said, Ouyang Qianjin pondered for a while. Although she couldn't be sure what was inside. Since Sepesh had let it go, it meant that there was still room for negotiation. So she also spoke slowly. There must be things in the dungeon that vampires can use. You and I both know this. But no one can tell for sure whether there are things that necromancers can use. I think it's better to do this. If there are things that necromancers or undead can use, then we will divide them according to what you just said. But if there are no things that necromancers or undead can use, then we will split them 30% and 70% respectively. You get 30% and I get 70%. This is fair to me. After all, no one can guarantee that there will be something they can use, in order not to suffer a loss. Ouyang Qianjin also expressed her own distribution ideas, and Sepesh also accepted it with pleasure. The reason why she agreed with Ouyang Qianjin's distribution method instead of bargaining was because this was the most ideal. After all, only in this way can no one suffer a loss psychologically. And if there is really nothing in the castle that the necromancer can use, and she gets the holy object, no matter who it is, they will be dissatisfied. Right? Especially Ouyang Qianjin, who is hired as a hired person. Even if this guy is not dissatisfied in his heart, he will definitely not spare others. What's more, this guy will go to Ninatai's territory later. If she mentions this, will she still have shame? Just from this point, it is actually Sepesh's profit to give a little more profit to shut the other party's mouth. Then let's go now, since the conditions have been negotiated. Ouyang Qianjin doesn't want to waste time. After all, she is a busy person now, so she will solve it as quickly as possible. Anyway, it is nothing more than attacking a city, which is not a difficult task for Ouyang Qianjin. Of course. In addition, Ouyang Qianjin is about to reach the maximum level. If all the monsters in a city are killed, then maybe I can directly upgrade on the spot? Although the possibility is not very high. I should be able to upgrade 1 or 2 levels. Then I will go to the territory of Ninatai and Dorothy and kill other races. In this way, it is almost certain that I will reach level 100, which is not a problem at all. After all, after killing nearly 10,000 dragons, she has also upgraded to level 96. According to the calculation of killing 1 level of a race, she can at least upgrade to level 100. Although this calculation is a bit rough, It does not prevent Ouyang Qianjin from secretly calculating in her heart. Not today. We have to wait a while. Sepesh shook his head. Why? Haven't you recalled all the high-level vampires in your hands? Ouyang Qianjin asked curiously. After all, in order to give herself the bride price promised to her as soon as possible, Sepesh ordered all the vampires above the Earl's strength guarding the surrounding area to come and bled when she first arrived at the territory. She really didn't understand what the other party was waiting for now. Well, in order to ensure that everything is foolproof, I have asked the Baron and Viscount to come back, so we have to wait for a while, Sepesh said seriously. She paid so much to conquer this dungeon, not to mention training a lot of high-level vampires. She also hired Ouyang Qianjin, the leader of the list, with a large sum of money. So she must win this copy and must ensure that it is foolproof. TSK. Are you looking down on me? Ouyang Qianjin retreated tactically, then looked at Sepesh with disdain and said, Since I have taken so many benefits from you, I naturally have to contribute. Don't let those viscounts and barons under your command come. Anyway, they won't be of any use. It's not that Ouyang Qianjin despises the low-end combat power of the other party's subordinates. But as she said, these people are useless. Instead of this, it's better to just use those 10,000 earls and marquises. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin didn't even think it was necessary to have these people. After all, as a skeleton lord, she had a large army. Although the soldiers under her command were not as advanced as those under Sepesh's command. Even their skills were custom-made. But they were more numerous. So they were not afraid at all. Are you sure? Sepesh expressed doubt. In response, Ouyang Qianjin didn't bother to pay attention to her. She just picked up the teacup in front of her and drank tea silently. At this time, silence was better than words. Ouyang Qianjin's pretentious look gave Sepesh some confidence. Then, wait. That's right. Although Sepesh believed in Ouyang Qianjin's ability. But in order to be safe, she still thought it would be better to wait until all the forces in her hands were gathered in place before going. So, this wait. Another day passed. When all the vampires stationed outside came back, Ouyang Qianjin discovered that this guy actually had about 100,000 vampires in his hands. High-end combat power 10,000. The ratio of 10 to 1 is so healthy. No wonder he can fight back and forth with Ninatai, who is also the lord of the New World. How is it? My army is pretty good compared to yours? Standing on the top of the castle, Sepesh and Ouyang Qianjin looked at the full 100,000 people standing in the square below and said proudly, It's really good. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. These vampires are basically in the same tuxedo. At least 100,000 people are wearing the same clothes and standing together. No matter what, the momentum can still be firmly grasped. Of course, Ouyang Qianjin thought so, and did not mean to underestimate the other party. But I have a question. What? In the face of Ouyang Qianjin's inquiry, Sepesh, who was very pretentious and very happy, naturally said everything. You said you want to wait for all the people to arrive. Are you going to make that flag? Chapter 376 Red background with black bat flag. Ouyang Qianjin pointed at the vampires holding red background with black bat flags in the square and said, How is that possible? Sepesh spread his hands. I will ask someone to design my own logo and make flags as soon as I come back. But to be honest, I also want the armband of your personal guard. I wonder if you are willing to sell it. Of course, there is no problem, as long as you pay the money. Ouyang Qianjin didn't care about this. She couldn't really give the other party the alchemical armband of her personal guard that could defend and track. At most, it was a product woven with spider silk. It was stronger than ordinary fabrics. Then place the order directly. I want 200,000 black bat armbands. Sepesh waved his hand and asked for 200,000. Ouyang Qianjin was overjoyed when he heard it. Another small profit. It's made of the spider silk of the Death Weavers. So it's a little expensive. Ouyang Qianjin gave a shot of prevention. It's okay. The materials are there. A little expensive is bearable. How could Kai Peisher not know about Ouyang Qianjin's desire to make money? To be honest, in her opinion, Ouyang Qianjin likes the feeling of making money rather than money. It doesn't matter how much money Ouyang Qianjin makes, as long as there is no loss. It's fine. What she enjoys is the pleasure of increasing wealth. After all, she is a lord. So this guy's mind is not all on this. Of course, if there is an opportunity to blackmail, she will not let it go. It is a very typical businessman. Can your 100,000 people fit in the streets of that city? Looking at the black dress square formation with flags flying below, Ouyang Qianjin asked Sepesh. Of course, the streets of the city can't fit in. And I didn't say that the battlefield is behind the city streets. Sepesh rolled her eyes at Ouyang Qianjin. Wow. So that street background is even just the starting point of the copy? Touching her chin, Ouyang Qianjin nodded imperceptibly. You don't want to raise the price or something? Sepesh turned his head and stared at Ouyang Qianjin with murderous eyes that could not be hidden at all. Ha! How is it possible? Who do you think I am? Hearing Sepesh's words, Ouyang Qianjin's hand touching her chin turned into touching her head. And then she smiled awkwardly. And Sepesh ignored this mercenary. But he waved his hand directly and opened the space portal under the castle. Although Ouyang Qianjin couldn't see much from looking down from above. But you can still see what the street looked like back then. In the end, we still have to go in from here. Ouyang Qianjin shook her head in disappointment. Stop complaining. Get ready to work. Sepesh ignored Ouyang Qianjin's complaints and flew down the balcony directly to the teleportation array. Alas, you don't even know how to take care of the disabled. Ouyang Qianjin shook her head and sighed. Then she snapped her fingers and summoned a skeleton, who held her and jumped off the balcony. Ouyang Qianjin did not avoid anything about her legs. On the contrary, sometimes she would even joke about her legs. After going down to the teleportation array, Sepesh made a pre-war mobilization. Ouyang Qianjin ignored this guy and let the skeleton carry her into the space. The vampires were naturally angry at Ouyang Qianjin's rude behavior. After all, this kind of action of ignoring their queen is a provocative behavior no matter how you look at it. But the vampires, who were notified as soon as they came back, naturally knew who this person was. Ouyang Qianjin. This guy is a household name. They also saw the scene where their queen and the other party were chatting and laughing. Even if they were angry, they could only hold it in. After all, this big brother on the list was hired by the queen with a lot of money, and they really couldn't afford to offend him. Sepesh, who originally wanted to say something, opened his mouth after seeing Ouyang Qianjin enter without permission, and then said nothing, waved his hand, turned around and entered the portal. The vampires behind him also followed Sepesh into the portal one after another. And here, after entering the portal, Ouyang Qianjin looked at the surrounding environment. Compared to outside the portal, Ouyang Qianjin immediately smelled an unpleasant smell after entering the copy. After all, the screen cannot transmit smells. Kumquat Town. This is a scene of a corrupt city, with a unique smell in the air, making people feel suffocated and uncomfortable. The streets of the city are full of dried garbage and waste. No one cleans them up, and they emit an unpleasant stench. The exterior walls of the buildings are peeled off, revealing the dilapidated internal structure. The glass on the window was broken, covered by dust and spider webs. The city's parks and squares, which were originally places for people to relax and have fun, have now become ruins, overgrown with weeds and dead silence. It's very strange. These dry garbage that should no longer smell can still smell? After a brief walk, Ouyang Qianjin found some suspicious points that made her suspicious. After all, it is normal to observe the copy before entering it. Miss Ouyang, the queen is calling you over. Just when Ouyang Qianjin was not interested, the vampire maid Anna found her. Oh, then go over. After a reply, Ouyang Qianjin followed the vampire maid to Sepesh. When she arrived in front of Sepesh, Ouyang Qianjin saw a group of people distributing things to the vampires. After a closer look, Ouyang Qianjin saw clearly that they were distributing the qi and blood pills that she sold to Sepesh. 1 bottle per person. It looked like Sepesh was ready to fight for his life. Did you finish reading? Yes. Did you find anything unusual? The smell of corruption has not dissipated, which is very suspicious. After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's words, Sepesh nodded. She was naturally aware of this, but she didn't know what to say without finding out the reason. When do we start? As a mercenary, Ouyang Qianjin naturally couldn't understand what was going on, whether Sepesh knew it or not, and why he didn't tell her if he knew it. It didn't matter to her. A guest army. Just wait for the battle arrangement. As for decryption, she would not be needed. We can start after the distribution of qi and blood pills. After taking a look at the sky above the city wall in front of him, Sepesh took out a key while speaking. This is a key that looks a bit rustic, and there is nothing special about its appearance. Its shape and size are similar to ordinary keys, but it is slightly worn. Chapter 377. Although I am not a human, I want to listen to human words. The handle of the key is made of wood with some simple patterns engraved on it. These patterns seem to have been used for a long time, and their lines have become blurred. But it can still be seen that they were once very exquisite. The teeth of the key are made of copper, and their shape and size are the same as ordinary keys. The surface of the teeth has become a little dull, but they are still very sharp and can easily open the lock cylinder. At the top of the key, there is a small hole, which seems to have been inlaid with a gem or other decorations. However, this small hole is empty, leaving only a slightly raised dot. In general, this key looks very ordinary, even a little shabby. However, under its ordinary appearance, it seems to hide some unknown stories. A key? Ouyang Qianjin has the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his mobile phone. What is this? Looking at the quaint and somewhat ordinary key, Ouyang Qianjin asked strangely. After all, even if you use the eye of identification, you can only see 3 question marks of question mark. That's why Ouyang Qianjin was so surprised. For such a symbol to appear, it must be sealed by something, just like the ones he sealed in the castle. You'll know when you see it. Looking at Ouyang Qianjin's puzzled expression, Sepesh felt an indescribable pleasure. Then he took out the blood of the 4 dragons in Ouyang Qianjin's puzzled eyes, and poured them all into a container, and threw the key in. It was only about 10 seconds. The approximately 4,000 milliliters of blood was sucked clean by the key. After sucking all the blood, Ouyang Qianjin saw a faint light coming out of the ancient key. When the light faded, Ouyang Qianjin saw that the top of the ancient key had turned into a bat. Looking at the bat-like key, Ouyang Qianjin felt mixed emotions. Ouyang Qianjin also had many speculations about the use of dragon blood. For example, it was sacrificed like a vampire, or used to draw magic circles to break some seals. After all, this is the most unexpected dramatic effect. However, who knew that Sepesh only used 4 different dragon bloods to make a key? This was somewhat beyond Ouyang Qianjin's expectations. It was just very ordinary. Sure enough, the most advanced materials only needed simple processing? This rule is also applicable in the other world. Although Ouyang Qianjin did not understand it very well, she was shocked. You look disappointed? Seeing Ouyang Qianjin's expression, Sepesh asked curiously. Yeah. I thought you collected the dragon blood to break some seal or something, and I wanted to see something rare, Ouyang Qianjin said with a little regret. After all, she really thought it would be a big deal, and she kept suppressing her curiosity. But she ended up doing this? She took off her pants, and she saw this? How could she not be disappointed? You have a rich imagination. It's a pity not to write novels, Sepesh said in a squeeze. Although I know that I have a rich imagination and want to be a novelist, I always have no time because of my big family. Ouyang Qianjin spread her hands. Just kidding. She basically spent all her time slacking off. How could she have time to write a novel? Miss, the distribution has been completed. Just as the two were talking venomously to each other, Anna stepped forward and said, Then let's start. Are you ready for the skeleton player? Looking at Anna and the fully prepared vampires behind her, Sepesh said to Ouyang Qianjin with the back key, Go ahead and open it. If you get hurt, I lose. Although she didn't know what the other party was going to do with the key under the city wall, Ouyang Qianjin knew that it was about to start, so she waved at Sepesh as a joke, asking him to hurry up. Sepesh nodded silently. Then Ouyang Qianjin saw this guy insert the key into the city wall. After twisting for a while, this section of the city wall faded away the illusion and became a huge wooden door. Good guy. Xiao Dao really pulled his ass and opened his eyes. This is a city wall, an illusion, and a wooden door. Ouyang Qianjin didn't see it right in front of her. Wait! After feeling the fluctuations of the illusion fading, Ouyang Qianjin felt extremely familiar. It's like a barrier. Instantly, Ouyang Qianjin frowned and prepared to summon thugs. There was no trace of the previous nonchalant and joking look. Caw. Squeak. With a series of teeth-grinding squeaks, the big wooden door was pushed open by several stronger vampires. Open your eyes. When the wooden door was pushed open a crack, Ouyang Qianjin used her skills directly. Instantly, the world behind the door was filled with Ouyang Qianjin's eyes of darkness. How is it? Sepesh asked Ouyang Qianjin. Hee hee. Ouyang Qianjin was stunned and smiled very far-fetchedly. What does he mean? You are still a human being now. Please speak human language. Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin did not answer his question directly, Capeish was a little angry. I thought this guy could be more reliable in serious matters. In fact, he did reveal a reliable aura just now. But this aura did not last long and dissipated, replaced by the kind of look that looked a little stupid. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin can't be blamed. After all, the moment the wooden door opened, the space behind the door was also occupied by Ouyang Qianjin's dark sky. So Ouyang Qianjin's eyes of darkness can be seen clearly. Are you sure you want to listen to what people say? Ouyang Qianjin looked at Sepeshi with a slightly embarrassed look on her face. Go ahead. Although I'm not a human, I want to listen to what people say. Sepeshi nodded seriously. She certainly knew how powerful Ouyang Qianjin's skills were, so she must have seen something inside the door, which made her look a bit unclear in her eyes. Right? Forget it. You should ask someone to open the door and see for yourself, which is more intuitive. Don't worry. There are no monsters that want to attack people inside. After a pause, Ouyang Qianjin, who was a little embarrassed, said slowly, although she was very surprised by Ouyang Qianjin's performance. But Sepeshi still chose to believe what Ouyang Qianjin said. After all, telling lies would not do her any good. And compared to her own perception, Ouyang Qianjin's skill of eyes all over the sky was more practical. So without any doubt, he ordered his men to push open the heavy and huge wooden door directly. Chapter 378. How about learning how to light a fire? When the wooden door was opened, Sepesh looked at everything outside the door in surprise, while Ouyang Qianjin still had that slightly embarrassed expression. What is going on? Sepesh held his head with both hands and screamed. In front of him was a scorched earth, from the growing seedlings and the charred tree trunks. It is not difficult to see that this should have been a vibrant oasis before. However, now the original dense forest has disappeared, replaced by dark dead trees, which helplessly stretch towards the sky. As if telling something, the ground is covered with thick ashes and charred branches. And from time to time, you can see the charred and corrupt remains of some animals. These scenes are shocking. Looking around, the whole forest is filled with a dead silence, without the birdsong and insects chirping in the past. Only silence. The cover of the black clouds in the sky makes this lifeless scorched earth look even more weird. The air in the forest was filled with a pungent smell that made it hard to breathe. The once clear stream had become turbid. Hey! Skeleton player! What's going on? After a burst of shocked shouts, Sepesh turned around and looked at Ouyang Qianjin viciously. All the things this guy had shown before showed that she must know something. After all, those black and white eyes in the sky will not lie. She must have seen something, or knew something. That's why Sepesh asked Ouyang Qianjin at the first time. And Ouyang Qianjin, who was asked, was embarrassed. She knew this scorched earth, even too familiar with it. After all, she was the one who burned this forest. After the wooden door opened a crack, Ouyang Qianjin's dark sky immediately occupied the sky without saying hello. And with the cooperation of dark eyes, she also knew where this place was at the first time. Dark forest. This is her own level 19. Level 49 copy. It can be said that no one on the entire planet is more familiar with what is in this forest than herself. So she was embarrassed. There was no way. According to the division of the panel and space, it is obvious that the kumquat town behind her and the forest in front of her can be regarded as the territory of Sepesh. Although she was passing the copy at that time and was not aware of it, she burned it. But when the person asked her, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help blushing. This should be the third time I came here? I just didn't expect that there was a vampire castle and the holy objects of the vampire clan in the depths of the dark forest. Thinking about it, I feel like I lost several 100 million. However, thinking about the barrier of the copy, Ouyang Qianjin felt more balanced. At least, she convinced herself to be balanced. No wonder she felt a familiar wave when she appeared from the gate just now. It turned out to be related to the barrier. Ouyang Qianjin could not forget the spectacular scene of the firestorm caused by the fire attack when she only had 2 or 3 kittens. And coincidentally, this forest is exactly the original one. And the place where Ouyang Qianjin is facing now is where the portal appeared at the beginning. At that time, I was really young. Speak. Why don't you speak? Seeing Ouyang Qianjin lost in thought, even exuding a nostalgic aura. Sepesh felt that there was something wrong. There was a big problem. So she walked in front of Ouyang Qianjin, bent down, staring at Ouyang Qianjin face to face, trying to use this method to force Ouyang Qianjin to tell the truth. What else can she do? Although this is her base camp. But if she wants to fight with Ouyang Qianjin, she must be prepared to fight the entire army. Of course, she didn't think about fighting with Ouyang Qianjin. After all, everyone is on the same rope now. Who can still attack whom? Haha. Well, the thing is actually like this. Facing the questioning of Sepesh, Ouyang Qianjin smiled awkwardly, and then told her own experience. I see. That is to say, this whole piece of scorched earth is your fault. Walking on the scorched earth that has sprouted new buds. Capeish looked around curiously. You know what? This is a really good method. You leveled up a lot with this fire. Right? Seeing such a large area burned out by a fire. Capeish was convinced. Why didn't she think of this good method at the beginning? You know, this is a level 19 copy. If I had done the same thing at the beginning, maybe I could have competed with Ouyang Qianjin for the position of the top brother on the list. Even if I can't get the status of the top brother on the list, I will definitely be the second on the list. I regret it. I regret it very much. How did you come up with this idea? Ha ha ha. It's just a coincidence. You know I'm disabled. And there's a river over there. So I was thinking about how to maximize the chance of clearing the dungeon without moving. After being praised by Sepesh, Ouyang Qianjin blushed slightly, showing shyness. But then he changed the subject and became very serious. But the 2 times I came here before, there were barriers around, dividing the entire forest into pieces. So it can only be considered an activity within a small range. But now because of your key, the barrier may have disappeared. Will there be monsters that I haven't seen before? I'm not sure about monsters or anything like that. So be extra careful. Of course, if you find it troublesome, you can also start a fire like me. After all, this will be much more convenient. Ouyang Qianjin said a lot of things seriously. Afterwards, he even suggested setting the forest on fire. However, Sepesh didn't listen to it. He even rolled his eyes at Ouyang Qianjin. What are you thinking about? This is my territory. My forest. My property. If you dare to mess around, I will turn around and kill you first. Sepesh opened his hands and roared at Ouyang Qianjin as he spoke more and more excitedly. That look, coupled with his height and body shape, Ouyang Qianjin felt that he looked a little fierce. Although he was a man, he really was. It's hard to describe. Oh, right. After taking down the castle, this will also be considered your territory. Then the hunting permit mentioned before in your territory will also work here. Right? Ouyang Qianjin looked as if he had suddenly realized something. After muttering, he thought of the previous deal with Sepesh. Hey, you are still thinking about this kind of thing at this time? Sepesh looked at Ouyang Qianjin speechlessly. Chapter 379. Do you hate mushrooms? They have to be killed anyway. Just let me take care of the bodies after they die. You won't lose any more meat. For Ouyang Qianjin, the body is more powerful than experience. Okay. The blood belongs to me, and the body belongs to you. Sepesh sighed. Okay. Ouyang Qianjin raised his thumb and agreed immediately. It's a matter of helping each other anyway. Although there are traces of being burned by Ouyang Qianjin, it is only a small part after all. The forest is so big that they definitely don't want to destroy it. So Sepesh wants to protect the forest, while Ouyang Qianjin wants the bodies. The two reached an agreement. You burn this place too, right? When they walked to the second scorched earth, Sepesh whispered. Hee. Ouyang Qianjin's face twitched with a fake smile. But then again, if that vampire castle is really in this area, it might take a little effort. In order to change the subject, Ouyang Qianjin decided to provide some information. At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin was held by a white jade skeleton princess. After all, this is a forest. Even if Ouyang Qianjin wanted to ride a pumpkin carriage, it would be useless. What do you mean? Teeps turned his head and looked at her. After all, they are people who have fought here. If it was her, she should be able to guess something. Right? Remember the Abyss Apostle I said I killed before? It appeared underground in this area. Ouyang Qianjin hung one hand on the skeleton's spine and pointed to the ground with the other hand. Abyss Apostle. Are you saying that the copy where you upgraded to level 50 is here? Hearing that it was information about the Apostle of the Abyss, Sepesh couldn't help but take it seriously. Just kidding. You have to know that this is a million-level existence. If it really appeared in my castle, I'm afraid my doggish brain would be beaten out. By then, even if I successfully conquered the vampire castle, I guess I would have to spend money and time to rebuild it. How did you defeat the Abyss Apostle? Sepesh asked Ouyang Qianjin, with an inexplicably flattering smile on her face. Now she just hoped that Ouyang Qianjin would not say words like landslide or fire. It's very simple. Fight with mental strength. Fortunately, fighting with mental strength at least means that it can still be saved. Hearing Ouyang Qianjin's answer, Sepesh breathed a sigh of relief. Well, be prepared for the collapse of 1 or 2 towers. After all, how could there be no damage in the battle? If it's just 1 or 2 towers, it's still within my tolerance. But if there are more, it's not okay. What's wrong with this forest? Are all the monsters mushroom people? They look disgusting. Although there are vampires all around, there is no need for Ouyang Qianjin and Sepesh to take action. But the corpses of mushroom people that popped out from time to time along the way still made Sepesh feel a little disgusted. I don't know if it's because of the corpses, or because I hate mushrooms. It doesn't matter what time it is now. After all, once the dark sky curtain is opened, it will be dark no matter what time it is. These nocturnal guys all came out. I suddenly understand why you use fire attack. If it were me, even if I couldn't think of this trick for a while, I would be forced to use this trick later. Do you hate mushrooms? Faced with Sepesh's complaints, Ouyang Qianjin asked without any context. Well, I hate it. The taste and texture are simply terrible. Thinking of mushrooms? Sepesh said with a look of disgust. You, an Eastern European, actually hate mushrooms. Don't you have mushroom soup or something in your recipes? People's joys and sorrows are different. Don't you also have things you hate to eat? No. I basically just want to eat and taste good. I'm not picky about food. Ouyang Qianjin's words killed the conversation. Then when things are settled, I'll treat you to the local specialties. It just so happens that I have developed a group of good chefs under my command. Sepesh smiled sinisterly. Anything is fine. As long as it tastes good. I don't have any obsession with the ingredients. Then eel should be fine too. Why? Do you like to eat this thing? Ouyang Qianjin was slightly stunned. Of course. Unlike other people, I prefer this kind of fish without fins and scales. That's great. To be honest, I have cultivated a big magic bullfrog in my territory, and the meat is very tender. Oh! Are you talking about the bullfrog that can be made into a pot with just 1 frog leg? That's great. I ate a lot of it in the never-sleeping city before, and I think it tastes very good. If it can be exported to me, it would be great. But about the price. When he heard about the food, Sepesh's face was immediately full of energy. But when he thought about importing it from Whale State, the cost would probably go straight to the sky. So I want to have a good discussion with Ouyang Qianjin in this regard. This guy really knows how to enjoy. Of course, it's the cost price. We all like delicious food. How can I sell it to you at a high price? At most, I will add a little transportation fee. Okay. It's perfect. Sepesh's eyes lit up, and he smiled immediately. In this way, the two of them walked and discussed the topic of delicious food. Originally, I thought these Europeans would not eat these things. Unexpectedly, Sepesh unexpectedly matched his taste. Ouyang Qianjin was also happy to talk about these with the other party. So in this dark forest, with shouts and killings everywhere, they talked about the topic of delicious food. How far is it? After walking for a while, Ouyang Qianjin, who was talking about delicious food, asked casually, for the tasks released by the panel. Not only will there be an indication of the direction, there will also be a display of the distance. So Ouyang Qianjin wanted to know how far it was. After all, from the air, Ouyang Qianjin did not find anything unusual. Didn't you see your skill? No. That's strange. Could it be that it's also surrounded by the barrier? You know how big the dark sky is, and how far his dark eyes can theoretically see. However, in reality, he saw nothing. Towering trees, small monsters and birds, and those mushroom monsters that couldn't help but jump out because it was getting dark. Everything looked so normal. No. The panel shows that it's about 5 kilometers ahead. 5 kilometers ahead? After hearing Sepesh's report, Ouyang Qianjin concentrated on the dark eyes to search the area 5 kilometers away. Finally, after searching for about a few minutes, she was almost walking these thousands of meters. She finally found the flaw. Chapter 386 Castle. Found it? Seeing Ouyang Qianjin's faint smile, Sepesh asked. Yes, I found it. What's the situation? It was covered by the barrier. If the ants on the ground hadn't walked around, I really wouldn't have found it. Hearing this, Sepesh raised his eyebrows. You know, it was the barrier before, which caused him to find the blood of 4 kinds of dragons to unseal it. Now it's the barrier again? Isn't it going to take some blood to unseal it? Look, we're here. After walking about 100 meters, the skeleton under Ouyang Qianjin stopped. Sepesh and his vampire also stopped. There was nothing in front, or the castle without a destination. Looking ahead, it was still a deep, dark forest. But whether it was Ouyang Qianjin or his own panel, it was definitely right. At this moment, Sepesh saw a skeleton next to Ouyang Qianjin. And then the skeleton picked up the gravel on the ground and threw it forward. Bang! The gravel hit the barrier and caused a ripple. Although the sound of the collision was not loud, the gravel was really broken. And it was broken into pieces. And it floated away with a gust of wind. The 2 women's eyes twitched at this scene. It was obvious. This barrier was much more unreasonable than the previous barrier on the wooden door. At least, it should be slightly aggressive. It was a world of difference from the previous simple trick. The key is how to remove the seal, Sepesh said with some entanglement. How did you know that the enchantment before needed 4 kinds of dragon blood to break? Because I found the key in Jinju town. I see. It's an important item. Hearing this, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help smacking her lips. She had seen this mode a lot when playing games. At that time, she just thought it was to extend the game time. But after she personally played a few copies, she realized that many things were just following. Design things should be logical. But reality doesn't need to be. Of course, this includes the enchantment in front of him. Think about it. Why are they all places where the sacred objects of a clan are placed? It is reasonable to have such an offensive enchantment. You can't find any fault with it. The problem is how to find the props. The previous key was also found after searching for a long time. Sepesh was also helpless. What I thought could be completed in one go. Now I have encountered this obstacle again. How about you try to splash your blood on it? Ouyang Qianjin said after thinking for a while. What's the basis? Sepesh was stunned and then asked. After all, the previous barrier was made of dragon blood that was hard to obtain. And this castle is a vampire's castle. So it makes sense to use vampire blood. In addition to being a necessity for breaking the first barrier, dragon blood is also a hint for the second barrier. At least that's what I think. It feels like a puzzle game. Quite interesting. Ouyang Qianjin said her reasoning. After all, there is a castle with the holy relics of the vampire clan. Even if someone enters the Jinju town dungeon, finds the key, and collects blood to successfully open the first barrier, they can't open the second barrier because they are not vampires. Of course, this possibility is very small. In Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, the dungeon of Sepesh seems to be particularly targeted. Otherwise, there would not be special vampire holy relics, vampire castles, etc. in the dungeon entered by vampires. What you said seems to make sense. I'll try it. Sepesh nodded. Then he stretched out his hand, and the maid Anna behind him sent a dagger. Swish. Compared with the last time when he just poked his finger, this time it came directly. Ouyang Qianjin immediately asked the skeleton to hold him away. However, the splashing blood did not run around. Instead, under Sepesh's control, it directly hit the air in front. Crack. As expected, a crack appeared in the barrier. Then the cracks became more and more numerous and larger, until it covered the entire hemispherical barrier. It shattered in front of everyone with a snap. The vampire castle hidden inside was revealed. This is a mysterious and solemn castle, which is located opposite a canyon about 100 meters wide. In the middle of the canyon stands a 10-meter wide stone bridge, with steep cliffs on both sides of the stone bridge, giving people a thrilling feeling. The castle has a unique architectural style and a unique cultural element of another world. The castle seems to have been forgotten by time, and its walls have lost their former glory, revealing traces of dilapidation and decay. The castle is tall and majestic, with mottled traces of time erosion. The gate of the castle is closed, and it is inlaid with sharp iron nails, as if warning all visitors. On both sides of the gate are 2 tall bell towers, on which hang 2 huge bronze bells, and the clock faces are engraved with strange runes. Its walls are made of huge black stones, covered with vines and mosses, giving people an ancient and mysterious feeling. The windows of the castle are very small and covered by thick black curtains, and nothing can be seen inside. However, from the gaps in the curtains, some flickering red light can be vaguely seen from the inside, which reminds people of the legendary vampires who lurk in the dark, waiting for their prey. The roof of the castle is paved with black slates, and many strange sculptures stand on it, including bats, spiders, etc. These sculptures are lifelike, as if they will come alive at any time. At the highest point of the castle, there is a huge cross. This cross also gives people a weird feeling, as if it is protecting the castle and imprisoning something in the castle. The whole castle is shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, making people dare not approach. It is like a monster rising from the darkness, wanting to devour everything with its fangs and claws. Only those who are brave can enter this castle and explore its secrets. Although it is called a castle, but it is not just a single castle. The scale of the buildings that can be seen with the naked eye across the canyon is already a small town, although it is much smaller than the previous Kumquat town. Say it castle, although this is the base camp of vampires. Don't think there are only vampires here. Hidden information, be careful. There is a very ominous atmosphere inside, which is more powerful than any enemy encountered before.